Chapter 241 Set Sail and Set Sail. The opinions given by Yuval are very reasonable. In storm waters, pearls, corals, whale oil and other outputs are very valuable and can bring huge profits, making them very suitable for trading. However, the marine environment in that area is harsh and piracy is rampant. Only a handful of well-connected maritime merchants dare to open trade channels in that area. Therefore, if Dorn wants to go to the Sea of Storms, the first problem he has to face is to find a ship. This will undoubtedly take a lot of time. This problem can be solved extremely conveniently by using the ship that has been booked by the priests in advance. As for how to find the fleet to go to the unknown island at the dungeon mark point after arriving at the Storm Islands, we can only take one step at a time.
I would be happy to take your ship to the Storm Islands. However, will this affect your performance of the Holy Sea's mission?
Dorn touched his chin and asked.
No. No way.
Cross waved her hands up and down.
Last time you were involved in such a major task as the encirclement and suppression of cultists. Now, even if you have a hand in such a small task, it won't make a big difference. Question. If you help us again, maybe the Holy See will pay you again?
The distribution of money that the pastor's sister mentioned was because the church really paid Don 1 gold and 15 silver as rewards. The purpose is to thank Mr. Duo, an enthusiastic citizen, for providing effective intelligence assistance to the priests when they were encircling and suppressing the cult members of the Apocalypse religion. The reward money was brought over by Adele and others. Of course, because the reports written by the 4 priests when they returned contained some concealment of what happened in the relics of God. Therefore, the Holy See did not know that Dorn had such great achievements as fighting fiercely and killing the boss bullfrog, conquering ruins, etc. Otherwise, I am afraid that the Archbishop will come to send warmth to you personally. As for the last thing Cross mentioned, maybe the Holy See will send more money to Dorn. That was just a joke. After all, what we have to complete this time is just an extremely simple task. Don glanced at the pastor's sister and felt that this guy's words were not very authoritative. So he turned his head to look at Adele, who was standing aside. After noticing this fiery gaze, the sword-wielding lady nodded and took the initiative to speak.
It doesn't matter if I take you with me. We only have a simple investigation mission in the archipelago.
Don felt relieved now. If the sword-wielding lady says it's okay, then it really means there's no problem. But did Adele just say it? The mission they had to go to the Storm Islands was to investigate related matters.
It feels like my level of trust in the 4 of them is a little higher than expected,
Dorn thought with a little satisfaction in his heart. As for the decision to give Dorn a ride, Yuval and Jishio had no objections. Therefore, Dorn's time to go to sea was scheduled for 3 days later, together with the priests. Regarding the fact that Don participated in the sea voyage, the happiest person was the priest's sister.
It takes about 3 weeks to sail from Silver Shield Harbor to the Storm Islands. During the journey, Dorn, you have to be responsible for our meals.
Of course, others were probably very happy to have the opportunity to eat dishes cooked by Dorn. It's just that she didn't show it as frankly and straightforwardly as Cross. 3 days later, it's that time again when the Eatontown chef takes a break from his duties and travels far away. This news has been informed to the restaurant employees before, and a notice was posted at the door of the Wishing restaurant. Everyone has begun to get used to it. It's just a little surprising. Why does Chef Dorn's arrangements for this outing seem to be much more hasty than the previous ones? The Wishing restaurant is closed as usual, and only the Hot Pot restaurant is thriving to support its sales. As for the Cantonese restaurant, Dorn planned to delay the opening until he came back. After all, if a new store is to be opened, it cannot be without him as the chef to preside over the situation. He said goodbye to everyone in the restaurant one by one, and also emphatically told his 2 female apprentices that they must step up their practice of making Cantonese cuisine. Afterwards, Don left Eatontown together with the 4 clergymen under the watch of the restaurant employees. Silver Shield Harbor. Pier. Here, Don saw a huge wooden merchant ship. The Annie docked quietly. The structure of the end is a bit like the 3-masted sailing ship in Don's perception. The streamlined hull has 3 masts, and all are hung with red sails. But there is a difference. The gun muzzle is not visible on the side of the inn. According to Dorn's current understanding, there seems to be crude gunpowder in the Dorn Empire or the entire Miracle Land. But the formed thermal weapons have not yet come out. In other words, artillery does not exist nowadays.
It's a pity. In those pirate movies, the majestic scene of 2 sailboats firing cannons at each other, with the cannonball smashing the ship's hull into pieces. I'm afraid there is no chance to be reproduced in this other world for the time being,
Dorn thought to himself. At the same time, Dorn also noticed that the front of the Annie's bow was equipped with a huge and heavy cone-shaped metal ram. In an era before thermal weapons came out, this thing could indeed show off its skills in naval battles. If you use great force, it will work wonders, and you will be done with it. Dorn estimated that if a naval battle broke out between two ships in this world, they would first shoot at each other with various heavy or light flying props, and then the ships would collide. If neither ship sank, the sailors would engage in hand-to-hand combat. After stopping on the pier to look at the Annie, Dorn and his party waited for the captain of the Annie, Hector. Captain Hector is a strong, middle-aged man with a salty smell that cannot be washed away. Yeah, the smell of the sea. He had a bushy beard and a dirty blonde beard tied into a bunch of pigtails on his chin. On Captain Hector's shoulder, there is also a colorful red and green macaw with shiny feathers.
Oh, the beautiful Miss Adele, Miss Cross, and, well, 3 gentlemen. Welcome aboard.
Hector greeted Dorn and his party. The big parrot on his shoulder also flapped its wings and repeated in a voice that seemed to hold its throat.
Beautiful lady. Beautiful lady.
Dawn, do you dare to make this distinction more obvious? People may not judge it for now, but the way this parrot sings loudly and makes poses indicates that it is not a good bird at first glance. After a brief conversation with Captain Hector, the priests led Dorn onto the ship. The captain didn't seem to care about Dog Dorn being a passenger. Previously, Dorn heard Cross whisper that Captain Hector was not an ordinary businessman. He had a close relationship with the Holy See. In a sense, Hector is a downline developed by the Holy See. Therefore, the priests are safe in his boat. After Dorn and the others boarded the ship, Hector arranged for the young first mate to lead the priests to their respective rooms. Next to the pier of Silver Shield Port, the sails of the inn were fully deployed, and the salty sea breeze was blowing fiercely on it. Ready to go.
Boys, pull up the anchor. Raise the sail. Let our beautiful girl move. Let's set sail.
Captain Hector patted the side of the ship and shouted loudly. The sailors echoed the chants. The big red and green parrot flapped its wings and flew up towards the mainsail. At the same time, it repeated in a long tone with its throat raised.
Start sailing! Start sailing!
Chapter 242 Daily Life at Sea. The Annie left Silver Shield Harbor and headed towards the Sea of Storms. The journey to the Sea of Storms is long. However, the early route has been calm. When Dorn was working as a gourmet chef in the Earth period, he traveled all over the country and saw many great rivers and mountains, including many islands. To get to the islands, especially some small islands, you will inevitably have to take a bumpy ship. When he first came into contact with the small ship, the bumpy and long journey, the airtight cabin, and the unpleasant smell of oil and gas from the ship made Dorn very dizzy. But after vomiting a few times, I slowly got used to it. With this kind of boating experience, Dorn was in good condition on the end and had no adverse reactions. And the scenery of sailing on the sea is very good. During the day, you can see the blue water rising and falling due to the sea breeze, blending into the same color as the sky in the distant skyline. There will be a few white seabirds holding sea fish in their mouths and landing leisurely on top of the mast. Then the big red and green parrot raised by Captain Hector would flap its wings and cry out, "Beautiful lady!" chasing the seabirds to flee in all directions. At night, above the ocean, you can see the vast sea of stars. A huge number of bright stars shine in the dark sky and melt into the rippling sea water. Of course, no matter how beautiful the scenery is, if it remains unchanged, it will still make people a little tired after looking at it for a long time. Fortunately, Dorn did not have nothing to do on the ship, so his life was not too boring. In his daily life at sea, apart from seeing the scenery, he also has two main things to do. The first thing, of course, is to cook. There is a simple kitchen on the inn. There is also a cook. The purpose of the kitchen was to store food and occasionally prepare cooked meals for Captain Hector. As for other crew members and sailors on the ship, if they want to eat hot food during the voyage, they can only do so after docking at a port along the way. However, compared with their counterparts in the industry, the crew members on the inn were still well treated in terms of food. When sailing at sea, the crew can get a daily supply of saltine crackers and ale. 3 days out of the week, you can have salt pork or corned beef. The rest of the day, you'll get dried peas and oatmeal, as well as cream or a slice of cheese. In addition, the ship's cook will daily prepare onions, carrots, turnips, limes, and other shelf-stable fruits and vegetables for sailors to prevent scurvy. Of course, although the food for crew members and sailors is relatively balanced in terms of nutrition. But after all, most of what I eat is dried food that has been preserved for a long time. And the taste is not flattering. As for the clergy and his entourage, as important guests on board the inn, they can receive special treatment in the food and beverage process. The so-called special treatment seemed very simple to the clergy, as long as the inn's kitchen was handed over to Dorn during the voyage. For this reason, Cross also went to the Captain Hector to communicate.
Mr. Hector, Dorn is a very good cook. If you are willing to hand over the ship's kitchen to him during this period, the dishes he will cook will be so delicious that you will bite your tongue.
The pastor's sister said this with sincere emotions.
Miss Cross, when I docked at Silver Shield Port, I had already heard about Mr. Dorn's culinary prowess. If he is willing to enter the kitchen to cook, it would be a great honor for me. But to be honest, actually, I don't really want to bite my tongue.
And the captain answered like this. And the big red and green parrot on his shoulder was also flapping its wings and shouting loudly,
I don't want to bite my tongue. I don't want to bite my tongue.
In short, after a simple exchange, Captain Hector naturally opened the kitchen to the clergy and his party. In this way, during the voyage of the inn, Don cooked for himself and the clergy every day. It is worth mentioning that since Dorn came back from Golden Oak City, all the dishes and food he cooked for himself were actually double the amount. Because one of them is to be fed to Alice, who is carrying it with her. The dragon lady will pull the prepared food directly into the story world. And after eating, she will bring out the plate that has been licked clean. In addition to cooking for his own people, Dorn also cooked Captain Hector's portion. After all, I was using someone else's boat and room for nothing, so I couldn't show no signs of it at all. Moreover, feeding is a method that Dorn has mastered and can increase his favorability as quickly as possible. After all, before and after conquering the Minotaur Labyrinth, he needed to spend time at sea. Therefore, it never hurts to develop a friendship with a captain who has extensive sailing experience. In short, after just a few meals, he and the hairy captain became good friends smoothly. Besides cooking, the second thing Don does every day is drawing maps. He needs to draw the map of the location of the unnamed island attached to the email. After finding a suitable fleet in the Storm Islands that could take him south, he needed to use his own charts to guide the direction of the fleet. Don knew that his drawing skills were not great. Moreover, because the reference objects are generally far apart, nautical charts are much more difficult to draw than ordinary maps. At this time, the benefits of improving your friendship with Captain Hector become apparent. After learning that Dorn was drawing a map of the Storm Sea, Hector gave Dorn a copper ruler and a quadrant without saying a word or even asking why. He was also given an existing chart of the Stormy Sea area in the captain's room for reference, and took the initiative to share some knowledge about chart drawing. Hector also answered Dorn's subsequent questions about the Storm Sea. Sure enough, no matter how rugged a man looks, some parts of his body are still very soft. Stomach. It's the stomach. Exactly 2 weeks after the inn left Silver Shield Harbor, the sea has been calm most of the time these days, and the views and wind conditions are very good, making it very suitable for sailing. The occasional rain or two did not cause any storms. In the morning of this day, the inn successfully sailed into the port city of Charleston and docked along the coast for half a day for repairs. During this period, Dorn also took the ship's third mate and several sailors to purchase fresh ingredients at the city's market. In addition, during the process, he also paid off the crew, and then spent his own money to purchase a wave of fresh ingredients, allowing Alice, the dragon lady, to be directly drawn into the story world, renewing the supply of fresh ingredients he carried with him. All I can say is that having portable space is convenient. In the evening, the inn, which had completed its collection and repairs, set off again and sailed away from Charleston Harbor. After leaving this port city, it will officially enter the scope of the Storm Sea area. The welcoming ceremony used by Stormy Sea to welcome the Annie is very consistent with the name of this sea area. A moderate storm at sea. Chapter 243, Telling Stories in the Storm. The storm came not long after Dorn had finished cooking dinner. Thick clouds weighed heavily on the sea. From time to time, you can see a ferocious bolt of lightning falling under the distant clouds, and then hear the roar of thunder. Big raindrops fell from the clouds, and the strong wind on the sea shook the mast. The waves came one after another, rocking the Annie's hull up and down. Storms at sea always have a frightening quality. However, because most of the crew on the inn were well trained, under the command of Hector, The arrangements for fighting the storm were carried out in an orderly manner. Therefore, this moderate storm did not cause much trouble to the inn. As for Dorn, the food prepared tonight is mixed vegetable soup, mashed potatoes with gravy, and fried bacon with onions, and finally paired with the white bread bought at Charleston Harbor during the day, under the premise of sailing on the sea. This dinner is already very sumptuous, and it is made by Dorn himself. So delicious. Dorn asked the second mate to deliver a dinner to the captain's cabin. He carried the food and returned to the room with Ji Xiao and Yuval, who came to help get the food. On the inn, in Dorn's room, the room was illuminated by the light of 2 oil lamps. The clergy gathered here to have dinner together.
So, why are you gathering in my room for dinner today?
Dorn asked after taking a sip of hot mixed vegetable soup and looking at the 4 clergymen in the room.
Because your place is the most empty. Sister Adele and I share a room. Jishio and Yuval share a room. And you are the only one occupying a room that is supposed to accommodate 2 people. Where would I go if I didn't stay with you?
Cross was digging mashed potatoes with a spoon to eat. Although the hull of the boat was shaking constantly, the pastor's sister held the spoon firmly. Dawn? Well, it does make sense when you think about it.
Besides, it's night now. There's a strong wind blowing on the sea. It's raining heavily. And it's dark. Don't you think it's a good time for friends to gather together and tell stories?
Cross swallowed another mouthful of mashed potatoes, continued her sermon, and sucked on the spoon.
I think so. But not entirely. I prefer to stay in the room and sleep in this kind of atmosphere.
Dorn shrugged, then turned his attention to the other 3 clergymen.
Also, why are you so cooperative with Crow?
This guy, see? Hey, don't look at me like that. I've been floating on the sea for so long and want to find something to do. Isn't it weird at all?
Jishio still looked disgusted.
Actually, I think Cross's proposal is very interesting.
Yuval still squinted his eyes, half smiling. Only Miss Swordholder looked at each other and shook her head lightly, then continued to lower her head to eat.
As for Sister Adele, of course I dragged her here. Wouldn't it be too pitiful if we played together, but left Sister Adele alone in the room?
The pastor's sister grabbed the topic. While speaking like this, she patted her barren chest proudly. Dawn! Okay, it still seems to make sense. But think about it. After 2 weeks of sailing at sea, the priests, who usually don't have much to do, will really feel bored. After a while, after Cross finished her share of dinner, she wiped her mouth with her handkerchief contentedly. Then she took off her boots, climbed onto Dawn's bed naturally, sat cross-legged, and held a kerosene lamp beside the bed in front of her.
Don't let the lamp oil stain my bed.
Dawn looked at the priest's sister helplessly.
No.
No. Cross waved her hands repeatedly.
Ahem. Then tonight's special story meeting will begin.
The dim light of the kerosene lamp shone on the pastor's sister's originally fair face, making the color on her face look uneven and giving her a strange feeling. The vision inside the room was dim, and the ship's hull was still rocking up and down with the waves. Outside, the fierce sea breeze was moaning, and raindrops were hitting the ante. Occasionally, there would be a flash of lightning, and a bright electric light would penetrate into the room, accompanied by a low thunder. Let's talk about it. Now is indeed a very suitable atmosphere for storytelling. Well, horror stories. The first one to speak was of course Cross.
This is a story I heard when I was very young. The story goes like this. A long time ago, a certain principality experienced a huge war. What followed was famine and plague. And many people died. There is a pair of brothers who have no choice but to be displaced because their hometown was destroyed by war. They fled all the way, wandering, walking and walking. One night, the brothers saw a small farmhouse with lights on in a wilderness. The brothers were so tired and hungry that they knocked on the door of the farmhouse. The door was opened by an old woman. After listening to the brothers' request, the old woman received them and let them sleep on the haystack in the kitchen. She also prepared a bowl of broth with a bit of sour taste and some mincemeat floating in it for them to drink. Both brothers were very grateful to this kind old woman. And that night they slept on a haystack in the kitchen. That night, my sleeping brother was suddenly awakened by the rustling and crunching sounds of chewing. He woke up and found that his brother, who was supposed to be sleeping next to him, was missing. Moreover, in the dark corner of the kitchen, a figure could be seen squatting with his back to him, and the small crunching sound of chewing came from there. The younger brother had the courage to look carefully at the figure. It was the old woman. "What are you doing here so late?" The younger brother plucked up the courage to ask. "I'm hungry." Eat something, the old woman replied in a hoarse voice, accompanied by the crunching sound of chewing in her mouth. Eating? Yeah. Do you want some? The old woman said this and handed her brother a small piece of mincemeat.
This is delicious.
She said this in a weird tone. Then, the younger brother raised the piece of meat in front of him and found that it was actually a bloody severed finger. Isn't it very scary? I heard Teacher Meyer tell this story when I was a child, and I was so scared.
When the pastor's sister told the ending of the story, she hugged the kerosene lamp, shrugged her shoulders, trembled slightly, and expressed her thoughts.
Close. You've told this story several times.
Jishio and Yuval both shook their heads.
So, I'm here to scare Dorn.
The pastor's sister patted the quilt underneath her.
How are you, Dorn? Are you scared? Actually, no.
Dorn just spread his hands. As an earthling living in an era of extreme information explosion, I have seen a lot of weird and bizarre stories on the internet. And Don has also read many horror-themed novels, comics, and film and television works. Therefore, oral horror stories without any explosive points are generally difficult to scare him.
Oh, you are boring. Dawn.
The pastor's sister did not see Dawn's frightened look, and sighed leisurely, her mood waning.
Wait a minute. I'm not telling you. Aren't you a priest of the Holy See? And you are also good at fighting. Why are you afraid of this kind of story? The priest also has the right to be afraid. Besides, this has nothing to do with being able to fight. Right? In the context of war and famine, the tragedy of human cannibalism? Isn't this terrifying? Dorn, you have no heart.
Cross angrily, of course. Dawn! I don't know why, but when Cross explained it like this, the concept of this horror story, which was not very scary at first, suddenly became more interesting. Chapter 244, The Weirdness after the horror story. After Cross's story was finished, it was Kishu and Yuval's turn. They also each tell a horror-based story. Among them, Yuval's story is about the evil spirit in red that lingers beside the dry well. It seemed that he had personally experienced extermination of spirits not long after he first entered the church. Because it is a first-person personal experience story, Yuval's story is told quite vividly. It matches the atmosphere of the scene, and is quite exciting to listen to. Next, the kerosene lamp was passed to Adele.
Okay, it's Sister Adele's turn to tell us a story.
The pastor's sister was very appreciative and looking forward to it. The lady holding the sword took the lamp, but she just frowned her heroic eyebrows.
I don't tell horror stories.
Although the story conference hosted by Cross tonight did not have a set theme, but because of the atmosphere and the good start made by the organizer Cross, everyone agreed that tonight's story was all about horror stories.
It's okay, but let me talk first.
At this time, Dorn was fully integrated into tonight's activities and took the initiative to ask for help. Miss Swordholder nodded, and then handed the oil lamp in her hand to Dorn.
That's right. Sister Adele is so powerful. In fact, there won't be any stories that scare you at all.
Right? Cross said.
Who just said that whether you are scared or not has nothing to do with whether you can fight.
Dorn took the light and shrugged.
Because she is Sister Adele. Of course she is different from me. Dawn, tell your story now. Although my story didn't scare you, I bet your story won't scare me either. Wait, I will laugh at you after you tell me.
The priest's sister stuck her tongue out at Dawn on the bed. And this time, Adele's expression on the side was a little lost, and she repeated in a low voice,
"The things I'm afraid of."
The sword-wielding lady's chestnut eyes became slightly hollow, as if she had unconsciously fallen into memories. Soon, she seemed to recall something, and her body could not help but tremble slightly. However, this kind of trembling caused by fear was forcibly restrained by the sword-wielder's willpower in an instant. In addition, at this time, the hull of the ship was shaking more than before, and everyone else's attention happened to be focused on Dorn, who was about to tell a story. Therefore, no one noticed Adele's series of tiny movements just now. As for Dorn, the story has already begun.
According to legend, at midnight, as long as a person enters the bathroom, lights a candle, closes his eyes in front of the mirror and murmurs, "Bloody Mary," he will see in the mirror.
The end was still bumping, and the flame of the kerosene lamp flickered brightly and dimly under the shaking. Outside there was the sound of rain, and the sound of waves, like the roar of a ferocious beast. In this atmosphere, a story about Bloody Mary is finished. Because Dawn is very good at telling stories, this story is very atmospheric. Jishio and Yuval's attention was very focused. This novel, never heard horror story was indeed very gripping. The lady holding the sword seemed a little absent-minded for some reason. Maybe it's because such a story isn't enough to scare her. What satisfied Dawn the most was Cross's reaction on the bed.
The bloody countess took a bath in the girl's blood and used it to stay young. This is too scary.
After hearing the story of Bloody Mary, the priest's sister had already begun to tremble while hugging Dawn's pillow. Dawn had figured it out before. Cross, this guy, obviously belongs to the type who is not very courageous, but is good at it and loves to play. What could be more fun than scaring her?
Is it scary? Yes, it is scary. Moreover, Bloody Mary especially likes the blood of fair-skinned, beautiful girls. Just like you. Cross.
Dawn nodded matter-of-factly.
Wow. Stop. Stop talking.
The pastor's sister's big eyes flashed, and the pillow in her arms hugged her tighter.
Then let me tell you something else.
Dawn became interested and had a bad taste in teasing Cross.
Is there more?
Cross hesitated, looking like she wanted to hear, but didn't dare to. Yuval and Jishio both expressed their intention to let Dawn continue.
This time, it's about a ghost who can tear off a girl's skin and wear it on her body.
Dawn started again.
Wait a minute. What did the girls do wrong?
The pastor's sister protested, holding a pillow in her arms. After finishing telling a Chinese painting story that had been modified to fit the background of another world, Dawn was in high spirits and told several more stories in one go. For example, the Riff Girl, Annabelle, etc., and even talked about the indescribable existence in the deep sea that fits the current atmosphere. All were changed into versions that fit the background of the Land of Miracles. And then slowly said, after hearing the end, even Jishio and Yuval were infected by the terrifying atmosphere in this stormy night, and felt a slight chill on their spines. Cross was even more frightened. Cross originally came to Dawn's room tonight with the intention of
scare Dawn well.
But she was quite frightened.
Sister Adele, can we sleep in the same bed tonight?
At the end of the story, the priest's sister had already covered herself with Dawn's quilt, crying a little, and begged Adele pitifully to hug her and sleep with her tonight. Wait until the evening storytelling session is over. The storm in the stormy sea area still maintains a state of neither big nor small, but the night was already deep. It's time for the clergy to go to their rooms and sleep. Among them, Cross pulled Adele by the hem of her clothes and left. As she left, her big eyes that were originally dazzling stared at Dawn with unusual shame and anger.
I won't talk to you all day tomorrow.
Dawn! Dawn just shrugged and looked innocent. After all the priests have left, after taking some time to wash up briefly, Dawn took off his clothes and got ready for bed. Amidst the swaying hull, howling wind and rain, for some reason, he fell asleep unusually quickly. And wait until Dawn falls asleep. The Alice's bedtime reading that he had placed on the bedside table suddenly opened with a splash. And then the pages flapped and floated, gently flying to the side of the pillow. In the story world, Alice by
Wow. Those stories told by the villain Dawn. As long as I think about them, I feel so scary.
Black Alice.
Really? He's really a bad guy who only scares girls with horror stories to satisfy his own weird fetishes. Pervert. It's a shame I listened so hard for so long.
The dragon lady complained like this, but the dark red reader in the real world moved closer to Dawn,
and even got into the quilt carefully. Well, for Alice, this feels safer. Alice by
That's strange. Did the villain Dawn sleep a little too soundly? He got into his quilt and didn't move at all?
Black Alice.
You lazy guy. The great lady Alice is willing to let him follow you. It's a mistake. What happened? Is there a sudden surge of strong magic here?
Dragon Lady's observation of reality is very vague and laborious, but she still noticed a sudden strange feeling. Moreover, it seemed that not only Dawn's room, but to be precise, the entire Annie fell into a strange and unspeakable state in a short period of time. Although she didn't understand what happened, Long Nyan's first reaction was, let's first draw Dawn into the story world and get rid of the weirdness of reality. Can be followed.
Why did Dawn suddenly become so heavy? It's like it weighs as much as 60 or 70 people.
Dawn is overweight. The acceptable accommodation limit for Dragon Lady has been exceeded. Therefore, it is impossible to enter the Dark Red Book. Chapter 245, Capturing the Dream. The room was very dark, with no lights on and the curtains tightly drawn. The immersive game cabin next to the wall is in standby mode, with a blue breathing light flashing. Next to the window, there is a blue gaming chair and a solid wood desk with a cold industrial style. On the table are several swimsuit figurines of different wives. Apart from the figures, what occupies the largest area of the desk is a large computer. The host is still running, and the screen is flashing cold fluorescent light, which displays the author submission interface of the video portal platform. You can see it through this interface. The video titled, Exploring 26 Fly Restaurants in Chengdu That Are Enough to Become a God, has been successfully released. The backend also received a large video reward worth up to the leader. The idea of the rewarder is, I actually don't like tomatoes. Everything in front of me was extremely familiar. Yet there was a sense of strangeness brought about by a long absence.
My study,
Don muttered to himself after looking around. Then, he stared at the idea of the bounty owner for a while.
I remember. It's been a long time since I didn't like tomatoes. Before I traveled through time, I hadn't appeared again for a long time. So, why did I have such a dream? Who or what made me have such a dream and dominated this dream?
Don is dreaming. With Dream, Level 5. He can stay awake according to his own will in a dream. It's the same now. So he knew very well that he was not back on Earth now. And he was not going home. But I had a strange dream. It's just a dream. Moreover, Dorn was pulled into the dream without knowing it, and was still in a passive state. This shows that the person who pulls him into the dream has more control over the dream than he does. What's even more troublesome is that for some reason, Don reappeared the study scene from the Earth period in his dream. If this scene is seen by the other party, big problems may occur.
But it's useless to panic now. I have to find a way to solve the problem. Or directly solve the person behind the problem.
Dorn tried to force himself to calm down. Then, Dream activates. Those ominous dark red nightmare auras surged out from around Dorn's body in the dream, spread out in all directions, and blended into every corner of the study. Dorn wanted to try to use his breath to corrode the current dream to see if he could gain control of the dream. As soon as the nightmare breath came out, he was quickly counterattacked by the power originally contained in this dream. Dorn could feel a force as vast as the deep sea, oppressing him unreasonably. The scattered nightmare aura was expelled and returned to the master's side, gathering together. Obviously, this terrifying and vast power is not something that Dorn can directly compete with. However, during the initial brief struggle, he also discovered an important point worth noting. Although the power inherent in dreams is vast and incomparable, it is not a piece of iron. How to say? This dream power feels overwhelming. But it is also very soft and extremely loose, as if it is riddled with holes, or like a plate of loose sand. Based on this consideration, Dorn gathered the nightmare aura around him and solidified it together. Under the pressure of the outside dream power, the dark red nightmare aura shrank smaller and smaller, and became more and more solid, as if it had substance.
That's not right. What's going on with the owner of this dream? I released my nightmare aura to try to disrupt this dream. It's equivalent to vandalizing and looting in his living room. Why hasn't he come forward yet?
Don frowned in thought, feeling that something was not going right. But now, he can only choose to continue to use the dream skill, control his own breath, and compete with the power of the dream itself. The dark red nightmare aura was still gathering bit by bit under the pressure of the power of the dream. And it was so thick that it seemed like water would drip out. Slowly, the feeling of the nightmare breath began to become like a hard iron rod, like a sharp sword. At this moment, this substantial dark red aura gathered around Dorn, not so much trying to resist the power of the dream. It would be better to say that he is shining his bright edge and taking the initiative to stir up the loose dream. System prompt, Dream Level 5, Critical Breakthrough. The next time you obtain phase skills, you will definitely be upgraded to a high level. A notification seemed to pop up in the system on my body. But Dorn didn't have time to confirm. He is still carefully controlling the aura of nightmares, actively stirring up this dream, trying to directly seize the dominance of the dream with his small skills. His breathing became heavy, and sweat began to form on his forehead. Although he was in a dream, Dorn still felt that the long period of interpretation was slowly draining his mental energy. Time passed by minute by minute. The two forces that can control dreams, sharp and loose, are still blending and entangled. At this moment, buzz, a crisp explosion resounded in the study and throughout the dream space. Following this explosion, Dorn could feel that the original vast power of the dream no longer resisted and expelled the nightmare aura he controlled. Moreover, although it has not completely seized the current dominance of the dream, but after a long period of entanglement, and under the precondition that the two forces that control dreams finally achieve peaceful coexistence, Dorn gained a certain degree of control over this dream, that was not dominated by him. The sharp nightmare aura can now freely shuttle through the huge and loose original dream power, making it pervasive. Although there is a huge difference in size between the two, the smaller one is extremely hard while the larger one is soft. Dorn's current control over the dream is roughly 50-50 equal to that of the dream's original owner. And he can do many things. For example, he can now use the dream skill to modify the content of this dream to a certain extent. You can obtain some information from this dream on your own. And most importantly, he can voluntarily exit this dream.
I have begun to seize control of the dream, and I have turned against the guest. Why does the original owner of this dream still show no sign at all? So generous?
Don was talking to himself like this, still feeling that things were indescribably weird. At the same time, although he had gained the ability to escape from dreams through tenacious struggle and forge ahead. After a brief thought, Dorn did not do so immediately.
First, do a certain degree of exploration in this dream. Once you find something is wrong, leave immediately.
Because he had gained half of the control over this dream. Even if the original owner of the dream showed up to cause trouble, Dorn had the confidence to leave the dream immediately and wake up in reality. Therefore, now he is much more calm in the dream world. I have grabbed all the permissions. Don't use them in vain. Let's explore this strange dream first. Chapter 246. As long as you are brave. Sadako. Just now when I was controlling the nightmare aura to compete with the original dream, a system prompt popped up. Although Dorn didn't read the prompts carefully at the time, he roughly got a glimpse of the skill, dream, and what kind of phase skills he got, and then upgraded. Dorn had experienced the system setting of skill upgrading after eating the boss bullfrog. At that time, the skills provided by bullfrog seemed to be too powerful, so he directly upgraded them with 2 resistance passives and a poison skill. Probably during my turn, I will fuse the newly acquired skills with the original skills in the skill pool to obtain stronger advanced skills. This feeling. Now, the dream skill seems to have gotten some chance to upgrade, but it seems that it can only be realized after getting the next skill that is more compatible with it. Therefore, reading it will not affect the current situation. Let's wait until we get out of this dream. With the intention of exploring the current dream, Dorn gathered around him, and the substantial dark red aura surged and spread out again. The aura of nightmares once again blended into every part of the study. But this time, he was no longer driven away by the original power in the dream. As his aura blended into the study, Dorn began to obtain some information about this dream. Although he did not directly know who the original owner of the dream was, he did know the most direct effect this dream would bring.
People in this dream will revisit the most terrifying memories in their memories?
Dorn murmured to himself, touching his chin.
Will it also be effective for me? Then the most terrifying memories in my memories, what are memories?
Fight the boss bullfrog? Fighting the demon Baphomet? It seems like neither. The study room of the Earth period appears in the dream, which should be directly related to the effect of this dream.
So, my most terrifying memories are from the Earth period?
Dorn frowned slightly. It shouldn't be. There seems to be no particularly scary memories of the life under the red flag during the Earth period.
Right? No. The scene is my study. So my scariest memory is actually the time when I worked overtime and relied on coffee to stay up all night editing a film. TSK. It makes sense.
Dorn's thoughts began to wander. He looked around at the layout of the study again, and there was nothing strange about it. However, behind the door, there was a small express box, which caught his attention.
The express boxes that I didn't bother to open before, or that were not used immediately, would indeed be left there. But, what is this?
Don walked forward, picked up the express box and checked it. There is no sender's information or recipient's information on the express carton. It's just a box. Confused, Don opened the box. Inside is an old videotape, which has an inexplicable sense of déjà vu.
In my time, this kind of old-fashioned videotape has basically disappeared. I have definitely never seen it in reality,
Dorn said to himself while holding the videotape. Then, he turned around and saw that where the immersive game cabin full of technology should have been placed, there was a TV set that was as old as an antique and could just play the videotape.
Things will develop inexplicably, which makes it feel like a dream.
Dorn looked at the TV that suddenly appeared and replaced the game cabin, and nodded calmly.
Besides, I finally understand what this videotape is. Is this the scariest memory in my memory?
Don didn't hesitate much and put the videotape into the old TV. Currently, he has the ability to modify this dream to a certain extent. Generally speaking, any monsters in the dream cannot scare him. The half-master of the dream. Snap. The TV starts to work. At first it showed a snowflake and a rustling noise. After a while, a picture began to appear on the old TV. It was a black and white picture of a woman combing her hair in front of the mirror. Then, there were snowflakes and rustling. Then a writhing figure on the ground. The moon. And a well.
As expected. It's
The Ring.
Dot.
Dorn shook his head helplessly. The movie, The Ring, was considered a very, very old movie in the era when Dawn lived. However, despite its age, this film still maintains a certain degree of popularity because of Sadako, a classic horror character. And Dawn, when he was very young, had watched this movie by accident. Among them, the scene of Miss Sadako crawling out of the well with her hair down, and finally crawling out of the TV, really left a large shadow area in his young mind. Therefore, The Ring and Miss Sadako can be regarded as the shadow of Dawn's childhood.
However, later on I seemed not to be so afraid of Sadako.
The old TV continued to operate, and Miss Sadako on the screen had climbed out of the entrance and crawled towards the camera. Slowly, Sadako's pale, trembling hand stretched out the screen. Dawn took a small step back. Let me put it bluntly. Watching horror movies when you were a child, and experiencing horror scenes in person now, give people a very different feeling. Because the effect of the dream is to receive the most terrifying memory in the memory. But it is not said to be 100% restoration of this memory. This kind of character transformation of watching a movie as a child, and now becoming the protagonist of the movie and experiencing Sadako's step-by-step climb towards him is quite consistent with the way dreams unfold. It's a bit scary.
Why don't we put this TV up?
Dawn thought this way, and planned to use the dream skill to directly eliminate this old TV in the study. However, before he could actually do it, something strange happened. Miss Sadako, who had already put her head and arms out of the TV, suddenly stopped crawling out. She just stood stiff and motionless, her body trembling slightly. Miss Sadako, I seem to be stuck. Dawn's gaze moved towards the screen of the old TV, which was just Sadako's chest. Ah, yes, it's stuck. Dorn looked at Miss Sadako up and down again. At this moment, this famous horror character's body was trembling slightly, and her long black hair covering her face looked inexplicably black and smooth. It was in sharp contrast to her exposed pale skin. Between the hair tips, there is a small nose and mouth looming.
Ah, this.
Dorn took back the step he took earlier.
There should be no such development in
The Ring.
However, I have indeed seen a similar plot.
Well, I have seen such a plot in Miss Sadako's book.
What do you mean? As long as you are brave. Sadako takes maternity leave. It was only after I happened to read your book in adolescence that I no longer feared your image.
Dawn said this as he looked at the helpless and pitiful Miss Sadako, half of her body stuck in the TV. This wave is a special desensitization treatment for childhood shadows. And it is a victory for LSP. How should I say? Thank the book artist for giving me a sunny childhood?
And it's not just you. In fact, your fellow countrymen's colleagues, such as the 8-foot girl, the slick girl, and even the little Hanako girl in the toilet, etc., all have their own books.
Dorn still looked at the pitiful Miss Sadako in front of him, and his mood became even more complicated. I'm sorry for being human. Poor Miss Sadako, who is stuck in the TV, will probably never understand how the human XP system can evolve to such an outrageously powerful level. Chapter 247 Dream Boundary. Use the dream skill to change the current dream. The dark red nightmare aura surged, and the old TV, as well as Miss Sadako, who was stuck in a shameful posture, all disappeared.
So this is just a dream?
Dorn felt uninterested. Then he spread the nightmare aura around him again. This time, the dark red ominous aura, under Dorn's control, passed through the wall of the study and reached the outside unimpeded.
Can it pass?
Dorn raised his eyebrows slightly, because he has mastered the skill of dream entering for a long time. Dorn now has a certain degree of special understanding of dreams. One of these cognitions is more critical, and that is the boundary of dreams. Previously, Dorn had had initial contact with this in the memories shown to him by the Nightmare Horse. In the scenes given by Nightmare Horse, every scene has a boundary, and the end of the boundary is the wall of air. It feels like, let's explore the area ahead later. After Dorn mastered the dream entering skill, he later explored dreams. In the process of exploration, he discovered that the boundaries of dreams are universal. Whether it is a dream he constructed himself or when he visits other people's dreams, He can find this objective fact. Dawn also discovered that there is no definite limit to the boundaries and scope of this kind of dream. It is possible that the four walls of a room are the boundaries. In this scenario, you can only move inside the room. It is also possible that the vast and boundless grassland ends at the border, with an impenetrable and invisible wall of air rising. No matter how big the grassland in the dream is, the boundaries still exist. Even Dorn's own dream foundation, that void dark space, also has an impenetrable boundary. As for the study where we are currently, according to Dorn's experience of dreams, the four walls are the border and cannot be passed. On the other side of the wall is the restricted area of dreams. If you want to leave this room in a dream, you can only completely switch the scene. But now, the nightmare breath passed through easily.
My prediction was wrong. Maybe in this dream, this room is not the boundary, but the entire outline of my home, or even the neighborhood where my home is located, is the boundary?
Dorn touched his chin and said to himself. After gathering back the nightmare aura, he walked to the door of the room and pulled the handle. Snap. The door opened. Outside, it was not the wooden floor corridor that Dorn was familiar with at home. It was a long brick alley. There was a faint, dim light at the end of the alley, which must have been a kerosene lamp. The walls beside the alley are not too high, and they are all in the style of the Land of Miracles. And the door of his study room is embedded in the dark wall of the alley.
The door of my study leads to a certain alley in another world, which is a bit interesting. However, it is not surprising that the dream unfolds like this.
Dawn said this, then closed the door of his study room, and then opened it again. The study is still a modern study on Earth. The furnishings have not changed, and the outside is still an alley in another world.
This dream is quite stable.
Dorn raised his eyebrows slightly. Then, he once again spread and surged out the substantial nightmare aura around him. The dark red ominous aura passed through the walls of the alley and spread far and wide.
Still can't find the boundary.
Dorn shook his head, then gathered back the nightmare aura and surrounded him. If these breaths lead too far, his ability to control the current dream will be correspondingly weakened. After all, this is still someone else's dream, so it's better to be careful. It's a bit too risky to spread the nightmare aura unlimitedly to find the boundary.
Let's explore this place first.
Dorn looked at the dimly lit alley in front, then at the deep alley behind, and finally chose to walk back. If you have to choose the one that looks more exciting first. Deep in the alley, the red-haired Jishio ran away. However, compared to the Jishio that Dorn knew, the face in front of him looked much greener.
Wind! Wind! Sweeping.
The young Jishio took a short breath, and two groups of wind elves with bright green light flashed twice, and a small tornado swept behind him. And the person chasing after him was also someone familiar to Dorn. The little leader of the Apocalypse religion was consumed to death by parasite spores and gorilla mantra. Silver Lizard. This old cultist looked similar to Dorn's impression. His temples were already turning gray, and the muscles under his face were twitching and squirming strangely, with a sense of madness penetrating into his bones. Facing the oncoming small tornado, the suspended black corrupted aura around Silver Lizard trembled. A ball of black energy directly knocked the tornado to the ground and disappeared without a trace.
Stop! Boy from the Holy See! Stop! Ah! My brain is trembling. Eat your flesh and drink your blood.
The Silver Lizard yelled crazily. Of course Jishio won't stop. He kept running, and kept running. This long, dark alley was unknown, as if it would never end. Jishio didn't remember how long he had been running. He was tired, scared, and desperate. But he kept running, kept running. Suddenly, Jishio's feet kicked a slightly raised rock tile. The young cleric, who was running, suddenly lost his balance and fell to the ground. He slid far away, and his palms, arms, and chin were bruised and bruised by the ground. And the cultist behind him, whose skin and flesh were twisting and whose human form was almost invisible, was roaring crazily and getting closer step by step. The cultists will catch him and eat him. Jishio had just become a priest and had just mastered the power of the wind elves. I just met Yuval, a boy who has a very lively conversation, and Cross, an eccentric girl. He doesn't want to die.
Help! Help!
Jishio said, crying in fear and cowardice. This red-haired cleric boy had an unruly and strong personality, and he originally thought he would never cry. The old cultists are still approaching. At this moment, Jishio had a very vague feeling that several people would appear in time and fight off the Silver Lizard. Who is it? It seemed. it seemed. The cleric captain who was performing the mission together, and an accompanying clergyman. Then, the cleric captain, who had always cared for him, would have one of his arms broken and corroded by the corrupted aura during the fight with the silver lizard. That kind of corrosion full of corruption. Even the divine grace potion could not save the arm. Later, the captain could no longer be a priest, and the Holy See arranged for him to return to his hometown for retirement. That's it. All because of myself. It's all my fault that I am too weak and have no strength. But then, Jisho had a different feeling. It seemed that no one would come to save him. The almost invisible cultist would pounce on him, tear open his chest, gnaw on his flesh, and suck his blood. I will break him into pieces and hold him in my palms. Then everything repeats. Cycle. He will run away in the alley again, fall down again, be killed again, be eaten clean again, and run away again in the alley, crying, helpless, fearful, desperate, over and over again, like a recurring nightmare that you can never wake up from. In the end, which one is going to happen later? What exactly are you going through? What is real and what is false? Chapter 248, the most terrifying memory. The inhuman old cultist silver lizard is still approaching step by step.
Ah! The brain! It's shaking! Eat your flesh! Drink your blood!
Jishio fell to the ground and was unable to escape. He was desperate. If he is going to die, no one will save him. He now understood which of the two vague feelings that had just appeared would come true. The silver lizard will kill him, eat him, and then continue to chase him, like a nightmare that can never be shaken off.
Ah! Eat it! Eat it! Eat it!
Silver lizard arrived in front of Jishio, and those suspended corrupted black air masses were ready to attack. And just then, a dark red, ominous and heavy aura suddenly lingered around this old cultist. This dark red aura flashed across the silver lizard's body. Afterwards, the old cultist was like a puppet whose strings had been cut off. He maintained his crazy appearance without a human form, but fell into a strange state of silence. Motionless.
What is going on?
Jishio was surprised. Immediately afterwards, he saw a young male figure with a tall and straight posture walking towards the other end of the alley. The man who came over had black hair and black eyes, and he had a strong sense of familiarity.
Dorn?
Jishio recognized the other party. After blurting out Dorn's name, the red-haired cleric's youthful appearance began to change, becoming the same age as the display.
Actually, I think you look better with that green, boyish face just now.
Dorn smiled at him.
Why are you here?
Jishio looked at Dorn in astonishment, and then at the immobile silver lizard.
Why is he here? No. Why am I here? What on earth is this? Where? Your series of questions are quite zen-like.
Dorn shrugged.
As for this is a dream. What is zen? No. You said this is a dream? Well, you know, the grass on the grave of this old cultist is half a meter high. Oh, he may not have a grave. In short, he has been dead for a long time.
Dorn's tone revealed his usual calmness.
Dead? A long time ago.
Jishio looked at the motionless silver lizard, and his consciousness slowly began to clear up. He finally realized that he was trapped in a weird and terrifying dream. At this time, Dorn was also looking at the silver lizard with interest, thinking,
how dare this old cultist chase Jishio in the alley? Then he chased me in the alley, and then I chased him out of the alley. Is this a good reincarnation?
After looking at the silver lizard in the dream, Dorn turned back to look at the red-haired cleric.
Hey, Jishio, are you ready? I want him to move. What are you talking about?
Jishio still maintained the stunned look on his face. Obviously, it is difficult for him to fully understand, digest and accept the series of strange things that are happening now.
I made the silver lizard in this dream unable to move, so of course I can restore his movements.
As Don spoke this, he opened the palm of his right hand, and an unknown dark red nightmare aura swept across his palm.
That was it just now!
Jishio recognized the dark red aura that flashed across the silver lizard just now.
But why did you do this? I mean, why did you let him move again? Huh? Isn't this a matter of course? Since your most fearful memories are about this old thing. As a friend, of course I have to give you a chance and let you feel good about defeating him here.
Don took this statement for granted.
What makes you feel good?
Jishio frowned, and his confused face finally regained its familiar unruly expression. He raised his head and stared at the motionless silver lizard in front of him. and his tone began to lose confidence.
How could I be afraid of him? Is that so? Then, should I let him go? Wait a minute.
Jishio still stared at the inhuman silver lizard. His breathing became slightly heavier. His fists clenched, and his attitude changed.
I don't understand how you did it, but let him move. Please, Dorn. I need to knock him down, even in my sleep.
Dorn still smiled at Jishio relaxedly.
Look, I just said you need to feel refreshed.
Then, Dream activates. An unknown dark red aura surged, and the silver lizard, which was as motionless as a puppet, became active again.
Death. Die. Give me blood. Give me meat. Give me.
This crazy old cultist ignored Dorn, who was standing beside him. As if he had been disconnected and reconnected. He rushed towards Jishio again. But this time, he was no longer facing the young priest, who looked young and didn't have much combat experience.
Oh wind! Sweep my enemies away!
Jishio chanted calmly. And a huge number of bright green wind elves flashed out of the surrounding air, like a spinning ribbon surrounding the red-haired cleric. They trembled slightly and resonated with each other. Then, it turned into sharp wind blades and strangled the silver lizard that rushed towards it. At the same time, the black degenerate aura surrounding the old cultist, who flew towards him, also shot out rapidly, as if it had been induced. Sharp wind blades and fallen air masses bombarded each other, shaking each other and disappearing. However, in the end, Jishio's wind elves were superior in numbers. After all the corrupted auras were blasted away, several swift wind blades sliced open the silver lizard's flesh-wriggling body. 2 of them slashed directly towards the neck. Extremely cruel. The old cultist's body and head were separated. The head rolled on the ground, and the headless body was bleeding like a fountain and slowly fell down.
Jishio's coolness is really cruel.
Dorn stood not too far away from the battlefield, and the warm blood of the silver lizard splashed on him. However, as Dorn waved his hand and the dark red nightmare aura surged, all the blood on his body disappeared. Jishio looked at the dead silver lizard on the ground. His eyes flashed, but he was speechless for a moment. At this time, Dawn spoke untimely.
Although it is revenge in a dream, Jishio, you should return to reality and slowly understand the complex emotions that arise after revenge. Now, reality? Yes. Didn't I say that? This is a dream. So in reality, we are all sleeping. Then how should we wake up?
Jishio was not stupid and had long realized that this dream was unusual. As for Dawn, he just shrugged.
Just leave this to me. It's not us. It's you. You need to wake up to reality first. Since I can find you in this dream world, it means that there are probably other people trapped here, and I have to continue exploring in this dream for a while. Also, this dream is very weird, so I have reason to suspect that a certain degree of change has occurred in reality. You should be careful when you go out.
After Dorn explained in this way, without waiting for Jishio to answer anything, the ominous nightmare aura surged around him again. A dark red aura surrounded Jishio, and in the blink of an eye, the red-haired cleric disappeared on the spot. Under Dorn's control, he escaped from the dream and returned to reality. Chapter 249 Group Dream. After sending Jishio away, Dorn rubbed his chin and thought for a while.
What Jishio just said is absolutely real. In other words, the 2 of us were pulled into a dream by the owner of this dream.
He said to himself. Dorn currently has about half of the control power over this dream. Therefore, he can clearly distinguish the difference between the Jishio he just saw and the silver lizard. Jishio is a person who enters the dream world from the outside world and has living thoughts. And that silver lizard was just an illusory product born in a dream based on Jishio's memory. In addition, Dorn's own dream entering only allows him to pull a target into a dream, or enter a person's dream. In other words, in the dreams he had explored before, there were at most 2 people including himself. But things are different now. Dorn himself and Jishio, who he just met, were obviously pulled into the same dream by the same force. Moreover, it is not ruled out that there are other people in this dream. Moreover, Dawn estimates that this possibility is very high.
Is this a group dream?
The other 3 priests, and even the crew of Ian, may have entered this weird dream and were scattered in other areas of the dream.
So, this is most likely the reason why I can't explore the dream border? Because there are so many people in this dream? The dreams of different people are intertwined, breaking the barrier of the air wall?
Dawn was thinking randomly in his mind. Guess. It feels like the more you explore and think about it, the more valuable this weird dream is to explore. Dorn gave up thinking for the time being and glanced at the body of the silver lizard on the ground. Then with a wave of his hand, a dark red ominous aura surged, and the silver lizard born in the dream disappeared without a trace. Then, he continued walking deeper into the alley. This alley is long and dark, and you can't see much change along the way. After Dorn walked forward for a while, he saw the end of the alley, a high wall made of bricks and stones. The dark red nightmare aura rushed out again and passed through the high wall in front of him. Then, with Dorn raising his eyebrows slightly in surprise, the nightmare aura condensed back to him again. Dorn walked forward without any hesitation in his steps. He walked straight towards the high wall in front of him and bumped into it head-on. Then his body passed through the wall without any hindrance. After passing the high wall, Dorn found himself standing a little further inside the entrance to the alley, under the hanging horseshoe lamp. Looking deeper into the alley, you can still see the door of your study room, abruptly embedded in the wall.
Good guy. Platform 9 3/4? Or is it Ouroboros?
It seems that the alley that trapped Jishio is like a snake biting its own tail. The head and tail are connected, and the tail is the head. However, this is a dreamland after all, and it is a place of weirdness and weirdness. Dorn would not be surprised by what kind of things would happen and how unreasonable developments would unfold. He set his sights outside the alley again. Different from the darkness in the alley, there was an unusually bright light outside the alley entrance. A vast expanse of white, making it difficult to see what was outside. However, with Dorn's authority over half of this dream, he knew that the entrance to the alley led to other areas of this weird dreamland. So, he walked towards the entrance of the alley. After stepping through the foggy door, he saw the scene outside clearly. This is a rainforest. A rainforest filled with purple poisonous gas. Dorn turned around and saw that the entrance to the alley was still very abrupt in the rainforest. He stopped paying attention to the alley and started exploring around the rainforest. After walking only a few steps, he heard a familiar voice. Moo. The sound of a bullfrog.
It seems that someone's most terrifying memory is related to the bullfrog in Poison Swamp.
Dorn muttered to himself and rushed towards the source of the bullfrog's chirping. Deep in the rainforest, in the area with the strongest poisonous gas, Dorn saw the boss bullfrog. But he felt that this bullfrog seemed much taller and more ferocious than the one he actually encountered in the poison swamp. I don't know if it's the result of artistic processing in the dream. There are two priests who confront Bullfrog, Cross and Yuval. It seems that the battle in the ruins of God still left a lot of psychological shadow on the squint-eyed priest and Cross. After all, they really felt that they were probably going to die. And now in the match against Bullfrog in the dream, Yuval sings and buffs, while Cross wields Communist of Kindness to resist. However, the two priests were both at the end of their strength and were about to be unable to hold on. After Dorn found them, he directly activated Dream and modified the current dream content. The purple poisonous gas in the rainforest was wiped away, along with the terrifying poisonous frog. This time he didn't deal with the encounter between Cross and Yuval like he did when he met Jishio, because now he feels more and more that this weird dream is very fishy. So Dorn needs to spend more time exploring the dream. And helping the priest's sister and Yuval fight against the bullfrog is no better than helping Jishio fight against the silver lizard. Jishio could rely on his own strength to eliminate the silver lizard in the dream in 3 strikes. 5 strikes and 2 strikes. And it didn't take much time at all. The gap between the bullfrog in front of him and the two priests was really too big. It's impossible to defeat Cross and Yuval alone. If Dawn wanted the two of them to also be in the dream and refresh themselves, it would probably take a lot of thought and time. In addition, the most terrifying memories also have priorities. Jishio's situation has obviously become a mental illness, and the situation on Cross and Yuval's side must be much better in comparison. If that doesn't work, you can wait for the weird dream situation in front of you to be resolved, and then slowly dream Cross and Yuval after you get out, and perform dream psychotherapy on them.
No! Think about it this way. Why am I a cook responsible for treating my teammates' PTSD?
After some complicated mental activity, Dorn frowned slightly. Cross and Yuval also noticed Dorn's appearance at this time.
Dawn! You finally came to save us! Yuval, I were killed many times by that big poisonous frog. Wow!
The priest's sister was really filled with joy and sorrow when she saw Dawn appear. Putting down the bearer of benevolence in his hand, he stepped forward and gave Dorn a firm bear hug. In the dream, the priest's sister was wearing a suit of heavy armor that fit perfectly. which really made people feel panicked. Chapter 250 The Unbound by Tentacles. Dorn was still patting Cross' heavily armored back to comfort him. And Yuval also stepped forward. Yuval, who usually squinted his eyes, now widened his eyes.
Mr. Dorn, have you seen Lord Adele? No. I didn't find Miss Adele either. But I found Jishio.
Don answered truthfully.
What about the Jishio people?
Yuval continued to ask.
Back to reality. What do you mean? Mr. Dorn, do you know what is happening now? Wasn't that poisonous frog killed by you before? Why did it appear again? Where are we now?
Yuval looked at Dorn's calm expression and felt that he must have more information about the current situation. So he asked several questions in one go, judging from the questions he asked. Except for the fact that this squinting priest had not yet realized that he was in a dream. He was still in a state of consciousness, which was very different from the Jishio he had just met. Don estimates that it is because everyone has different levels of fear of fearful memories, which will affect his state in this dream to some extent. Although Yuval and Cross are afraid of poisonous frogs, they only stay in the simple fear stage, so their self-awareness is relatively clear. As for Jishio, because of the degree of mental illness left by Silver Lizard, he would probably lose himself in this dream.
This is a dream. Jishio has already woken up first. I think there is a high probability that something has happened in the real world. So you two had better get out of the dream now.
Dorn briefly explained the current situation.
Don! I don't understand.
The pastor's sister had calmed down a bit and let go of Don.
You don't need to understand. Just go out. Anyway, leave the matters in the dream to me. If there are problems in reality, you can deal with them.
Don shook his head slightly. And after saying this, he didn't explain any more. Then, a dark red ominous aura surged around him, lingering around Cross and Yuval. In an instant, the two newly found priests also disappeared in the dream world. After seeing off the two clergymen, Dorn stood there and pondered for a moment.
Among the clergy, Miss Adele is the only one who has not been found. Fighting the bullfrog is not her most terrifying memory.
Is the lady holding the sword in another area of the dream? Or did she not enter this dream at all because of her own strength?
If Miss Adele has indeed entered a dream, what will be her most fearful memory? Or, is there really anything she is afraid of if she is so strong?
Dorn's thoughts wandered for a while, but to no avail. I could only shake my head, collect my mood, and continue to explore the surroundings of the rainforest where I was currently. This dream scene is so large that it seems to have no boundaries. There must be something else worth exploring. The end of the rainforest. When Dorn walked here, he saw the endless ocean. It was as if the rainforest he was in was actually an island. It was dark over the ocean, and the dark clouds were low. There was a thunderstorm, and it seemed like we were experiencing a thunderstorm at sea.
This place should already be someone else's dream,
Dorn speculated. Then, Eagle View activates. With the help of the eagle's eyes, Dorn was able to see more and further on the dull and turbulent sea. So, he soon discovered something. He saw a ship like a small black dot on the sea level. Without any hesitation, Dorn activated the dream skill. As the nightmare aura surged, a golden, metallic wrist guard appeared on his wrist. Gregor's adventurer's wings. Dorn, who had general control over this dream, could easily pull out an extraordinary item he had seen out of thin air. The light wings on its back unfolded, pulling out a pair of wings composed of pure energy that seemed to flash with golden lightning. With these energy wings, Dorn quickly swept across the sea and flew towards the ship. As the distance got closer, Dorn, who had the Eagle's Eye vision bonus, completely saw the specific situation and details of the ship. That's the inn. On the rough sea, the inn looked small and helpless. Moreover, what surprised Don even more was that, on the hull of the Annie, there were actually bundled several sticky, crimson tentacles with suction cups that were so thick that they needed several hugs. The shape looks a bit like the tentacles of an octopus. And poor Anne, under the pull of these huge tentacles, it was like a children's toy that was played with by naughty children, passively rising and falling in the terrifying waves. It's not that Dorn has never been exposed to tentacles. He even masters the brachiopod skill and can summon 10 squid tentacles. But his tentacles were nothing compared to the tentacles that bound the Annie.
Has the Annie ever experienced such a big scene?
Don couldn't care less about being surprised anymore and drove the adventurer wings to speed up and fly towards the Annie. Aboard the inn, Captain Hector is working hard to organize the crew to fight against those huge red tentacles. Of course, this is all in vain. Human beings have no way to contend with this terrifying creature that exists in the deep sea. Crew members were constantly being pulled by the tentacle suckers and thrown into the sea. The more unlucky ones were directly smashed to pieces by the tentacles and died on the spot. Hector became more and more desperate. However, there has always been a very vague feeling in the heart of this unkempt captain. Should the Annie really experience what is happening in front of her? Why does he have a strange feeling? It feels like the Annie encountered the scene before her when she formed a convoy with other merchant ships to go to the stormy waters. However, the ship that was pulled by these monstrous tentacles was not the Annie. The Annie only witnessed the horrifying scene, and then fled the area where the terrifying creatures existed along with other ships. That seems to be true. So, what are you and the Annie going through now? The death Hector waited for did not come. If he had opened his eyes at this time, he would have discovered that a dark red ominous aura enveloped the entire Annie. Then, those terrifying tentacles disappeared. The damage to the Annie was also repaired. Even the crew members, who were swept into the sea and died on the octopus's tentacles, miraculously returned to the deck. Everything is like a miracle. Hector, sensing that the situation had changed and that things might have changed, opened his eyes. However, all he saw was a blind surge of dark red. Later, Hector's consciousness broke away from the dream and returned to reality. The way Dorn sent the crew of the Inn back to reality was even more rough. Without even a word of communication between them. There is nothing we can do about this. To be honest, Don broke into a cold sweat when he saw the entire crew of the Inn packed up and staying together. Good guy. Do you dare everyone to let this dream go together? So the question becomes, who is driving the ship in the real world? There is still a storm at sea outside. Chapter 251 Clams and Mussels. According to Dorn's knowledge, the Ann's current crew, including the captain, totals 66 people. And among these 66 people, one by one, they all just appeared on the Ann in the dream. This shows that these people have seen the huge tentacles protruding from the bottom of the sea. And this scene is still rooted in their hearts, becoming the most terrifying memory shared by this group of people. However, Dorn still doesn't know what the underwater creature with the huge tentacles is. Although he tried to sense the water underwater when he wrapped the entire Annie with the nightmare breath. But there are only thick, intertwined tentacle roots under the water. This thing doesn't look like what a living thing should look like at all. According to Don's understanding of this dream, the reason should be like this. This dream can indeed reproduce a person's most terrifying memories. But since it is reproduced based on people's memories, the reproduced situation may be slightly different from reality. For example, the boss bullfrog, which was recreated based on the memories of Cross and Yuval, is more ferocious and terrifying than the original version. Miss Sadako, who was recreated from Dorn's memory, is also very different from the original one in The Ring. As for the group of people on board the Annie, it is very likely that they have never seen what the deep-sea monster with octopus-like tentacles looks like underwater. Therefore, the dream cannot restore the underwater scene based on the memories of the crew. All that was produced was a ball of meat with tangled tentacles. This analysis feels very reasonable. Of course, we cannot rule out the possibility that the tentacle monster originally looked like that ghost. After seeing off all the crew, Dorn drove Adventurer Wings and landed on the empty Annie. The dream state at this moment has changed to a certain extent. Dorn, who has half of the control authority over the dream, can clearly feel that a boundary has begun to appear in the dream, which is an insurmountable wall of air. These air walls suddenly appeared after the crew of the Inn left. The boundary range is defined in the sea area where the Annie is located. Kizu and Cross left the dreamland unchanged. But as soon as the 60-odd people on the Annie left, the air wall appeared. Don touched his chin. So what I guessed before must be right. The dreamland border, it's really about the number of people in the dream. According to Dorn's current speculation, under the premise of a group dream, the number of people online in the dream exceeds a certain number. The wall of air that originally blocked dreams will disappear under the intertwining layers of dreams produced by many individuals. Although he still didn't know the use of this trivia, Dorn still kept it in his mind. It's so strange. Now that I have destroyed this dream, there is only one final round left. Why hasn't the original owner of the dream appeared yet? Dorn stood on the empty Annie, looked around again, and then diffused the nightmare aura around him again. This time, the dark red ominous aura hit the wall of air near the sea and was intercepted. Due to the existence of the boundary, the nightmare breath could not break through outwards, so it climbed all the way along the air wall. Then Dorn really found something in the low-pressure dark clouds high in the sky. The aura of nightmare surged. The dark clouds pressing above the sea disappeared. and the scene in the sky began to become clear. With the help of the vision provided by Eagle's Eye View, Dorn could see that there was a medium-sized black spot very high in the sky above the sea. That's a fortress. A fortress suspended in the air, motionless. At the same time, Dorn's nightmare aura had climbed very high, flowing unobstructed. It can be judged that there is no air wall in the distance from the sea to the air fortress.
It seems like an area that can be explored, and it's probably the last area of this dream.
Don paused, then nodded to himself.
Except for Miss Adele. I found everyone on board the and in the dream. So, she was in that fortress in the sky? Or, was it in this dream? The original owner is in that fortress?
After hesitating for a few seconds, he decided to go to the sky fortress to find out. The adventurer wings, generated in the dream, glowed again, and driven by the light wings, Dorn soared into the sky. He is flying very fast. If you look at the end below, you will have the illusion that this three-masted ship is falling rapidly together with the sea level. Soon, Dorn approached the sky fortress, but more than 50 meters away from the fortress, he was hindered by a strange force. It was a cold, emotionless power. Although it is a little strange to use such an adjective to describe power, that's exactly how the power gave Dorn at this moment.
What happened?
The energy wings on his back flapped hard, but there was no way to shorten the distance between Dorn and the sky fortress. The owner of the dream finally took action. This was Dorn's first idea, but he quickly rejected it. As the constructor of dreams, the power carried by the dream owner should be the same as the power contained in the dream, which is large, scattered, and soft. A far cry from this cold power. Dream, activate. The nightmare aura swept towards the cold force blocking the air. Dorn tried to use his authority to control dreams to directly remove this power. But something unexpected happened. The ominous nightmare aura collapsed and dissipated without a trace the moment it hit that strange force. The wind above the sea is very strong. Although it is already very high here, the wind still carries a salty and wet taste. The energy wings on Dorn's back flapped, floating about 50 meters away from the sky fortress. He looked at the sky fortress, which was not too far away from him, and fell into deep thought. On the other side, in reality, on the stormy sea, the storm is still in a moderate state. For a long time the Annie was unmanned, drifting with the current as the waves rose and fell. On the entire ship, the red-haired Jishio was the first to wake up. After waking up, he still clearly remembered what happened in the dream just now, including Dorn telling him at the end that there might be weird things happening in reality, so he should be careful and so on. Jishio was in the same room as Yuval. When Jishio woke up, Yuval was still lying on the bed, sleeping soundly and strangely. No matter how much he screamed or how much he shook, he couldn't wake up. So, Jishio quickly summoned the bright green wind elves from the air to explore the entire Annie. He found that everyone on board the Annie had fallen into the same weird slumber as Yuval, and seemed unable to wake up no matter what. Also, on the bottom of the and on the outer hull, there were layers and layers of siege, LS clinging to an astonishing number that made people feel numb. Most of them are clams and mussels. Under the night, the dark sea water was lapping at these siege, LS, but they just clung to the hull quietly, motionless. Moreover, these siege, LS are obviously monsters. Each siege, L has a small surge of magic power, and the surge of magic power gathered by a huge group of SH. LS is so large that it is covering the entire Annie. Chapter 252 Nightmare Siege, L. Dorn's room on board the Inn. Dawn was still lying on the bed, sleeping soundly. The pages of the dark red, Alice's bedtime reading, were spread out and stuck to his chest. In the story world, Black Alice.
Others on the ship seem to have woken up. Why hasn't the perverted Dorn woke up yet? I'm a little dizzy. I'm so tired from observing the outside world.
Alice by.
Dawn's weight has returned to normal, and now it seems that he can enter me. Well, but should I let him in? Or should I wait a little longer and see if he wakes up like the others?
Long Yang was still hesitating and confused about what to do next. At this time, Dorn, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, suddenly sat up without any warning. The dark red reader didn't react at all and slid down Dorn's chest. At the same time, the pages of the book trembled twice, as if they were suddenly frightened. Dorn escaped from that weird dream on his own initiative and quickly woke up.
There is no way to enter the suspended fortress. Will Miss Adele be inside? It's difficult.
After waking up, he sighed first, then looked around at his surroundings. It's still the same room on the inn. Nothing has changed. Then, He felt something in his quilt touching the root of his thigh. He reached out and found
Alice's bedtime reading. Alice.
Dorn held a reader and silently recited the dragon lady's name in his mind. The two quickly established a mental communication link. Alice by.
Wow. Don't sit up suddenly. You scared me.
Black Alice.
Huh? The others have woken up a long time ago. Your movements are very slow. You are not qualified to follow the great Alice.
Dorn, who had just woken up, did not respond to the dragon lady's words, but asked straight to the point.
Alice, you weren't affected by that strange dream. Were you? What happened on the end while I was asleep? Well, everyone else fell asleep like you. And then, there were many large LS appearing on the side of the boat, which looked edible. Then the rest. I didn't notice the rest. You know, my perception of the outside world is very vague.
Bai Longyang replied with a slightly cute voice.
Also, when you first fell asleep, your weight exceeded the upper limit of how much you could enter me. It was as heavy as 60 or 70 humans. However, after the others on the ship woke up one after another, your weight became normal. Some.
The strong-voiced black dragon lady also stopped scolding Dorn and added this.
Wait.
Don frowned slightly. He knew about the strange weight-limiting measurement method in the world of Dragon Lady's story that was completely different from reality. The so-called weight of 60 or 70 people corresponds to the total number of people on the inn. That's why Dorn suddenly became incompatible with Dragon Lady and unable to match. It is possible that the more than 70 people on the ship formed some kind of spiritual connection after entering the dream together, and under the premise that this dream spiritual link exists. If Alice wants to bring Dawn into the story world, she must bring in the other 70 people. The end result is naturally that Dorn is overweight and fails to enter the story world.
Is there anything else?
After roughly understanding this point, Dawn asked again.
How do I know so much? My perception of the outside world is so vague. And I'm still here to guard you.
The black dragon lady replied angrily.
Well, in short, those big LS that suddenly appeared must be directly related to your sudden sleep.
This time it was Alice Bai who added.
I understand.
Dawn nodded.
I'm sorry for making you worry. Alice. Well, isn't this the way it should be? Remember to make delicious food and tell stories to reward me.
Bai Longyang answered very matter-of-factly, with a slight hint of asking for credit in her words. And the black dragon lady.
Who is worried about you? A perverted exhibitionist. It's just that if something happens to you, Alice-sama, I will lose the delicious food and the story. That's all. Don't be sentimental.
Dawn. The same idea was told twice, using two completely different speaking states, frankness and arrogance. After putting away
Alice's bedtime reading,
Dawn left his room. The storm continues on stormy seas. The sailors, under the command of Captain Hector, are busy using various tools to clean the siege, LS attached to the inn. On the deck, you can also see some scattered LS, mainly clams and mussels. They are all monsters in food, and most of the food is BA level.
Boys, hurry up. Hurry up. If you don't want to have that horrible dream together again, just clear away all these nightmare LS for me. Damn it! The original god is above. My grandma's hands and feet are more agile than yours.
Captain Hector was standing on the deck, shouting loudly, the heavy rain hitting his face and thick beard and hair.
My grandma's hands and feet are nimbler than yours. My grandma's hands and feet are nimbler than yours.
The big red and green parrot accompanied Hector in the rain, flapping its wings and shouting loudly. Thanks to the captain's first-line command and the verbal stimulation of one person and one bird, the morale of the sailors and crew has indeed increased. Among the busy people on the deck, Dorn also saw the figures of Jishio and Yuval. Yuval is singing a hymn called The Sailor, to improve courage and physical coordination for everyone present. Jishio, on the other hand, directly controlled the strong wind and fought against the storm on the sea to maintain the stability of the Annie. After all, most of the people on the boat are busy cleaning LS right now. Without the help of Jishio, a small number of people would be unable to control the Annie to face the storm.
Nightmare LS? It sounds like Captain Hector knows about these monster LS.
Dorn thought in his mind. Just by hearing the names of these LS, you can tell that they are the culprits that caused everyone on the Anne to live in different beds. Moreover, the magic power emitted by an astonishing number of LS is loosely gathered together, which is also consistent with the feeling of the big, scattered soft and dominant force in the dream.
It's no wonder that no matter what I do in the dream, the original owner of the dream never comes out to stop me. That dream was caused by these SHLs.
Dorn withdrew his gaze from the deck and did not disturb the busy people. At this moment, he had another very important thing to do to check Adele's status. As for the SHLs whose ingredients were mostly B-A, although Don had a strong urge to cook them, he still had to wait until he had confirmed the situation of the sword-wielding lady. Anyway, the number of these nightmare SHLs attached to the Annie is very large, and almost every batch is cleaned up, and another batch is climbing up.
Let's eat them later,
Don said to himself, and then quickly walked towards Adele and Cross's room. Chapter 253 Clams Braised in White Wine. The layout of the girl's room was similar to the one in Dorn. Adele is sleeping in her bed. The sword-wielding lady was sleeping very peacefully, adding a soft color to her handsome face. And Cross was sitting quietly by the bed at the moment, staring at Adele completely motionless. Tuck tuck tuck. A gentle knock on the door. Then, the door was pushed open and Dawn walked in.
Dawn! Are you awake? I just went to see you.
Cross turned around and saw that the person who came in was Dawn, and she was a little excited.
What happened in the dream? Yes. You and Yuval were fighting against the poisonous frogs. And then I appeared and brought you back to reality from the dream. The Dorn you saw in the dream was me.
Dorn nodded and answered.
How did you do it?
Although she had made certain preparations in her heart, after hearing such a positive answer, Cross still couldn't help showing surprise.
We can talk about this later. Yeah.
Cross nodded vigorously, and then her expression became anxious.
What about Sister Adele? Why hasn't she woke up even though we all woke up? Did you find her in the dream?
Don didn't speak, just shook his head. He did not find Adele directly in the dream. However, at the end of the strange dream, Dorn discovered the fortress suspended in the air. According to the inference, the lady holding the sword in the dream is probably there. You can fly upward and approach the fortress. Although there was no obstruction from the dream air wall, Dorn was blocked by a strange, cold force. He tried many methods, but could not break through. In the end, he had to leave the dream and return to reality temporarily, wanting to confirm Adele's real state first.
Dawn! Adele won't be able to wake up. Right.
The priest's sister looked increasingly anxious when Dawn didn't answer, but she doesn't know what to do now. The only person she can place hope on is Dorn, who sent herself and Yuval out of that strange dream.
No.
Dorn still shook his head. Subsequently, dream, activate. The dark red ominous nightmare auras surged out. Dorn is trying to directly invade the current dream of the sword-wielding lady through dreaming. However, this action failed. The nightmare breath was once again blocked by that cold, emotionless force.
Does this power exist in reality?
Dorn dismissed dream and frowned. Now he was certain that Miss Swordholder must be trapped in the aerial fortress that last appeared in the dream. But the problem is that there is a huge difference between this cold power and the large and scattered power of Nightmare L. It doesn't look like it was made by those LS at all. So, where does this power come from? What is in the nightmare of Miss Swordholder? Dawn's frown deepened.
Dorn?
The pastor's sister, who was usually careless, asked cautiously at this moment. To be honest, since the last time I witnessed Dorn killing the giant poisonous frog in the ruins of God, Cross felt a kind of admiration for Dawn from the bottom of her heart. Like the other three priests, she could more or less guess that Dorn definitely had some very strange abilities. Judging from tonight's experience, those strange abilities also include a certain degree of control over dreams. The ominous aura rushing out of Dorn that Cross saw twice in dreams and reality should be used to control dreams. But those auras disappeared immediately when they first came into contact with Adele. Apparently, Dorn's attempt failed.
You continue to look at Miss Adele. I may have to make some other preparations.
Dawn pondered briefly for a while, then said this and walked out of the room. But Cross had no other choice but to nod in agreement. She had no choice but to sit down on the edge of the bed again, and continue to stare at the sword-wielding lady on the bed with a worried look on her face. Dorn returned to the deck. The pouring rain poured on his hair and clothes, making it difficult to open his eyes. However, Dawn didn't pay much attention. He was on the deck and briefly communicated with Captain Hector. Through talking to Dorn, he learned that these monster LS that appeared tonight are called Nightmare LS by merchants and adventurers at sea. They usually form a large group and attack ships, just like what happened to the Annie tonight. Swarms of Nightmare LS can pull the entire ship into a dream. In that dream, people will see the most terrifying things in their memories. The fear emotions born in people's dreams are the best nutrients for these Siege, LS to enhance their magic power. Captain Hector also encountered a nightmare Siege, L when he was young. But he had better luck that time. The ship was traveling in calm waters and encountered nightmare Siege, LS when the weather was good. Early the next morning, after the Siege, LS receded. The entire crew of the ship woke up automatically. The price of the final encounter with the nightmare Siege, I was that the ship deviated far from its course without being piloted. It's a blessing and misfortune. Captain Hector stood at the bow of the ship, rainwater dripping down his braided beard.
After that time, I have deliberately learned about this kind of sea monster. What happened tonight is that although we escaped from the nightmare by luck, we must continue to remove and shoot down the Siege, LS attached to the ship before dawn. Otherwise, when a large number of Siege, LS stabilize on the ship and continue to emit a surge of magic power, and these magic powers gather into a huge force, we may be pulled into the nightmare again.
In short, the information related to the nightmare Siege, L provided by Hector is almost the same as what Don himself explored and deduced.
Mr. Captain, please continue your work. As for me, I plan to use part of the nightmare Siege, LS for cooking. Do you mind?
Dorn said at the end of the conversation.
Cooking? I don't mind. But
Captain Hector was a little confused. It seems that nightmare Siege, LS are indeed edible. Moreover, with the current number of Siege, LS, Dorn taking a small part of them for cooking would not have any impact on the overall situation. But, are you still in the mood to cook now? Mr. Don is really hard to understand sometimes. However, the food he cooks is really delicious.
It's just forget it. It's not just.
Hector finally shook his hairy head and shook off some rainwater.
After you've finished it, maybe you can leave a portion for me to eat tomorrow morning? Yeah, of course.
Don nodded. Later, Captain Hector returned to the crew to use words to motivate and guide his men to work hard. Dorn, on the other hand, wandered around the deck and carefully selected clams and mussels that could reach grade A quality. On one side, we are nervously conducting emergency rescue and relief work, while on the other side, we are leisurely visiting the vegetable market. After collecting a sufficient amount of high-quality Siege, LS, Dorn's body was completely soaked by the rain, and his shirt and trousers were wet and sticky to his body. However, he didn't pay too much attention. Instead, he felt satisfied after harvesting the ingredients.
The clams and mussels are very fresh and plump, which is great. Let's make a shorter dish. Clams braised in white wine.
Chapter 254 Seafood Macaroni. After collecting enough monster Siege, LS, Dorn went straight to the kitchen of the Annie. Then he took out
Alice's bedtime reading.
After silently reciting the true name of this dark red book, Dorn's figure seemed to be erased by an eraser, and the large basket of nightmare Siege, LS, he carried also disappeared without a trace. As for
Alice's bedtime reading,
due to Don's disappearance, it fell from its original hand height. Just when it was about to hit the floor, the pages of the dark red reader unfolded, flapping like wings, and then flew quietly to the dry wooden shelf in the kitchen where the sundries were placed. Find a good position to land steadily. Then close the lid firmly. The dragon girls in the story.
It was such a close call. I almost fell on my butt again.
A set of operations, so skillful that it makes people feel distressed. In
Alice's bedtime reading,
the number of large living monsters that can be accommodated is about 50 or 60. However, for monsters like the monster Siege, L, which are not large in size, and do not have strong individual magic power surges, the upper limit of the number that can be accommodated must be increased. So when Dorn brought in the big basket of nightmare Siege, LS, it only made Alice half full. Story World. Island Castle in the middle of the saltwater lake. Here Dorn appears with a large basket of Siege, LS. The Dragon Lady Alice also appeared in the hall on the first floor, sitting side by side on the pile of gold coins in the treasure chest, wearing a light dress like pajamas, with bare legs and bare feet dangling gently.
The storm outside hasn't stopped yet, and the kitchen is shaking a bit, so I might as well come over to your place to cook.
When Don said this, his expression was not as calm as usual. The dragon girl sat on the pile of gold coins, looked at Dorn's face, and finally said nothing, just nodded. After Don entered the kitchen with high bay, not long after, a packed luggage bag and a neatly folded hot towel suddenly appeared next to him. This was deposited with Alice by Don, and it contained some daily necessities. Then, the narration of the dragon lady sounded in the kitchen. Alice, no matter what you are worried about now, if you don't dry yourself, you will get sick. Right? Black Alice, I'm not caring about you. I'm just worried that the water stains on your body will stain my floor. Anyway, please change your clothes quickly. I won't be interested in looking at you. Because of the dragon lady's small actions, Dorn's originally slightly depressed mood improved a little.
Thank you, Alice.
He followed Long Yong's instructions, dried his hair and body, and put on dry clothes.
Next, don't think about anything else. Concentrate and start cooking.
Dorn stretched out his hands and patted his cheeks, forcing himself to focus entirely on the ingredients and the kitchen. Then, he reported the ingredients and condiments he currently needed.
Alice, I need shallots, parsley, butter, dry white wine.
The dragon lady, who was named, did not respond directly, but every ingredient and condiment that Dorn asked for would quickly appear on the kitchen table. Some of the ingredients or condiments that need to be refrigerated are obviously a bit cold to the touch. This is another function developed by Dawn for Alice, because in the story world, the dragon lady has whatever she says, and whatever she says is what she says. Therefore, after Dawn bought
Alice's bedtime reading
and established a relationship with Alice, he tried to get the dragon lady to say something like this to the houses in the Kingdom Street.
The inside of this house will always maintain a cold winter temperature.
So a simple, unscientific food cold storage was formed, and then through the subsequent fine-tuning of the wording of the words by the dragon lady, and with the help of Dorn, who is very sensitive to temperature, to test the temperature with his own body, the data feedback can be achieved. In the end, the temperatures inside those houses showed varying degrees of difference. There are ones that maintain -3 degrees Celsius and are suitable for preserving aquatic products. With a temperature of 2 to 5 degrees Celsius, it is suitable for storing meat. It has a temperature of 7 to 10 degrees Celsius, which is suitable for storing vegetables. There are even wine cellars dedicated to storing alcoholic beverages at 10 to 15 degrees Celsius. In other words, the current Alice is not only a portable space, but also a refrigerator with the function of keeping food fresh and finely dividing temperatures. After everything is ready, start with the clams and mussels. The clams should be soaked and shaken to speed up their spitting out sand. And this kind of monster clam itself seems not to contain much sand, so this step didn't take Dorn much time at all.
It seems that thanks to you, it has grown into a state that is more convenient for consumption.
Dorn muttered this silently, and put the washed clams aside for later use. The subsequent processing of mussels is a little more troublesome, because the hard impurities attached to the surface of the SHLS must be carefully removed. It would be a bit troublesome to complete this step with an ordinary kitchen knife. But after all, Dorn possesses the rui that can change its shape at will. So although the process of handling the mussels was a little troublesome, it did not waste too much time. The cooking begins. Chop shallots, parsley, and garlic into fine pieces and set aside. Heat a pan over fire and pour olive oil into the pan. Add minced shallots and minced garlic. Stir fry until fragrant and juicy. Add dry white wine. The high quality, pure water like dry white has a refreshing fruity and wine aroma. After being poured into the pot, it sizzles in the hot pot, exuding alcohol and some mellow substances. When the wine is fully poured, heat it for a while longer, and the wine and seasonings mix into a soup that is steaming and bubbling. The original alcohol has almost evaporated under the action of heat, leaving only a refreshing and richer fruity aroma in the pot. At this time, add the washed clams. Cook for about 2 minutes. When the clams are almost open, add a piece of butter to add a frankincense flavor. Season with a little more salt and black pepper, and stir evenly. Then, quickly cook. If you control this cooking time well, the cooked clam meat will be extremely tender, and the meat will still retain the delicious seafood-flavored gravy. After the pot is taken off the heat, add the chopped parsley. The soup, which already has a rich seafood flavor and refreshing fruity aroma, finally adds a little vanilla flavor to enrich the taste. Then, the white wine clams are plated, and the fragrant soup is poured over the plate. White wine braised clams. Done! After completing this step, there will be a lot of soup left in the pot. Don't throw it away, and don't waste it. Add the clean mussels to the soup, and cook almost again according to the steps of cooking clams. Finally, the mussels take out the remaining part of the soup. Because the SHLS have been cooked twice, it has become thicker, and the seafood flavor has become extraordinarily rich. This part of the soup can be used to cook noodles. The macaroni that has been cooked in water is added to the seafood soup and heated to soak the flavor of the soup into the noodles. While it's cooking, add some of the previously cooked leg, clams, and mussels. Get out of the pot. A rich seafood pasta. Done! Chapter 255 Skill Upgrade, Dream Walker. The seafood pasta is served in a plain round plate. The original soup has been cooked into a rich sauce. The weak yellow macaroni, which looks like cut-off straws, is piled loosely and soaked in the sauce. There are also clams with white LS and light yellow flesh mixed in. The LS are removed, leaving only mussels with plump and tender yellow flesh. There are also black peppercorns and green parsley minced evenly scattered on top. While seasoning, it also forms a visual embellishment. A plate of seafood pasta is very beautiful and very appetizing. After Don finished packing a portion of macaroni, he didn't need to be polite to himself. He picked up the tableware and started eating directly. First, use a spoon to scoop up a spoonful of macaroni mixed with sauce. You can see that each macaroni is fully covered in sauce and has a slightly oily feel. And even the hollow pasta center is filled with seafood soup. When you lift the spoon to your mouth, you can smell the fragrant seafood smell, mixed with the dry white aroma. Among them, the alcohol content in dry white wine is not high to begin with. But during the stewing process, most of the alcohol is evaporated by heat, leaving only a light wine aroma and a fruity aroma in the soup. Entrance. When you bite into it, the macaroni has fully absorbed the rich seafood sauce, and the originally hard part in the middle has softened, making it smooth, chewy. After chewing a little more, a rich and fresh flavor will hit your throat, with the freshness of clams and mussels, the dry white fruity aroma, and the vanilla flavor of parsley. Savor it carefully. The taste is very rich. Excellent! Dawn nodded with satisfaction. There really isn't anything wrong with the food I made myself. Due to the perfect timing of cooking the clam meat, the meat is extremely tender and contains extremely delicious gravy, not to mention mussels with larger flesh. Each tender yellow mussel itself is extremely plump and tender. During the simmering process, the soup has been completely immersed in it. Once you take a sip, the full and fragrant juice will sweep through your mouth. A serving of seafood pasta, fragrant and delicious. The final dish grade is S level. After finishing a plate of macaroni, Don focused on clams braised in white wine and mussels braised in white wine. Eat a piece of fish in one bite, and the taste is fragrant. At the same time, the system prompts will be triggered from time to time, and the predator effect is activated, adding some mental attributes. Dorn kept eating, enjoying the delicious food while continuing to pay attention to the system prompts. Halfway through the second plate of LS braised in white wine, he finally got what he wanted and saw the prompt he wanted. System prompts, synchronic stomach bag effect is triggered. The same type of skills are retrieved, and the skills are comprehensively upgraded. Here it comes! Dorn's spirit was lifted. Previously, when Dorn was in the dream created by the nightmare LS and used the nightmare breath to fight against the LS power, he had received a system prompt for a critical breakthrough of the dream entering skill. After he came out of the dream, he checked his data panel. Among them, Dream Level 5 changed from its original black color to a bright red name. At the same time, there is an additional line in the skill introduction. After acquiring the same type of skills, you will definitely be upgraded to a higher level, the so-called high-level upgrade. According to Dorn's own understanding, the new skills obtained after triggering will definitely not be bad. But now, Miss Swordholder is trapped in a nightmare by a mysterious force of unknown origin and cannot wake up. Dawn's current ability cannot directly enter Adele's dream. Upgrading the dream entering skill to obtain more powerful dream skills may be a way to break the situation. As for the so-called, where to find the same type of skills as dreaming, it would be easier. By eating these nightmare LS, there is a high chance that this skill will be revealed soon. The second system prompt related to skill upgrading also appeared. System prompt, the superimposed skill is dream, and the skill, Dream Walker, not upgradable, is obtained. Very good! Dorn became even more excited and immediately clicked on the data panel to check. Dream Walker 1. Entering a dream. 2. Dream weaving. 3. Walking in dreams. Like the upgraded Poison Frog skill, Dream Walker is also a compound skill with multiple effects. The first effect, Enter Dream, is similar to the Nightmare Horse skill that Dorn originally mastered. It is also about entering other people's dreams, dragging people into dreams, and constructing dreams. However, In terms of dream control, the effect of dreaming has been greatly improved. The second effect, Dreamweaver, just like the nightmare Siege, it has the ability to weave multiple dreams. After a certain number of dreams are woven together, the boundaries that should exist in a single dream will be broken. It is also thanks to Dreamweaver that Dorn can now use Dreamwalker to pull multiple enemies into dreams together. It is no longer limited to the one-on-one solo status of the past. The last effect, Walking in a Dream. The Dreamwalker completely breaks through the barrier between reality and dreams, and can enter any dream in the form of a virtual body.
The body becomes insubstantial?
Dorn looked at the third effect, a little surprised. Is this also possible? Does it mean that my real body can be hidden directly in dreams?
I feel like I need to practice and study this effect.
Dorn touched his chin. After acquiring the upgraded new skill, Dreamwalker, Dorn did not waste any more time in the story world. First, I left 2 large portions of clams braised in white wine and seafood pasta for Long Yang. Then, there were about 20 monster clams and mussels that were still alive. This small number of 20 or so is completely insufficient to achieve the effect of weaving nightmares. Therefore, Dorn planned to see if he could raise them here first.
Alice, can these Siege, be raised in your saltwater lake first?
Don asked.
Then, do you have certain seafood farming skills? After all, you have raised squid before.
Bai Longyang nodded.
Okay. Anyway, after the big squid was eaten by us, the lake outside has been empty. However, the big squid was stocked before. Well, so don't blame me if these Siege, die. Also, I want to remind you, don't forget that the way items are weighed here is different from outside. Living things are heavy objects. Although these Siege, look small, they are very important to me. For me, they are all large items, and cannot be loaded very much.
Black Dragon Lady added solemnly.
I know.
Dorn nodded.
After I return to Eden, I will send these Siege, to the monster farm to see if Creek has any explanation.
After receiving such an answer, the 2 dragon ladies said nothing more. After nodding, they sent Dorn back to reality. Chapter 256 Walking in a Dream. In the ant's kitchen, on the edge of the wooden grocery shelf, Dorn's figure was quickly outlined. By the time he returned to reality, the sky over the sea had become bright. In the first half of the night, Dorn and the clergy were gathering around telling scary stories. After sleeping for a while, in the second half of the night, I encountered the nightmare Siege, again. By the time he finished cooking clams braised in white wine and seafood pasta in Story World, it was already past 5 a.m. At this time, the storm that had lasted all night had finally weakened and was about to end. Don had just put away
Alice's bedtime reading.
After returning to the ant's kitchen, he heard Cross's voice calling his name from outside the kitchen. It was also accompanied by the sound of trotting all the way.
Dorn! Dorn!
Cross opened the kitchen door, with tiny raindrops on her hair.
Outside, though the Siege, outside are beginning to retreat into the sea. So, how is Miss Adele?
Don asked.
Sister Adele still hasn't woken up. What should I do? Think of a solution quickly. Dorn.
The priest's sister's face fell.
I understand. I'll go see her.
Don just nodded and left quickly. In the kitchen, only Cross was left, who looked quite depressed. The priest's sister was originally going to follow Dorn back to the room to see Miss Sword Holder. However, just as she was about to turn around, she smelled a strong scent of seafood. Only then did Cross notice that there were 2 large pots placed on the kitchen table. One of them contained clams with white sh. Mussels with black sh. Scattered with bits of chopped parsley. And the soup was rich. The other one was filled with wheat yellow macaroni that was slightly oily and covered in rich sauce. The fragrant seafood flavor, mixed with a bit of fruit wine, emanates from these 2 pots. The portions of Siege, and macaroni prepared by Don were very large. And apart from eating them himself and feeding them to the Dragon Lady, there was still a lot left over. These excesses are naturally brought back to the real world.
Dorn said before. Do you want to make some other preparations and just come here to cook?
Cross looked at the 2 pots of deliciously fragrant dishes and opened her mouth in surprise, but unconsciously took a deep breath. It smells so good. Wrong. Don has no heart. Sister Adele hasn't woken up yet, but he still has the time to cook here. Looking at the Siege, and macaroni in the pot, the priest's sister could not stop complaining about Dorn in her heart. Then, he swallowed uncontrollably. Cross. The pastor's sister felt inexplicably sad. Maybe I don't have a heart either. Sister Adele still hasn't woken up yet. At this moment, she actually wants to taste Dorn's cooking. After a fierce struggle with her appetite, Cross finally managed to restrain her desire, held her breath, fled the kitchen, and returned to the room. In Adele's room, Dawn, 3 clerics, and Captain Hector gathered around Adele's bed. The nightmare ceased. Elle has retreated into the sea, but Miss Swordholder still shows no sign of waking up. Faced with this situation, neither the cleric nor Captain Hector could come up with any ideas. At the same time, due to their experiences in the siege, Elle dream. The priests knew that Dorn had the ability to control dreams. Captain Hector was later informed of this information. Now, Dorn became the ship's hope. After discussing it again with several other people, Dorn naturally became the first choice to awaken Miss Swordholder.
It would be great if this was a fairy tale world. To wake up the sleeping beautiful girl, you only need a gentle kiss. There is no need to risk your life.
Dawn looked at Adele, who was wearing a suit with her eyes closed, calmly immersed in a dream. And such an idea suddenly popped into her mind. Then, the new skill, Dream Walker, is activated. The powerful nightmare aura spurted out from Dorn's body. After compounding and upgrading, this strengthened aura seems to have condensed into substance, and its color is more ominous and heavier than before. Dorn used the most familiar dream effect. Also, he did not try to become physically invisible, but tried to let his consciousness sneak directly into Adele's dream. The dark red nightmare aura lingered on the body of the sword-wielding lady. At the same time, Dorn felt the resistance of that cold force again. This time, the nightmare aura was, after all, an enhanced version that had been strengthened. It did not break into pieces at the first touch, but became entangled with the cold power in a decent manner. After struggling for about half a minute, the enhanced version of the nightmare aura was defeated and disappeared. Dawn. The few people watching on the side looked at Dorn's operation at first, especially when I saw the dark red aura flashing on Adele's body. I began to have hope and expectation in my heart.
As expected of Dorn, he always surprises people on every level.
This is what everyone is thinking. But then, when they saw the nightmare aura dissipate as if deflated, everyone's original expectations and hopes inevitably turned into frustration and disappointment. Still not working? Just when the group of people in the room seemed a little disheartened, Dorn, who had suffered a defeat, made another move. He raised his right hand and unfolded it as before, then chanted quickly, and the magic power in his body reacted violently. Then, a vast and majestic ominous aura boiled out of his body. This time, the aura summoned by Dorn not only improved to a new level in terms of momentum, but the color also changed from dark red to terrifying pitch black. Even Dorn's own body quickly disintegrated and became part of this majestic black energy. What he activated was the third effect of Dream Walker, walking in dreams. Completely break through the barriers between dreams and reality, and enter any dream by virtualizing your body. The terrifying dark aura, as thick as night, enveloped the sword-wielding lady. Moreover, before the cold force could stop it, it swept into Adele's body. The 3 priests and Captain Hector in the room looked at each other in confusion. After a while, they recovered from the scene they had just seen, which was enough to shock their entire outlook.
Dorn, did he succeed?
Cross was the first to speak. While speaking, she stared at her big eyes in astonishment, obviously still a little confused.
Hey, does he mean that he has entered Lady Adele's dream?
Giraff frowned and bared his teeth. He looked at the sword-wielding lady on the bed, but saw nothing.
Mr. Dorn, he didn't tell us what kind of situation is considered successful, but I think he should have achieved it.
This time it was Yuval who opened his eyes in shock.
Why don't you pay attention to that point? That is, even Mr. Dorn himself became part of the terrifying black energy just now, and then entered Lady Adele's body. Right.
Mr. Captain was the last to speak. After he finished speaking, the room fell into an atmosphere of silence and surprise. Chapter 257 Sword and Ragdoll A. The fortress that Dorn saw in his dream was the home of Miss Swordholder. To be more precise, it was Adele's home until she was 9 years old. Of course, her family's fortress was not suspended in the air like what Dorn saw in her dream. It was probably just a bizarre manifestation of different people's dreams stitched together. Adele, who was 9 years old, was the youngest daughter of a noble family named Renaud. At this moment, Adele in the dream also showed her appearance when she was 9 years old. She is not a dashing female swordsman who is both heroic and cold. Instead, she was a lowly who wore a fluffy dress, white pantyhose, and cute hair accessories. and was dressed the same as other aristocratic young ladies of the same age. However, little Adele's eyebrows, which initially showed a sense of sharpness and heroism, are still recognizable to a certain extent. When the dream just started, Adele was holding a doll in her arms that was exquisitely made and as cute as herself. And she was doing little tricks in the room, like little girls playing house. Accompanying her and playing games is her brother, Itami, who is 5 years older than her. As a man in the Renault family, Itami is actually not very interested in little girls' games. Instead, he is more interested in practicing swordsmanship with his father and uncle. Maybe it's because the family has good genetic inheritance. Itami is very talented in the practice of sword skills. He belongs to the kind of talent plus interest plus hard work. An impeccable and perfect swordsman practitioner. And with the endorsement of his family in the future, he is destined to have a bright future. However, even such a rising star will still be defeated when faced with his sister's coquettish ways. It's the same today. Idan couldn't resist his sister's coquettishness. So he had no choice but to come to Adele's room with many pink decorations, and accompany her to play house games as usual. Although this kind of small game is indeed a bit boring for a boy of Itami's grade. But when I heard my sister giggling, when I saw the warm afternoon sunshine shining through the glass window on the soft carpet and my sister's soft smiling face, Itami felt that it was all worth it. However, one never knows which one will come first, tomorrow or the accident. Itami, who was patiently playing house with his sister at that time, probably could not have imagined that the peaceful and happy life of the Layton family would come to an abrupt end in the afternoon of this day. In Adele's room.
Brother, Lupa said that he will be your bride in the future.
Little Adele proudly showed off the exquisite and beautiful rag doll in her hand towards Itami. Lupa is the name she gave this doll.
Forgive me for refusing.
Itami shook his head solemnly.
Why? Lupus is obviously very good looking. I would be very happy if my favorite Lupus and my favorite brother could get married. Because no matter how beautiful she is just your doll. And compared to love and marriage, I think there are other more important things waiting for me to do. I know. The most important thing for my brother is fencing.
Little Adele said this while frowning her slightly heroic eyebrows, as if she was talking about something she didn't like so much. Even a little bit annoying.
Then, in the future, I will become a legendary knight, receive rewards from the Empire, and let the entire continent know the name of the Renault family and your brother. Well, that's pretty much it.
Itami nodded.
Sigh. My brother's future life sounds very boring. As a sister, I really sympathize with you.
Little Adele hugged the doll in her arms and sighed, pretending to be mature. Itami looked at his sister helplessly.
How boring is it? Isn't practicing swordsmanship the most interesting thing? Also, Adele, your father and uncle have said that you are also very talented in swordsmanship. As long as you are willing to practice a little seriously, I will definitely be very successful in the future. As a result, you are lazy every day, unwilling to practice swordplay, and always hide and play with your dolls. This is not a good waste of your talent. And look at it. You can hardly place the old and new dolls in your house.
Itami said this, somewhat wanting to preach to his sister, but he didn't want to take his tone too seriously, so his words didn't have much of a deterrent effect.
Sword training is very tiring.
Adele used her usual coquettish tone to coquettishly talk to her brother.
And it's enough to have one person in our family who is very good at swordsmanship. Right. Anyway, as an adult, from now on, I will find my love. Your love. Yes. I want to find a boy who will always appear in time when I encounter difficulties and dangers. Save me in time. And will always protect me to be my future lover.
Little Adele paused pretentiously when she said this. She looked like a brat and had a longing expression on her face.
So, I can't be too powerful. Otherwise, I will end up protecting others. And I won't be able to get married. Always protecting you. Then you don't need any love. And you don't need to get married. Just stay at home. My father, uncle, and I will always protect you.
Itami shook his head seriously.
Isn't that different from love? That's not right. Adele, you are only 9 years old. Right. Where do you get these weird ideas?
Itami seemed to have thought of something and finally reacted, frowning.
Well, that's how it's written in love story novels. Those stories about knights and brave men saving princesses. It's very touching. It seems I have to talk to my mother and ask her to confiscate all those romance novels in your room.
Itami held his forehead.
No, it can't be like this. Brother,
After the brother and sister had a little quarrel, Itami began to lose his temper again and played house with his sister.
I will play for 10 minutes at the end. And then I should go down and practice fencing,
Itami said. But he said the same thing 10 minutes ago, when the playhouse in the background of the family ethics story was halfway through. The door of Adele's room was suddenly pushed open. The person who walked in was Count Renaud, the father of Eden and Adele. At this moment, the Earl's expression was very unnatural. Behind his efforts to restrain himself and remain calm, there was tension, uneasiness and panic.
Dad!
Adele, who was sitting on the carpet, did not directly notice the strangeness of her father. She stood up and trotted towards her father as usual. The Count also tried hard to maintain the same state as usual, and quickly and affectionately picked up Adele in a princess hug. But his breathing was a little heavy, and his eyes flickered when he looked at his daughter. Then, he kissed little Adele's forehead as if saying goodbye.
My little pearl, would you like to play a game with Daddy now?
Chapter 258 Sword and Ragdoll B. The door to Adele's room was not closed, and there seemed to be a lot of messy noises outside.
Father?
Itami was a big kid after all, and he quickly noticed his father's abnormality today. Count Renaud just maintained his composure and gently shook his head at his son, signaling him not to speak. At this time, Adele also began to realize that something was wrong, but she still responded to her father obediently.
What game is Daddy going to play? Hide and seek. Okay? Close your eyes first and don't peek.
Count Renaud's tone seemed a little anxious. Adele did as she was told. Afterwards, Count Renaud quickly left the room with his daughter in his arms. On the way out of the room, little Adele kept her eyes closed, so she didn't see anything. Perhaps during this period of time, there was nothing in the dream, but she could hear sounds. Sounds getting clearer and clearer. There were hurried footsteps and faint sobbing. There were also shouts, and the sound of volleys of crossbows fired further away, perhaps on the outskirts of their own fortress. There was also a strange and sharp sound, which seemed to be the crow of a crow. The house seems to be extremely noisy today. Little Adele felt a little scared. She hugged the delicate doll named Lupa tightly. Soon, Count Renaud brought his son and daughter to the kitchen of the fortress. 8 or 9 people have gathered here. Several of them are Count Renaud's personal guards. There is also the most reliable knight of the Renaud family, the maid who always takes care of the young master and young lady, and the chubby butler who is always smiling. Count Renaud put down his daughter.
You can open your eyes, my little pearl.
Adele did as she was told. She first looked around and found that the faces of the people around her were a little strange, with uneasiness and fear. And her brother Itami also had a clear look of fear on his face, while walking all the way from Adele's room on the second floor to the kitchen. He obviously saw something.
Then, my little pearl.
Count Renaud rubbed Adele's head restrainedly.
The game is about to begin. From now on, you have to hide with Eden and Driz to prevent your father from finding you. Don't be found by anything. Okay?
Adele held Lupa in her arms and looked at her father blankly, obviously not understanding what was happening now. However, the screams of crows that I heard just now seemed to be louder. Wow. It seemed that the crows were moving closer to the kitchen. Immediately afterwards, Count Renaud began to explain his son again, and handed a simple-looking long sword to his son Eden. This seemingly ordinary sword is familiar to both Eden and Adele. Pale Justice. In the Renaud family, there is a saying that has been passed down from generation to generation. Justice is pale and humble, but it is by no means powerless. Along with this proverb, there is also this pale justice. This weapon has an ordinary appearance, but is extremely sharp on the inside. It can be called a unique magic weapon, and has always been the glory and symbol of the Renaud family.
Father, why do you use this sword?
Itami had always wanted to touch Pale Justice before, but was never allowed. But when his father actually handed this legendary weapon to him today, he didn't dare to take it. Take it. Count Renaud just said this, handing Pale Justice forcefully into his son's hands. Wow. Outside, the crows of those miserable crows became louder and louder, as if pressing step by step, urging, like, death is knocking on the door.
Driz, take them away.
Count Renaud ordered the knights in the family. Driz, the tall and steady knight, just nodded. In the kitchen of the Renaud family fortress, there is an underground passage that extends all the way outward. Count Renaud opened the entrance to this passage and motioned for everyone else in the kitchen to go in. He and his 2 guards stayed outside the entrance.
Father, what on earth were those just now?
before entering the entrance of the underground passage. Itami held, pale justice, and looked back at his father.
I don't know.
Eden. Count Renaud shook his head.
Protect your sister. Father, what about you? And uncle. And mother. Protect your sister.
Count Renaud just repeated this sentence. Subsequently, the entrance to the underground passage was closed. Adele, who had already entered the passage, just felt that the crows outside the kitchen seemed to be a little louder. But after the entrance was closed, the sounds outside were no longer real. Renaud's underground passage. Now is the rainy season. The air in the underground passage was humid and smelled of decay. There is dirty water on the yellow mud ground. There are also toads or frogs hiding in the corners. Croaking. The sound of frogs croaking echoed in the passage, even covering up the footsteps of Adele and his group. Little Adele held her favorite, Lupin, with one hand and her brother with the other. She could feel a small drop of sweat on her brother's palms. Her fluffy skirt, pure white pantyhose, and ragdoll, Lupin, were all stained with mud spots and stains while walking through the passage. The time spent in this underground passage seemed to be extremely long. It seems that no matter what, there is no end. The people around him were all silent, and Adele couldn't see their faces clearly. She just felt scared. After walking for an unknown amount of time, a crow's scream was heard from behind Adele and his group in the passage. Wow wow. One after another. Adele didn't understand what was happening, but it seems that every time the crow crows, there is one less person beside her. First up is the reliable night drizzt. Then, there is Mr. Butler, who is chubby and always smiling. Then, there is the maid who takes care of her daily life and tells her stories at night. Adele remembered that the maid seemed to disappear crying. Where have all these people gone? Little Adele doesn't remember. It seemed like it was taken away by crows. It seemed that in order to buy the brothers and sisters time to escape, they stayed in that deep, damp, endless passage forever. Adele really doesn't remember. After another, wow, crow fell. Adele's right hand relaxed. Her brother Ivan, who was holding her hand, also disappeared, leaving only the sweat on her palms. There is no one anymore. No one is here anymore. Little Adele was holding the already dirty Lupin, standing alone in the long and damp passage, falling into deep helplessness and panic. Wow wow. Behind her, the shrill crow sounded again. It seemed like it was her turn. Chapter 259 Sword and Ragdoll C. The crow's call became clearer and louder. Adele could even hear the flapping of wings. She didn't run away. In other words, at this time, she had forgotten to escape, and Adele just stood there, holding Lupin tightly in her arms. Then she could see the crows. A crow with blood-red eyes was flapping its wings and flying out of the dark passage behind it. The feathers of these crows are pure black, but they seem to have a dangerous, gloomy green sheen. There was obviously no light in the passage, but these strange and terrifying crows could be seen extremely clearly. The crows opened their mouths, howled, and flapped their wings as they rushed toward Adele. Little Adele, who was already frightened, stood there, just hugging Lupin tightly, neither hiding nor dodging. However, the crow's movement stopped about half a meter away from Adele. The crows with red eyes and green feathers were hovering in the air in a very strange state, without even flapping their wings. Then, they began to twist and intertwine in a hideous and chaotic manner until no specific shape could be seen. Those pale green feathers fell to the ground. The twisted crows continued to merge, and soon turned into a man wearing a robe. This seemed to be an adult man. The robe on his body was the same as the feathers of a crow. It was black with a dangerous green color. The man's face was completely covered by the hood, and the vision in the passage was dim, so Adele couldn't see what he looked like at all.
Who are you?
Little Adele hugged Lupin and took a step back. She seemed to finally remember that she should run away at this time. But she couldn't run away anymore.
Me?
The person under the hood spoke. A hoarse, magnetic voice of a middle-aged man.
Me? I have many names. But now, I am the follower of death. But one day, maybe not long, maybe a long time later, I will be death itself.
The man's tone of statement was unusually calm, and at the same time, he seemed to be cold and devoid of any emotion. Adele did not understand the other party's words, and continued to retreat while holding Lupin.
Yeah, little girl, I'll give this back to you.
The man under the hood didn't seem to care about Adele's actions, and suddenly said this. Then he shook his hand, which was covered by his robe, and took out a long sword with a simple appearance and an extremely ordinary look. pale justice.
What happened to my brother?
Adele looked at the familiar long sword. Her pupils dilated, and her voice trembled.
Ah, is the boy holding this sword just now your brother? Well, he is a very brave boy,
the man said.
But, sorry, I may be a little too used to the killing here.
The hooded man said, sorry. But there was still no emotion in his words, and his tone was as calm as ice to the bone.
Kill, you said kill, my brother. My brother doesn't know you. Huh, why? Woo, why?
Little Adele hugged the baby in her arms tighter, as if this could bring her a vague sense of security. Her body trembled and tears welled up uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes. Facing the man in front of her, who was transformed into a crow and spoke terrifying words in an extremely calm tone, Adele couldn't even feel sadness normally. Just fear. A bone-deep fear.
To say why? It was just a whim.
The man said this.
I just suddenly felt that before the day I turn into death itself. I may need new weapons for self-defense. Your sword is very good.
His tone was still calm. It was because of this cold and calm tone that his words seemed inexplicably true. As if this man's attack on the Renault family was really just a whim. He doesn't care at all. Adele's heart beat violently. She didn't understand. She couldn't understand it at all. The man in the robe saw that Adele didn't answer, pale justice. So he casually leaned the sword against the wall of the passage. It took a while for little Adele to speak.
Why give it back to me? You said you wanted it. I don't have to have it. Besides, it's just a whim to give it back to you. I didn't say it just now.
Right. Little girl.
You are a bit like my daughter.
The man just said this. His tone remained unchanged. So calm that it was almost cold. But when he mentioned the word daughter, there was a slight fluctuation and change. Adele looked at the sword leaning against the wall and her body trembled. Even this 9-year-old girl couldn't accept what the man said. What do you mean? On a whim? Why? Why? When Adele looked up again, the man who brought fear deep into her bones had disappeared. The entire underground passage was completely silent, and even the first croaking of the frogs could not be heard. Little Adele dragged pale justice with one hand and Lupa with the other, walking numbly along the passage towards the direction of the fortress. Along the way, she seemed to see the people who accompanied her into the underground passage. The knight, the steward, the maid, and her brother. Little Adele didn't know how much time she spent, or how she got out of the underground passage. But when she returned to the fort, there was only silence in the house. Guards and servants could be seen lying on the ground everywhere, just like the people in the passage. There were no scars on their bodies, and there was no pain in their expressions. Instead, they seemed extremely calm. But Adele knew that they were all dead. And the knight, and the steward, and the maid, and her brother, were all dead. Little Adele continued to drag her sword and rag doll, wandering aimlessly in the huge home until she found her uncle, mother, and father. Snap, pale justice, and Lupa both fell to the ground from Adele's hands. This girl, who was only 9 years old, couldn't figure out why something like this happened to her. Why? Everyone is gone.
Just a whim.
The words spoken by the man she met in the underground passage were so cold that it felt like someone had fallen into an ice cellar, echoing in Adele's mind again. Then, she just stayed beside her father's body stupidly. It wasn't until an unknown amount of time passed that clergymen wearing papal attire poured into the Renault family's fortress. However, in the huge fortress, the priests only found the Count's youngest daughter. She is the only survivor. However, no matter what kind of questions the priests asked her at that time, the girl always had empty eyes and a dull expression on her face and remained silent. Before the priests took Adele away, the 9-year-old girl bent her little body, which was still trembling uncontrollably. Under her body was a simple long sword and a rag doll that was originally very gorgeous and delicate, but now was full of dirt. The girl picked up the sword with trembling hands. Never touched a rag doll again. Chapter 260: A Late Opportunity to Cry. Adele's nightmare ends here. Something else seemed to happen later, flashing through her mind like a marquee. She seemed to have started her life in the Holy See from then on, and seemed to have become the sword-bearer of the Holy See. But Adele often feels that she is still the helpless, crying, scared and desperate little girl when she was 9 years old in the long underground passage with no end in sight. When she encounters danger, she can't help but be afraid, and her body will tremble uncontrollably. She will be helpless and long for someone to save her. After the brief marquee ended, Adele turned back into the lively little girl wearing a fluffy dress, white pantyhose, and cute hair accessories. He was carefree in the room with his brother Itami, playing house with Lupas in his arms. The nightmare that I couldn't wake up from. And a new round of fear began again. Damp, endless underground passage. Although Adele didn't feel it herself. This was the first time she had entered this place in a dream. The crows crowed loudly behind him. And the people walking around him began to disappear. The knight, the steward, the maid, and then her brother holding hands with her. Adele's palms relaxed, leaving only a little bit of sweat on her palms. Wow wow. The crow of the crow sounded again. And this time, only little Adele was left holding Lupa in the passage. Adele in her Lolita form stood there stupidly. Deep in the passage, several crows with blood-red eyes and pale green feathers flapped their wings and flew toward her. But then, the crows suddenly stopped 5 or 6 meters away from Adele. A dark red ominous aura lingers around every crow, accompanied by these unknown auras that came from nowhere. The terrifying crows disappeared without a trace. Not even half a feather was left. This is... Adele hugged Lupa tightly in her arms, obviously unable to understand what was happening now. Then, she heard footsteps. Not loud, but very steady. From the depths of the passage, a man walked out. However, because the surroundings were too dark, Adele could not clearly see the appearance of the person who came out. Adele? The other person spoke. A calm and gentle voice of a young male. Who are you? Adele hugged Lupa and took a step back. But she didn't know why. But she always felt that the other person's voice felt very familiar. Oh, it's too dark here. But don't be afraid. The man with a familiar voice walked to Adele's side. Dark red aura surged out of his body. Then, the underground passage became brighter, and Adele's vision became clear. She finally saw clearly the appearance of the man next to her. He has a tall and straight posture, black hair and black eyes, and a calm and friendly facial expression. He is a young brother with good looks and unique temperament. At the same time, this big brother gave Adele an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Don't? Following the strange feeling of familiarity in her heart, Adele called out the name of the young man in front of her. Yes, I'm here to take you out. Adele. Dawn said, this to calm Adele's emotions. There was a brief silence in the underground passage. Little Adele just hugged Lupa and stared at Dawn's face. So familiar. Do you know this big brother yourself? Moreover, I don't know why the man in front of me can give Adele an unreasonable sense of security. Is he here to save himself? Or did he ever save himself? I don't know. Adele really doesn't know. But looking at him just makes me feel at ease. It's okay. It's okay. Dorn said this, squatting down and reaching out to rub the head of the sword-wielding lady in lowly form. To be honest, he felt sorry for Adele. Although Dorn has just entered the dream of Miss Swordholder. However, with the Dreamwalker skill, he already has strong control over dreams. So after entering the dream, he could understand all the things that happened in this nightmare in a short period of time, and understand the fear that Adele had experienced. Although the dream may distort this terrifying experience based on the memory of the sword holder, amplifying the feeling of terror. But this does not prevent Dawn from understanding what happened to Adele when she was 9 years old, and the origin of Adele's deepest fear. If Adele had not experienced these things when she was a child, and had grown up normally and carefree in the original living environment, she would probably be a girl with a more lively personality than Cross now. Dawn thought so in his mind. Adele, who was in her Lolita form, still stared at Dorn with her chestnut eyes. She saw tears welling up in the corners of her eyes. And then she howled. Wow! In her current state, she is still a 9-year-old child. Everyone is gone. I don't know what I did wrong. But everyone is gone! Adele let go of Lupa in her hand, reached out to hug Dorn who was squatting down, and buried her head in Dorn's arms. Tears were streaming down her young face, seemingly unable to stop, because of the sense of security that Dorn brought her. The fear in little Adele's heart was dissipated a lot. She can be sad, and cry normally. You did nothing wrong, Dawn said as softly as possible, and patted Adele's back gently. In a daze, Dorn smelled a faint scent of blackcurrant, which was emanating from his arms and lingering on the tip of his nose. This scent comes from Adele. Of course, the sword-wielding lady in the lowly form will most likely not have this flavor. So by the time Dorn came to his senses, Adele in his arms had transformed back into the sword-wielding girl with long chestnut hair. Adele returned to her original appearance and sat on her knees in the mud, her hands unconsciously clasping Dorn tighter. He still didn't stop crying violently. Perhaps as early as when she was 9 years old. She desperately needed an opportunity to cry and vent her emotions like she is now. Dorn spent a lot of time in Miss Swordbearer's dreams. Miss Adele also cried for a long time. However, no matter how sad the crying is, it will eventually stop. Adele's sobs in her arms had weakened, but her body was still trembling slightly because she was crying so hard. Dawn felt that maybe she should say something to comfort her at this time. However, just when he was about to speak, a strange feeling suddenly came over him. At the same time, his dream walker moved almost subconsciously, and the majestic black breath surged out, swallowing up the entire underground passage space in an instant, and even swallowed up Adele's entire nightmare. Dorn and the sword-wielding lady were also completely enveloped by this surging thick black energy. The next second, the black energy in the entire passage dissipated, and Dorn and the two disappeared without a trace. It was about half a minute after Dawn took Adele to escape from this dream. The dream became extremely unstable, but it had not completely dissipated. In the underground passage in the dream, a hole was torn open in the dream space, and several crows with red pupils and pale green feathers flew out of it. These crows twisted and merged, quickly forming an outline of a man wearing a robe, whose face could not be seen clearly. The man glanced at the dream that was about to collapse, and spoke in a tone so calm that there was no emotion at all.
I came a step too late, and it seems that I have already left. Well, I cleaned this dream very clean before I left, leaving no trace of my breath. I have to say, he has really excellent dream control ability.
After the man turned into a crow finished his compliments in a cold tone, Adele's entire nightmare completely collapsed. Everything returns to annihilation and silence. Chapter 261 Conjecture about the Green Crow Man.
Fortunately, they didn't follow. We are safe. Temporarily.
Dorn breathed a sigh of relief. I'm still in a dream now. But this time, it was pitch black and a seemingly empty and endless space. This is the basic space that Dawn uses to construct his own dreams. It is the exclusive dream space he got after getting the dream entering skill. The moment he escaped from the nightmare, Dorn came here with the sword-wielding lady. This kind of rapid jump between dreams is not difficult for Dorn, who has walking in dreams. And the reason why he did this suddenly was entirely because he had a strange feeling in Adele's dream just now. It felt like there was an external force trying to erode into the nightmare just now. Moreover, he was no stranger to that power. It is a cold, emotionless force, and it most likely belongs to the man who was transformed into a crow that Adele saw when she was a child. Regarding the power of that man, it is actually very scary to think about it. It's the kind of thing that, if you think about it seriously, would make you so scared that you'd shiver with chills on a hot day. First of all, after Adele entered the nightmare woven by the siege, LS, the extra power surrounding the fortress where she was located probably came from the Green Crow Man. But why does this force appear? Through the information obtained from dream exploration last night and this morning, Dawn made a reasonable guess. It's probably just because his projection appeared in Adele's dream. In other words, the projection of the Green Crow Man in the dream has that kind of power. Isn't this scary? Also, just before Dorn escaped from the nightmare, he felt the external force corroding Adele's nightmare. That power has its origin. Dorn, who has mastered the Dream Walker skill, can clearly feel that the power definitely does not come from projection. There is a great possibility that it comes from the Green Crow male body. The reason is probably that Dorn dissipated the Green Crow Man's projection in Adele's nightmare, causing the Green Crow Man in reality to sense it and choose to come directly to invade the dream. This is simply equivalent to people on the internet looking for you directly along the network cable. Very scary. Man. If Dorn's above guesses are correct, then there is a high probability that the Green Crow Man is whatever is said must be known, existence.
Maybe it's not so terrifying, but he should be able to feel it is something that is very clearly pointing to him is affected. For example, his projection in a dream.
Dawn touched his chin and revised his guess. After staying in the dream basic space for a while, I haven't felt any influence from the power of the Green Crow Man. It's probably really safe now. Speaking of which, after Dorn felt the invasion of the Green Crow Man, he did not choose to wake up immediately, but jumped into his dream space immediately. This is also said because Dorn didn't know whether the Green Crow Man could follow him into the real world or into another dream that had nothing to do with him. If the Green Crow Man really had such an ability, then Dorn would rather have a chance encounter with him in the dreamland he controlled. This might lead to a more dignified death. After all, Dorn only felt the erosion long after the Green Crow Man's dream projection dissipated. Moreover, the erosion had a certain delay and was not completed immediately, so it gave Dorn some time to prepare for escape. From this, Dorn boldly deduced in a short period of time that although the Green Crow Man was ridiculously powerful, influencing dreams might not be his strong point.
Judging from the current results, my inference is correct. Because after I cleaned up the breath in that nightmare, the other party did not even have the ability to find the basic space of my dream.
Only then did Don truly feel relieved. Then, he couldn't help but think about the background of the Green Crow Man. First of all, the Green Crow Man is terrifyingly powerful. But judging from what he did to Adele's family, he did whatever he wanted, and did whatever he wanted. Like neutral evil, or simply chaotic evil. Finally, there is some information given by the Green Crow Man himself. I am a follower of death. But one day, perhaps soon or perhaps a long time later, I will be death itself. These words are too riddle-like and somewhat unclear.
But death itself?
Maybe you can check it out along this line of thinking. But even if there were certain clues, Dorn didn't dare to investigate the other party in depth. Because you can never predict to what extent the Green Crow Man will investigate. And he will suddenly feel something. And then follow the network cable directly to the door. Difficult. Thinking of this, Dorn frowned deeply and shook his head.
Dorn?
In the end, it was Adele's voice that interrupted Don's increasingly divergent thoughts. Speaking of which, after being brought to this basic dreamland, Miss Swordholder had been left alone for a long time.
Ah, sorry.
Dawn came back to her senses.
Where are we?
Adele has completely escaped from the state of that 9-year-old lowly at this moment. And her mind is completely clear. In fact, because of the change in the dream. The eyes of the lady holding the sword that were originally red from crying have completely returned to normal. Now, she seems to have turned back into the heroic, pale sword wielder again.
Now in my dream. A dream with nothing.
Dorn answered truthfully.
A dream?
Adele's handsome eyebrows frowned slightly.
Is what just happened also a dream? Absolutely. The Annie encountered Nightmare Siege, LS in the Sea of Storms. And the entire ship was dragged into the dream. Then, your dream was a little bit special.
Because the swordsman lady answered directly, Dorn simply explained the situation between the two of them, including his ability to control dreams, including some things related to the Green Crow Man. He gave a simple explanation.
So, the reason why I haven't woken up is because death appeared in my dream?
After hearing the general story of what happened tonight, Adele was silent for a while, and then asked this question. Dawn, did Miss Swordholder directly call the Green Crow Man death?
So far, that's the case. By the way, Adele, regarding that death, did you tell the Holy See later?
Dorn pondered for a while and asked.
Yes. The Archbishop, Cardinal, and elders of the Holy See all know about it.
Adele nodded.
However, they do not allow me to investigate matters related to death privately. Because the more you know about death, the more likely it is that he will know about it.
Adele said with a serious expression. All right. It's exactly what I just guessed. However, according to Adele, it seems that the higher-ups of the Holy See have certain information related to death.
Suddenly, I really felt that this other world is so dangerous. It has the terrifying existence of death. In comparison, the life of being a cook in Eden Town is really too safe and comfortable.
Don touched his chin and thought to himself. However, this is probably the price that must be paid to understand the truth of this other world. Chapter 262. Arriving at the Storm Islands. Dawn and Adele stayed in the dark and boundless basic dream for a while. Nothing unusual happened. Death should indeed be nowhere to be found. Dawn plans to take Adele back to reality. Before leaving the dreamland, Miss Swordholder moved closer to Dawn.
Dawn, I have something to ask you. After you go out, can you not tell others about death? Yeah. I won't.
Dawn nodded. Because death has a unique and sensitive perception. Not telling others about his existence is a kind of protection for others.
Sorry for bringing you into this.
Later, Adele sincerely apologized.
There is nothing to apologize for. It was my own idea to enter your dream. Besides, you saved me once, so I have to repay you.
Dorn just waved his hand.
Did I save you?
The sword-wielding lady showed a slightly confused expression.
Yes. The last time I was in the ruins of God. I was almost impaled by the tongue of a poisonous frog. But you knocked me away in time. But that's just casual. Not worth mentioning at all.
After Dorn said this, Adele finally remembered that there was such a thing.
If you say that, I will be very sad.
Dawn deliberately emphasized his tone.
You saved my life. Why is it not worth mentioning?
Huh?
No. No. That's not what I meant. Listen to my explanation. I mean...
The words Dawn said made Adele obviously panic. But she kept a serious face and tried to explain her original meaning clearly. However, it seems quite interesting to see the sword-wielding lady, who usually has a calm and indifferent face, showing such a rare expression.
Huh? I understand. No need to explain.
Finally, Dorn couldn't help but laugh.
Were you teasing me just now?
Adele looked a little surprised. How dare he?
That's right. You should smile sometimes,
Dorn said in a relaxed tone. Adele was stunned for a moment, then nodded helplessly. Perhaps Miss Swordholder herself didn't realize it. When she faced Dorn in the current dream, she talked a lot more than usual, and her expressions were much more vivid than usual. This is probably a sign that their relationship has become closer.
However, I only saved you once, but you saved me twice, so I owe you.
After a moment of silence, Adele spoke again, her expression a little serious and almost rigid.
Yeah, your calculation seems to be correct.
Dorn shrugged. He had saved Adele once in the poison swamp, and he had just saved her again in the dream. Therefore, there is nothing wrong with what Miss Swordholder said.
So,
Adele opened her mouth and hesitated for a moment.
Thank you, Dawn. Thank you for everything you just did for me.
Dawn nodded, and then savored Adele's words carefully. Everything you just did? In addition to saving her, it should also include holding her and making her cry happily. Right? Thinking like this, he went to see Miss Swordholder again, but he found that the other person's fair face had a touch of crimson that was touching. But it is different from most girls, who always look away when they are blushing and shy. Although Adele's cheeks were red at the moment, her chestnut eyes were still looking directly at Dawn's eyes. There is an inexplicable feeling of neither being humble nor being arrogant. In fact, the current situation does not have to be like this. Adele's direct gaze made Dawn a little confused. But would the taciturn and decisive Holy See, pale sword-wielding man, also have such an expression? In the end, it was Dawn who first looked away. But let me tell you one thing. Miss Swordholder looks like this, very good-looking. When Dorn turned into a thick black energy and returned to reality, Adele, who had been sleeping for a long time, finally woke up. The other three clerics and Captain Hector finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, when asked later about why the sword-wielding lady was unconscious and the details of her dream, Adele remained silent and didn't answer. Dorn, on the other hand, either ignored him or made nonsense. Everyone now understood that these two people did not seem to intend to tell the truth and details of what happened to Adele. However, the priests and Captain Hector could not delve into this. Everyone believed that Dawn and Adele would do this, and they must have their own reasons. Moreover, when it comes to the status of their group in the Holy See, Adele is the biggest one. She has the right to remain silent. Also, Dawn and Adele suddenly have a common secret. Only the pastor sister made it clear that she was a little angry, because from Cross's point of view, she was excluded by two people who were quite important to her. A whole two. What kind of suffering is this? As a result, the pastor sister later expressed her silent protest by
continuing to remain close to Sister Adele, but not taking the initiative to talk to Dawn for 2 days.
The rest of the people tacitly chose to keep silent about this. After experiencing the nightmare Siege L incident, the Aang continued to sail in the stormy waters and did not encounter any major trouble worth mentioning. As for Death, he did not come to see Dorn and his party in reality. The Aang successfully arrived at its destination, the Storm Islands. The destination of this voyage of this large 3-masted merchant ship, which has gone through many hardships, is Maloport. Malo is the largest human gathering place on the Storm Islands that is large enough to be called a city. People who live on the stormy sea call this place the
Stone Crown on the Waves.
At the same time, Port Malo has another nickname that more accurately describes its status: Pirate City. On the previous voyage, Captain Hector had given Dorn a detailed introduction to the situation in Maloport. First of all, this stone-crowned city is the largest gathering place for pirates in the Sea of Storms, and even in the entire Land of Miracles. Since it is a city run by pirates, Port Malo is bound to be full of chaos and crime.
But nothing is absolute. When you get to Marlow, if you are willing to take your attention away from the fights caused by excess energy in the streets, pubs, and brothels, and observe the city carefully, you will find that behind Marlowe's chaos, there is order. However, this is inevitable, isn't it? Pirates also have their own set of rules.
These are the exact words of Captain Hector. Chapter 263 Pirate City. The history of the establishment of Port Malo can be traced back to more than 200 years ago. At that time, the first batch of immigrants from several principalities crossed the Sea of Storms and came to the islands to thrive. Here they built a village and town that began to take shape and named it Marlow. The first residents of the islands made a living by reclaiming wasteland and fishing in the sea. Along with human activities, the pearls and corals produced in this sea area have also begun to be known. One after another, merchants from various principalities began to travel through the Sea of Storms, open up shipping lanes, and establish trade routes between their respective principalities and the Storm Islands. Marlow's development also took a major turn at this stage. At this important historical node, some island residents began to discover that their income from farming, fishing, and pearl hunting on the islands was pitiful. The wealth and value generated by their labor will always flow into the pockets of the wealthy merchants traveling to and from the Storm Islands in various forms. At that time, merchant ships plying the Marlow trade would often run aground due to the influence of bad, whether in stormy waters or ocean monsters such as nightmare seas. Ls. For some residents of the island, this is an opportunity to make a lot of money quickly. They would travel in groups to plunder the cargo of merchant ships that ran aground. If things go on like this, some island residents are no longer content to sit back and wait passively for merchant ships to hit the rocks. They began to take the initiative. Thus, watering on the stormy sea, the first large-scale Marlow native pirate group was born. On the other hand, the Storm Islands in Marlow also began to attract the attention of other pirates on the ocean. There are various islands dotted here in the archipelago, which are convenient for pirates to hide. The bad weather and difficult monsters on the stormy sea also act as a natural barrier. In addition, the pirates at sea really need a transit station and supply depot that can generously accept any guilty person. Under this background and the advancement of the times, the small fishing village originally named Marlow was reborn and officially became a stone crown on the waves. A city of pirates. After so many years of development, Marlow City has its own trading system. The pirates went out to sea to plunder, and after returning to Marlow, the stolen goods were handed over to the black merchants behind each pirate group. These Marlow merchants operate their own sales channels and can sell stolen goods overseas, such as the port of Charleston where they had previously docked, and other principality port cities. After these stolen goods arrive in these port cities, they are transformed, laundered into serious merchandise, and sold openly. The huge profits that can be obtained are self-evident. Therefore, Marlow's pirate economy is a business without capital and profit as long as he is not afraid of bloodshed, missing arms and legs, and death. The criminal pirate trade was Marlow's biggest business. And since Marlow can be called a city and also given the name Stone Crown on the waves, there must be a series of relatively developed ancillary industries and a complete urban system operating. For example, a series of facilities such as casinos, taverns, and brothels allow pirates to squander their excess energy and the gnar earned through hard work. Experienced appraisers will provide services for pirates to appraise goods and give reasonable valuations. In the tavern, there will be well-informed intelligence dealers selling all kinds of news and information. In addition, some highly skilled and bold sea adventurers are also very active in this area. Finally, there is no absolute ruler in the entire city of Marlow. The forces here are intertwined. Several famous and powerful pirate ship captains, as well as local snakes who run most of the pornographic gambling industry, jointly influence and operate Marlow. The above is the full story of Marlow introduced to Dawn by Captain Hector. After the inn arrived at Port Marlow, it meant that Dorn had to part with Adele and her party. The investigative mission of the priests seems to be centered around Marlow Port and several larger surrounding islands. After arriving here, they will almost start to carry out the tasks assigned by the Holy See. And Dorn's journey is far from over. What he was going to was the unnamed island at the marked point of the Great Labyrinth of Minotaur copy. It was to the south of the entire Sea of Storms, and still far away from Marlow Port. After staying one night in Marlow Port and getting acquainted with this pirate city, Dorn officially parted ways with the priests.
Dorn, we will stay near Marlow for a while. If your exploration goes smoothly and quickly, you can come back to find us in Marlow. Then, let's go back to Donner Silver Shield Port together.
Cross said this to Dawn when they parted. There was obvious reluctance in the eyes of the pastor's sister when she spoke. but it was unclear whether she was reluctant to part with Dorn himself or the delicious food Dorn cooked along the way. Jishio and Yuval also said goodbye to Dorn. The farewell language between male friends is relatively simple and brief. Finally, there is Miss Swordholder. Adele stared at Dorn for a while with her chestnut eyes.
You really don't need help when you go to the south of the Sea of Storms? I can accompany you if you need it. If I need help, I will contact you as soon as possible.
Dorn pondered for a while and replied. If a normal team copy were to be downloaded at this time, Dorn would definitely find ways to get help from the priests. But the Minotaur Labyrinth copy I'm about to download is a special single-player copy. No way. We can only think about doing our own thing first. After hearing Don's answer, Adele didn't insist on anything anymore. She nodded to him and said seriously,
Then be careful.
At the same time, the clergy also left Dorn a way to contact them in Marlow. Go to a tavern called Storm and Sea Wave and find an information dealer named Argo. This person is considered an informant of the Holy See, specializing in the Storm Islands. After showing him the letter written by Adele and marked with special symbols, he will inform the Dornish priests of their recent movements. After parting ways with the clergy, Don moved with his new friend Captain Hector. Although Hector himself has rich sailing experience, his merchant ships are not suitable for appearing in the dangerous waters south of the Storm Sea in all senses. However, because he is familiar with Port Malo, he can serve as a free middleman to find a group of skilled sea adventurers for Dorn who are familiar with the South Storm Sea and are reliable to send Dorn where he wants to go. Land. As for the suitable person, Hector has already contacted him.
Let's go, Mr. Dorn. Let's take you to meet the adventurer Sparrow, whom half of the people in Malo Port admire and half of the people hate.
Mr. Captain patted Dorn on the shoulder and greeted him. At this time, there are still 16 days until the opening of the Great Labyrinth of the Minotaur. Chapter 260 for the Greatest Captain Sparrow. Under the leadership of Hector, Dorn met the adventurer Sparrow in an inconspicuous tavern. The other person was about 30 years old, smelled of alcohol, and was dressed like a pirate, but he had a temperament that ordinary pirates did not have. Wearing a triangular black captain's hat, a messy headdress, and his hair and beard are tied into braids. He has a pair of deep and rebellious eyes, with smoky eye makeup smeared around them. In short, it is an appearance that leaves a deep impression on people just by looking at it.
This is Sparrow, an outstanding sea adventurer and the captain of the Bloody Pearl. And this is Mr. Dorn, the employer of this trip south to the Storm Sea.
As the middleman who brought the two of them together this time, Captain Hector first introduced them on their behalf.
Hello, Mr. Sparrow.
Dorn greeted the other party.
No, it's not Mr. Sparrow. I prefer someone else.
Sparrow corrected him, and at the same time paused.
Call me Captain Sparrow. Well, Low, Captain Sparrow.
Dorn changed the title according to his wishes. Sparrow was very satisfied with Dorn's success. He grinned and revealed a small gold tooth with malicious intentions. At the same time, he pushed the wine glass on the table forward.
Do you want a drink? Hiccup. I heard old Hector say yesterday that you are a very skilled adventurer. But when I see you today, with all due respect, you are more like a young master from a noble family who has only learned to be a showman.
Dorn himself did not express his opinion on these teasing remarks. But Hector took the wine glass in front of Sparrow, took a swig, and spoke for Dorn.
The cinnamon-flavored sugar wine tastes good, but it's a bit bland. Listen to me, little Sparrow. Mr. Dorn is definitely more extraordinary than you think, since old Hector said so.
Sparrow shrugged and gestured with the fingers of both hands.
Well, I think there is not much to talk about now. If you want to take my Bloody Pearl and go south, fixed price, this amount.
The boat fee that Sparrow wanted to charge Dorn was a huge sum of money. A full 10 guineas. In response, Hector nodded slightly towards Dorn. This shows that in the eyes of the merchant ship captain, the fee is quite reasonable. And that's exactly what happened. Dorn needs to go south to the unknown waters of the Sea of Storms, which means the existence of unknown risks. In this harsh sea area, unknown risks are often fatal. In other words, there is a certain probability that the remuneration Dorn needs to pay will become life money for Sparrow and the crew of the Blood Pearl. So if the money given is not much, who would be willing to put their head in the belt of their pants? On the other hand, pirates and adventurers at sea are keen to sell their lives in exchange for generous rewards or bounties. It is precisely because of their high income that there are many pirates and adventurers in Marlow who spend a lot of money. After these people make money, they can spend dozens of silver coins in casinos or brothels within an hour. This kind of vindictive consumption method is completely unimaginable to the people of several continental empires. All in all, if you want to hire these desperados, who make a lot of money, and spend a lot of money to work, it is inevitable that the price will be high. After seeing Hector nod, Don was ready to pay without any hesitation. The price of 10 gold nuggets was a bit painful for him to say, but it was completely affordable. He put his right hand into his coat, seemingly taking out the money holder, but actually he was pressing the button on Alice's bedtime reading to communicate with the Dragon Lady. After a brief exchange of thoughts, the Dragon Lady gave away part of the money that Dorn had temporarily kept with her. Snap, snap, snap. Dorn placed 10 gold nars on the table.
It's more generous than I thought.
Sparrow smiled again, showing the eye-catching little gold tooth in his mouth.
Believe me, Mr. Dorn, your efforts are definitely worth it. Because from this moment on, you hired Captain Sparrow, the greatest on the stormy sea.
Don just nodded, non-committal. But no matter what, we have finally found the boat heading south. Later, Dorn showed Sparrow the chart he had drawn, showing the unknown location of the nameless island. It took Dorn a long time to draw this chart one stroke at a time according to the map in the email. And he also used professional tools and Hector's guidance to finally complete it. No issues with accuracy. After Sparrow received Dorn's money and the nautical chart, the two made an appointment to go to sea 2 days later under the witness of Hector. Then, the greatest captain on the stormy sea left first. When he completely walked out of the tavern, the hairy Captain Hector spoke again.
Don't worry, Mr. Dorn. Although Sparrow is unreliable most of the time, since he has accepted your money, he will still do things well for you. However, he and his crew are indeed a bit eccentric in character, and they are very troublemaking. Marlowe has this saying, there are thousands of villains on the stormy sea, and Captain Sparrow is responsible for half of them. When dealing with them, be careful not to get innocently implicated.
Don didn't say anything, just nodded. But what I was thinking was, in fact, in a sense, I am quite capable of causing trouble. Oh, no. There will always be something that annoys me. After Dorn hired Sparrow, it was time to say goodbye to Hector. After all, Hector is the captain of a merchant ship and a secret agent of the Holy See. He will definitely have a lot of things of his own to be busy with. 2 days passed quickly. The day Dorn and Sparrow agreed to set off came. The place the two agreed to meet was not at several ports in Marlowe, but at an uninhabited beach on the edge of the island. This is understandable. If Sparrow had indeed provoked more than half of the villains on the stormy sea, as Hector said, then if he and his ship appeared in a conspicuous port, it would undoubtedly cause unnecessary commotion and revenge. At this beach location, Dorn met Sparrow as promised.
Good morning, Mr. Dorn. You look very good.
Sparrow spoke first, and said, okay, in a deliberately exaggerated and pretentious way. A greeting ceremony between nobles. Dorn just shook his head helplessly.
Good morning, Captain Sparrow. Let me introduce you first. This is my ship, the Bloody Pearl, the fastest ship on the entire storm sea.
Sparrow turned around, pointed enthusiastically at the ship docked on the shore, and boasted. After praising the ship, his tone softened again.
And these are the crew members I can barely make do with.
The Bloody Pearl has a streamlined hull, which is completely black, and its sails are mainly black, but mixed with blood-red lines. It is much smaller than the N in size, but also has 3 masts. The boat is not big, but its shape looks very impressive. Nice boat. Dorn turned his attention to Sparrow's crew again. Compared with the Blood Pearl, these crew members are a bit indescribable, wearing rags and smelling fishy. When they stood on the shore, everyone was in low spirits and looked like they had played all night long last night. Moreover, their appearance is far different from Sparrow. Some are so old that their hair has turned completely white. Some are as thin as a bamboo pole, and there are dwarfs about 1 meter tall. Anyway, they all look crooked.
Good guy. Is the Bloody Pearl a special account for the old, weak, sick and disabled?
Dorn complained in his mind, raising his eyebrows slightly. Moreover, when Hector introduced himself, he said that this group of people were adventurers on the sea. Right? Forget it about Sparrow. No matter how you look at this group of people under him, they just look like a group of lazy and undisciplined pirates. Right? Chapter 265, The Self-Disciplined Pirate.
Oh, Mr. Dorn.
Sparrow seemed to read something from Dorn's expression.
I think when old Hector introduces me and my crew to you, he will definitely tell you that we are a group of adventurers. But you are seeing it with your own eyes after seeing my barely usable subordinates. You will definitely think that we are just a bunch of poor pirates. Right.
Don didn't reply, nor did he nod or shake his head. So, Sparrow continued,
well, in order to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings about us, I must solemnly state to you here that our group is pirates.
Don? No. You laid the groundwork in front of me, just when I thought you were going to make a dramatic turn to show that your group is not just a mob. So you just told me this with a proud face.
Hey, there are no sailors sailing on stormy seas who are completely innocent.
Sparrow smiled and showed the conspicuous little gold tooth.
However, we people are indeed a little different from other pirates. We do not rob neutral merchant ships. Under normal circumstances, we only rob money and goods from hostile black merchant ships. Fortunately, we have enough hostile forces at sea, so there are many targets for us to attack, so that our group can still live happily.
Don, I feel like there are a lot of things worth complaining about in this long paragraph. But for a while, I don't know where to start. After briefly communicating with Sparrow for a while, Dorn boarded the Bloody Pearl, and the old, weak, sick and disabled crew members on this ship. After boarding the Blood Pearl, all changed from the decadent state they had just been on the shore. They all performed their duties. Looking out, controlling the sails, and steering the helm. Act quickly and resolutely. This actually made Dorn a little impressed. The crew on the Bloody Pearl seems to be quite reliable. Sparrow was holding the drawing drawn by Dorn in one hand, and an old-style compass in the other. After looking at it for a while, he pointed a direction on the map to the first mate and ordered,
"The Bloody Pearl! Let's go!"
After the ship takes action, Captain Sparrow returned to Dorn at this time and spoke slowly.
"Mr. Dorn, although you are our employer, now that you are on the ship, I still want to tell you some of the rules on the ship." "Yeah, you tell me."
Don nodded.
"The rules of pirates at sea are different from those on land. Gambling, theft, and private fights are strictly prohibited at sea, unless it is a formal duel with a notary as witness. Mr. Don, if you are interested in dueling, I can do it for you."
When Sparrow said this, he winked at Dorn teasingly, and then continued,
"Then, crew members who are not on night watch must go to bed on time and get up on time. Those who make noise at night and stay in bed in the morning will be fined for washing the deck and toilet, and will also be deducted. Oh, but Mr. Don, you can stay in bed, rest assured." Did you just mean that your crew should go to bed early and get up early on time?"
Dorn looked confused.
"Yes. What's the problem?" "It's not a problem."
Dorn shook his head. "That is, gambling and private fighting are not allowed. And you are also required to go to bed early and get up early. How do you group of pirates live so disciplinedly? Is this worthy of your pirate name and the name of the ship, Blood Pearl? Changing it to Good Baby Number may be more suitable for you."
Hee hee. As I said, there are rules at sea. If these small rules are not followed, it may cause big troubles, including mutiny.
Sparrow just smiled. Don nodded. In fact, if you think about it carefully, there seems to be nothing wrong with this statement. Captain Sparrow added again. This time while speaking, he made a fist with his right hand and touched Dorn's chest.
"By the way, everyone has an equal vote on all matters on the ship, including the appointment and removal of the captain and first mate. Everyone, now that you are on the ship, I can also count you in before you get off the ship. Equal voting rights?"
When he heard this word, Don was surprised again.
"That's right. That is, as long as you can incite the vast majority of people to agree with you, whether it is to remove me from the captain's position and replace it, or to directly execute me. It is all reasonable. It's easy to understand, isn't it?"
Sparrow explained this with an indifferent expression. "Don, are you pirates so democratic?" But speaking of it, Dorn had heard this joke during his time on Earth.
"The underworld chooses the people who will talk about things 100 years earlier than the white people choose the chief executive."
Although this is just a nonsensical joke, it cannot be taken seriously. But combined with Dorn's own experience on the Bloody Pearl, maybe this joke can work in another world? Good guy. The development of civilization really leads to the same goal through different paths. Dorn and Sparrow were still chatting, but the white-haired first mate on the ship suddenly started to sing a song. His voice was old but powerful.
"The Emperor and his servants kidnapped the Queen, imprisoning her in her body. The sea is ours and has infinite power. Float around as you please.
Dorn and Sparrow both fell silent at the same time. At this time, other sailors spoke up and echoed. Yo-ho!
Thousands of hands hoist the sail high.
Yo-ho!
Thieves and beggars. We will live forever.
Yo-ho!
Let's work together to raise the flag.
Yo-ho!
Thieves and beggars. We will live forever.
The pirates' chant-like songs were far from beautiful, with a salty and hoarse feeling like sea water. But this neat chorus, especially the most common shouts in pirate songs, mixed with the sound of the turbulent waves on the sea and the fierce sound of the sails, is inexplicably shocking. Dorn lowered his gaze to the sea. The Sea of Storms was not calm at all. The dark seawater was covered with white foam, and it hit the bloody pearl one after another. At the end of the sea level, you can see dark clouds gathering and accumulating on the sea surface, as if a storm is brewing. Sparrow stood on the bow of the ship, facing the sea breeze, grinning at Dorn as the crew sang, proudly showing his little gold tooth.
Mr. Dorn, welcome to the stormy sea.
The sea breeze made his words a little distorted and blurred, but they were still clear enough. But Dorn didn't reply. His eyes still fell on the sea. Beyond the sea is an unknown sea area, an unknown island, a single-player copy that has never been seen before, and the so-called Great Labyrinth of the Minotaur. Oh, right. Also, looking at the description of the copy, it looks like a huge white bull that can be cooked and eaten. In short, Don knew that a grand adventure of his own was about to begin again. Chapter 266, The Floating Ghost Island. Following the guidance of the chart, the Bloody Pearl headed south toward the Sea of Storms. Sparrow and his party should be very familiar with this sea area. The Bloody Pearl they drove could always sail through thunderstorms and rough waves without any danger, and would even deliberately go around some specific sea areas. Dorn had learned from the crew that it was said that the sea areas that the Bloody Pearl circumnavigated were the areas where shipwrecks had been most frequent among sea adventurers throughout the ages. In short, after sailing for a period of time, it can be seen that Sparrow and his gang are quite capable in business, and are quite worthy of the 10 gold nuggets. We traveled through the Hainan region in bad weather and storms for 10 days. On the morning of the 11th day, Bloody Pearl experienced a turbulent storm, and then the sea weather rarely cleared up. It was also on this sunny day, with a wide field of vision, that Dorn and his party officially arrived at the sea area where the nameless island marked on the map was located.
Mr. Dorn,
Sparrow stayed on the circular wooden observation deck on the mast for a long time, then shouted to Dorn below.
I think we are in trouble. Either the map you gave is wrong, or the Blood Pearl sailing route is wrong. I personally prefer the former reason. In short, this sea area is not like it looks like an island.
Dorn was standing on the bow of the deck at this time, driving the Eagle View to look out. In fact, as Sparrow said, this area does not look like an island. Dorn took the chart he drew and opened the map in the email in the system. After comparing it carefully for a long time, he didn't find any mistakes in the drawing.
Captain Sparrow, I can guarantee that there is no problem with this map.
This was all he could say in the end.
Then I can guarantee that our sailing route will definitely follow the map.
Sparrow continued to shout on the mast. The two of them had actually had similar communications several times today. But the Bloody Pearl has been wandering around in this sea area for a long time, and still can't find the target island. Dorn and Sparrow also checked the map and navigation route many times, and both believed that they had made no mistakes.
First mate! First mate! Gibbs! Adjust the rudder. Let's go around this sea area again!
In desperation, Sparrow pulled the rope and swung down the mast, giving the order to the first mate. The Bloody Pearl turned its bow again and circled the sea area. At the same time, Captain Sparrow walked to Dorn on the bow of the ship, cleared his throat, and spoke in a tone that was half comforting and half teasing.
Mr. Dorn, be optimistic. In any case, you have arrived in the unpredictable southern sea area of the Sea of Storms this time, and you have experienced even the most terrifying storms on the sea several times. Actually, this experience alone is enough for you to go back and brag to the beautiful ladies for a long time. Moreover, if you can tell this experience vividly and with suspense, I believe your appearance will be enough to attract the ladies to have long conversations with you all night long and have in-depth exchanges. Oh, by the way, if you need anything about this, I can teach you my experience. I have good experience in both storytelling and in-depth communication. Ahem. So now that the adventure is almost over, when do you think it's a good time for us to return?
Sparrow spoke for a long time, but Dorn just shook his head helplessly. He had no intention of responding to Captain Sparrow's half-joking, half-sincere jokes and advice at this time. What happened? What went wrong? Right now, there are less than 4 days until the Minotaur Great Labyrinth opens. And hurriedly and slowly along the way, we finally arrive near the marking point. But my dear, it doesn't look like there is an island on this sea area at all.
The marked point on the map is clearly on the island. Could it be that we really came to the wrong place?
Dorn thought with some annoyance, just frowning and looking at the sea without moving. The ship sailed on this relatively calm sea for a while. On the observation deck, the sailor who was originally responsible for looking out and observing the situation around the ship seemed to have suddenly discovered something and shouted loudly,
"Captain! Left! Left!"
Dorn and Sparrow, who were on the bow deck, looked toward the sea to the left at the same time. The sky is clear and the sea is calm. From Sparrow's perspective, there seemed to be nothing particularly noteworthy in the sea on the left. However, Dorn, who was driving Eagle View, could see the scene further away. He could see that there seemed to be something in the sea on the left, close to the sea level. It looks like a column of water. The water column that Dorn saw was rising from the sea. Almost instantly, the water column rose higher and higher, and grew larger and larger. From a small section on the sea surface, it quickly rose to nearly 20 meters, covering an area of nearly 500 meters. It was also accompanied by huge rumbling noises and huge waves. Now let alone Dorn, who has Eagle View, everyone on the ship, as long as they are not blind or deaf, can all notice the existence of the water column.
"Turn the helm! Turn the helm! Get out of here!"
Sparrow was the first to react, tapping the railing and shouting loudly. The crew also took action at this time, controlling the Bloody Pearl and speeding away from the large water column. Fortunately, Dorn and others are still very far away from the water column. If they get any closer, they may not even have a chance to escape. Behind the Bloody Pearl, the monstrous water column continued to change. There was a cloud of smoky boiling steam rising up to 100 meters in the air along the water column. This scene is like a demon sealed at the bottom of the sea breaking through the restrictions. Just looking at it makes people feel frightened. At the same time, the temperature in this area of the sea has increased a lot, becoming somewhat hot. The Bloody Pearl sailed very fast, and after escaping for a while, it was completely out of the waters affected by the water column. Everyone on the boat, including Dorn, was in shock.
"Mr. Dorn, I now know what happened to the non-existent islands drawn on the chart you gave me."
Sparrow took a heavy breath.
"You are looking for the island on the sea. Ghost Island? Ghost Island? Yes. It sinks to the bottom of the sea most of the time. But after the boiling heat, monstrous water columns and huge waves,
it will float to the surface of the erratic Ghost Island."
Sparrow nodded. After being out of danger, Dorn calmed down a little, listening to Captain Sparrow's description. Ghost Island seems to be a floating island in the sea. Moreover, it rises from the bottom of the sea with boiling heat. Maybe it has something to do with the movement of submarine volcanoes? Of course, in a miraculous land where magic and magic exist, it is not ruled out that the ups and downs of the Ghost Island are dominated by other fantastic reasons. The sea area where the water column had just risen seemed to have calmed down a little at this moment. However, that sea area was still surrounded by thick boiling water vapor with the smell of sulfur, making it completely difficult to see what was going on.
It seems that if nothing unexpected happens, the portal of the Great Labyrinth of the Minotaur will be opened on the Ghost Island.
Dorn looked away from the sea, stroking his chin and thinking. Chapter 267 Dragon Lady. Go fishing in the sea. The Bloody Pearl wandered around the sea area where the Ghost Island might have appeared for 2 full days. 2 days later, Captain Sparrow and his party dared to sail the ship close to the sea area. Subsequently, the Bloody Pearl returned and soon discovered a smoking island above the sea. The surrounding sea surface is covered with porous reddish-brown pumice and large pieces of dead fish with white bellies turned over. An island was born out of smoke and boiling water.
It is indeed a ghost island.
Sparrow climbed up to the observation deck on the mast again. After watching for a while, he nodded with certainty. The way this island was formed and its current state are exactly the same as the ghost island he knew. He took a deep breath high on the mast. The air over this sea area still has a warm feeling and the smell of sulfur. Sparrow swung down the observation deck along the rope and came to Dorn on the bow deck.
"Mr. Dorn, have you thought about it? Are you really planning to land on that ghost island?" "Of course. Otherwise, why do you think I went out to sea so hard for this purpose? To see the sea view?"
Dorn replied matter-of-factly. Sparrow's deep and rebellious eyes scanned Don's face, as if he wanted to find something on his face.
"To be honest, Mr. Dorn. I always thought you were a rich man looking for excitement. But now I understand that I was wrong. Very wrong. What? You finally discovered my unique charm?
Dorn said in a joking tone. The appearance of Ghost Island meant that the dungeon mark point had been lost and recovered, which made Dorn feel a little more relaxed. And even the nervousness of facing an unknown single-player dungeon was diluted a lot. Now! He was in the mood to joke.
No. I just think you are a lunatic. Of course. If agreeing with you makes you feel better, then the crazy energy hidden under your gentlemanly appearance is indeed quite attractive.
Sparrow said this, smiled teasingly, and then his tone became serious.
Although I don't hate madmen. Do you know how dangerous the floating islands in the sea are? Especially this island has only just risen.
Don didn't reply directly. He lowered his eyelids and seemed to be thinking about something. So, Captain Sparrow continued.
For the sake of old Hector, I may be able to persuade some crew members to accompany you to the island. But the danger level of such ghost islands is generally very high. Therefore, you have to pay more. Well, what if I have no money?
Dorn raised an eyebrow.
Then I'm sorry, Mr. Dorn. My crew members are used to living at sea, and it is impossible for them to do things that are difficult to make a profit. I thought that with your status, when you see a place with high adventure value like Ghost Island, you would be unable to restrain your desire to explore and rush forward.
Sparrow just shook his head.
Single-minded adventurers may look like this, but we are also pirates. Pirates who know how to analyze the pros and cons and consider whether they can get the desired rewards through their efforts can live longer and live longer. Good. That's quite an interesting statement. So you don't plan to go to the island? Not in the short term. We will consider exploring the island only after spending enough time exploring the outside.
Then prepare a small boat for me, and I'll go there by myself,
Dorn said in a relaxed tone. Sparrow shrugged helplessly.
Anyway, I have already advised you. Mr. Dorn, how long do you plan to go to the island to explore? About 10 days. In this case, after you land on Ghost Island, I will order the blood pearl to repair in the nearby waters. In 10 days, I will return here. I hope you are still alive by then, Mr. Dorn.
There are still 1 day and 6 hours until the opening of the Great Labyrinth of Minotaur. On the sea where Ghost Island is located, the Bloody Pearl dropped a small wooden boat, and there was only Dorn sitting on this wooden boat. He rowed the wooden oar, and slowly approached the floating Ghost Island under the gaze of the crew of the Bloody Pearl with different expressions. Near the outermost edge of the floating island, the sea surface is covered with all kinds of sea fish that have been scalded to death by the boiling water and have turned their bellies white. The rowing of wooden boats has been hindered to some extent. After landing on the floating island, I looked over and saw that the entire Ghost Island was bare and made of porous red pumice. Looking back again, on the sea in the distance is the Bloody Pearl that is getting further and further away.
These pirates move really fast. However, we really don't need them when ordering a dungeon.
Dorn withdrew his gaze from the blood-colored pearls that had turned into small dots on the sea, and began to try to explore the floating island. The island is bare, and although there are many strange rocks, it is not difficult to explore because there is no vegetation cover. Dorn referred to the map in the system mailbox and quickly found the location where the teleportation array was opened in the Great Labyrinth of the Minotaur, located in the center of the floating island. It is the flattest depression.
It seems this is the right place.
Don once again compared the on-site and email maps, and finally nodded affirmatively. There is still a whole day left until the single-player dungeon opens.
It's been a while since we got off the boat and landed on the island. At this time, we can almost prepare for dinner.
Dorn followed the original path he explored and returned to the edge of the island. For dinner, he planned to use local ingredients. Of course, eating seafood is the most cost-effective way to go at sea. As for the low-temperature and refrigerated fresh ingredients in
Alice's bedtime reading,
it is best to save them as much as possible and use them as much as possible for cooking dungeon monsters. Standing on the shore of the floating island, Dorn glanced at the densely packed white fish. These fish that were scalded to death in boiling water have been dead for a long time and are all inedible. Don put his hand into his coat, pressed it on
Alice's bedtime reading,
and said silently,
Alice.
The mental communication between the Dragon Lady and the Dragon Lady was quickly established.
What's wrong? What are you doing again?
The black and white Dragon Ladies responded at the same time. Don simply conveyed a thought request.
After we go fishing in the sea and get enough food, we make a fire to make dinner.
An extraordinary item of the level of
Alice's bedtime reading.
is naturally not afraid of ordinary water and fire. And there will be no problem even if it gets into the sea. Moreover, Long Yang once went into the sea to catch a giant squid. Therefore, Dawn's request was not difficult for her at all. By Long Yang.
Then I want to eat a big pot.
Black Dragon Lady.
I'm in a better mood today. Humph, remember to be grateful to Lady Alice for your kindness in responding to your request.
After the Black and White Dragon Ladies expressed their opinions,
Alice's bedtime reading
quickly slipped out of Dawn's arms, fluttering the pages and plunged into the sea. Then, like a flexible fish, it twisted, dived, and quickly disappeared. Chapter 268 Seafood Big Guy. Dawn waited on the shore of the floating island for 3 full hours. From dusk when the sun is half hanging on the horizon, to nights when the sea is dim and the stars are shining brightly in the sky.
Alice, why haven't you come back yet? You left me and ran away? You shouldn't have. Don't we get along very well?
Dawn sat on the shore with a bitter look on his face.
Isn't it possible that he was swallowed by some big fish?
Miscalculated. Most of my luggage and belongings were left with Alice out of convenience. The only thing of value that Dawn carries with him now is Rui. The current Rui was transformed by Dawn into the form of Gregor Flameweaver, and was inserted on a pumice stone full of holes. I don't know what the composition of this pumice stone is. It was continuously burned by the flames of Flameweaver, and produced a lot of rough ash. The sword was intertwined with flames, and warm ash was spread under the sword. The surrounding areas where the firelight could not reach were pitch black. It's a scene that has the flavor of spreading fire. Dawn waited for some more time, and the sea's surface densely covered with dead fish suddenly started to move. Under the light of the fire, you can see ripples swaying in the seawater. As the ripples expand, a dark red book jumps out. Alice is back. Swish, swish, swish.
Alice's bedtime reading
fell on the shore, like a puppy with wet fur, quickly shaking off the water stains on its body. Then, she slowly returned to Dawn and took the initiative to touch him.
Why have you been gone for so long? I thought you were swallowed by a big fish or some monster in the sea.
After the communication between thoughts was established, Dawn asked Alice this question. Black Dragon Lady.
Humph. Who are you looking down on? How can I be swallowed up so easily? I can even pull monsters like giant squids into books.
By Long Yang.
Well, everyone who swam in this sea was either dead or escaped. I went far away to find alive and edible seafood. Then, I caught a lot.
Just as the Dragon Lady said, the book,
Alice's bedtime reading,
can draw creatures as powerful as the monster squid directly into the world of the story. Only those with particularly strong mental and willpower can resist the Dragon Lady's pull head-on without being affected. Therefore, it is actually relatively safe for Dragon Lady to go fishing in the sea. If she encounters any big fish or monster that wants to eat her, she can just pull it into the book. The reason why she spent so much time returning to Dawn was simply that she went too far and caught too much seafood. Dawn didn't say anything more about Alice. After nodding, he put away
Alice's bedtime reading,
and then trudged all the way up the porous pumice and returned to the depression in the center of the sinking island where the dungeon teleportation array was about to be created. He plans to have a picnic here. There is still about a day left before the opening of the Great Labyrinth of Minotaur. Although at present, apart from Dawn, it is unlikely that anyone else will land on this floating island. However, we are always afraid of the unexpected. After all, this Minotaur Labyrinth is a special copy that only one person can enter. At this juncture, it is better to stay in the real world and guard this area.
Alice, let me see what you caught.
Dawn put his hand on
Alice's bedtime reading.
Again, the Dragon Lady did not speak. Instead of answering Dawn, a hard object fell to the ground with a clattering sound. Looking down, it was the Dragon Lady who sent a batch of conches directly from the story world. Among them are flower snails with round markings on the SH, LS, round and solid colored ring snails, and red snails with thorns. Although these conchs are not monsters, they are quite big, sometimes as big as a table tennis ball, and each one is very alive. After landing on the ground, there are already conchs trying to stretch out their abdomen and legs. The Dragon Lady did not stop. After the conch, what appeared next to Dawn were the pippy shrimp and monodon shrimp that were covered in red paste at first glance, the unusually fat and vigorous large lobster and swimming crab. Finally, there are abalone and sea cucumber. The abalone among them is also very big and worth mentioning. Dawn picked up one and weighed it in his hand.
TSK. This weight. A double-headed abalone.
The so-called double-headed abalone means that 2 abalones can weigh 1 pound together. If 3 abalones add up to 1 pound, they are called 3-headed abalones. And so on. Before Dorn crossed over, the most abalone he had eaten and cooked was 4 heads. 2-headed abalone like this is basically hard to come by.
No wonder you spent so long in the sea. What you caught back are all good things.
Dorn nodded with satisfaction. Alice, the dragon lady, seems to be very good at picking up aquatic products. The monster squid and land crab she brought in the book before are both very good ingredients. Of course, according to Long Yang's later introduction, her original intention of raising squid and crabs did not seem to be mainly for eating, but at most for food storage. Then, there are the large quantities of seafood that I brought back from this trip to the sea. They are large, red and fleshy, and basically all of them are above grade B. Considering the quality of these seafood, it was not in vain that Long Yang spent so much time catching them.
Alice, I need onions. And garlic. Lots and lots of garlic. We are in for a treat tonight.
Dawn lifted up her sleeves and got into cooking mode. Looking at this rich variety of seafood, the first thing he thought of cooking was a seafood stall that was not too difficult technically, but could be eaten very enjoyable. And if you want to be a seafood master, garlic flavor is very good. After all, garlic and seafood go hand in hand. It's the collision of dry wood and fierce fire. They are as compatible as soul mates. Cooking begins. Dunn first processed the scallions and cut off the thin white ends. Then, he casually turned into a Chinese-style kitchen knife and skillfully peel and chop garlic. Finally, a large portion of minced garlic was prepared. Take out the kitchen utensils stored at Long Yang's place. Make a fire. Heat the pan. And pour the oil. Add the minced green onions to the warm oil pan. And then pour in half the amount of minced garlic. Control the heat over medium-low heat. Be patient. And stir-fry slowly. The hot oil is simmering the minced onions and garlic in the pot, exuding a strong aroma of minced garlic. If the oil in the pan is dried out, pour an extra spoonful in. Ensure that the minced garlic is always mixed with sufficient fat and will not be fried to dryness or withered. Stir fry until the garlic sauce turns golden. Add the remaining half of the raw garlic and mix well. Finally, add appropriate amount of soybean oil and sugar to taste. A portion of the seafood specialty, and the fragrant garlic sauce is complete. Chapter 269. Let's have a draft beer. Put shrimps, crabs, conchas and a big fat 2-headed abalone into the steamer. And use the hot steam to slowly steam the seafood to preserve the purest flavor of the seafood. At this time, you can start making the sauce needed for the seafood master at the same time. Heat oil in pan. Sauté large pieces of onion, ginger and garlic until fragrant. Then add star anise, cinnamon, aroma, dried chili and other spices to make the sauce more fragrant. Then add the butter hot pot base brought from Eatontown. After stir-frying for a while, the aromatic substances in various seasonings are soaked into the hot oil. At this time, pour some more ale. The alcohol in the wine can further bring out the aroma of spices and make the flavor of the sauce more mellow. A pot of red oil sauce is boiled and bubbling. Then soy sauce is poured in, and a handful of white sesame seeds are sprinkled. The rich and mellow aroma overflows along with the heat. At this time, the seafood steamed in the other pot is almost cooked. When the lid of the pot was lifted, hot water vapor surged upwards, and the small depression where Dorn was located was immediately filled with a sweet and fresh aroma of seafood. Start plating. First turn into an oversized square iron plate. Arrange some cooked greens on the side. Place the largest lobster and swimming crab in the middle, and surround it with a circle of scallops. Then, there are sea cucumbers, double-headed abalone, pippy shrimps and monodon shrimps, as well as red snails, ring snails, and flower snails that are larger than pigeon eggs. Wherever there is space on the iron plate, it is placed until there is a full plate of fresh seafood. Next, it's the turn of the garlic sauce made earlier to appear. The fragrant garlic is thickly spread on the surface of various seafood. At this time, take a large pot of spicy soup that has just been cooked and pour it over the whole plate of seafood. The hot red soup is poured over the various steamed seafood. The rich aroma of the spice soup, the aroma of minced garlic, and the fresh and sweet taste of the seafood are mixed together. As the heat rises, you can smell it. The mind is fluttering. A seafood masterpiece with rich flavor and generous portions. Complete. Dawn took a deep breath of the aroma of garlicky seafood and nodded with satisfaction. Then, he divided the seafood giant on the iron plate into 2 portions. The dragon lady in the story world understood it, and moved half of it away impatiently. The remaining half will be Dorn's dinner tonight.
This is also the first time that I have made such a large seafood dish. It looks so satisfying just by looking at it. If this was sold at a restaurant on Earth, it would be unjustifiable if it didn't sell for 18,888 yuan.
Don didn't waste any time. He muttered this silently in his mind. And then when Long Yang moved from the story world to the dining table and dining chair in reality, he sat down, picked up a piece of scallop with his chopsticks. The scallops caught by Long Yang are of good quality, big in size, and the scallop SHLs are quite beautiful. After being washed, they have a crystal clear texture.
Whether it's scallops or oysters, you probably wouldn't have thought that their SHLs would become a natural container for people to eat them. However, they do grow very easily and are easy to eat.
Dorn held a piece of scallop and looked at it briefly. This jade-like SHL contains large pieces of white and yellow scallop meat, with a large amount of minced garlic on the surface that is drenched with soup. There's nothing to say about this appearance. A whole piece of scallop meat is stuffed directly into the mouth. The first thing you taste is the rich flavor of soup and garlic wrapped in the outer layer. Fresh, spicy, sweet, fragrant, and rich layers of wonderful flavors are mixed together, hitting the taste buds like a storm. Every time you chew, the soup and seafood gravy soaked into the scallop meat will burst out, fresh and sweet. Next, eat a piece of snail. Dorn had never eaten any of the conchs, so he couldn't eat them, but had to pick them out with a skewer. The snail meat picked out from the pigeon egg-sized snail is very plump. After removing the internal organs, it is dipped in some hot soup and minced garlic, and then it is eaten. The conch meat is equally fresh and sweet, and compared to scallops, snail meat has a tougher texture and is very chewy. Every time you chew it, you will feel the snail meat springing clearly in your mouth, fresh and crispy, and mixed with the flavor of the soup and minced garlic. It will be so refreshing. Take apart another crab leg and dip it in the rich soup and minced garlic. The swimming crab meat is so thin and tender that it melts in your mouth with just a sip. Moreover, the texture of this leg meat is very fine, so the soup is soaked in very thoroughly, leaving a fragrant taste on your lips and teeth when you chew it. After enjoying several more kinds of seafood, Dorn breathed a sigh of relief. This high degree of seafood freedom allows you to eat whatever seafood you want, and you can chew every type of seafood. Even Dorn, who is used to eating all kinds of high-end dishes, feels very happy and satisfied.
Alice, please bring me a large draft beer.
He loosened the first button of his coat to let out the heat and air, and at the same time put his other hand on
Alice's bedtime reading,
and said, the draft beer Don was talking about was a kind of ale that he tried to brew himself, which was very similar to Earth's draft beer. In this different world of the land of miracles, the brewing process of ale is still relatively crude, and fresh beer has not yet been invented. However, as a visitor from another world, and with the blessing of full cooking skills, Dorn can try to sneak ahead in many skills in catering. Draft beer is also one of his attempts. A long time ago, Don tried brewing various condiments in the basement of the Wishing restaurant, and he was successful. The brewing of drinking wine is actually a matter of time. After returning from Golden Oak City, he bought
Alice's bedtime reading,
a convenient warehouse and refrigerator, and with the diligent assistance of
the time of chaos,
Dorn tried brewing wine. The so-called draft beer refers to beer that has not been pasteurized, because it retains part of the nutritious yeast in the liquor. It tastes more delicious than ordinary cooked beer. However, there are costs to not following rigorous sterilization procedures. Although draft beer tastes good, it is very difficult to preserve, and will change flavor within a short period of time at room temperature. It must be refrigerated in an environment of 0 to 5 degrees Celsius to maintain the flavor for a period of time. Fortunately, because of the existence of
Alice's bedtime reading,
this problem can be considered easily solved. At present, Dorn has only made preliminary explorations into the brewing of wine, so he has not brewed too many various wines. After trying a few more experimental brews in the future and summing up a set of brewing experience, he will try to import homebrewed products to his restaurant. Now, only 2 barrels of draft beer, which had a good final product, were made, and they were all kept at Long Yang's place, as Don made a request with
Alice's bedtime reading
in hand. A large glass was outlined out of thin air on the dining table. What is inside is a draft beer liquid with a transparent golden color and rich and delicate foam on the upper layer. There were tiny water droplets on the surface of the thick-walled glass. and it also exuded a hint of cool air. It had obviously just been taken out of the cold wine cellar where draft beer was stored.
You still need to drink cold beer in summer.
Dawn reached out and grabbed Liangxis's wine glass. Chapter 270 Uninvited Guest. Ha! Take a sip of the frothy draft beer, and it will feel refreshing and refreshing. Moreover, the fresh beer after being chilled tastes fresh, has a mellow taste, is extremely refreshing, and has an endless aftertaste. After drinking a draft beer, Dawn once again turned his attention to the seafood chef on the table. There is still a lot of seafood that has not been started yet. Get a cooked lobster in the SHL. When you peel off the shrimp head, hot steam comes out from the opening, and sweet gravy splashes out. The red SHL of the lobster is very hard, but after steaming, the shrimp meat inside has been separated from the SHL, and the plump red and yellow shrimp paste can be seen. Open the shrimp SHL. Take out the whole white lobster meat. Dip it in the soup and mince garlic, and take a big bite. The pleasure and happiness brought by eating lobster meat are unparalleled. The mouth was filled to the brim, and with every bite, the rich and sweet seafood gravy burst out. The texture of the lobster meat itself is full, firm, and elastic. When you chew it, it feels like a very elastic basketball dunking in your mouth. After chewing and swallowing a big mouthful of lobster meat, Dorn took another sip of cold draft beer. Handy! Next is the double-headed abalone, which is fleshy and plump to the naked eye. The generous portion of double-headed abalone can fill your mouth with just half of it. The taste is delicate and chewy, and the abalone juice contained in it is rich and mellow, making it crunchy when chewed. The taste on top is worth another sip of draft beer. Just like this, I ate seafood and drank draft beer. The wine in the glass quickly reached the bottom.
Alice, please refill the cup.
Don once again put his hand on
Alice's bedtime reading.
The empty glass on the table was once again filled with clear, golden draft beer, as if by magic. At the same time, Long Nyang, who was enjoying seafood at the same time in the story world, also sent a message. Black Alice.
Save it! Ha ha! Save it and drink it! There isn't much of this draft beer left.
Alice by.
The lobster is delicious. The abalone is also delicious. Didn't you put 2 barrels of draft beer at your place?
Don continued to press the dark red book to express doubts. Black Alice.
Because of me. Ha ha. It's so spicy. Because I just drank a lot.
Alice by.
Goodoo. It tastes delicious. So, you are the one who should save your drink. Right. You're not just drunk. Right. I heard Xiaobai's speech was not in a good state.
Dorn's free hand was helpless. The amount of help.
Also, a little girl like you is not allowed to drink. Right.
Black Alice.
I'm not a little girl. I don't want to listen to the long-winded Dornish preaching. I'm telling you. Don't underestimate people. Hiccup, wait. Wait a moment. Moo. A little dizzy.
Alice by.
That's right. Alice can still drink a lot more. Alice is not drunk. She's just a little confused. It's strange. Why is the ceiling shaking so much?
Dawn. Then, there was no response in
Alice's bedtime reading.
However, on the dining table where Dawn was sitting, there was a wooden wine barrel swaying out. What was inside was also ice-cold fresh beer, and there was about half a barrel.
Alice, I'm afraid she's really drunk.
Dorn shook his head helplessly. But considering that the Dragon Lady exists in the story world dominated by her, there will be no problem if she gets drunk. So Dorn simply let her go. At most, after a while, go directly to the story world to take a look at her situation. Speaking of which, Dawn has now mastered the method of freely entering and exiting the book.
Alice's bedtime reading.
According to the information he has, there are 2 ways to enter the story world in the book. One is pulled in by the Dragon Lady's will. Another is to touch the book and mentally recite the full title of
Alice's bedtime reading.
There are also 2 ways to leave the story world. One is sent out directly by the Dragon Lady in the book. The other is to touch the giant treasure chest where the Dragon Queen often stays and recite the full name of
Alice's bedtime reading
silently in her heart. This method of voluntarily leaving the story world was kept secret when Alice was still wary of Dorn. However, as they continued to get along, Xiao Longyang was gradually moved by Dorn's stories and delicious food, and the relationship between the two became fully intimate and harmonious. Finally, during a dinner table conversation, Alice failed to resist the temptation of delicious food. At the same time, she was hinted and instigated by Dawn, and she unknowingly revealed the method of leaving the story world on her own. Of course, Dorn didn't have any bad intentions when he was talking about the simple dragon lady. The main reason is to make it more convenient to use Alice's bedtime reading in the future, and to deal with some emergencies, such as now. If Alice is really drunk and unconscious in the book, then Dawn can at least enter and exit the story world by himself to retrieve or store items.
If it's half a bucket, just half a bucket.
For the time being, he stopped thinking about Alice, who might have been drunk. Dawn picked up the wooden bucket of cold draft beer on the table and poured himself a full glass of wine. Then he once again turned his attention to the seafood giant on the table, who had not yet finished eating. Eating is important. A quarter moon with an obvious gap is hanging high on the sea. Tonight, the sea around the pirates is very calm and suitable for navigation by ships. Old Kiz, an old sea adventurer who is nearly 60 years old and unknown on the stormy sea. At this time, he was driving a single-masted wooden sailboat towards the location of the floating island. The old adventurer's clothes were in tatters, and his beard and hair were long and messy, fluttering in the sea breeze. Judging from his desolate appearance, he looked like a man who had survived in the wild for a long time. Among the items old Chizzy carried with him were a copper compass and a hand-drawn nautical chart. This chart was drawn on a piece of yellowed parchment. It looked like an old object that was more than 10 years old. The record described the location of the floating island.
It seems we're almost there. That ghost island.
Old Chizzy stood on the bow of the boat and muttered to himself, with little expression on his face, and no trace of happiness or anger. The wooden sailboat passed through a group of dead fish with their bellies turned upside down, and landed directly on the floating island. Old Kiz skillfully fixed the boat to the shore full of blowhole pumice. Afterwards, he went ashore and stood quietly for a while in the not-so-bright moonlight. His eyes flickered, and he didn't know what he was thinking about. After a while, Old Kiz lowered his head and murmured a few words softly to himself, looked around, observed the terrain, and finally groped towards the center of the floating island. And the direction he was heading was leading to the small depression in the center of the floating island where Dorn is currently located. And the Minotaur Labyrinth portal will be created in one day. Chapter 271. Let's eat something together. Old Kiz walked towards the location of the small depression on floating and sinking island. The closer he got to the depression, the more familiar he became with the surrounding environment, and his pace became much faster. Obviously, this is not the first time he has landed on this strange floating island. The old adventurer kept his face calm and moved forward with the help of moonlight. But as he walked, as he approached the depression, he suddenly noticed something strange and stopped. Old Chizzy smelled a strange fragrance in the air. It seemed to be a rich and fresh fragrance, and just smelling it made people's index fingers twitch and salivate. Old Kiz swallowed instinctively first, his throat squirming, and then he realized from the smell of delicious food.
Someone stepped onto the ghost island before me.
The alluring aroma permeating the air obviously comes from the food, and it must be hot-cooked food, most likely seafood prepared using some unique technique. As we all know, seafood in the sea will not run to the shore by itself, but will heat itself and turn into a delicious dish with a fragrant aroma. The object for cooking seafood can only be humans or other demi-humans. Or even worse, it must be humanoid creatures.
I have never encountered such a situation before. Did the other party land on this ghost island by chance? Or came for the relics of God on this island?
Old Kiz's messy eyebrows frowned. After hesitating in place for a while, he finally made up his mind. I decided that no matter what, I had to go to that depression to see what was going on. So he bent down and tried to keep his body movements to a minimum. As an adventurer who can live to be nearly 60 years old, Old Kiz also has some special skills. After he got off the cat's body, there was a small, imperceptible surge of magic power on his body. Then his body became blurry. Under the cover of the night, he seemed to blend in with the surrounding black. If you didn't look carefully, you wouldn't notice his presence at all. After carefully hiding his figure in the night, Old Kiz took careful steps and continued to move forward. The depression in the center of the floating island. The restless Old Kiz crept closer to the place, laid down on the edge of the depression, and peeked down. His vision and perception abilities are outstanding. Even in the dark, he can clearly detect various small details of distant objects. What he saw in front of him was a scene that Old Kiz could not understand. In a small alcove, there is a well-dressed black-haired guy who is eating with gusto. Old Kiz was actually mentally prepared for the fact that someone was eating in the depression. After all, The delicious aroma of food is filling the air. But the problem is, the way this black-haired guy eats in the wild is outrageous and excessive. There was a large square dining table in front of this young man, with a high dining chair sitting on his buttocks. Why would someone bring their own gorgeous-looking dining table and dining chairs when dining out? What kind of family conditions does this have to be? Is it so particular? Also, on the big dining table, you can see an eye-catching large black iron plate, which contains a variety of large and fat seafood. Beside the iron plate holding the seafood, there was also a large thick-walled glass wine cup filled with golden transparent liquid, and a medium-sized wooden wine barrel. At this moment, the black-haired boy is using a pair of small wooden sticks to flexibly pick up various seafood in the iron plate. And from time to time, he even starts to peel the SHLS directly. Only saw him. I took a big bite of the delicate crab meat and drank a swig of wine. He took another big bite of the peeled shrimp with plump red paste and drank a big sip of wine. He took another big bite of the plump and firm abalone meat and took another big sip of wine. After finishing the frothy wine in the thick-walled glass, he picked up the wooden barrel and added another glass. All in all, I just couldn't enjoy it. Seeing this incomprehensible scene in front of him, old Kiz was extremely shocked. At the same time, his throat moved unconsciously again.
It smells delicious. And it looks like the guy is eating it deliciously. But is it really that delicious?
The black-haired guy sitting at the outdoor dining table seemed unaware of his presence. It can be judged from this that the other party does not have strong abilities or skills such as breath perception. Old Kiz breathed a sigh of relief and became a little bolder. He leaned out a little more at the edge of the depression, trying to see the situation below more clearly. Even if old Kiz, who was hiding under the cover of night, made such an action, there wouldn't be much of a problem. But just at this moment, the boy who had been eating seafood and drinking wine with gusto suddenly stopped what he was doing. Not only that, he also raised his head and stared straightly at the current location of old Kiz. This black-haired guy has a pair of peaceful black pupils. But at this moment, his eyes were as sharp as a hawk, and he seemed to be able to see through everything hidden in the dark night. This is not weaker than my own visual insight.
Oops!
This sudden change made old Kiz's heartbeat seem to slow down a beat. He knew he was exposed, but he didn't take any action for a while. On the contrary, the black-haired guy sitting at the dining table in the depression first stared at the uninvited guest lying above the depression with his eagle eyes. Old Kiz, who had outstanding perception, felt that the other party seemed to pay more attention to the position above his head. But what's so nice about the top of my head? At the same time, he could still hear the black-haired guy murmuring slightly.
Since the health bar has not been displayed, it seems that we cannot deal with the enemy for the time being.
Before old Kiz could figure out this meaningless sentence, the black-haired guy spoke formally again.
Hey, the old gentleman above. You're tired just lying there, aren't you? It's fate that we meet each other. Since we are destined, how about we come down and have something to eat together? I'll treat you.
Old Kiz was even more surprised, but his face tried to remain calm. But from what the other party meant, it seemed like he was inviting me to go have something to eat together. The old adventurer only hesitated for a moment before making a move. He straightened up, and the outline of his body, that had been so blurry that it seemed to blend into the night, became clear again. And then he slowly walked down the hollow and came to the luxurious open-air dining table. Tomorrow, in this depression, there will be a teleportation array leading to the ruins of God. That relic of God was very important to old Kiz, and he had no reason to shrink back here. Moreover, the large plate of seafood that this black-haired guy is eating looks and smells extremely delicious and tempting. If you can really taste some. Seems like you made some money?
My name is Dorn.
The black-haired guy sitting at the dining table casually wiped the oil stains on his hands twice with a handkerchief and introduced himself with a smile.
You can call me Kiz.
Old Kiz tried to stay calm and nodded without changing his expression.
Oh, then Mr. Chizzy, please take a seat.
Don still kept smiling.
Sit?
There is only one dining table and one dining chair. Where should I sit? Before Kiz's question could be fully answered, he only heard the tinkling sound of a bell next to him. There was a dining chair of the same style under Don's butt, which fell sideways at Chizzy's feet. There were also several plates and cutlery, which lay in a mess on the table.
Ha! It wasn't originally like this. Something happened. But, sit down.
The corners of Dorn's eyes twitched slightly. Chapter 272. I also call it the gout package. Don estimated that the dragon lady was really drunk, so she made a mess when delivering the things.
How much did she drink? I'm afraid I'm going to have to make her some sobering soup later.
Dorn thought as he calmly reached out and pressed his temples. And how does the old cheatsy next to him know this? All he knew was that, after the young man in front of him, who called himself Dorn, said,
"Please take a seat."
A chair appeared out of thin air next to him. And an extra set of tableware appeared on the table for no reason. What powerful ability is this? Old Kiz was a little more afraid of Dorn in his heart. And then he straightened the chair that had fallen on the ground angrily. After carefully sitting down, he slowly placed the extra tableware on the dining table. His serious behavior and demeanor in the future do not match his current down and out appearance. Don, who was sitting across the dining table, was sitting quietly watching every move of old Chizzy, and just silently commented in his heart,
"It seems that he is a man with a story. Mr. Dorn."
After the old adventurer sat down, he hesitated and then paused. Then his eyes glanced at the fragrant seafood in the big iron plate, as if he wanted to find a topic to break the awkward silence.
What are you enjoying? There's no need to be so formal and polite.
Dorn just waved his hand casually.
As for this, let's call him a seafood master. Seafood? Coffee?
Kiz was a little surprised. Of course he could understand the word seafood, but as for the coined word, big coffee, with a strange pronunciation, it sounds a bit unclear.
Oh, sometimes. I also call it the gout package,
Don added with a serious expression. Old Chizzy. Well, this term is even more difficult to understand.
Eat something? Although it's really not good to eat too much of this food. If you have 1 or 2 meals to satisfy yourself, there won't be any problem.
Don treated him like a host, and at the same time poured a full glass of ice-cold draft beer into old Chizzy's wine glass. The wine in the barrel filled the thick-walled glass. Old Kiz thanked him angrily, and then looked at the wine in the glass. When he was far away, he couldn't see very clearly, but now that he was in front of him, the details of the drink were clearly displayed in front of the old adventurer's eyes. The color of the wine is transparent and golden, with fine bubbles rising continuously. The upper layer is rich and delicate foam, and you can feel the slightest coolness emerging from the wine at the mouth of the cup. It looked a bit like ale, but it tasted better than any ale old Chizzy had ever seen.
However, I haven't drunk even the cheapest low-quality ale mixed with water for a long time. Also, this is actually ice. How on earth is it done? Is it magic related to freezing?
Old Kiz thought this in his heart and was amazed. Then he looked at the drink in front of him, and then at Dorn opposite, who had a gentlemanly smile on his face. He hesitated for a moment, and finally reached out and picked up the glass. Kudu. Throat throbbing. Take a sip of ice-cold draft beer. The full bubbles danced along the wine and slid through the mouth. The ice-cold wine itself had the mellow aroma of wheat, and was exceptionally fresh, refreshing and delicate. Delicious. Moreover, after living for almost 60 years, I have never tasted anything delicious. There is no wind or waves tonight, and the sea has the sweltering heat of a summer night. Moreover, the temperature of the sea area where the floating island is located is higher than that of other places. In such an environment, what could be more refreshing than a cold beer? Oh, maybe there is. You can get the same happiness with a sip of ice-cold happy water. However, in this different world of Miracle Land, there is no drink like Coke yet. In short, after old Chizzy took his first sip of cold draft beer, his throat twitched several times uncontrollably, and he downed nearly half a glass of draft beer in one breath. After drinking the cold drink, his originally haggard expression became much more vivid.
You can also have some seafood. A sip of wine, and a sip of seafood. It's very enjoyable.
Dorn across the dining table said this as he took out another shrimp with chopsticks and peeled it off skillfully, revealing the full red paste and snow-white shrimp meat. Then there was a big mouthful of pippy shrimp, paired with a big mouthful of draft beer, which was a demonstration for Lao Kiz, the old adventurer, whose stomach had been opened by the taste of draft beer, finally couldn't care too much at this time.
If something really happens, I probably won't be able to escape. It's better to have a good meal and wait until after eating.
Old Chizzy thought like this, followed suit, and fished out a swimming crab with rich soup and plump garlic sauce from the iron plate. Opened the crab SHL. A small ball of hot steam with a fresh and sweet aroma rises out. The white crab meat and light yellow crab paste are distinct and attractive. Old Kiz took a sip of the crab roe. The crab roe of the sea crab, combined with the rich soup, gave an unparalleled umami flavor from the mouth to the top of his head. Then there is the crab meat, which is plump and firm, and is thin and tender to the bite. Tasty. Tasty. Big cheers. In this way, Don and Old Kiz, who met strangely on this floating island, not only did not have any conflict, but instead sat together inexplicably and enjoyed a delicious dinner. The two of them were eating with gusto and chatting casually, but they were talking about trivial topics, such as how delicious this seafood meal is, how bad the weather in the stormy sea is, and so on. The atmosphere is harmonious. A seafood feast that lasted 3 hours. When Dragon Lady went to the sea to catch fish in the evening, most of the creatures she caught were ordinary creatures without magic power, so the story world could contain a lot of them. Dorn chose some high-quality seafood and raised it in the saltwater lake of Dragon Lady's story world, and the rest was made for today's dinner. Therefore, the portion of this seafood meal was quite sufficient, and both Don and Old Chizzy, who joined the meal midway, were very satisfied with the meal. In addition, among the seafood giants, there are also a small portion that are monster ingredients. Dorn picked this part out like a thief and kept it to himself. After eating this meal, Synchronic Stomach was not triggered, but Predator was triggered several times, adding a few more combat attributes to Dorn. After all, they are some seafood monsters with weak magic power, so this result is acceptable. After all the seafood on the plate was eaten and the cold beer in the wine barrel bottomed out, Don took the lead in putting down the tableware.
Are you satisfied with your meal, Mr. Kiz? You've had enough wine and food, so it's time to talk. Let's talk about business. Right. What do you mean?
Old Chizzy drank the last bit of wine in his glass, wiped the corners of his mouth, and his expression became serious.
Of course. It's about the ruins of God on this floating island.
Don adjusted his sitting posture, tapped the table with his right fingers gently, and smiled in a gentlemanly manner. This wave is about courtesy first and then fighting. Chapter 273. Do you have any acquaintances there?
I don't know the relics of the gods you were talking about.
Old Kiz shook his head, but did not look at Dorn when he spoke.
Ha.
Don just continued to smile indifferently.
Mr. Kiz, I've already invited you to dinner. Isn't it too funny for you to lie to me like this?
The old adventurer was speechless for a moment. Dorn's tone was still calm and polite.
Why don't we be honest with each other now? The reason why the two of us can meet at this point in time, on a small island in the vast stormy sea, is very simple. Because we all know that tomorrow night on this floating island, at our feet, a teleportation array leading to the ruins of God will be opened. This is why we are here, isn't it?
Old Kiz hesitated for a while and said nothing, as if he acquiesced. This is probably due to Don's sentence just now.
I've invited you to dinner,
which played a strategic role in rhetoric. Eating people has a short mouth. This wise saying may not be crude, but it still has a strong guiding value for reality. Dorn continued.
So, you know, right. This relic of God seems to only allow one person to enter. So, old man, the two of us are competitors.
When Old Kiz heard this, he finally couldn't maintain the silent look on his face at the beginning, and became a little anxious.
Mr. Dorn, this ruins is very important to me.
Judging from his appearance, he must be aware of the fact that only one person is allowed to enter the great labyrinth of the Minotaur. Dorn could even make a bolder guess. This Old Kiz must have downloaded this single-player copy before.
I don't doubt the authenticity of what you said at all. But this ruins of God are also very important to me.
And I have a reason to go in.
Dorn just shook his head seriously. The old adventurer was speechless again, because he felt that Don was right. Although I don't know where Mr. Dorn got the news about this special God's relic. But since he was able to overcome the barriers on the stormy sea and land on this ghost island, it shows that he is absolutely determined to enter the ruins of God. This ruins is very important for those who go through all kinds of difficulties and dangers to come to Ghost Island and want to enter it. No one is special,
I said. Mr. Kiz.
Dorn looked at the old adventurer again.
What's happening now is that we have an irreconcilable rivalry, and we're on a desert island that's not subject to any human rules. For two people, or for one of us, it might not be the situation we are sitting at the dinner table having a friendly conversation. Instead, it will be a fight to the death. Do you understand what I mean?
Old Kiz did not reply, but nodded silently, his expression becoming depressed and distressed. Because the other party didn't reply, Don continued.
After I came to the Sea of Storms, someone introduced me to the rules here. If two people have a conflict, they can fight to the death at will on land. But when on a ship, the problem must be resolved through a formal duel. After all, the way to solve problems and conflicts here is nothing more than a fight. It's brutal and rough, but it's also very effective. So, old sir, if you want to follow the rules of the storm sea to decide who will enter the ruins of God tomorrow, I will not refuse.
Don was inviting old Chizzy to eat seafood again, and he was wasting his time talking so much. Of course, it was not a thankless move. On the one hand, it was because he felt that tonight's uninvited guest had not shown any obvious hostility towards him from beginning to end. If old Kiz had appeared with his health bar on, Dorn would have taken action without saying a word as early as the first encounter. On the other hand, it was because I felt that old Kiz had probably entered the great labyrinth of the Minotaur. Dorn wanted to try to get some information about the special single-player dungeon from the opponent, and then make some preparations before the dungeon opens tomorrow. Cramming. After finishing these words, Don still maintained his original upright sitting posture, leaning forward slightly, with his hands naturally stacked on the dining table in front of him. At the same time, behind his back, there were 10 white soft tentacles emerging ferociously. The thickest part of these tentacles is about the size of the mouth of a bull, 8 short and 2 long, all equipped with suckers and sharp teeth, of which the 2 long ones are the most flexible. The tentacles' arms and legs twisted and spread out, and then centered on Dorn, remaining motionless in the air, like white pythons that were ready to attack the enemy at any time. This sudden scene has unparalleled pressure. Where has old Kiz ever seen such an indescribable scene? The old adventurer was immediately stunned, surprised and frightened. He opened his mouth, but it took a long time before he managed to speak in a timid voice.
Mr. Dorn, I will not fight you. I am not your opponent. I give up this relic of God.
This expression, this posture. All I need is one more sentence to ask you to quickly collect your magical power. Don tapped the fingertips of his right hand lightly on the table and nodded with satisfaction.
Although my behavior is suspected of bullying the elderly, Mr. Kiz, you undoubtedly made the wisest choice.
He dissipated the arcade skill, and the 10 squid tentacles disappeared immediately. So far, the negotiations at the dinner table are going smoothly. Under Dorn's
friendly talk,
old Kiz voluntarily gave up on entering the relics of God. Next, it is time to enter the second stage of the conversation and ask the other party in detail all the information related to the great labyrinth of the Minotaur. Of course, if Don's first step of negotiation failed, the second stage of the conversation would not be impossible. He also prepared Plan B. For example, use the dream effect of Dreamwalker to fall asleep old Kiz first. Then, by constructing a dream, the relevant information can be snooped and narrated. The old Inception, however, for now, friendly conversation works well, and Plan B is no longer needed. Dorn was still thinking about how to bring up a topic and take the opportunity to ask the Minotaur for information about the Great Maze. At this time, old Kiz spoke first. Mr. Dorn, can I get rid of you for one thing? After you enter the ruins of God tomorrow, can you help me visit Beneatha? And when you come out, tell me her current situation. Oh, by the way, maybe I should write a letter and ask you to forward it to her for me. Yes, this might be better. Old Kiz seemed to have given up the idea of entering the ruins, and instead issued a verbal request to Dorn. Then he talked to himself again, as if he was seriously trying to figure out something. Dorn, on the other hand, was not in a hurry to take on this task, and just raised his eyebrows slightly. Benisha? Mr. Kiz, this relic of God, do you have any acquaintances in it? Chapter 274. I would like to call you the Tauren Knight. Beneatha. Beneatha is half Minotaur. Oh, she is the Minotaur among the orcs mentioned in many books. Minotaur is their self-proclaimed name. They have lived in the ruins of God for generations. They are a brave and friendly group of demi-humans. Old Kiz nodded in a daze and gave a little explanation. But Don was not in a hurry to speak. He was just stroking his chin and thinking. Minotaur. The introduction to The Great Labyrinth of the Minotaur mentions that half-man, half-bull monsters have multiplied here for generations. The half-man, half-bull monster mentioned here, Dorn initially guessed it was a Tauren, and judging from the description, it should be a large-scale Tauren group. Now Lao Kiz's words undoubtedly directly confirmed this guess. Even the words of the old adventurer revealed more information about the Minotaur labyrinth. For example, the Tauren in the dungeon are not simple monsters, but can communicate with them. This is probably somewhat similar to the Baphomet encountered in Devil's Lair previously. However, there is a direct hostile relationship between Baphomet and the adventurers who enter the ruins. And these Tauren, if it is true as old Kiz said,
are more like intelligent neutral creatures in the maze. After thinking about and sorting out this information in his mind, Don spoke. There was another important point in what old Kiz just said that concerned him.
Old Mr. Kiz, you are saying that this Benita is half Minotaur. Right. What about the other half? Human?
When he said this, his eyes narrowed and the corners of his mouth turned up.
Funny. Yes. Benita is half human and half Minotaur. She is my daughter.
Old Kiz nodded solemnly, not intending to avoid the topic.
Cough, cough, cough.
Don put away the funny expression on his face and quickly returned to his normal expression. In the fantasy world of the Land of Miracles, there is no reproductive isolation between most humans and demi-humans. Dorn has long known that. But, boy, I really can't tell, Mr. Cheesy. I didn't expect that you were still a temperamental person when you were young. He is a real man of the same school as Su Xian and Ning Kaichen. I would like to call you the Tower Knight. Although his mind was racing with thoughts, Dorn still maintained his composure on the surface and quickly changed the topic.
I will visit your daughter for you. And there is no problem sending letters or anything. In addition, Mr. Kiz, do you have any other information related to this ruins that you can provide me with? Considering the dinner just now. For my sake.
Old Kiz's expression remained depressed, and he sighed quietly before speaking.
As far as I know, the ruins teleportation array here will be opened once every 7 years.
Don stopped interrupting and kept listening. This old Mr. Kiz has a child in the ruins. So this is definitely not the first time he has entered the great labyrinth of the Minotaur. Therefore, the first-hand information obtained from him is very effective. Don must listen carefully and analyze carefully. It is also worth noting that the veteran adventurer mentioned that the opening cycle of the Minotaur labyrinth is 7 years. It is different from the Poison Swamp and Devil's Lair, which were opened about once every 1 year before being conquered.
The Minotaurs in the ruins, including Benita, are different from outsiders. They have no way to escape from the ruins. There is no real exit from the ruins.
Old Kiz continued to talk about the information he knew inside the ruins. Dorn just nodded in agreement, signaling the other party not to stop. In fact, Dorn already knew about this before. According to the experience of previous strategy copies, adventurers who enter the ruins from the outside world will be forcibly kicked out of the ruins within the specified time and sent back to the real world. But this is not the case for the monsters or humanoid creatures that exist in the ruins. It seems that the locals in these ruins have no way to actively leave the ruins. Even as powerful as the demon Baphomet, he must be bound by the invisible rules in the ruins and stay in the temple day after day to act as the boss. Currently, there seems to be only one way to remove the native creatures from the ruins. After someone conquers the limited time dungeon and becomes a conqueror recognized by the ruins, he or she can take out the living creatures from the ruins by using the conqueror's authority. Just like before, Dorn brought out all kinds of delicious monsters from the 2 ruins. Old Chizzy continued.
The Minotaurs in the ruins have their own culture and historical records, and their predecessors left them a lot of useful knowledge in books. Through the knowledge left behind by their ancestors, the Minotaurs clearly knew that their tribe was trapped in a labyrinth of ruins with limited resources. They also knew that there was a vast world outside that was larger and more suitable for their tribe to thrive and survive. Also, let me think about it. Oh, by the way, in the center of the ruins, there is a temple. A teleportation array will appear outside the temple every 7 years, and only one person is allowed to pass through. It is said that there is a huge white bull in the temple. The Minotaurs called it the Bull of Crete. Every time the teleportation array is opened, this bull will wake up. Outside the ruins, you can even hear the roar of the bull and the loud sound of running hooves. And if someone can enter this temple and defeat this bull, he can change the fate of the entire Minotaur tribe. The Minotaurs would hold a grand gladiatorial competition called Blood and Horns every 7 years to select the final candidate to enter the temple and challenge the bull.
Old Kiz told Dorn all the information he knew about the ruins of God, and when he was talking intermittently all the way to this point, Dorn added a sentence.
By defeating the bull in the temple, the Minotaurs in the ruins will have a chance to escape from the ruins? That's what they believe.
The old adventurer nodded.
I understand.
Dorn touched his chin. That's right. The information we have so far seems to be right. The introduction to the Minotaur maze given in the system is as follows. The Great Labyrinth of the Minotaur. This is a labyrinth where the exit can never be found. Giant white bulls gallop here, and monsters that are half man and half bull breed here for generations. There is only one way to leave here. The half man, half tauren are neutral Minotaurs. the huge white bull, located in the temple, is the boss of this single-player limited-time dungeon. As for the so-called
way to leave here,
the subject does not refer to the adventurers who enter the ruins, but to the minotaurs who have lived in it for generations. If these Tauren want to leave the ruins, there is only one way. Defeat the ruins boss, the Cretan Bull. Chapter 275 3 Suggestions. Don then asked some detailed questions based on the information Old Kiz took the initiative to tell. Later, he learned that the Minotaur Labyrinth was forced to close on the 15th day after entering it. Different from the two ruins encountered previously, Poison Swamp and Devil's Lair both last 7 days. I don't know if this is a special single-player copy, or if the force-kicking time of each ruin is inherently different. Before Dorn landed on the island, he told Captain Sparrow that he would pick him up at the floating island in about 10 days. It now appears that he made an empiricist error. Laughing to death. After entering the Tauren maze, you will not be able to get out for 10 days. However, compared with the guide, the Great Labyrinth of the Minotaur, this is just a trivial problem. Anyway, now there is an Old Kiz. When Sparrow and others return to this sea area in 10 days, they can entrust him with communication. In addition, Dorn also learned that on the 14th day after the outside world enters the teleportation array into the ruins, the teleportation array leading to the temple in the ruins will be opened. The talent selection competition, Blood and Horns, competition held by the Tauren starts on the day after the outside world enters the ruins teleportation array. That is, the day after tomorrow.
It seems that although there are certain differences between the operating rules behind this special single-player copy and ordinary copies, they are generally the same.
After gathering and sorting out the information from Old Chizzy, Don came to this conclusion in his mind.
So, Mr. Kiz, can you explain the rules of the Blood and Horns competition in detail?
After sorting out the time issue, Don started a new topic.
Yes. The Blood and Horns competition is divided into 2 major rounds. The first round is a melee, and all competition participants will engage in a fierce battle with no time limit in the arena. In the fierce battle, there will be the 8 people who remain standing will enter the second round of competition.
Lao Cheesy knew everything.
A scuffle? It sounds a bit chaotic.
Dorn touched his chin.
It's very random, but it is indeed the style of the Minotaurs.
Old Kiz nodded.
The 8 people who won the first round will start the second round of competition after 5 days of rest. This time it's one-on-one, with the winner advancing and the loser eliminated, until the Minotaur warrior who finally challenges the Cretan Bull is selected. I understand. Are outside human adventurers allowed to participate in the Minotaur's Blood and Horn competition? I mean, have you participated before?
Dorn asked again. He is naturally interested in this Blood and Horns competition. After all, the purpose of Dorn's trip was to conquer the Great Labyrinth of the Minotaur, obtain special rewards, and try to learn more about the information related to the ruins of the gods to get closer to the truth. The prerequisite for accomplishing this goal is that he must be qualified to enter the temple alone to challenge the boss Cretan Bull.
The Blood and Horns competition allows outside adventurers to participate.
To this, Old Kiz first gave a positive reply, and then his eyes were a little dazed, as if he was lost in memories.
When I first entered this ruins, I participated in a competition. I was still relatively young at that time, and I luckily passed the first round of melee. However, in the second round of one-on-one competition, lost to Nagrand. Who is Nagrand?
Dorn raised his eyebrows slightly. While talking about this, how come you have unlocked a new character? Also, the name sounds female.
Oh,
no. Based on the context, it should be said that it looks like a female Tauren.
Nagrand is Bitish's mother.
Old Kiz's tone was very calm.
Oh, that's it. That's it.
Dorn nodded and made no comment. He did not take the initiative to gossip about the love story between Mr. Kiz and his Tauren spouse that transcended racial barriers. On the contrary, Old Kiz spontaneously added a few more words.
Mr. Dorn, if you are interested in the Blood and Horn competition between the Minotaurs, as someone who has experienced it, I can give you 3 suggestions. All ears. First,
Old Chizzy pointed out a finger.
Whether it's a melee in the first round or a one-on-one fight in the second round, if you encounter a situation where you can't win, you must surrender in time. As long as you surrender quickly enough, you will be less injured and your life will not be in danger. Second,
Old Kiz stretched out another finger.
In the second round of one-on-one competition, the Minotaurs have an unwritten rule. If you really want to participate in Blood and Horns,
you should know it in advance. I didn't know this at the time. On the day after the one-on-one competition ends, the loser must unconditionally obey the winner until the next morning.
Huh? Dorn, who had been patiently listening to the advice, frowned.
I will obey unconditionally, and still do it until morning. Well, it sounds like, no matter what I do, it's okay.
I always feel like this unwritten rule is weird.
Well, anything is fine.
Old Kiz nodded, after being shocked by Dorn's
friendly conversation,
and voluntarily giving up the right to enter the ruins of God. The old adventurer always seemed very interested when talking about the things inside the ruins. From the current conversation, Dorn already knows that Old Kiz first came into contact with the great labyrinth of the Minotaur when he was in his 30s and in his prime. Then, until now, about 20 years later, he has been guarding the secret of the existence of this ruins. Maybe he needed to talk to someone about his experiences in the ruins a long time ago. After all, it is not an easy thing for a person to keep secrets and rich experiences without being able to express them. Probably based on this emotional psychology and the influence of the alcohol that had just been taken into the body, Old Kiz took the initiative to speak slowly in a somewhat dazed tone.
Let's put it this way. After the night I lost in Egrand, there was Benitha.
Don? Under the stimulation of such an impactful topic, Don pretended to be calm and reached out for the thick-walled glass in front of him. Then he realized that the cold draft beer in the glass had been drunk long ago, so he retracted his hand angrily. What did you hear? As expected, there is always a chance to hear some exciting news and topics at a dinner table filled with wine and food. Old Kiz continued to speak in that dazed and slightly drunk tone.
Of course, I didn't know this at the time. I only found out about it 7 years later, when I entered the ruins for the second time. But at that time, Benitha was already 7 years old. I remember that when Benitha was 7 years old, she was a healthy and lively little girl who could run, jump and fight. Nagran said that she could hold down many male minotaurs of the same age and stronger than her.
In the mud. Oh, it's amazing, isn't it, Mr. Dorn? I can actually give birth to a daughter like this. A strong fighter just like her mother.
When talking about his daughter, the expression on Lao Chizi's face was a little more vivid, but he also seemed to have a little guilt and self-blame.
It's a pity that I can't watch her grow up.
Chapter 276. Where is this bug? Regarding what Old Kiz said about his daughter Benitha, Don did not interrupt much. He just nodded in agreement, listened carefully, and then remained silent. After a while, the old adventurer finally recovered from remembering his daughter. He slowly stretched out 3 fingers.
Also, the third suggestion. Mr. Dorn, you are very strong. So strong that I am a little scared. I even think that if you participate in the Blood and Horns competition, you are likely to become the final winner.
Regarding the strength of Mr. Dorn, Old Kiz was very afraid. Although the other party looks very young, he looks like a pampered and well-protected rich young man. However, Old Chizzy saw Don's miraculous ability to summon tables, chairs, benches, and tableware out of thin air. I also experienced the huge pressure brought by 10 ferocious squid arms and legs at close range. Therefore, in the hearts of old adventurers, it is inevitable to regard Dorn as a mysterious and powerful object. Although Dorn, who has continuously improved the 5 dimensions of combat through long-term food supplements and mastered many strange and bizarre skills, is indeed worthy of such an impression.
You think I might win? And then what?
Dorn asked with interest.
I suggest that you don't win and don't challenge the Cretan bull.
Old Cheatsy said this very firmly.
Why? Why do you think?
Old Kiz asked back.
The Minotaurs have lived in that ruins for generations, and the final destination of each generation of the bravest fighters in their tribe is that temple. Once you enter, you will never come out again. Not anymore.
Mr. Don, no one can beat the Cretan bull. No one.
The old adventurer seems to be pessimistic about whether the Minotaurs can defeat the Cretan bull. Moreover, when he mentioned that
the most valiant warriors of every generation end up in that temple,
there were obvious emotional fluctuations in Old Kiz's words. He is sad.
Yeah. What you said does make sense.
Dorn touched his chin. None of the bravest warriors of the Minotaurs in the past could defeat the Cretan bull alone. Don would not be so fooled into believing that if others couldn't do it, he would be able to do it when it was his turn.
Nagran didn't listen to my advice at the beginning. She went to the temple and never came back. The Minotaurs are very stubborn as real cows.
Old Kiz did not reply to Dorn's words, but said this to himself. His towering spouse, beneath his mother Nagrand, was a leader among the outstanding fighters among the Minotaur tribe. However, in the Blood and Horns battle where Kiz was reversed and Beneatha was born, Nagrand eventually lost in the final of the one-on-one competition and did not get the chance to enter the temple. 7 years later, this brave female Minotaur made a comeback, and under the witness of Kiz, she won the title of Blood and Horns in one fell swoop. Then, there is no more. Nagrand refused to listen to Kiz's dissuasion and entered the temple, fought for the Minotaur's freedom, and never returned.
Sorry to hear this,
Dorn said after being speechless for a while, but old Chizzy just shook his head. The atmosphere at the table became silent. After a while, old Chizzy seemed to finally be freed from his original depressed mood. At this time, Dorn also started to pack things. The dining table, chairs, pots and pans all have to be taken back into the story world. He put his hand on the
Alice's bedtime reading
in his arms and communicated with the Dragon Lady in his mind. In the book, the Dragon Lady seems to still be in a drunken state of confusion. In response to Dorn's request, the two dragon girls' voices, one black and one white, are all vague, and they keep answering,
Humu, Humu.
After waiting for a while, everything taken out from the story world slowly disappeared. It seems that although Long Yang is drunk, she still retains a little consciousness. Old Kiz, who watched the tables, chairs and tableware disappear from a close distance, was still unbearably surprised. He held his breath and thought for a while before tentatively speaking.
Mr. Dorn, do you have the ability to save and take out items at will?
After all, the old adventurer has lived for almost 60 years and has rich experiences. After thinking about it, I hit the nail on the head.
You can understand it this way.
Dorn did not choose to deny it. After hearing this, old Kiz became excited.
Then, can you preserve and carry living creatures? I mean, can you preserve me?
Save me sounds weird, but Dorn can do it. After all, his so-called magical ability to save and remove items all comes from Alice. Just let Alice drag old Chizzy into the story world.
Save you? What do you mean?
Dorn quickly understood the meaning of old Kiz's words. The old adventurer thought of a cool operation based on Dorn's ability. He wanted to use Dorn's ability to
smuggle
himself into the ruins. Then the problem arises. If you drag old Chizzy into the story world, and then Dawn carries
Alice's bedtime reading
into the Minotaur labyrinth. In this way, does it count as one person entering the ruins? Or two people entering the ruins? Dorn even thought more about issues that he had not thought of before. The real world of Alice is a book, and the story world is a strange existence of twin dragon girls. Will it be judged as a person by the ruins? Maybe it's because I have
Alice's bedtime reading,
and my thinking is a little dark. Dorn never thought that such a problem existed until he landed on the floating island. If it hadn't been for old Kiz's words as a bystander to wake him up, he might not have remembered this until he officially entered the ruins teleportation array and checked his belongings.
Mr. Dorn, save me and then take me to the relics of God. Is this okay?
Old Kiz's tone became slightly excited. Dorn frowned and shook his head, but his eyes flickered.
To be honest, Mr. Kiz, I haven't considered this issue before. I don't know what will happen if we do this.
As he spoke, he briefly analyzed it in his mind. What if Alice was really used to
smuggle
old Chizzy, and he himself took
Alice's bedtime reading
into the transmission array leading to the single-player limited-time copy? The worst-case scenario is that their combination will be judged as three independent individuals by the teleportation array. It's unclear who will enter the ruins, but intuitively speaking, Dorn felt that in the real world, the best preserved self of an individual would have the greatest possibility of entering the ruins. The best situation for doing this is that the teleportation array only determines Dorn as an independent individual. The Dragon Lady and Lao Kiz in the story world can all sneak into the single-player ruins without anyone noticing. In this case, things get interesting. It's equivalent to Dawn using
Alice's bedtime reading
to create a single-player limited-time dungeon bug. Chapter 277 Sobering Up Who's Spicy Soup. The more Dawn thought about it, the more excited he became.
Test whether Alice's bedtime reading
can catch the bug of the single-player limited-time copy, although there may be a little unknown risk. After all, Dorn still does not fully understand the operating rules of the Relic of God. If it's really like in the game, and the dungeon can discover that a player is playing a malicious bug, and then lowers the punishment, then there's no point in playing it. However, the benefits behind the risks are not small. Because if the test is successful, it means that if Dorn encounters a limited-time single-player dungeon with special rewards in the future, the rules can be directly broken. Is it stipulated that only one person can enter the single-player instance? Excuse me. I am a cheating player, and I show my cards. I directly used
Alice's bedtime reading
to fix the bug, and then downloaded a copy with a truckload of breadmen. This is so imba.
Mr. Kiz, maybe we can really do what you said. But you have to think carefully. There may be unknown risks in this way, and there is no guarantee of success.
After Don finished thinking, he calmed down a little and said this to old Kiz. The old adventurer obviously doesn't want to think about it so much. In a somewhat old voice, he said sincerely,
Mr. Dorn, as long as you are willing to try, I will not be afraid of any risks. After all, I am also a sea adventurer.
There doesn't seem to be any problem with Lao Kiz. Whether or not to try to
smuggle across
was entirely up to Dorn.
Mr. Kiz, please wait for a moment. I will give you an answer before the ruins teleportation array appears tomorrow.
Dorn did not agree immediately, but replied like this, because before deciding whether to fix the bug, he wanted to ask Long Yang's opinion on this matter. It was around 5 o'clock in the morning. The sun has not yet appeared on the sea level, but the sea has become bright. At this point in time, Don once again put his hand on
Alice's bedtime reading,
recited the true name of this dark red book in his heart, and then entered the world of the story. The castle in the center of the saltwater lake where the dragon lady spends her most time. Don found Alice's gold-encrusted treasure chest on the second floor of the castle. Opening the lid of the box, you can see 2 dragon ladies, one black and one white, maintaining the form of little girls, curled up and sleeping inside. The 2 dragon ladies were very close to each other. Their breathing was steady, their plump round faces were red, and the crystal clear and curved little dragon horns on their heads were touching each other. Among them, the black dragon lady's naked little leg was straddling the white dragon lady's body. Not a very good sleeping posture. The abdomen of the dragon ladies was covered with a soft blanket. This blanket was added by Don around 2 o'clock in the morning when he came over to check on Alice's condition.
I still can't wake up.
Dorn stretched out his hand and gently poked the black dragon lady's round face. Humu. Don't touch it.
The 2 dragon ladies mumbled the words in their mouths, shaking their heads slightly at the same time. Dorn looked at the interesting synchronized reactions of the 2 dragon ladies and stopped with satisfaction.
Alice, half a barrel of draft beer is probably the upper limit of her drinking capacity. I need to talk to her when she wakes up.
When entering the story world for the first time, Don checked the remaining amount of draft beer. Then it was discovered that a whole barrel of draft beer was kept intact in the refrigerated wine cellar. In other words, the amount Alice drank last night was almost half a barrel.
That's wrong. Why do I feel like a hard-working old father in front of Alice?
Don frowned slightly. Only an old father would keep track of his daughter's drinking limit.
Right?
After confirming the dragon lady would not wake up for a while, Dorn did not take the initiative to wake her up. After all, it was still early.
Speaking of which, there are obviously many beds in her story world. Right. Why does Alice like to sleep on piles of gold coins? Is it her hobby as a big lizard? Just looking at it makes me panic.
While complaining about Alice in his heart, Don gently closed the lid of the gold-encrusted treasure chest again. Then, he walked slowly downstairs and went straight to the kitchen of the castle. This place has been well taken care of since Don bought
Alice's bedtime reading,
and Don often comes here to cook.
Since it's still early, let's make breakfast and make a bowl of spicy soup. At the same time, we can also sober up Alice, so that she won't have a hangover and a headache when she wakes up.
Dawn stood in the kitchen and muttered to herself. Speaking of spicy soup, it is quite effective in relieving drunkenness. Just smelling the spicy aroma can whet your appetite for people who are so hungover that they are exhausted. And after eating this bowl, you will feel warm and comfortable all over your body, and your drunkenness will be reduced a lot. Even as a warm food, whose spicy soup can effectively stimulate the gastric mucosa and enhance intestinal peristalsis when eaten in the morning, which is also very good for food absorption. If the dragon girl's physiological structure, especially the digestive system, is no different from that of humans, so spicy soup is the perfect breakfast for Alice now. Dorn searched for dry ingredients in the kitchen, then went to the ice house and low-temperature ingredient storage in the
kingdom landscaping area.
in the story world, and brought back some fresh ingredients. When Dawn set off from Eden, he used Alice's bedtime reading to bring a large amount of ingredients. On the way south, the ship would also purchase and replenish ingredients when it docked at the port. In Malo Harbor on the Storm Islands, he completed his last major purchase of ingredients. For now, the number of ingredients in the story world is quite impressive, and the categories are also rich. And because of the existence of various cold storages with precise temperature control, various ingredients are kept fresh very well. Say nothing more. Alice is so useful. The dragon girl competes high. After getting the ingredients for breakfast and returning to the kitchen of the castle, Dorn quickly got into cooking mode. The key first step in making spicy soup is to wash the gluten. After mixing the flour, let it rest. Donan deliberately left the dough to rest for a longer time, so that the dough would be softer and the washed gluten would be stronger. Add water to the rested dough and start washing. Put water in a bowl and knead the dough repeatedly like washing clothes until the starch on the surface of the dough is completely washed away. What's left at the end? That sticky, chewy mixture of proteins is what's called gluten. It is the essence of flour. For 1 pound of flour, about 200 grams of gluten can be washed out. At the same time, Dunn also retained the starch water left after washing the gluten, which can be used directly to make spicy soup later. While not wasting it, it can also make the soup taste more delicate and smooth. Chapter 278. Pairing it with fried dough sticks is a must-have. The high-quality bristle meat brought from Eden was defrosted and cut into small pieces for later use. Heat oil in a pan. Add bristle pork and stir-fry. Fry the delicious flavor of pork directly into the oil. At this time, add scallions and ginger. Stir-fry until fragrant. Add soy sauce. Fry in the pot until fragrant. And finally add some cooking wine to remove the smell. After the aroma of the meat and ingredients in the pot comes out, you can add water. Then, add the various ingredients. In fact, there is no fixed formula for the ingredients of spicy soup. As far as Dorn drank during his food journey in the Great Celestial Empire, there are many additions. However, even though it is a flowing ingredient, it has an ironclad 3-piece set. Gluten, peanuts, kelp. These 3 ingredients are the soul of whose spicy soup. Soak the raw peanuts in water and pour them into the pot. Cut the soaked mushrooms and fungus into shreds and add them to the pot. These ingredients are dry goods and can be easily stored in the story world. So Dorn prepared a lot of them. Then, the kelp obtained as an ingredient when passing through the port on the sea route was cut into shreds and added to the pot. Add some fresh, non-offensive small parasitic mushrooms. Slice them into pieces. Finally, grab a handful of sweet potato flour and add some carbohydrates to the spicy soup. When Don was at Eden, he tinkered with a lot of special Chinese ingredients, which greatly enriched the variety of dishes at Wishing Restaurant. In terms of pasta, such as the previous silver noodles and the current sweet potato noodles, they are all satisfactory products created by him. Anyway, the raw materials for these things are not difficult to obtain around Eden. After adding the ingredients, season the spicy soup. Sprinkle some white pepper first. Dorn deliberately sprinkled a little more pepper so that the finished soup would be spicier and make you sweat more when you drink it, which would help Long Yang sober up. Sprinkle some dried chili powder that has been dried in advance. Finally, add a pinch of 5-spice powder and 2 tablespoons of salt. Seasoning is complete. The temperature in the pot continues to rise, and the soup is boiling and bubbling, exuding a hot and spicy aroma. The delicacies of the mushrooms and the seafood of the kelp blend together under the heat of the pot, doubling the freshness. At this time, you can eat gluten. The yellow and translucent gluten ball is very elastic after being stretched. Break it into large and slippery pieces and slide them out of the pot. After the gluten slices are exposed to boiling water, they will quickly shrink into small balls due to heat and look like crystal clear fish maw belly. Pour the starch water left over from washing the gluten into the pot to thicken it. Due to the addition of starch, the spicy soup in the pot will gradually become thicker. Cook until the spicy soup becomes thick and the gluten in it becomes shiny and floats. Then remove from the pot. Sprinkle with a handful of cilantro and drizzle with a few drops of sesame oil. A pot of hot spicy soup. Done! Since it was breakfast, just drinking spicy soup might be a bit uncomfortable. People in China and Hunan usually drink spicy soup with oily and fragrant beef fried buns, or simply add a bowl of tofu curd, half of the spicy soup, and half of the tofu curd to make a double mix. Therefore, when Dorn was cooking just now, He also activated the brachial foot skill, using the added tentacles. He simultaneously opened another pot, and fried some golden and crispy fried dough sticks as a staple food this morning. A great day starts with breakfast. Dorn brought the hot spicy soup and steaming fried dough sticks freshly out of the pan to the second floor of the castle. After walking into the room where Alice was, the big golden-crusted treasure box slowly opened by itself. The smell of food is the best and gentlest alarm clock to wake up to. On the pile of gold coins, the Black Dragon Lady sat up first, pulled the soft blanket on her body, and then looked at Dorn.
I feel so tired from sleeping. Have you made anything to eat?
Bai Longyang also got up immediately, rubbed her sleepy eyes, and shook her head.
Well, Dorn, my head hurts. Who told you to drink so much last night? Half a barrel of draft beer. Your upper limit is this. Don't drink any more in the future.
Dorn shook his head helplessly, and then put all the breakfast in his hands on the table in the room.
Spicy soup and fried dough sticks. Can you eat some while they're hot? I have no appetite.
Black Dragon Lady was about to shake her head, but her small nose flapped twice unconsciously. She held her head high and took 2 deep breaths. In the air, the spicy aroma of whose spicy soup can whet your appetite. Even Alice, who was so hungover that she was a little exhausted, was no exception.
Okay, if you insist. In fact, I'll give you a favor and give you a taste or two.
The Black Dragon Lady changed her words. But Alice Bai's actions here were even more frank. I saw that Bai Longyang was still in a confused state of being half asleep and half awake, with her beautiful golden dragon eyes slightly narrowed in confusion. She knelt down on the pile of gold coins, put her hands on the inside of her thighs, held her head high, raised her nose, opened her mouth slightly, and spoke vaguely.
Dawn!
Ah. Dorn had nothing to do with Dragon Lady, so he brought a bowl of spicy soup, picked up the spoon and walked to the open golden-crusted treasure chest. He scooped up a small spoonful of soup and handed it to Alice Bai's mouth. Bai Longyang's eyes were still blurry, but her nostrils were flaring, and she took the spoon handed to her by Dorn accurately as she smelled it, and swallowed the soft, shiny, thick and hot soup in it. After entering the mouth of the spicy soup, the most prominent flavor is the pepper flavor, and the spicy aftertaste. The soup is thick, sticky and slippery, and the various ingredients in it bring a very rich taste. The kelp shreds are fresh and soft when eaten, and the fungus shreds have a crunchy sound when chewed. The mushroom slices are extremely smooth and tender. There is also the shiny, crystal clear texture of the gluten dough, which is soft, glutinous, chewy, and very tasty. In addition, the peanuts are the finishing touch. The soaked raw peanuts are cooked at high temperature in the pot and soaked in the flavor of the spicy soup. They are also crispy and full of fragrance when chewed. After taking a sip of the soup, the spicy taste spreads from the mouth all the way to the abdominal cavity, which is appetizing and warms the stomach. Anyway, it's just one step to reach your stomach. This hot and refreshing taste made Longyang's hangover less severe.
It tastes good. I want more.
Ah. After taking a sip of the thick hot soup, Alice Bai nodded her head with satisfaction, and the crystal-curved white dragon horns on her forehead also swayed. Her hands were still on her inner thighs, with no intention of taking the bowl herself. Black Alice beside her showed a satisfied expression due to the shared sensory experience between the two bodies and the warm taste of the spicy soup. So, Dorn scooped another spoonful and fed it to the white dragon girl, and also fed it to the black dragon girl next to her. Black Alice had a confused expression of disgust on her face, saying that she didn't need Dorn to meddle in her own business, since she knew how to do it. But facing the spoon filled with soup that Dawn handed to her mouth, her body would still lean forward honestly, open her mouth to take it, and finally swallow it happily. After feeding the two dragon ladies about half a bowl of soup, Dorn returned to the table, divided the freshly fried and steaming fried dough sticks into small pieces, and added them directly to the spicy soup. These freshly baked fried dough sticks are so crispy that they drip with oil when chewed. If you break it open and look at it, you will find that the distribution of flour pores is very even and beautiful. After being added to the soup, the fried dough sticks will slowly soak into the spicy soup, and the texture will become soft and waxy. That taste is truly unique. Chapter 279 Entering the Ruins. After Dorn fed Longyang a large bowl of spicy soup to soak the fried dough sticks, the hungover Longyang's spirit finally improved, and her body, both black-haired and white-haired, was gone from its original state of decadence. because of the spicy taste of the spicy soup and the strong heat it brought. Then beads of sweat broke out on the foreheads of the two dragon ladies, and they exhaled with their pink tongues to relieve the spicy taste. The loose cool dress, the flushed cheeks, the smooth legs that are being massaged. After the two dragon ladies had eaten this spicy and refreshing breakfast, the state they displayed was a bit imaginative.
Is Alice really a dragon? Doesn't she really have some succubus attributes? She was like this when she was a child. When she grows up, who can stand up to her?
Dawn complained bitterly in her heart. However, the appearance of both Alice's bodies is too childish. She is the kind of childish person who feels that she should immediately change her situation as soon as she has a bad idea about her. Although Long Yang has repeatedly emphasized that she is a mature lady who has lived for a long time. In other words, she can be considered a legal loli. But people can't. At least they shouldn't. So, Dorn, who felt somewhat condemned in his heart, silently looked away. After feeding the dragon lady, I also had a hot breakfast that could slowly inject vitality into the day. Dawn began to ask Alice about serious matters. It's about whether Alice's power can be used to smuggle other people into the ruins teleportation array that only allows one person to pass. Also, by the way, I would like to ask how Alice views her book body in the real world. So Dawn asked straight to the point.
Alice, who do you think you are?
The two dragon ladies, who had just finished eating, raised their heads in confusion. Black Alice.
Don't think that after you make a delicious meal, you can be so rude to Alice. Oh, no, that's not what I meant.
Dawn waved his hand.
I mean, Alice, are you a human being?
Black Dragon Lady even frowned at this time.
What's the difference between your sentence and the sentence just now?
Dorn was speechless for a moment. However, with his subsequent active explanation and communication, Alice finally understood what Dawn really meant.
The relic of God that can only be passed by one person. You haven't told me in detail before.
Alice's two bodies showed a thoughtful expression. After thinking for a while, Long Yang's eyes flashed with wisdom.
What kind of attempt are you talking about? If you want to give it a try, just give it a try. I think the feasibility is quite high. After all, in the outside world, I am just a book.
I don't know if it was because Alice was in a good mood after drinking the spicy soup. But anyway, the twin dragon ladies quickly agreed to Dorn's request for the test. In other words, for now, all three parties that will participate in the smuggling plan have no objections. Card BUG test can be implemented. On the bare floating island, there are many strange rocks full of pores. During the day today, Dorn took Old Kiz to the outside of the island and left eye-catching marks. I also used Rui to carve words on a large pumice stone. If Captain Sparrow drives the Bloody Pearl 10 days later to search for Dorn around the floating island, he will definitely be able to see this mark. In this way, the problem of incorrect return time can be solved. Of course, if unfortunately Sparrow and others did not notice the marks and carvings left by Dorn, then there would be no way to leave the floating island. After all, didn't old Chizzy bring a small boat over? That little boat seems to have a name too. What is it called? Dying Starfish. Dorn was lucky enough to board this small boat during the day, and it was a bit hard to describe. Judging from his layman's sailing experience, this ship would be difficult to navigate on stormy seas. I don't know how Laukis did it. Night has fallen. In the system's email, there is a real-time scrolling countdown with 1 minute left. After this minute passed, a faint blue light flashed across the depression where Dorn and Old Kiz were. Then, a teleportation array with complex magic lines slowly unfolded.
Are you ready? Mr. Kiz, I'm going to start saving you.
Dorn turned his head and asked Old Kiz, his companion in this test. During the day today, Dawn told Old Kiz a little bit about his ability to access items at will. I didn't go into too much detail. I didn't talk about anything like
Alice's bedtime reading book
or the Dragon Lady. I just want to inform you that if Old Kiz chooses to be saved by him, he will enter a space that is not part of reality. In response to Dorn's question, the old adventurer did not answer and just nodded. Seeing that old Chizzy had no intention of going back on his word, Dawn put one hand on his chest, seemingly as an elegant gentlemanly gesture. But in fact, he calmly patted the copy of
Alice's bedtime
in his arms. Readings.
There was a dim light flashing on the dark red reading book. Then, Old Kiz, who looked a little shabby on the outside, disappeared without a trace, as if his existence had been erased by an invisible eraser. The Dragon Lady sent the old adventurer to the kingdom landscaping area in the story world, and chose a room in that area that was not cooled and was simply used as a utility room for him to move around. The door and windows of the house were also blocked. In reality, Dorn is the only one left on the floating island. He put his hand on
Alice's bedtime reading
and silently recited Alice's name again, establishing a mental communication with the dragon lady in the story world.
I will enter the teleportation array next. If anything goes wrong, you should immediately try to escape from the magic influence of the teleportation array,
Dorn told Alice. Black Dragon Lady.
No need for long-winded explanations from Dorn. Go quickly. Go quickly.
Bye, Longyan.
Well, I don't think anything bad will happen. Dorn, you are too worried.
Obviously, Alice didn't have much worry about this
smuggling
experiment. Now that everything was ready, Dorn stepped onto the teleportation array that emitted blue light.
This feeling is not much different from entering the other two ruins teleportation arrays before.
The light of the ruins teleportation array became dazzling for a moment, and it was particularly eye-catching on the dark floating island. Then Dorn, who stepped on the teleportation array, disappeared. The teleportation array also closed and disappeared at the same time. On the entire floating island, all people or things with autonomous consciousness disappeared as Dorn stepped into the ruins. The pale moonlight reflected on the sea, and the foamy waves crashed on the edge of the island. The entire island was silent. Chapter 280, The Great Labyrinth of Minotaurs. Light. Soft. Not dazzling, but bright enough white light. The second after stepping into the ruins, Dorn's feeling was visual light. However, because it was already night on Fushin Island in the real world, the strong change in the external light environment took Dorn a few tenths of a second to adapt. When the surroundings could be clearly identified, what came into view was a long and narrow passage surrounded by neatly built green-gray bricks. The passage is so long that there seems to be no end in sight. What shines here is an object hanging on the edge of the passage, which looks like it is woven from the white feathers of birds. At first glance, this thing looks a bit like some kind of decoration or artwork, and its appearance is somewhat similar to the dream catcher in Dorn's knowledge. There are many of these alien dream catchers hanging in this long and narrow masonry passage, and they are the only source of light. As for why they can emit soft light, this is beyond the scope of Dorn's knowledge, but it's most likely related to magic.
No wonder it's called the Great Labyrinth of the Minotaur. At first glance, this place looks like an underground labyrinth full of mechanisms and monsters.
Dorn quickly looked at the surrounding environment and was convinced that he had entered the ruins. This thought quickly flashed through his mind, and then he put his hand on his chest.
The Alice bedtime reading
in my arms is still there. Very good. It seems that Dragon Lady can
smuggle
through this ruins teleportation array. This alleviated most of Dorn's original worries. He silently recited Alice's name in his mind and communicated with the Dragon Lady in it.
Before she could ask any questions, Alice in the book answered directly.
I have entered the ruins and feel good. In addition, the old adventurer you asked me to drag into the book is also in good condition. Do you want to release him?
After receiving the Dragon Lady's affirmative answer, Dorn's spirit was lifted. Judging from the current situation, the card ruins bug is a big success.
Alice, let that old Mr. Kiz out and try.
After calming down for a while, Dorn said to the Dragon Lady. The Dragon Lady in the book did as she was told. On
Alice's bedtime reading,
a dim light flashed, and then the figure of old Chizzy was quickly outlined beside Dawn. Everything is going smooth.
Mr. Dorn?
After old Chizzy left the story world, he first looked at Dorn next to him, and then looked around the surrounding environment.
We succeeded?
The elderly adventurer became excited.
Well, the experiment was successful.
Since he had been secretly happy just now, Dorn just nodded this time, a master of emotional stability and pretending. Immediately, he continued calmly.
Mr. Kiz, now that we have entered the ruins, what should we do next? You have more experience than me.
The old adventurer's mood finally calmed down a little.
Every time we enter this ruins, the first place we arrive is not fixed. But this time, we seem to be lucky. We did not fall into an area where monsters are concentrated, but within the activity range of the Minotaurs. Oh, why do you say that? Mr. Dorn, have you seen those light feather nets hanging on the walls on both sides? Those were made by the Minotaurs, and the raw material was the feathers of a luminous monster pigeon. Where there are a lot of light feather nets are all activity areas of the Minotaurs and are relatively safe areas.
Old Chizzy explained as he pointed at the luminous crafts on the wall that looked like dream catchers. While listening to this explanation, Don's focus immediately shifted. He almost blurted out,
"The glowing monster pigeon you mentioned. Can it be eaten?"
Old Chizzy obviously didn't expect that Mr. Dorn would answer like this, and there was confusion on the old face. Generally speaking, shouldn't we continue to ask about the minotaurs at this time? Or express our feelings about falling in the safe zone?
Those monster pigeons are edible. The minotaurs raise them, and the meat is tender and tastes very good.
However, despite the confusion, Old Kiz still tried his best to answer Dorn's question seriously. After all, he didn't want the mysterious and powerful young gentleman in front of him to feel that he, an old man, didn't respect him enough.
"That's good."
Dorn nodded with satisfaction. "Glowing, delicious pigeons. Right? I feel like the ruins on my tongue are about to start again." Old Chizzy led the way. This old adventurer has entered the great labyrinth of the Minotaur several times. Moreover, he is also relatively familiar with the terrain in the Tauren's area of activity. Although the last time he came here was 7 years ago. But after a short period of learning and groping, he became more and more confident in leading the way. Dorn followed slowly. But while he seemed to be strolling leisurely, he still remained alert and ready to release his skills at any time. In this way, the two walked through the long and narrow masonry maze passage, without encountering a minotaur along the way. After passing the two forks in the passage, Dorn's vision suddenly became clearer. At the end of the passage is a huge corridor. It is also a structure of green-gray masonry, with a cloister attached to the wall and about the second floor high. Looking down from the edge of the corridor, there is a huge maze open space. The ground here is not simply made of bricks and stones. There is soil, moss, and less lush vegetation. In addition to these natural landscapes, many wooden platforms made of tied wooden piles can be seen between the cloister where Dorn is located and the ground below. Each wooden platform is fixed on the wall and connected by a long wooden rope ladder. In the open space of the maze below, there are tents, long wooden houses, colorful totem poles, and countless densely woven light sources and light feather nets. This is the habitat of the Tauren. But this is not the only one. There are 3 similar maze open spaces occupied by the Tauren, connected by safe passages guarded by Tauren guards at the ends. On the high platform corridor here, Dorn saw the fantasy orc species, like the Tauren, for the first time. There are 2 Tauren in total. They should be the guards guarding the exit of this passage. There is a longhorn cow head on its neck, and under its feet are huge hairy black cow hooves. The body parts and arms are closer to human structures. There is thin short yellowish hair on the body, but it cannot completely cover the strong, well-proportioned and powerful tendons. The Tauren guard held a terrifying giant axe in his hand, decorated his hair with shiny stones, and hung chains on the long horns on his head. But he was only wrapped in some simple leather, which was barely enough. No body parts inappropriate for children were exposed. The 2 Tauren naturally noticed Dorn and Old Kiz coming out of the passage. They shook their huge ox heads, flapped their ears, and spoke with a loud sound.
"Humans, too?"
Their tone was quite calm, from Dorn's perspective. Although the 2 Tauren subconsciously grasped the giant axe in their hands, there were no health bars on their heads. It seems that, as Old Kiz said before, the Minotaurs are a relatively friendly race, and will not attack alien humans for no reason. Chapter 281. Go back and wait for notification.
"Moo! It's Old Kiz. But who is this young human next to you? Why did 2 people come in together this time?"
One of the 2 guarding Tauren asked. Dorn was not surprised at all that the Tauren knew Old Kiz. After all, according to the old adventurer, he had entered the Minotaur labyrinth several times. It was inevitable that the Minotaurs in the ruins were familiar with him. Old Kiz first looked up and down at the Minotaur who was speaking in front of him, and felt that he looked familiar. After careful analysis, I realized that this was my daughter's former playmate. Wasn't it? 7 years ago, Old Kiz saw him being pushed into a mud puddle and violently thrown by his own daughter. But time passed so quickly. The calf that was once bullied by his own daughter had turned into a strong young Minotaur.
"This is Mr. Dorn,"
Old Chizzy replied after recognizing the other person's identity. And then he looked embarrassed.
"As for why we can enter here together, I have to meet Chief Kane. Chief Kane is preparing for the Blood and Horns ceremony tomorrow, but he should be willing to receive you and Mr. Dorn."
The young Tauren said this and nodded politely towards Dorn. Don also nodded in response. Pretending to be a friendly foreigner, Chief Kane mentioned by Old Kiz was the leader of the Minotaurs in the ruins. However, The chief does not live in this Tauren habitat. This time, under the leadership of the Tauren guards, Dorn and Old Kiz once again entered the narrow masonry maze passage. Under the illumination of the light feather network along the way, we arrived at a brand new maze clearing. This open space is much smaller than the Tauren settlement just now, and there are only a few tents and long houses in it. However, there are many more totem poles and bright colors, and scattered at random, than in the large area just now.
The chief is in the long room.
The young Tauren who led the way clenched his fist with his right hand and beat his chest in salute, then retreated into the passage and disappeared. He should have gone back to stand guard.
Well, Mr. Dorn, please come with me to meet Chief Kane,
Old Chizzy said. Dawn just nodded calmly. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with going to a place where smart neutral creatures gather and meeting the leader of the other party for the first time. The long room is decorated with colorful totem paintings, and a light feather net made of pure white feathers is hung. It is a layout very reminiscent of Minoan culture. Two elderly Tauren were sitting across from each other, talking about something regarding the blood and horns meeting tomorrow. The two Minotaurs, one male and one female, were both nearly 80 years old. The lifespan of a Tauren is similar to that of a human being. At nearly 80 years old, he is already a long-lived elder in this group. The male Minotaurs only wore simple leather clothing and no accessories on their hair or horns. As for the female, her hair is decorated with gems, and her horns are also adorned with silver chains that have a rough aesthetic. At the same time, she also carried a staff wrapped in animal skin and hung with bird feathers. Tuck, tuck, tuck. There was a knock on the open door of the long room. Dawn and Old Chizzy walked in together.
Chief Kane and Tamara Shaman. It turns out you are here too,
the old adventurer greeted. The two old Taurens sitting on the ground both raised their heads.
Kiz, as expected you are here again. Long time no see. But who is this person next to you? Why are there two people this time?
The male Tauren, Chief Kane, just glanced at Old Kiz, and then turned his attention to the stranger Dorn.
This is...
Old Kiz was about to introduce.
Dorn. You can call me Dorn.
Dorn took over the words himself.
As for why two people were able to enter the ruins that originally only allowed one person to enter this time, it's because I used my ability.
Very straightforward statement.
Ability? What kind of ability is it?
The old Tamara shaman spoke tremblingly. Dorn did not answer directly, but pointed to a string of light feather nets hanging on the wall, and then silently recited Alice's name in his mind, establishing a mental communication with the dragon lady. Dragon Yan cooperated very well, and pulled the string of light feather nets into the story world. After a while, he was brought back to reality.
Just like this.
Dorn solemnly demonstrated his access ability. Objects disappear and appear out of thin air. This magical ability makes the two old Tauren, who are a combined 150 years old, speechless and sighing secretly.
So, you brought Kiz here through this ability?
The old chief tried to maintain his composure and spoke to confirm. Dawn nodded. The Tauren shaman seemed much more excited, and his voice was much higher than before.
Child, let me ask you, is this ability of yours effective against the teleportation array in the temple?
It seems that this Tamara shaman is obviously thinking of going together with Dorn. After confirming that
Alice's bedtime reading
could indeed block the single-player copy bug, Dawn made a mental decision. Since the teleportation array in the ruins is stuck, why can't the temple boss room be stuck? Think of a way. Bring a book full of Tauren warriors into the temple, and beat up the Cretan bull in a group. Wouldn't this be more enjoyable than going in for a one-on-one solo? In this way, the success rate of conquering the great labyrinth of the Minotaur will be greatly improved, as long as this plan to beat the Cretan bulls in groups gets the consent of the Tauren leaders. It can be launched without any pressure. At present, this Tauren grandma is obviously very interested in this. The situation is great.
I can't completely guarantee it, but it will probably be effective.
Dorn gave a more conservative answer. After chatting with the Tauren chief and shaman for a while, Dorn roughly expressed his determination to conquer the temple, defeat the Cretan bull, and most importantly, rescue the ruined Tauren from the fire and water. Anyway, in his words, he exudes the light of humanitarianism that transcends racial barriers. At the end of this touching conversation and meeting, Chief Kane stood up and politely saluted to Dorn.
Young man, first of all I want to thank you for bringing your magical abilities to our Minotaur tribe. No matter what your purpose is for challenging the Cretan bull, it can be regarded as saving our tribe. Make the effort. From now on, the Minotaur will consider you a friend forever.
A very polite and sincere greeting. Dawn just nodded. Non-committal. Chief Kane continued to add.
However, challenging the Cretan bull is not a child's play. Even if I am the chief, I cannot do it arbitrarily. I need to discuss it with other people in the tribe before I can make a decision. There is still some time before the temple opens. You can have a good rest here with us. I will arrange for someone to take care of your daily life. We will let you know immediately after we come to the conclusion of our discussion on the temple. Regardless of the outcome, please allow me to personally express my sincere gratitude to you. Thank you again for your generosity to the Minotaurs.
The old chief said this, and saluted Dorn with a chest beat. Although he behaved very respectfully and politely, and seemed to intend to receive Dorn in the same manner as a distinguished guest. But these words of the old chief can be summarized as follows. We already understand the situation. You can go back and wait for notification. Chapter 282 Benisha. Dorn was very indifferent to the old chief's reply. He even felt that it was only reasonable for the Tauren leadership to let him go back and wait for notification. Just imagine. The Minotaurs have lived in this ruins for thousands of years, and have been trapped for thousands of years. They have been fighting against the Cretan bull in the temple for generations, and their people have made countless sacrifices. At this time, a stranger suddenly broke into their group and said, "WDNMD, I'll take you to fight. Give me some 50 of the strongest Tauren, and I will use my special abilities to lead them to overthrow the Cretan bull that you have been unable to handle for generations." Any leader with a right mind would not be able to immediately burst into tears of gratitude or make a decision with tears in his eyes. Even though Dorn's suggestion was indeed tempting. But what if his ability is effective against the teleportation array that enters the ruins from the outside world, but is ineffective against the teleportation array that enters the temple? To take a step back, even Dorn's ability is effective against the temple teleportation array. But what if under his leadership, all the 50 or so young Tauren gave the Cretan bull extra food? The Minotaur tribe may not be able to bear the consequences of failure. With the number of more than 50 young Tauren reduced, can the tribe still be able to resist the invasion of the monsters in the maze? Can we still defend the 3 gathering areas normally? In addition, the blood and horn competition is also a tradition left over for thousands of years. The airborne Mr. Dorn must be allowed to directly bypass the traditional talent selection process and lead the Minotaurs to conquer the Cretan bulls. It's okay to win, but as long as they lose, it will inevitably cause the Tauren to be dissatisfied with the upper-level decision-making. In the worst-case scenario, when riots break out and the young and strong are insufficient, the entire ethnic group will be swept away by an unprecedented huge man-made disaster. As the leader of the Tauren, Kane must consider all possible consequences before making a decision. After Dorn and Old Kiz left the chief's long room, the discussion between the 2 Tauren elders inside had not stopped.
Tamara, we need to summon other elders in the tribe to discuss this matter,
Chief Kane said.
Discuss? What is there to discuss? If you ask me, you should just let the young human challenge the bull. The teleportation array outside is only opened once every 7 years. In the materials and books left by our ancestors, there has never been any record of anyone with him. The appearance of outsiders with similar abilities is a unique opportunity given to us by the Mother Goddess.
The old shaman was very emotional.
I know. But we can't be reckless. We have to discuss this matter with other elders.
Kane shook his nose.
Discuss? You? An old guy. And those conservative old diehards get together. What can be the result of the discussion? Tamara, what do you mean? When we have differences of opinion, we should discuss the matter instead of attacking each other with words. Not to mention how much younger you are than me.
Before the other elders of the tribe arrived, the chief and the shaman were already having a heated argument over the problems brought about by Dorn. Finally, after a lot of arguing, the old chief showed his pair of old horns to the old shaman in demonstration. The old shaman, not to be outdone, hit the old chief on the head with his witch staff. The 2 old men, who were a combined 150 years old, moved their hands tremblingly against each other. And the scene was thrilling. Dorn and Old Kiz, after leaving the chief's long room, returned to the passage. The old adventurer had already greeted the chief and was going to see his daughter. Dorn, on the other hand, was a little curious about Benitha, who was half Minotaur and half human. So he naturally followed Old Kiz. Inside the passage, the light emitted by the light feather network illuminates all spaces. The 2 only human beings in the ruins, an old man and a young man, were walking in the bright passage. Their steps were not fast, and they seemed to be thinking about shaman matters.
Mr. Don, Do you really plan to conquer the Cretan bull?
After walking a few steps, Old Kiss suddenly asked.
Of course. That's why I'm here.
Dorn answered matter-of-factly.
Do you really think the bull can be beaten?
Perhaps because his towering spouse died in the temple. Old Kiss has always had a pessimistic attitude towards the crusade against the Cretan bull.
If you don't try, how will you know?
Dorn just shrugged. In contrast, he is more optimistic about conquering the single-player boss. First of all, in Dorn's eyes, the bull in the temple is certainly not invincible. Anyway, as long as he starts a battle with the Cretan bull, he will definitely see the opponent's health bar. As long as you see the health bar, you will feel a little more confident psychologically. That is the self-confidence cultivated over a long period of time as a game player. As long as you dare to show your health bar, the gods will kill you. Not to mention a cow. In addition, according to the prompts given by the system, the difficulty of the single-player version is lower than that of the ordinary version. In other words, the overall combat effectiveness of the Cretan bull should be weaker than the boss bullfrog and demon Baphomet. And Dorn's current strength has been greatly improved compared to when he conquered the previous two bosses. He even had a bug in this single book. Theoretically, he could take a Book of Tauren to the temple and charge fearlessly. Thinking about it this way, I feel that the chances of winning are still quite large. Old Kiss didn't reply, and the two of them walked through the passage one after another and returned to the corridor of the original large Tauren habitat. This time, there was no need for the Tauren guards to lead the way. Old Kiss climbed down the wooden rope ladder, passed several wooden platforms, and came to the ground. Along the way, many Tauren looked at them curiously, and some even recognized Old Kiss and greeted him friendly. The old adventurer nodded and said low to the Tauren who greeted him, and then walked all the way to a large dome tent painted with colorful war patterns, and with red and green totem poles outside the door. Dorn followed him as usual.
Benisha, my cough. Are you there?
Old Kiss cleared his throat outside the tent. It seems that this should be his daughter's residence.
Yes. Please come in.
A calm, slightly thick girl's voice came from inside. Old Kiss did not push the door immediately, but was anxious at the door for a while, until the tent door opened by itself. Standing behind the door was a young woman with white hair and red eyes. Judging from human perception, she looked to be in her early 20s. She should be Old Kiss' daughter. Beneatha's appearance is completely different from the Tauren he saw along the way in Dorn. More like a human being. She does not have a cow's head, and the only features of the Minotaur are the red horns on her head, the cow's tail that is constantly flapping behind her buttocks, and the cow's hooves under her feet. Except for these places, other visible parts are the same as those of human girls. Chapter 283 Maverick Bane. Beneatha is very tall. Even if you don't count the red horns on her head, she is almost as tall as Dorn. Her white hair was long, reaching just above her hips. From Dawn's point of view, it's to the point of being absolutely flirty when going to the toilet. In addition, Beneatha's clothes were different from the other Tauren seen along the way. Although she also wears leather clothing, she also wears some metal armor. But this armor, from the perspective of the Tauren, is probably very tight. But from a human perspective, it might be too cool. This is inexplicably in line with the common sense that the less clothing a female character wears, the higher her defense power will be. In short, at first glance, Beneatha's appearance is similar to the monster girl in Dorn's knowledge. Half human, half Tauren.
I feel like I have a look that can poke some weird people's XP.
This was the first thought in Dawn's heart after meeting Beneatha.
Benisha,
Old Kiss started, looking at his daughter with a somewhat awkward look, and couldn't continue speaking in the middle of the sentence.
Father, I heard Alistar said you were coming.
On the contrary, Beneatha acted very calmly, and her tone of voice when speaking to her father was very polite. Almost too polite.
Oh, then this is...
Old Kiss turned sideways again, preparing to introduce Dorn next to him.
Mr. Dorn. Right. Alistar just told me.
Beneatha nodded towards Dorn. The Alistar she mentioned was the young Tauren guard who had brought Dorn and Old Kiss to see Chief Cain.
Oh, then...
Old Kiss wanted to say something to his daughter, but found that he couldn't find a suitable topic for a while.
Come in and sit for a while first.
It was Beneatha who took the initiative to step aside from the door again and signaled the two people outside the tent to enter the house.
Oh.
Old Kitsy nodded nervously and walked into the tent. Dorn had nowhere to go for a while, so he also entered the heifer's tent with the intention of observing the eye-catching monster girl with white hair and red eyes for a while. Beneatha's tent was simply furnished. It's nothing more than a bed, tables and chairs, a few wooden boxes for storing items, and some tools for maintaining weapons and armor in the corner. There was no way this was a girl's room.
Sit down. Grandma Lupo will come to deliver meals later. I have already agreed with her that 3 meals will be delivered today.
Beneatha said this, pointing to the table and chairs in the center of the tent, and motioned for Dorn and old Kiz to sit down. She herself went to the corner of the tent and polished a huge 2-handed axe with an object similar to a whetstone. The heifer was very strong. The whetstone was grinding on the axe in both hands, and sparks were almost coming out.
Benisha, what are you?
Old Kiz looked at his daughter's movements, looking a little dazed.
Maintain weapons.
Beneatha still answered quickly.
Then you plan to? Well, I have signed up to participate in the Blood and Horns competition. Beneatha, that competition. I have made my decision. Father! Oh!
The father and daughter didn't seem to have much special emotional investment in the questions and answers. The competition was all about speed. Especially Beneatha. Her mouth seemed to be in a hurry to repay something borrowed. After they stopped talking, the only sound left in the tent was the sound of the whetstone grinding the axe blade. Dorn, an outsider, sat on the edge and listened to the two of them talking the whole time. How to say? Old Chizzy and Beneatha don't feel like a real father and daughter at all. Polite, reserved, indifferent, unable to have a deep conversation. This pair of father and daughter, who are related by blood, act like nodding acquaintances who have known each other for a short time. However, it is not that Dawn cannot understand the reasons for this situation. After all, old Kiz can only enter the ruins once every 7 years. And each time he enters the ruins, he can only stay for 15 days. Beneatha is probably in her early 20s, which means that she has only seen her father for 30 days in her entire life. Today is day 31. The atmosphere in the tent was silent. Heifer was still carefully maintaining his weapons, and old Kiz was a little restless. Even Dorn, an outsider, felt awkward. He regretted it now, and regretted following the tent very much. The awkward time always passes. I don't know how long it took before there was a knock on the tent door again. Tuck tuck tuck.
The door is unlocked.
Beneatha kept moving her hands without raising her head. Then, the door was gently opened. A pair of green calf horns poked out of the door frame, and a standard shot sounded.
Sister Beneatha, I heard that Mr. Kiz and Mr. Dorn are both here with you. Bane? Yes, they are all here. Come in.
Beneatha looked up at the people outside the door, then lowered her head and continued to polish the weapon. At this time, the pair of green calf horns completely penetrated the door. Dorn could clearly see that the person walking in was a young Minotaur boy. Judging from his size, he might be in his teens. The little Minotaur named Bane wears silver chains on his horns and gems on his hair. He looks like an elite at first glance. In fact, it is true that Maverick Bane is actually the grandson of Chief Kane, a serious Tauren elite. After Bane walked into the tent, his eyes wandered between Dorn and old Kiz for a while, and finally fixed on Dorn.
You are the Mr. Dorn that Grandpa and Grandma Tamara mentioned. Right. I'm here to find you. Is it difficult to tell?
Dawn raised an eyebrow.
Moo. I'm sorry. I was very young when old Mr. Chizzy came last. So this is the first time I can remember seeing a human being. I think humans all look the same. Moo. I'm sorry.
Bane scratched the back of his head. Dawn. To be honest, Dorn didn't feel that Bane's words were offensive to him, because, when he saw the Tauren, they all looked the same.
There's nothing to be sorry for.
Dorn waved his hand.
Why did you come to me? Grandpa Kane asked me to come to you. He said that while you are here, I will be responsible for your food and daily life.
When Bane said this, he spoke faster than before, as if he felt a little guilty.
Oh.
Dorn nodded.
How about you take me for a walk around your settlement first?
Although I noticed Maverick Bane's guilty tone. At the same time, I also feel that it is a bit strange that the Tauren arranged for an elite cap to be responsible for their daily life during this period. But Dorn quickly seized the opportunity to leave the tent.
Leave it to me.
Calf Bane patted his chest. After leaving Beneatha's tent, Dorn breathed a sigh of relief.
Where would Mr. Dorn want to visit first?
The Calf Bane stood next to Dorn, looking at him with his head raised.
Anywhere is fine. Moo. That's right. Let's go to the arena first. Grandpa and Grandma Tamara said. What are you talking about? It seems to be Notify Mr. Dorn and tell him that he wants to challenge the bull in the temple. It's best to sign up for the blood and horn competition right away, yes. That's what I said. It was so dangerous. I almost forgot.
Chapter 284 Pigeons. Ducks and Turtles.
A fight between blood and horns?
Dorn touched his chin. He could figure out the thoughts of the two Tauren elders, participating in the blood and horns competition. On the one hand, the old Tauren wanted to intuitively see his depth. On the other hand, if he could come out on top in the competition, it would become much more logical to lead a team into the temple to defeat the Cretan bull. This makes things less difficult for Tauren management. Even if the old Tauren didn't make this suggestion, Dorn himself planned to stick to the idea of participating in the competition.
Now is the final registration time for the competition. If Mr. Dorn wants to register, we must hurry up and go to the arena,
Maverick Bane said.
Well, of course I'm going. You can lead the way.
Dorn nodded.
Speaking of which, have Chief Kane and that Tamara finished their discussions so quickly? Your meeting in Minotaur was quite efficient.
Well, it was only a little more than an hour before Chief Kane told Dorn to go back and wait for notification, and came to Little Bane to find Dorn. If the Minotaurs had finished discussing Dorn's affairs in such a short period of time, then the efficiency of their meeting was indeed pretty good.
No, actually not.
Little Bane scratched his head.
It is indeed the common opinion of Grandpa and Grandma Tamara to let you participate in the blood and horns competition, but they have not yet reached any conclusion on their differences. Anyway, when I left, Grandma Tamara was still hitting Grandpa on the head with a witch stick, and the other elders in the clan were quarreling. Judging from their looks, they won't be able to end the quarrel for a while.
Dawn. Okay. I take back my praise for the efficiency of your meeting. The arena was built in the third Tauren settlement that Dorn had not visited before. This is also the largest maze open space occupied by the Tauren. The arena is the size of a football field. It is a round building with arched windows, which makes Dorn feel a bit like a rough version of the Roman Colosseum. Under the leadership of the Calf Bane, Dorn met a strong female Tauren in the arena, and then put his thumbprint on a yellow paper agreement. This is considered as the registration is completed, and you are qualified to participate in tomorrow's melee. After leaving the arena, Dorn talked to Bane one after another while walking, and learned more about some of the living conditions of the Tauren in the ruins, as well as additional details about the competition, temples, and bulls. As he was talking, Dawn seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly asked,
Calf, do you want some candy? Moo! What candy?
Bane blinked his bell-sized bull's eyes.
That's it. Frosting slime.
Dorn said this while mentally communicating with Long Yang. And then, as if by magic, he took out a cold little cloth bag filled with candy bars. Dorn has made and tasted a lot of small candies, like frosted slime, since he returned to Eden from Golden Oak City. Even the soft body skill has reached level 5 by him. After all, we have to pass through Sweet Mulberry Town on the way back, and there is no shortage of slime, the raw material of candy. Bane took the bag from Dorn and opened it carefully. Inside are long strips of soft candy. Each one is crystal clear with a blue color, and the surface is covered with white frosting, which is very beautiful.
Can I eat it?
Maverick looked at the bag full of candy and swallowed.
Of course. Consider these as a thank you gift for taking me to register just now and introducing me to this place.
Dorn nodded. The calf carefully picked up a candy bar and put it in his mouth. It's sweet, and because of the low temperature storage, it's ice cold. After biting open, the texture is glutinous and the gum is elastic to the teeth, filling the mouth with a pleasant sweet and sour taste.
It's delicious.
The calf nodded in admiration, its eyes shining. In the ruins, there is no chance to eat such delicious candies. Dawn just watched and laughed, thinking that children are indeed easy to bribe. After Maverick Bane had eaten several frosting slimes, Dorn spoke again.
Baby, after eating my candies, can you answer my question? Moo!
Bane stopped eating candy.
Does Mr. Dorn want to know the fighting styles and shortcomings of other people participating in the Blood and Horns competition? If you don't tell those brothers and sisters that I told you, then for the sake of this bag of candy, I can still reveal some information to you. Aw? You have quite a lot to think about.
Dorn waved his hand.
Who cares about these insignificant things? I want to ask you, what monsters are delicious in this big maze? And where are they located? Where? Is the opponent's information irrelevant?
Mavericks was surprised. He stared at Dorn for a long time, feeling that the other party was serious about what he said. What a strange human being. Bane the calf picked up another piece of frosted slime, threw it into his mouth, chewed it, and then answered according to the topic given by Dorn.
As for delicious monsters, the light-feathered pigeon, fire-feathered duck, and giant snapping turtle all taste good.
Dawn touched his chin. Pigeons, ducks, turtles? The ingredients in this ruin sound interesting.
So, where can I eat it?
Dorn asked.
Moo. Our tribe has raised these 3 kinds of monsters. According to Grandma Tamara, our tribe has been living in the maze for thousands of years. But all the delicious monsters have been raised by us a long time ago.
Mavericks answered matter-of-factly. He said something very reasonable. Dorn.
However, I don't seem to have seen the place where you breed monsters. Oh, there are none in the 3 settlements. We also have an extra maze open space specially used for monster farms. But it is not particularly safe there,
Bane explained. Dorn nodded upon hearing this. He was wondering just now. But he visited the 3 Tauren settlements and didn't see any place where pigeons were raised. Originally, he was still wondering how the Minotaurs could obtain so many pigeon feathers for lighting without breeding. Now I know that the Tauren did not raise monsters, but opened up a new area specifically for farming. I feel like Creek would be very excited if he had the chance to come here.
Then, can I go to that farm?
Dawn asked next.
It should be possible. However, if Mr. Dorn wants to eat something, just tell me, and I will have it prepared and delivered.
Maverick shook his head. Tauren seemed to like to shake their heads when talking.
No, I don't want it cooked.
Dorn shook his head.
Please be sure to give me the freshest ingredients. Or, it's best if I go to your farm to pick them. Moo! Don't look at me like this. In fact, adventure is just my side job. And my main job is to be a chef. A chef who cooks delicious food.
Dorn smiled. Chapter 285 Blood and Horn Competition. Dorn thought about going to the Tauren's monster farm in person to pick out some fresh monster ingredients. The request itself is not too outrageous. However, the Minotaur's farm was built in a dangerous area where monsters were active. The tribesmen were not allowed to enter there without the consent of the tribe's chief or elders. On the first day when Dorn entered the ruins, the chiefs and elders of the Minotaur tribe were busy convincing others with horns and fists at the meeting, and no one had the heart to deal with such trivial matters. So the visit to the Tauren farm was postponed. However, under the leadership of the guide Calf Bane, Dorn spent a pretty good day at the Tauren gathering place. The time came the next day. The Minotaurs have lived in the labyrinth for generations. Although they do not distinguish between day and night, they have a concept of time based on day. According to Bane's introduction, there is also a special trumpet player among the Minotaur tribe, whose responsibility is to blow the morning trumpet and evening trumpet. When the morning horn is blown, it means the beginning of a new day, and the Tauren will start production and work amidst the sound of the horn. Evening trumpet represent the end of the day. After this trumpet sounds, the Tauren will sleep and rest. Repeating this way symbolizes the passage of time day by day. The trumpeter's basis for judging time seems to be a timing instrument similar to a pendulum clock. According to Bane, the clock seemed to have been drawn by an outside adventurer a long time ago and then handed over to the Minotaurs for production. As for some of the details, Dawn didn't ask too much. After all, he did not enter the ruins to study the cultural and historical development of the Tauren. Anything that has little to do with Gonfan is unlikely to attract his close attention. As the morning horn was blown, the Tauren in the ruins ushered in an extraordinary new day. Today is the opening day of the Blood and Horns competition, which is held only once every 7 years, in a circular arena the size of a football field. On this special day, except for some guards guarding the entrance, almost all the Tauren gathered here. The atmosphere at the scene was extremely lively, with voices and cattle braying, for the ordinary Minotaurs living in the labyrinth. The Blood and Horn competition is their greatest entertainment activity. In this grand event, they can see the fight between force and force, the confrontation between horns and horns, and witness the birth of the final Minotaur warriors. The best seats in the circular arena are naturally occupied by the chiefs, shamans, and other highly respected elders in the tribe. In addition, the location of Old Chizzy has also been arranged here. This is the tradition of the Tauren. Adventurers who entered the ruins but did not participate in the competition in the past generations will be arranged to sit in the current position of Old Kiz. Bane, the grandson of Chief Kane, did not sit in the front row. He sat with a few elite Tauren of similar age to him. The position was slightly further back, but the view was still good. As a contestant, Dorn was taken to the waiting area inside the arena after breakfast this morning. There are 3 waiting areas in total, located behind 3 wooden arches in the circular arena. There were more than 50 people participating in this blood and horns competition, with about 10 people in each waiting area. The atmosphere in the waiting area is completely different from that in the audience. The excitement belongs to the audience. But here there is only silence and depression. Coincidentally, in the waiting area where Dawn was, there was Benitha, the daughter of his acquaintance Old Chizzy. However, after the white-haired and red-eyed heifer entered the waiting area, she kept weighing her hands to warm up before the game. Dorn simply didn't bother her, and sat quietly by himself, thinking about issues related to the ruins for a while, and then thinking about what to eat after the melee was over. I don't know how long it took. Benitha, who had been silent until now, stopped her warm-up movements and walked up to Dawn on her own initiative.
Dawn! Sir, you and my father are friends. Right. If your father and I were friends, wouldn't there be a gap in seniority between us? Then you have to call me Uncle Dorn.
Dorn, whose thoughts were still wandering, could not help but have such an idea flash through his mind. Then, he came to his senses, assumed a serious attitude, and nodded pretendingly.
In that case, Mr. Dorn, there are some things I want to remind you.
Benitha cleared her throat.
As an alien human adventurer, you are likely to become the target of others' fire in the first round of melee. Although, during the blood and horns competition, everyone will not really fight to the death. However, the weapons we use are all real weapons. No one can predict what may happen under what circumstances. So, if you really encounter a situation where you can't fight, I personally suggest that you quickly choose to fall to the ground or surrender. In this case, others will give up attacking you.
When Benitha was speaking, almost all the young male towering around her looked over. However, the heifer didn't seem to pay much attention to their stares.
Okay, I will pay attention. Thank you for the reminder, Miss Benitha.
Dawn smiled and nodded. What Benitha said was what Old Chiz had said to Dawn before. I never thought that although the father and daughter seemed to be incompatible when they met, they still had a lot of similarities in their thinking. In addition, Heifer seemed less cold and unapproachable when Old Chizzy was not present.
Miss?
Benitha seemed a little surprised when she heard Dorn call her, and then nodded.
No one has ever called me that, but it's a very good title. I like it.
It seems that among the Minotaur tribe, such a title is rarely heard being used. After Benitha left, Dorn felt that the young tower around him looked at him with a little vigilance and hostility. However, he didn't pay much attention to these looks. Judging from the reactions of these Tauren, it must be Benitha's admirers who are jealous. Young people know everything.
However, Benitha has half human blood, and her appearance is more similar to humans. This means that the Tauren who admire her may be more aesthetically pleasing than humans? Tauren, humans. Tauren, humans, hey.
Because the time waiting for the melee to begin was too long and boring. Dorn's thoughts began to wander again. But he was wrong about this. In fact, Tauren's love for the opposite sex is generally not based on appearance. There are Tauren who look at faces, but they are very few. Most of the Minotaurs, when choosing a spouse of the opposite sex, only paid attention to whether the other party was strong and powerful. Among the Minotaurs, those who were favored by the opposite sex, and who had priority in choosing a mate must be powerful and fierce beings. Benitha is like this. Chapter 286 Unjust 5 against 1. Moo. Trumpet sound. Different from the tone of morning bugle and evening bugle. It is an exciting and somewhat tragic horn whine. With the sound of the horn, all 3 wooden arches of the circular arena were opened. The wooden door made a rattling sound, shaking off dust and tiny sawdust. After the wooden arch was fully opened, the horn sound stopped, and more than 50 Minotaur warriors, who had been waiting for a long time, entered the arena. Dorn was among them, and followed slowly. All Minotaur fighters who participated in the melee faced the audience seats everywhere after entering the arena, beating their chests, roaring, or flexing their muscles. In short, let's walk through the process of making an appearance. The enthusiasm of the Minotaurs watching in the audience was also ignited at this moment.
Benitha! Alista! Alistar!
The audience raised their arms, and shouted the name of the most promising fighter. Among them, the 2 with the highest voices were Benitha and Alistar.
Hey! Benitha is very popular,
Dorn thought to himself. He stood lazily on the edge of the arena, out of tune with the high-spirited Tauren warriors around him. At first glance, It will give people a feeling of.
A chicken stands out from the crowd.
As an outside adventurer participating in the blood and horns competition for the first time, Dorn was naturally the focus of the field and the one who attracted much attention. However, most of the Minotaurs didn't seem to think much of Dorn, who was not strong enough, and their eyes didn't stay on him for too long. On the contrary, the Minotaur management sitting in the front row focused all their attention on Dorn. After a brief appearance, there was no opening remarks, and no host introducing the contestants. The exciting horn sound was blown again, and the first round of the blood and horns competition officially began. This rough and direct method can be regarded as a very Minotaur-style opening. Amid the cheers of the audience, more than 50 fighters in the arena instantly got into a fight. The position where Dawn was standing was not far from the few Benisa admirers who were waiting in the same area. Originally, he thought that the Tauren would take advantage of their jealousy to join forces and attack him. But unexpectedly, as soon as the horn of war sounded, the Tauren themselves fought together. You punch me, I give you a kick. He gives him a horn, and the axe and stick are chopped down one after another. While fighting, these young Tauren were still shouting,
"For Benitha! Fall down! I will never let you have the chance to compete one-on-one with Benitha. I can think of what you are planning with my tail. Hard for Benitha."
All in all, the scene was extremely chaotic and frenetic. Dorn silently took a few steps away from the chaotic Shura field. After he changed his position and stood still, he realized that 5 Tauren were approaching him from all directions, flanked by 5 Tauren. The momentum of these 5 Tauren was completely different from the ones fighting in the Shura field next to them. Although those who participated in the battle in Shura field had strong bodies, their fights were more like a gangster-style street fight from True Love. But these 5 Tauren who were outflanked were different. They were more like resolute warriors. Dorn already had quite a lot of actual combat experience, and he noticed this almost immediately. In addition, the decoration on one of the 5 Tauren was familiar to Dorn. From this, we can tell that he is the previous guard guarding the passage. Alistar.
So these 5 people are probably guards, or regular warriors among the Tauren, and have combat experience against the ruins monsters.
Dorn guessed in his heart.
I'm sorry, Mr. Dorn. It's really unfair to attack you like this. But I'm sorry, but as long as you surrender, we will stop immediately.
The leader, Alistar, dragged his axe and preached like this while approaching Dorn.
There is nothing to be sorry for. There are no rules or fairness in the so-called melee. Right.
Dorn was ready to face the enemy, his expression very calm.
The momentum is good, Mr. Dorn.
Alistar's eyes showed approval, and his tone began to become excited.
I can feel your determination to fight. However, I will let you taste the horns here.
In the arena, the scene of Alistar, who was very vocal, leading for people to surround the outsiders, certainly attracted the attention of the audience.
You're lying. Right. 5 against 1. Isn't Alistar such an ungrateful person? There is no such thing as combat ethics. There are no rules in melee. You can fight as you like. Or do you think the bulls in the temple will talk to us about morality? It's just that the stranger was unlucky and was targeted by Alistar from the very beginning. Alas, it's pitiful. He's probably going to be beaten badly. But I'm so excited. The stranger, please hold on a little longer. Alistar wants to beat me hard.
There are no rules in melee, and it's okay for 5 to fight 1. In addition, Alistar is also a star fighter among the Minotaur clan. So of course, the clan members will be more supportive of him. The only ones in the audience who were really worried about Dorn at this time were the old kids who came in with him, and the calf Bane who spent the whole day with him yesterday and even ate frosting slime. At this moment, the front row of the auditorium, Tamarisa was so angry that she gritted her teeth.
5 against 1. Alistar takes the lead. Kane! You old man. This is all your arrangement. Right.
The Tauren chief just shrugged indifferently.
Tamara, if Mr. Dorn can't even cope with the situation in front of him, how can we believe that he can lead the most elite warriors of the Minotaur to successfully defeat the Cretan bull instead of dying in vain?
Tamara didn't say anything. She just stared at the bull's eye and punched the ground several times with the witch staff in her hand. There is no way. What Chief Kane said is right. Tauren are fearless. Tauren are not afraid of death. Even though every strongest fighter who has experienced the test of blood and horns for thousands of years finally stepped into the temple and fell into it. But the blood and horns experience will still be held as scheduled every 7 years. The Minotaur warrior who won the crown would still fight against the bull without hesitation, even though everyone knows that there is little hope of defeating the bulls. But there are some people who do it knowing they cannot do it. But the cost of sacrificing a good fighter is different from sacrificing a group of good fighters. Trusting Dawn and letting him lead the team to defeat the bulls is a huge gamble. It's not even as simple as winning as a young model in the club and losing as a job in the sea. Rather, it is a gamble that almost stakes the fate of the entire ethnic group and determines whether the ethnic group will survive or die. It's gambling on family luck. Tauren leaders must be cautious before considering whether to put all their clan's chips on the gambling table. Chapter 287. We have high hopes. In the arena, the 5 Tauren headed by Alistar had surrounded Dorn, eager to try. Moo! Alistar's bull's nose puffed out and took the lead, launching an attack on Dorn. However, he did not use a hand axe to chop. Instead, he turned sideways and charged with powerful hooves. This was a brutal Tauren charge. Other Tauren also attacked Dorn from all directions at this time. The audience in the auditorium cheered for this scene, and most of them were shouting for Alistar. Only old Kiz and Maverick Bane glanced at him slightly sympathetically. Almost everyone thought that Dorn would be defeated quickly in the airtight crowd of 5 people. But then, something happened that surprised everyone. I saw that the human outsider was calm and unhurried in the face of the attack, and a thick and unknown black energy quickly swept around his body. This black energy is so thick that it seems to have substance, and it carries an indescribable feeling of terror. Just looking at it will make people feel palpitating. Before the audience could react to what was happening, this terrifying black energy had already lingered on the 5 charging Tauren. The leader, Alistar, was entangled by the black energy and fell to the ground. First, he sat heavily on his buttocks, and then his strong body lay completely flat on the ground. The fate of the other 4 elite Tauren was almost the same as Alistar's, except that they fell to the ground in different ways. Alista! Beat him! Alistar! Ollie! The Tauren who worshipped Alistar were still chanting their idol's name. But the next second, their hero and invincible idol fell to the ground in full view of everyone. His life or death unknown. He didn't even touch the stranger. According to the rules of blood and horns, anyone who falls to the ground will be ruled out. In other words, Alistar, who had high hopes from the Tauren, fell at the beginning of the first round of the blood and horns competition. This sudden change caused a strange change in the atmosphere of the entire arena. At this moment, the old chief, shaman and others who were sitting closest to the competition venue could obviously see the situation on the field more closely. They noticed that after the 5 Alistars fell to the ground after being attacked by black energy, they had obvious breathing rhythms in their abdomens. This means that their current situation should be in a coma, and there is no danger to their lives. Black energy that makes people sleep? The old chief, the shaman, and a kind of Tauren elder looked at each other. The strength shown by Dorn surprised them. But while they were surprised, there was light shining in the slightly cloudy eyes of the chief and the shaman. The elders looked at Dorn with approval and affirmation. What an amazing ability. This outsider named Dorn may really be worthy of the clan's bet. Dorn's psychological activities on the field were not as rich as those of the audience. In his opinion, using the Dreamwalker skill and the effects of dream entering plus dream weaving, sleeping 5 Tauren at the same time is almost a certainty. There is no possibility of failure. These Tauren who only train their physical strength, but not their mental strength, should not sleep too easily. Dream, 5 of them did not feel any mental pressure at one breath. It was completely free of mana. Dorn looked at the 5 Tauren who fell on the ground, and then at the other fighters, who were still fighting in the arena. It seems that many fighters' attention has been turned to themselves, looking eager to try. Among them was Beneatha. Tauren have always been unafraid of powerful enemies, but powerful enemies can arouse their desire to challenge even more. But please spare me. Don't come after me. Dorn noticed the change in everyone's eyes when they looked at him, and shrugged his shoulders. At this time, the black energy surrounding Alistar and others has not completely dissipated. Dorn activated the third effect of Dreamwalker, walking and dreaming. The outline of his body quickly faded and turned into part of the majestic black energy, which then exploded and lingered over the heads of the 5 Alistars before finally disappearing. Disappeared? He entered Alistar's body? Beneatha couldn't remain calm after witnessing all this. What kind of strange existence is this young human who entered the ruins with his father? Although Dorn gave the audience a big surprise as soon as the melee started. But as he turned into black energy and disappeared, the fighting and melee continued. It's just that at this time, the shouts in the audience were not as enthusiastic and loud as before. The fighters who were fighting endlessly did not seem to be in their best competitive condition. The melee came to an end, with Beneatha swiftly knocking down the last enemy with the back of her axe. In the entire arena, only the last 8 people were still standing. In the past, when this situation occurred, it represented the end of the first round of the Blood and Horns competition, and the remaining 8 people would be shortlisted for the second round of one-on-one competition. But this time, the audience did not give the final cheer. The nerves of the 8 fighters were still tense and did not relax. Everyone has the same doubt in their hearts. Where has that foreigner gone? Perhaps in response to everyone's expectations, Dorn, who had been swimming in the Minotaur's dream for a whole round, finally took action. Around the 5 sleeping Tauren, huge black energy was once again condensed. These thick and terrifying ominous things continued to rotate and gather, and finally turned into human shapes to outline the outline of Dorn's body. The remaining 8 fighters gathered their weapons tightly, and the audience finally no longer held their breath in silence, but started talking, cheering and booing. However, Dorn himself didn't care too much about all this. He raised his hand and randomly selected a Tauren fighter standing closest to him.
Sorry. Let me state in advance that I am not targeting you. Then go to sleep. Baby cow.
Black energy surged, and the Tauren locked by Dorn fell down and fell into a sweet dream. The first round of melee in Blood and Horns really ended. The remaining 7 Tauren who were still standing had complicated expressions, and the audience in the seats became thunderous. Among them, some regarded Dorn as a strong man and cheered and worshipped him. There were also some who were dissatisfied with his fighting style and complained loudly by shouting "Moo." Dorn wondered whether the Tauren's moos carried linguistic meaning, but if anything, he felt that these Tauren should be shouting, "RNM. Refund the money. Alistair. Are you worthy of us? Some type of." Chapter 288, Woke Up with Pain in Buttocks. The first round of the Blood and Horns competition ended in a rather strange way, but Dorn the Stranger advanced smoothly. After the battle, several Tauren who were controlled by Dorn in their dreams woke up. Among them, Alistar was originally the candidate who was expected to be the final winner in this Blood and Horns competition, but he fell at the beginning of the first round without any reason, which made this strong and good fighting Tauren quite upset. However, Alistar would not hold grudges against Dorn for eliminating him, but sincerely felt ashamed that his skills were inferior to others. After all, one of the 5 was easily wiped out by the counter-killing group. It was really shameless to bear grudges against others. After leaving the arena, the Tauren led by Alistar were all called away by Chief Kane. Inside the chief's long room, the defeated Alistar, Kane, Tamara, and a group of Tauren elders gathered here. The 5 Alistars described to the elders their combat experience from a first-person perspective after fighting Dorn.
You mean, after being attacked by that thick black air, you all fell asleep? Did you still dream?
After listening to Alistar and others' post-war summary, Tamara Shaman frowned and stroked a few bird feathers on the witch's staff.
What kind of dream was it? A sweet dream.
Alistar scratched the back of his head with his thick fingers in embarrassment. The old shaman stared, then waved his witchcraft staff, and the colorful bird feathers on the staff heads began to tremble, along with the pigeon feathers on the light feather net inside the long room, which served as a light source. They also began to tremble. A strong surge of magic overflowed from the witch's staff. Afterwards, the consciousness of Alistar and the other 5 Tauren began to become slightly blurry, but they felt very comfortable, as if someone was giving their brains a gentle and deep massage.
What did you see in your dream?
Tamara asked again. Alistar's consciousness was blurred. He felt that the old shaman's words were far and near, and they were layered with heavy echoes.
I first saw a lot of water. A lot. Oh, that should be called the sea.
Under the guidance of the shaman, Alistar tried hard to describe what he saw in his dream. However, in the cognition of this young Tauren who has been addicted to physical combat since childhood, the word sea does not exist. This kind of vocabulary used to describe the outside world usually only exists in ancient Minoan books. Only high-level Tauren intellectuals such as shamans have the opportunity to come into contact with them. He could use this word because at this moment Tamara's shaman had the same consciousness as several young Tauren. Moreover, as Alistar and others gradually relaxed and did not actively resist, the old shaman could directly browse their consciousness and find what they saw in their dreams when they were fighting just now. Then Tamara's shaman saw continuous sea water, surging waves. I saw the man 3-masted sailboat riding the wind and waves. I saw the morning light shining brightly on the sea. I saw the stars in the sky melting into the seawater. Then her gaze became farther and farther away. She saw human towns, saw towering towers and bell towers, saw human concerts with full seats, and heard the melodious sound of musical instruments. In a daze, Elder Tamara could still see a human town covered in snow. The streets of the town are not spacious and are covered with white snow. There are 2 restaurants open on both sides of the street, one of which is brightly decorated and bustling inside. You can see strange-shaped copper pots with hot red soup surging inside. Humans are boiling various ingredients into the red soup. Even more than just seeing it, Tamara could also smell the strong aroma of soup and various types of cooked meat.
No wonder. Alistar would say it was a sweet dream.
Tamara smacked her lips as she smelled the aroma of food in the consciousness of Alistar and others. After reading what Alistar and others saw in their dreams, the old shaman stopped casting spells. Several young Taurans suddenly woke up.
How is it? How is it? Tamara, did you see anything?
Upon seeing this, Chief Kane and several Tauran elders immediately gathered around the shaman. There is no way. Among the entire group, only a few people, including Tamara, are proficient in the use of magic. And the only one who is proficient in spells related to consciousness and dreams is Shaman Tamara.
The human child named Dorn is showing them what the outside world looks like.
The old shaman said this, and there was light dancing in the old pupils. In fact, in the dream consciousness I just saw, there are many scenes that Tamara Shaman, who has spent his whole life in the maze of ruins, is completely unable to identify. But that doesn't stop those scenes from being so desirable. Beautiful things always make people empathize.
The outside world is really nice. I really want to see it with my own eyes.
The old shaman breathed a sigh of relief.
Well, Tamara, I think we shouldn't sigh at this time, but should talk about your evaluation of Mr. Dorn's ability.
Chief Kane shook his head.
Oh, yes, yes.
Tamara rarely refuted or ridiculed her old partner, and came back from her reverie.
That Mr. Dorn has a very strong ability. According to what I just felt, he has a strong sense of dreams. His control ability is far superior to mine.
After hearing this, Chief Kane and the Tauran elders looked at each other in silence, looking thoughtful, possessing the spatial ability to access items at will, and the ability to control dreams that Tamara can only dream of. What kind of surprises will Mr. Dorn bring to the Minotaur tribe? Perhaps he is really the chosen one who can lead the tribe to defeat the Cretan bull? There was silence in the chief's room for a long time. Then, Chief Kane suddenly realized that all the old guys in his group were talking about the foreign Mr. Dorn. The 5 young people in the room who had just lost the race were left out in the cold. This will definitely make them feel aggrieved and unbalanced. So this young but thoughtful Tauran chief spoke up, breaking the silence, and took the initiative to care about Alistar and others.
Little calves, have you ever felt unwell after being attacked by those black energies? If you feel something is wrong, tell us now, and I will treat you. There's nothing wrong with my body.
Alistar was the first to answer.
If I have to say it, under the influence of Mr. Dorn, my buttocks feel a little sore when I wake up.
When Alistar was controlled by Dorn using Dream, he sat down on the ground with his back first. It's inevitable that this strong body will hurt when it suddenly lands on its butt. Very reasonable. Chapter 289 Braised Snapping Turtle. Alistar was being led by the chiefs and shamans, summarizing the lessons learned from the failure and analyzing Dorn's strength. But here in Dorn, life is much easier and happier. The reflection after the first round of melee and the pregame preparation for the upcoming second round of one-on-one confrontation are all non-existent. After leaving the arena, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to one thing, cooking. Here's how it goes. Just after today's Blood and Horns melee, Bane came to Dorn excitedly and said that the two of them had previously applied to visit the Minotaur's monster farm, and his grandfather finally took the time to approve it. After receiving the news, Don said nothing and immediately let Maverick lead the way and led him to the farm to have an eye-opening experience. After actually arriving at the Minotaur's monster farm, to be honest, Dorn was a little surprised. The Minotaurs in the ruins have been raising ruin monsters for a long time, forming a systematic and large-scale breeding system. Its level of professionalism is comparable to that of the monster farm that Crick built by himself. The Torrens farm is mainly divided into 3 areas, each raising 3 different types of ruin monsters. The largest one raises bare-feathered pigeons. This kind of monster pigeon with glowing feathers not only has delicious and delicate meat, but its feathers are also widely used by the Tauran for lighting. It can be regarded as the most relied upon breeding monster by the Tauran at present. In addition, as long as you get close to this area where pigeons are raised. The most intuitive feeling is that a large number of pigeons gather together, emitting a somewhat dazzling light. There are also noisy cuckoo pigeon calls all over my ears. The one that is kept on a medium scale is a monster called the fire-feathered duck. This kind of bird monster looks like a duck or a wild goose, and its whole body is wrapped in beautiful red feathers. During the visit, Dorn also discovered that some male ducks would cause sparks to flutter when they flap their wings.
Red-skinned duck,
a fire-based ingredient.
After watching the monster duck, he concluded in his mind. Finally, there is the snapping turtle, the smallest number of monsters raised in the monster farm. This turtle-like monster does indeed look very similar to the snapping turtle that Dorn knew. The tortoise L is oblong in shape, yellowish-brown in color, with raised peaks that look like spines. But apart from that, Dorn had an inexplicable feeling that this thing was similar to a turtle to some extent. The head is pointed, has teeth, and the neck can be extended very long. The head and limbs are unpatterned and cannot be fully retracted into the carapace. However, it is not too unusual for monsters in this world to have two or more physical characteristics of normal creatures. This is what Dorn thought after seeing this monster snapping turtle. It must be seen that the level of breeding of the Tauren is very good. For the 3 monsters in the farm, most of the food quality is above A level, and a few of them are above S level. After a visit, Dorn finally chose a monster snapping turtle with an S level ingredient rating as today's lucky winner. This turtle is so big that it cannot be stewed in a large pot. If you cook one end, you can definitely make a meal. After Dorn obtained this S-class monster snapping turtle, he first slaughtered it cleanly. He took out Rui and stabbed the neck of the monster turtle that couldn't completely retract into its carapace. Then bleed until the snapping turtle's blood volume is completely cleared and becomes a handful of his own experience points. This kind of snapping turtle is actually quite ferocious and aggressive in nature. If it were a wild species, it would be considered a stronger monster in this ruins. However, the one Dorn received was a descendant of the monster snapping turtle that had been raised for who knows how many generations. Its ferocious nature and fighting skills were far inferior to those in the wild. With his current strength, it would not be difficult to kill him. In this way, the satisfied Dorn and the cat Bane returned to the Minotaur habitat from the monster farm with the snapping turtle meat in the SHL. Currently, the time in the ruins should be counted as evening, because the Tauren blowing the trumpet has already blown the evening trumpet. In order to cater to the night atmosphere, part of the light feather nets in this habitat have been retracted, and the light has become somewhat dim, suitable for the Tauren to rest. Besides, it's dinner time now. Outside the long houses and tents in the habitat, many Tauren were setting up cauldrons and lighting fires for cooking. After getting the ingredients for tonight, Dorn found a relatively secluded corner in the habitat, lit the fire skillfully, and joined the team making dinner. After slaughtering the monster snapping turtle, you need to do some processing first. First, use a sharp, Rui knife to remove the carapace along the skin texture of the snapping turtle. Then he cut off the lead turtle meat with a knife, chopped off the turtle head, and cut the remaining parts into small pieces for later use. After processing, the skin and a small amount of oil appear white, while the meat is dark red. A small amount of skin and oil are involved in the fine-textured turtle meat, which looks a bit like mutton from a visual perspective. The backhand turned Rui into a huge black pot with excessive amounts. Pour a lot of turtle meat into the cold water. Don't even waste the turtle SHL. Break it into several pieces and add them to the pot together. Put the pot on the fire. Add some green onion, ginger and cooking wine to remove the fishy smell. Then sprinkle a handful of peppercorns to taste. Bring to a boil and blanch the water. At this time, you can prepare the auxiliary ingredients. Since the meat of the snapping turtle is so large, the amount of auxiliary ingredients must be much larger and heavier to ensure that the final dish has a rich flavor. A large amount of onions, ginger and garlic, cut into large chunks and set aside. Then I asked Long Yang to take out a large jar of pickled peppers and pickled ginger from the inventory in the story world, and chop them all carefully. These pickled peppers and ginger are all hand-brewed by Dawn in the basement of Wishing Restaurant, and they are fresh and crisp. After mincing, the spicy and sour juice bursts out. The unique taste of pickled products is very appealing to people's appetite. In addition, prepare some star anise, bay leaves, cinnamon and homemade bean paste. Everything's ready. Take out the blanched turtle meat and wash it with clean water. Then reheat the pot and add oil.
When the oil temperature reaches about 60%, sprinkle a handful of peppercorns into it. Tiny peppercorns float on the hot oil, and the peppery aroma overflows with the smell of fat. Then, add a large amount of onions, ginger, garlic, star anise and other spices, and crushed pickled ginger and pickled peppers into the oil pan. And finally add a spoonful of homemade bean paste. Boil and mix various condiments in hot oil. Stir fry continuously until the aroma is overflowing and the hot red oil comes out. At this time, pour a spoonful of cooking wine along the edge of the pot. The smell of cooking wine rises with steam and sinks into the turtle meat at lightning speed. Continue to stir fry until the red oil dries up and all the flavor is absorbed into the turtle meat. This time, it was the turn of the draft beer that had a barrel left before. The entire barrel of golden wine slurry was poured into the cauldron until the turtle meat was submerged. Finally, add some pepper, salt, sugar, and a little light soy sauce for seasoning. The wine slurry in the pot is boiling, and the alcohol evaporates, leaving only a bubbling soup with a strong wheat aroma, mixed with heavy seasonings and sweet turtle meat. And the smell is enticing.
You're done. Now you just need to control the temperature of the fire and cook for about an hour to reduce the juice. Then the braised snapping turtle is complete.
Don muttered to himself like this while covering the pot with satisfaction. A pot of rich and delicious food, all locked in this hot pot. Chapter 290. The skirt is the most delicious. Dorn's new little follower, the Minotaur Bane, was watching the whole process of making the braised snapping turtle. At this moment, Maverick was completely shocked by the way Dorn was cooking. At first, when he heard Mr. Dorn say that his main job was a chef and his side job was an adventurer, Bane thought it was a joke. After all, Maverick heard from his grandfather and Grandma Tamara their evaluation of Mr. Dorn as
a mysterious and powerful alien adventurer.
So Bane subconsciously felt that what Mr. Dorn said was just a joke to express that his cooking was quite delicious and that he was an
adventurer who can cook.
But now, after watching the preparation of this braised snapping turtle dish, Bane doesn't think so at all. Mr. Dorn's cooking is really amazing. It's jaw-dropping just looking at it. He will use his mysterious access ability to assist in cooking. Various condiments and seasonings will appear out of thin air in his hands, and then disappear out of thin air after using them, not to mention flowing smoothly. The scene is extremely magical. This makes the entire cooking process as enjoyable as an artistic performance. In addition, there is the weapon named Rui that he carries with him, which seems to be able to transform into any kitchen utensil at will. Wrong. Considering that Mr. Dorn never used Rui in the Blood and Horns competition, he used it very skillfully when cooking. Therefore, it is possible that Rui itself is not a weapon, but a super magical kitchen utensil. It's really awesome. Now that magical weapon has turned into a big black pot. The edge of the pot lid is pushed up by the hot water vapor, and a crack is raised from time to time, and the tangy smell of meat comes out. When Bane grew up to this size, he had already eaten the monster snapping turtle many times. But it's the first time I've seen turtle meat made so fragrant. Mr. Dorn is not kidding. His cooking skills are not weaker than his fighting prowess. He is definitely the best cook among all adventurers, and the most adventurous among all chefs. Amid Maverick Bane's admiration and anticipation, more than 40 minutes passed. Taking advantage of this free time, Dorn also cooked rice in an ordinary pot. At this moment, the turtle meat in the extra-large pot that Rui transformed into was completely cooked and cooked. Lift the lid of the pot and sprinkle a handful of chopped green onions while it's still hot. The aroma of fully cooked meat steams out along with the heat, and is also accompanied by the refreshing aroma of freshly chopped green onions. Looking at the pot again, there are neat pieces of turtle meat that are fragrant and soft. The original soup has reduced its juice and has become thick and rich. It is fully wrapped and soaked in every piece of turtle meat, and there is a little bit of tender green chopped green onion as an embellishment. A braised snapping turtle with full color, flavor and flavor is complete. A large pot of braised snapping turtle was ready, and Calf Bane looked eager, swallowing his saliva and leaning towards the pot. In this habitat, all the Tauren who smelled the smell stopped what they were doing and stopped to look over.
What smells so good? Is Grandma Lupo cooking? Probably not. Although I'm sorry to say this to Grandma Lupo, but I don't think she can make such delicious food if she lives longer. Don't you know? It's that foreigner who is cooking snapping turtle meat in the corner over there with little Bane. Yes. I just leaned over and took a look. Guess what? Oops. The turtle meat is made into something I have never seen in my life. I really want to have a taste. If I can have a taste, What will the outsider do? I'm willing to do whatever you want.
As for Dorn, he first calmly took out a large plate of braised snapping turtle meat, and then placed a large bowl of hot rice with clear grains in his hand. The next second, the plate of turtle meat and rice disappeared without a trace. This portion is naturally used to feed the dragon lady as usual. Immediately afterwards, Dorn took out 2 large portions of snapping turtle meat and rice, leaving them for himself and the calf Bane. After the portions for 3 people were divided, there was still a lot of turtle meat left in the pot. However, this meat cannot be wasted, because at this time, Dorn and his little follower Bane were already surrounded by a circle of Tauren who were following the scent.
How about you share the remaining snapping turtle meat?
Dorn looked at the remaining snapping turtle meat, and then at the more and more Tauren nearby who were staring at the cauldron with longing eyes, and said this. These Tauren naturally nodded happily. After finishing all the snapping turtle meat in, and rejecting the requests of several Tauren to hold, and lick it, in this corner of the habitat, only Dorn and his little follower Bane were finally left. You can enjoy delicious food quietly and comfortably. Pick up a piece of hot snapping turtle meat with full soup and eat it. The soup is sticky and has a rich flavor. Chew it gently, and the soft snapping turtle meat will melt away without much effort. The texture of this turtle meat is somewhat similar to that of chicken, but it is more tender and fragrant than chicken. It is extremely smooth and has a refreshing sweet and umami flavor in the meat. The flavors of various spices and seasonings are simmered for a long time and are completely integrated into the thick soup. At the same time, they are also well penetrated into the cooked turtle meat. The most prominent one is the flavor of pickled ginger and pickled peppers. The unique sour and spicy taste makes the turtle meat more fragrant the more you chew it, and your appetite becomes more and more intense. One bite of the juicy, smooth, sour and spicy snapping turtle meat can be eaten with 5 mouthfuls of fragrant rice. Then Dorn picked up a broken tortoise SHL. Although this monster snapping turtle is called a snapping turtle, Dorn had previously discovered that it resembled a turtle in some places, especially the thick skirt around the tortoise SHL. You know, the essence of a turtle is all on this layer of skirt. In this regard, this monster snapping turtle seems to be the same. Through food intuition, Dorn can clearly tell that the skirt of this giant snapping turtle is also the most delicious part of the body. Take a bite out of the turtle SHL. After entering the mouth, the taste is rotten, soft, chewy, and full of gum. Moreover, the skirt meat of the giant snapping turtle is very thick, and one bite is extremely satisfying and enjoyable. Dorn chewed a piece of snapping turtle meat slowly and carefully, savored the thick and soft skirt, and at the same time took a few mouthfuls of rice. When he turned his head slightly, he saw that calf Bane had poured the braised snapping turtle soup on the rice and mixed it together. The hot soup and hot rice come together, and the rich aroma of the soup and the rice rise together with the heat. You can't resist the urge to hack him hard. Therefore, Maverick Bane almost used his hands and spoon at this time, burying his head and struggling to pick up the rice. A mouthful of rice, a mouthful of snapping turtle meat, filling your mouth, chewing vigorously, swallowing satisfyingly, eating with great pleasure.
The rich soup is really suitable for mixing rice, and this kid is quite good at eating it.
Dorn looked at the unsightly eating appearance of the calf and shook his head with a smile. Chapter 291 New Skill Bite. System Prompt. Predator. Effect is triggered. Attack and physical attributes are enhanced. System Prompt. The effect of Synchronic Stomach Bag is triggered, and the skill Bite LV0 is acquired. Bite. It comes from the terrifying bite force of the monster snapping turtle that can break steel. When the skill is in effect, you will have good teeth that can easily chew through the enemy's defense. A dish of braised snapping turtle with rice is delicious. Moreover, the quality of the ingredients itself is S level, and after Dorn's careful cooking, the grade of the finished dish has exceeded SS level without any pressure. This is a dish level that can easily trigger Synchronic Stomach and bring out new skills.
Bite? Well, the snapping turtle's bite is really strong.
Dorn looked at the skill introduction on the personal information panel, touched his chin and thought in his mind.
However, at first, I thought it would be a defensive skill like Turtle SHL. It would be best if I get lucky and get a compound upgrade of my hardening skill. But I didn't expect it to be an attack skill.
Although it's not quite what I imagined. The bite looks pretty good based on the description. Only, attack the enemy by biting directly with your mouth.
Good guy. If I encounter a food monster in the future and I activate the bite skill, wouldn't it be equivalent to holding the monster and chewing it alive? Directly eating sashimi?
After thinking and complaining about the use of the new skills, Dorn closed his personal panel. At this time, Bane was holding his plate, licking the last few grains of rice with the remaining soup. Finally, Bane put down the plate that had been licked clean by his cow tongue and patted his round belly beautifully.
Mr. Dorn, it's so delicious. The snapping turtle meat you made is so delicious. It's not just the snapping turtles. In fact, I'm confident that the ducks and pigeons you raise will be delicious.
Don responded with a smile.
Then I will have to eat several more.
The calf's eyes shone. And then he seemed to have thought of something, and his originally excited spirit softened.
Brother Dorn? Moo. I can do that. Call you that? Okay. This name sounds quite affectionate. There are several other human boys older than you who also call me that.
Dorn just smiled.
Brother Dorn, are you really planning to challenge the Cretan bull?
The Minotaur asked.
Of course. This is the purpose of my coming here.
Dorn didn't hesitate at all.
But that's very dangerous. I mean, there are many warriors among my ancestors. After they entered the temple, they never came back. In fact, many people feel that no matter who they are, as long as they enter that temple, and will never come back. In that case, why do you still hold a blood and horns competition? And why do you still insist on challenging the temple? Moo! Tauren! Fearless!
Bane shook his head, his tone sonorous and powerful. Don! Good guy. What a brave cow. Bane continued.
Moreover, everyone in the tribe wants to go out and see the outside world. In this maze, our tribe cannot develop. Oh, you are young, but you can see far.
Dorn raised his eyebrows slightly. Maverick shook his head.
No, I just need to see what is in front of me. The maze is full of monsters and mechanisms. Where we live, the food we eat is limited. Therefore, there has always been a rule in the ethnic group that the number of our minotaurs must be controlled within 328 people. 328.
Dorn repeated the number. It seems that these Tauren occupied 3 habitats in the ruins. And after living for generations, the upper limit of the population was reached. No way, as Maverick Bane said, to survive in this dark maze. The place to live cannot be expanded, and the food can only be raised on a monster farm that cannot be further developed. Limited resources limited the Minotaur population.
What if your population exceeds 328?
Dorn asked again.
Population?
Maverick repeated this somewhat awkward word, then shook his head and began to talk.
The rules left by our ancestors say that when the number of people in the clan exceeds this number, disaster will occur. So once the number of people in the clan exceeds 328,
a lottery will begin among the entire clan. Draw lots? Moo. Those who draw the red lottery, whether they are chiefs, shamans, or ordinary Tauren, must leave the group and live alone in the depths of the maze. A few years ago, my father drew the red lottery. So, brother in, I want to go out. I want to leave here with Grandpa, Grandma Tamara, and everyone, and go outside.
The little Tauren said this, feeling a little depressed. Don! All Tauren must know that the so-called living deep in the labyrinth is actually exile and seeking death. But Don said nothing. No comment was made on this set of rules passed down from generation to generation by the Tauren. The two were silent for a while.
Brother Dorn, I lied to you about something yesterday.
After a while, Maverick Bane suddenly said this. Huh?
About what? That's right. When I first met you, I told you that Grandpa and Grandma Tamara asked me to take care of your life here.
Maverick said with a guilty tone.
That's not actually the case.
Dorn nodded but didn't answer. However, he recalled that when he first met the little Tauren in Bidish's tent, he was as guilty and unsure as he is now.
Grandpa originally planned to arrange for Sister Bidisha to take care of your life here, because she has half human blood and is about the same age as you. Grandpa thought you would be able to chat better. But I said to Grandpa and Tamar after dragging my grandma around. They finally decided to change the candidate to me.
The Minotaur continued. Huh? Don was slightly surprised. Did the Tauren chief originally arrange for the white-haired and red-eyed beast girl Beneatha to be his little follower? This, Chief Kane understands this very well.
I'm sorry, Brother Dorn. I did that because you are an adventurer from outside, and I want to know more about outside things through you.
Bane scratched his head.
But Brother Dorn, you are so kind, and you even treated me to such delicious snapping turtle meat. So, if you want to switch to Sister Bidisha to take care of your daily life these days, I can go and talk to Grandpa now. There's nothing to apologize for.
Dorn just smiled and shook his head.
Besides, we get along very well. Don't we? No need to trouble Beneatha.
This was Dorn's sincerity. He got along quite well with this little Tauren.
Really?
Bane laughed naively, knowing that Dorn did not intend to replace him. The Minotaur was extremely happy. Brother Dorn is indeed a good man. In this way, the two chatted for a while with a sense of fullness. Slowly, more light feather nets hanging in the habitat were collected by the Tauren. Vision becomes dim. This means that in this habitat, except for the guards, everyone else is getting ready to sleep. At this time, Maverick Bane just asked the question he wanted to know most.
Brother Dorn, what is the outside world like? The outside world?
Right. Dorn smiled.
I can let you see, hear, and feel it directly. Moo.
Before Bane could react, a dark red ominous nightmare aura suddenly swept over Dorn's side, sweeping over him inexplicably. The little Tauren was wrapped in the breath of nightmare, and immediately fell into the dream constructed and woven by Dorn, and fell asleep peacefully.
Have sweet dreams, Maverick.
Dorn glanced at the Minotaur, said this, then stood up and left. Chapter 292 Exploiting Loopholes and Improving Skills. After the Blood and Horns competition, the 8 fighters who advance to the next round will have 5 days of training time. During these 5 days, Dorn was not idle at all. He first said hello to old Chizzy and Chief Kane. Then he went to explore the depths of the maze alone, with the goal of finding wild species of the monster snapping turtle to level up his bite skill. As for the cooking of the 2 monsters, the light-feathered pigeon and the fire-feathered duck, they have all been postponed. There is a reason for this. In the Tauren's monster farm, there are currently the largest number of light-feathered pigeons, followed by fire-feathered ducks. Dorn had calculated in his mind that the number of these 2 monsters on the farm was completely enough to support him in developing new skills and maxing out his levels.
To this end, he has even made reasonable plans. After the second round of the Blood and Horns competition begins, pigeons and ducks with an S ingredient rating will be selected from the farm and carefully made into SS dishes to develop new skills. After acquiring new skills, use opportunistic methods to increase skill levels. According to Dorn's observation, the Tauren tribe itself needs to consume a large number of monster pigeons and monster ducks to make food every day. Therefore, he had already said hello to Grandma Lulupo, who is responsible for most of the Tauren's meals, and said that he would rush to help her when she was making a big pot of rice. In this way, Dorn could openly cut a piece of meat from every pigeon and duck slaughtered that day. Then, he would use the
100 pigeon meat
and
100 duck meat
collected to make 2 dishes together every day, which he would make and finish by himself. After all, the triggering of predator and synchronic stomach is based on the whole monster. When gaining attribute and skill experience, there is a difference between eating the whole monster and just one bite of a monster. But the difference is not too big. This is a little bit of experience gained from Dorn's long-term use of these 2 talents. By being opportunistic and exploiting the operating mechanism of synchronic stomach bag to exploit some loopholes, the new skills that can be obtained from the monster pigeons and monster ducks will be fully used in a few days. Moreover, this method will not waste the limited food resources of the Tauren while maxing out their skills. Except for the tedious and troublesome process of collecting pigeon and duck meat. It is safe, convenient, and harmless. It can be regarded as a reasonable use of the rules. Therefore, there is no need to rush when cooking smooth-feathered pigeons and fire-feathered ducks. There is no harm in delaying for a few days. This is not the case with the monster snapping turtle. The number of snapping turtles raised by the Tauren is relatively small, and according to the group plan, it will take several days to kill one. Next, if you stay in the Tauren habitat, it will be completely impossible to max out the bite skill. So Dorn chose to go to the depths of the maze, and then hunted snapping turtles day and night, racing against time to refresh his skills and strive to max them out. By the way, you can also explore this ruins to see if you can find monster ingredients other than pigeons, ducks, and turtles, and get some extra attributes. Or if you are lucky, you can get a new skill or something. All this is to allow the opponent to see his best mental outlook when facing the Cretan bulls more than 10 days later. The Great Labyrinth of the Minotaur. A silent black pool. In the Minotaur Great Maze, there are many maze open spaces, and these open spaces usually contain natural terrain. The 3 labyrinth clearings occupied by Chief Cain and his tribe are all similar to grassland or sparse bushes. With a little tidying up, they can still be used for survival and development. However, similar open spaces suitable for survival are relatively rare in the entire maze. Most labyrinth clearings are unsuitable for humans and demi-humans to survive for a long time due to various reasons. Just like this black water pool. First of all, most of this open space is covered by thick, black water of unknown composition. Above the entire pool, there is still a layer of faint miasma that cannot be dissipated. The whole thing is a low-end version of poisoned swamp. However, although this maze of black pools was not suitable for the minotaurs to survive, Dorn did not feel any discomfort staying here. The viscous black water and poisonous miasma, with the 2 effects of poison immune and corrosion immunity brought by poison frog. Dorn is not afraid at all. On the edge of black water, Dorn, with several strings of light feather nets tied as lighting equipment, was sitting and resting. Next to him is a blazing fire, and Rui that is turned into a cauldron and is being burned on the fire. In the pot, the thick white fresh soup was boiling and bubbling, and the aroma of overcooked, salty meat overflowed from it. This is a pot of crispy snapping turtle soup. And this stew, in order to ensure the efficiency of the bite skill, is pieced together from the meat of 6 monster snapping turtles. As for the remaining meat, it was not wasted. It was all stored in Long Yang's freezer to keep it fresh. Dorn sat bored by the black water pool. He first looked back at the pot and confirmed that the snapping turtle soup inside still needed a short period of time to simmer. Then he turned his palm, and an exquisite gold pocket watch appeared out of thin air in his palm. This pocket watch is of course the time of carving chaos, a magical prop that accelerates the growth and metabolism of living things. He usually works 2 shifts at the monster farm in Creek and the underground brewing workshop in Dorn, working at the expense of 007 without a day off, trying his best to speed up the growth of monsters and the speed of seasoning brewing. He is Dorn's most effective helper in production. However, the production work of Eaton restaurants is important, but the life of the chef is more important. When going out to download dungeons and take adventures, Don would still take the time of chaos with him and put it in Alice's bedtime reading. Take it out if it's useful, in the form of a business trip with the boss. It was a rare holiday for the hard-working Jean pocket watch. I seem to have been in this Blackwater Pond area for almost 3 days. Dorn took the time of chaos to confirm the time. Although the effect of this gold pocket watch is miraculous, if you have to use it as an ordinary pocket watch to keep time like Dorn is doing now, you can still do it. It can even do a very good job, telling time exactly, with an accuracy comparable to that of an atomic clock. According to the timing of the Hour of Carnage, Dorn spent about a whole day exploring the clearing near the Blackwater Pond after leaving the Tauren habitat. He was very lucky this time, and found a large nest of the monster snapping turtle in this black pool. So, he simply stayed here temporarily, and was a disaster to the snapping turtle's nest. I eat 8 meals a day, and all of them are snapping turtle meat. But the dishes are not the same every time. They ate like this for 3 days, eating a nest where the monster snapping turtle was originally very active, and withering until the turtles were withered. The sacrifices of the turtles were exchanged for the rapid improvement of Dorn's bite skill level. At present, the bite skill has reached level 4, and is expected to break through to level 5. It is estimated that drinking this pot of snapping turtle soup stewed by 6 turtles will be enough. Chapter 293 Forced to show off. System prompt, synchronic stomach bag, effect is triggered. Skill, bite LV4, experience is increased, and skill level is increased. After finishing a pot of braised snapping turtle soup with smooth and not greasy meat and fresh and fragrant soup, the system indeed gave a prompt that the bite skill was maxed out. With the bite skill at full level, try it out and see the effect. After the system prompt disappeared, Dorn picked up a dark stone from beside him. This kind of black stone is very common around the Blackwater pool. It has a very hard texture, and is a suitable choice for dental practice. When Dorn is at bite level 3, he can use his good teeth to leave deep and clear tooth marks on this kind of stone. After reaching skill level 4, if you use more force with your jaw, you can bite open a hard black stone. The black stone was brought to his mouth. Then, bite turns on. The mouth is strengthened. Don didn't hesitate, and took a sip according to the stone. Click. Maybe it's Dorn's illusion. After taking this bite, he seemed to feel the crisp echo between his lips and teeth. The originally extremely hard black stone was like a crisp and juicy apple. and he could easily chew off a piece of it. As for the remaining part, a large crack appeared on the surface due to the cracking. Bah! 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 Dorn spit out the stone fragments in his mouth and rinsed his mouth with water.
My dear, after taking this sip, I can't feel the hardness of the stone at all.
It can only be said that teeth are one of the primitive weapons carried by humans. Combined with the enhancement of the full-level bite, the effect is outstanding. However, at present, the power of the full-level bite of this black stone cannot be fully estimated, because the stone seems too brittle in comparison.
Maybe you need to find something harder to bite on to test the effect of the skill.
Dorn threw the bitten stone back to the ground. Then she took out
Alice's bedtime reading
and asked Long Yang to put all the pots, pans, and other sundries back into the story world. At present, the bite skill has been maxed out, and the most important purpose of exploring the maze has been achieved. As for other gains, there are some. These days, in addition to guarding the snapping turtle's nest, Dorn also took the time to search for other ruins monsters. Especially on the first day of exploring the maze, he harvested several relic monsters other than pigeons, ducks, and turtles that could be used as food. However, as Maverick Bane said before, the Tauren tribe has thrived and survived in this ruins for so long, and all delicious monsters have been bred by them long ago. The rest are not very tasty. In addition, in the ruins of God, although the probability of delicious monster ingredients appearing is much higher than in the outside world, but in a ruins, there are only 2 or 3 kinds of monster ingredients that can break through the S-level rating. The situation of the previous Poison Swamp and Devil's Lair is almost the same. In short, the ratings of other monster ingredients that Dorn discovered while exploring the maze were generally not high. He tried cooking it, but it didn't trigger synchronic stomach pouch in the end. But it did come out by brushing up a few more attribute points with Predator. Better than nothing.
Okay.
After packing up his things, Dorn stood up and patted the dust on his pants.
Count the time and hurry back to the Tauren habitat now. Just in time to participate in the second round of the Blood and Horns competition.
The habitat of the Tauren. Dorn returned here along the same route. And just as the trumpeter blew the evening trumpet, according to the time calculation of the Minotaurs, when tomorrow's morning trumpet blows, a new round of Blood and Horns competition will begin. When Dorn returned to the Tauren habitat, the first thing he did was to find Old Kiz and the Tauren Chief Kane, informed of his return. After he finished visiting Chief Kane and came out of the chief's long room, the little Tauren Bane came out of nowhere and came to Dorn excitedly with his ox hooves.
Brother Dorn, you are finally back.
Maverick looked happy. As expected, Brother Dorn is very strong, and he has no problem walking back and forth in the depths of the ruins alone.
Well, exploring the ruins went well. So, I'm back.
Dorn smiled and patted the calf's forehead. The reason Dorn gave for this trip was, of course, not to brush up on skills, but to make random nonsense, such as
an adventurer, you have come here. It would be a pity not to explore the depths of the ruins and have some adventure.
And other rhetoric. Neither Old Kiz nor the Tauren Chief had much doubt about this. Young adventurers always have an adventurous spirit that is not afraid of death. Moreover, it is useless even if they have doubts. Dorn is free in the ruins, and they have no power to restrict his movements.
Brother Dorn, are you ready for tomorrow's battle?
Maverick beat his chest.
Are you going to use your sleepy black energy to kill everyone else?
Dawn, lethargy, and black air. This is really a weird name. Doesn't this thing usually refer to black tea? After making some random remarks in his mind, Dorn shook his head.
I don't plan to use that trick of sleeping with black energy. Moo! Grandpa and Grandma Tamara also said that, Brother Dorn. You shouldn't use that trick again. But why? You can win easily if you use it. Right. Because your Grandpa and Tamara Shaman need to see my other abilities. I am forced to show off my skills again.
Regarding this question, Dawn just smiled easily.
Moo!
As for the little Tauren, it was obvious that he didn't quite understand the meaning of these words, and he still looked confused. In fact, the reason is very simple. Dorn's ultimate purpose in coming to the Great Labyrinth of the Minotaur was to challenge the Cretan Bull, after discovering the bug that blocked the single-player copy of
Alice's bedtime reading.
Dorn, who was already in the ruins and unable to leave for the time being, naturally needed a group of elite Tauren combat forces to assist him. He attacked the temple to increase his success rate. It just so happens that the Tauren side has always had the need to break through the temple. break the dilemma of struggling to survive in the ruins for generations, and develop in the outside world. The short-term interests of both parties are consistent and non-conflicting. A natural pair of partners. Also, consider using it in Alice's bedtime reading. After Long Yang eliminated all the living creatures in the world in the book, the maximum number of demi-humans she could carry was about 50. The problem lies here. For the Minotaur clan, whose number is fixed at 328. Once the 50 young and elite Tauren are lost in the temple, the entire clan will be devastated. It's a gamble with alluring risks and rewards. As the leaders of the Minotaur clan, Chief Cain, Shaman Tamara, and others must fully understand Dorn's strength and judge the possibility of him leading the Tauren elite to break through the temple before they decide whether to make the move. Note: the Blood and Horns competition is a platform for Cain, Tamara, and others to show Dorn their strength. The causal relationship between this was already determined after Dorn first met with the Tauren chief and shaman. Even though both parties didn't say it explicitly, they both knew it. Cain and Tamara hope to accept Dorn's strength, and Dorn wants to show them how powerful he is. Because of this, it is not enough to just show the dream effect of a dreamwalker. Dorn must further show off his skills and maneuvers in the next battle. Chapter 294. There is no equal man. Moo. As the loud, morning horn was blown, a new day ushered in the Tauren habitat, and the second round of the Blood and Horns competition has arrived as scheduled. Dorn already fully understood the rules of the second round of competition. The 8 fighters will draw lots to determine their opponents, and then through one-on-one confrontation, the winner will advance, and the loser will be eliminated until the final champion is born. In the morning of this day, the competition field will be divided into 4 areas, and the 8-4 competition will begin at the same time. In the afternoon, it will be the semi-finals of 4-2. The 2 winners who finally win and advance to the finals will start the final battle of Blood and Horns the day after tomorrow in the afternoon, in the Minotaur Arena, which looks like a low-end version of the Roman Colosseum, accompanied by the sound of a horn that was different from the tone of morning bugle. The 8 contestants participating in the second round of competition all arrived at their respective venues and took their places. Opposite Dorn stood an extremely strong Tauren, about 3.5 heads taller than him. It can be seen that the other person's brown hair is mixed with some white whiskers, which means he must have entered middle age. His hands were covered with arm guards, and his exposed upper body had distinct muscles. His biceps and pectoralis major muscles were several times bigger than those of an average young Tauren. In addition, what easily attracted attention was that a piece of the right horn on the opponent's head was missing, and there were several vertical and horizontal scars from monster claws on the pectoralis major. Moreover, the opponent did not carry any weapons on the field, and seemed to be a player whose skills and muscles and fists were much higher than those in weapons.
Kuba, he looks like an old warrior at first glance.
Dorn evaluated the opponent in his mind.
Since he doesn't use weapons, then I don't need them either. Anyway, what I'm best at is spells.
Bowser was the name of the old bull warrior opposite, and Dorn also knew it after drawing lots.
Beneatha! Beneatha! Bowser! Bowser!
The Tauren watching the battle in the spectator seats began to shout the names of the fighters they were optimistic about again. After Alistar, who had high hopes, fell in the melee of the first round of auditions, Beneatha's voice in the audience was still very high. In addition, the names of some other Tauren warriors also began to be mentioned by shouts. Bowser is one of them. Even if you listen carefully to the shouts in the seats at this time, you can still hear some people shouting Dorn's name. It's not surprising that this happens. The Minotaurs worship the strong. After Dorn defeated Alistar and others with 1-5, and initially showed their strength, it was logical to gain some Minotaur fans. The 8 fighters stood in their respective fighting areas, and the trumpeter blew the battle horn again, amidst the passionate horn sound with a somewhat tragic meaning. The 8 people on the field all rushed towards their opponents in unison. Dorn and the old bull warrior Bowser are on the battlefield here. Bowser had been keeping an eye on Dorn during the previous melee. In other words, based on Dorn's performance in the melee, it was difficult not to pay attention to him. This outsider could control the terrifying black energy that made people sleep, which was so powerful that Bowser felt that he had no way to resist this ability. However, the day before yesterday, the chief and the shaman specifically talked to 7 Minotaurs, including themselves, who had advanced to the second round of the competition. The chief mentioned that this outsider named Dorn will most likely not use sleeping black gas in the next battle, although I don't know what the chief's basis is for making such a judgment. Since the chief has said so, Bowser will believe it. As long as he doesn't encounter that ominous and unpredictable black energy, Bowser is still more confident in himself. As long as you hit the opponent's vital points with your horns, fists, hooves, elbows, and knees, you can end the battle with one blow. The complicated thoughts disappeared in a flash. And in just 2 breaths, Bowser was already close to Dorn. The old bull warrior immediately made a fist with his left hand to protect his face, and his right hand was like a sharp arrow from the string, with extremely fast momentum and wind pressure, heading straight for Dorn's face. When Dorn rushed towards his opponent, he was already ready for battle. Eagle View, activate. Dexterity, activate. Eagle View provides extraordinary clear dynamic vision to capture the details of the opponent's movements. Dexterity provides increased speed and body coordination to react quickly. He turned his head slightly to avoid the fierce straight punch. Then, Dorn's eagle eyes keenly captured the slight movement of the opponent's right hoof. So, Harden activates. The right legs of both sides kick together, and their mortal bodies seem to make a dull impact with a steel texture. After the first round of close combat, both sides took 2 steps back in unison, widening the distance between them. Kuba puffed out his nose and spoke with a loud sound.
Mr. Dorn, I originally thought you were a warlock like Tamara's shaman, but I didn't expect that your fighting skills are so amazing. Bowser admires you very much, and it is an honor for me to fight against you. Huh?
Facing the other party's sincere praise, Dorn just scratched his cheek with his index finger and laughed dryly.
I'm only average at melee combat.
To be honest, I am really a warlock like Tamara's shaman in your mouth. As you can see, my close combat skills are all thanks to various skill enhancements. In other words, none of my moves are average. They all cost mana bars. You know, in a sense, I am now a man without a flat A. Bowser,
your humility really shines like a gem. In the collision just now, I have felt your heart. In this battle, I will go all out and not let you down.
The old Neo warrior still maintained praise and appreciation in his eyes, as well as a bit of one-sided sympathy. Dawn? How come you feel my feelings? My heart didn't move at all just now. You Tauren are definitely weird. Right? Don't talk to yourself. Immerse yourself in your own world, without allowing Dorn to complain more in his mind. Bowser on the other side rushed towards him again. The old bull warrior pounced on Dorn like a cheetah hunting prey. His extremely strong body and swift movements gave him a full sense of oppression. However, Dorn didn't panic too much. With the blessings of Eagle View and Dexterity, he was ready to dodge sideways. But who would have expected that the moment the old bull warrior got close to Dorn, his body suddenly stagnated and deviated from his original movement trajectory. He dodged to the side of Dorn in an extremely fast and somewhat unreasonable manner. The swift attack just now was just a feint. The old cow warrior still has 2 brushes in his hand, even when he activated 2 Dorn skills to strengthen himself. At this time, only one thought flashed through his mind.
So fast! What a strong body control ability.
Chapter 295 Tentacles. Orcs. Exposed. Bowser dodged to Dorn's side, waved his plush and extremely thick arms, and quickly clamped down on Dorn's neck. This is a move that kills the Minotaur in combat. It's a bit similar to the naked choke in Dawn's perception, but a standing side naked choke. After the strangle is formed, it can block the enemy's arteries and directly block the flow of blood to the brain, thus causing shock. Anyway, as long as the body structures of humans and demi-humans on Earth and this other world are roughly similar, this type of close combat skills are universal. Generally speaking, in fighting confrontations on Earth, once a naked choke is formed, it is basically a sure win, and there is not much room for turning the tide of the battle. However, there are various magical worlds here that do not follow scientific principles. So, at the moment when Bowser was about to lock his head and neck, soft body activates. The body parts above Dawn's neck instantly became smooth, transparent, elastic, and amorphous.
Moo!
Although Bowser succeeded with his move, he immediately realized that there was something wrong with the touch coming back from his elbow. It was not yet time for the old Neo warrior to realize what was going on. Arcade activates. For Dorn, being tightly hugged from the side by a Tauren man was not a very pleasant thing. But there is one thing to say. The current situation is indeed the most suitable position for the squid tentacles. The 10 magical arms extending from Dorn's back quickly clung to Bowser's body. Suddenly, the old cow warrior's hooves, hands, and head and neck were tightly entangled by the smooth but powerful suction cup tentacles. Those who tie people up will always be tied up. The Lao-No warrior, who was firmly bound by the tentacles, instantly lost his fighting power. Tentacles. Orcs. Exposed. Outdoors. In full view. There were too many elements in the scene where Dorn appeared afoot to subdue the old bull warrior, and it also caused a new round of agitation in the audience.
I knew this kid had other tricks up his sleeve.
The Tamara shaman, who had always been optimistic about Dorn, excitedly tapped the ground with the witch staff in his hand, making a thumping sound. On the battlefield, the old warrior Kuba, whose body could no longer exert any strength, simply chose to surrender after trying to struggle to no avail. The first 8-4 battle ended with Dorn winning. After Dorn defeated Bowser, 2 of the 4 competition areas were still in full swing, and the remaining one seems to have just finished. That was the competition area where the half-human, half-minotaur girl Beneatha was. At this moment, Beneatha, who was holding a 2-handed axe, stood on the field with a calm expression, and her opponent, after receiving a blow from her axe, was lying on the ground moaning. The outcome of the battle was clear, with Beneatha beating her opponent to pieces. The 2 victors looked at each other, nodded to each other, and then left.
Beneatha is really strong. No wonder the tower and the audience have such high voices for her.
Dorn thought in his mind.
Judging from the results of the draw just now, she is not my opponent this afternoon. I feel like I will meet her in the finals.
After the 8-4 battle in the morning, as long as the players are not seriously injured, the 4-2 semifinals will begin in the afternoon. In the semifinals, Dorn faced a young Tauren warrior holding a cast iron club. The name is Seti. There is not much suspense in this battle, although throughout the competition, Dorn could not see the health bars of these Tauren. But judging from personal combat experience, he can be sure that Seti's strength is far inferior to the old warrior Kuba he faced in the morning. In addition, this young Tauren warrior with a cast iron club was very confused when fighting. It seems that he got here just by relying on brute force. After 2 rounds of simple tests between the 2 parties, Dorn showed an obvious flaw, and the other party ignored it and came forward with a big stick. But let's not say it. Seti's wide-open attack really hit the mark. The iron rod hit Dorn firmly on his right shoulder. Even a strong warrior would definitely fall to the ground after being hit hard with a blunt object on his body. However, just a second after Seti showed joy because of the successful attack, Dorn, who was hit by him, turned into an illusory black mist and disappeared. Then, the young Tauren warrior heard Dorn's calm voice coming from behind.
The victory has been decided.
And the cheers from the audience in the stands also became thunderous at this moment. Seti wanted to turn around, and then he suddenly discovered that an extremely ordinary-looking long sword was placed on his shoulder from behind, aimed at his neck. The sword trembled slightly and made a soft metallic buzz. Yes, the outcome has been decided. Seti let go of the cast iron stick in his hand and chose to surrender. This is how Dorn won the semifinals. And it wasn't too difficult. In addition, it's stand-in. He used stand-in, the shadow deer that spawn the stand, are the second batch of relic monsters to settle in Creek's monster farm, thanks to the unremitting efforts of the noble monster scholar Crick and Time of Chaos. The shadow deer brought back have produced the first batch of cubs. Dorn also took advantage of the opportunity to upgrade his stand-in skill to level 3. Now the flash distance range after he activates the skill is much larger than before. The illusory double left in place can last longer, as long as it is not defeated. In addition, the phantom double is no longer frozen in place, but can continue to move according to Dorn's wishes, making it more urgent, realistic, and confusing. After the afternoon battle, Dorn walked out of the arena amidst the cheers of the audience, because of his highly entertaining and exciting performance in today's one-on-one confrontation. He also captured the admiration of a large number of Tauren. Within 2 steps of leaving the arena, Dorn saw his little follower Bane, who had been waiting outside. Mavericks waved excitedly at Dorn from a distance. Before the competition started in the morning, the 2 of them made an agreement, saying that after today's battle, Dorn would cook a brand new duck dish to eat. But now that the day's competition is over, Brother Dorn has won a complete victory, and will soon be able to eat the delicious food he made. It's double the joy for the calf. Just as Dorn was about to step forward to join the calf, someone called him from behind. Looking back, it was the old bull warrior Kuba and the calf warrior Seti, who had fought against each other in the morning. Both of them had serious expressions and walked over aggressively on ox hooves. There is quite a hint of bad intentions.
What's the matter? You two?
Dorn said politely and kindly. 2 bull warriors, one old and one young, stood at the same time, beat their chests with their fists, and said loudly at the same time with great seriousness,
Mr. Dorn, you defeated me head-on in today's Blood and Horns battle. This makes me admire your skills and character. So tonight, I am yours.
Dawn. Right. It seems that I heard old Kiz say before that there is such an unwritten rule in the second round of one-on-one competition in Blood and Horns. The loser must obey the winner unconditionally for one night, until the morning trumpet sounds the next morning. During this period, anything can be done. In fact, Benitha was born because of this. Chapter 296 Braised Roast Duck.
Mr. Dorn, no matter what your instructions are, we will do our best to do it.
The two bull warriors continue to swear impassionedly. Dorn's tone paused, and he touched his chin with his hand.
I really have something to ask you. But now I have other things to be busy with. How about this? You guys Midnight One, how about you come to my tent and give you a surprise?
Among the minotaurs in the ruins, there are timekeeping tools imitating human pendulum clocks. So they also have the concept of minute timekeeping. For example, after the Blood and Horns competition ended in the afternoon, it was still early, probably around 1 p.m. in the towering concept. There are still 12 hours until 1 o'clock at midnight, as Dawn said. When the two bull warriors, one old and one young, heard that Mr. Dorn asked them to go to his tent in the middle of the night, they all looked hesitant for a moment. However, according to unwritten rules, they must obey Dorn's instructions before the morning trumpet blows. Therefore, neither Bowser nor Sethi refused the proposal.
Mr. Dorn, should we go home and try to sleep first? That way, we can be refreshed when we enter your tent at night. Yeah. Okay. Go get some sleep. See you tonight.
Dorn nodded calmly. So the two cow warriors turned around with resolute expressions on their faces, bowed thoughtfully, and left with the cow's tail between their legs. At this time, Maverick Bane had already approached Dorn from a distance.
Brother Dorn, you just said you would give Uncle Baku and Brother Seti a surprise. Do you want to be a duck for them? Although I understand what you mean, I still suggest you to complete this sentence. You are making ducks for them to eat.
Dorn gave the calf a helpless look.
Oh. But why is it 1 o'clock in the middle of the night? Because I plan to cook your fire-feathered duck in a relatively time-consuming way. When it is completely ready, it will be almost midnight. What method?
The little Tauren swallowed when he heard this.
Braised duck.
Dorn shrugged.
Stew. Furnace.
The little Tauren vaguely repeated this strange-sounding word. Well, can't understand. However, this did not prevent Maverick Bane from having strong expectations for this unknown dish. As long as it's the food cooked by Brother Dorn, it must be very delicious. Just like the braised snapping turtle dish last time. Dorn took Bane, the calf, to the Minotaur monster farm again. This time, he took a fancy to, and took away 4 fire-feathered ducks with an S-level ingredient rating. Considering that although the Tauren raised a lot of monster ducks, their food resources were limited after all. So before Dorn left the farm, he took the initiative to save some snapping turtle meat. In this way, Grandma Lalupo can take the snapping turtle meat away for dinner, and cook it to fill the food gap caused by the loss of 4 ducks. Anyway, when Dorn was hunting the monster snapping turtle in the Blackwater Pond area 2 days ago, there was a lot of turtle meat stored in the ice house in Story World. He even deliberately left a large portion of the turtle meat in excess of the quota.
I'm expected to come over in 2 days to pick up a lot of pigeons, so I'll treat this turtle meat as a reservation.
This is how Dawn explained the extra snapping turtle meat to the farm caretaker. In short, be particular about what you do. After taking away the fire-feathered duck, Dorn took the calf Bane back to the tent where he had been living these days.
Maverick, you can choose to stay here with me, or you can leave first and go to sleep or do other things. Then, like Bowser and Sethi, they also come to my tent at 1 o'clock in the middle of the night. Then you can enjoy delicious roast duck.
Dorn told the Minotaur like this.
Okay, what about you? Brother Dorn?
Bane shook his head.
I have to go to other places. This is not suitable for making roast duck.
Dorn replied.
Other places?
Before the little Tauren could understand what this sentence meant, Brother Dorn, who was originally standing in front of him, suddenly disappeared, along with the 4 fire-feathered ducks around him. Wow! There was a sound of pages turning. When Mavericks reacted, there was an old book with a dark red cover left in the tent. At this moment, the book was opening its pages, flapping up and down like flapping wings, and then skillfully landed on Dawn's bed and closed it.
This is Brother Dorn's accessibility?
The little Tauren was a little stunned and surprised. Dawn came to the lakeside castle where Alice often lived in the story world, led 4 monster ducks into the castle kitchen, and closed the door. Of course the dragon lady knew that Dorn had come into the book to cook, but she did not disturb him, instead choosing to wait silently for the new wave of feedings. In this way, Dorn was quietly in the kitchen alone, neatly performing the steps of slaughtering and removing the feathers of the fire-feathered ducks. After the slaughtering, the whole piece of duck meat is placed on the table. It is beautiful and elegant, with plump muscles, and through the feedback from intuitive food intuition, we can clearly know that this kind of fire-feathered duck is fat and lean, with thick subcutaneous fat, moderately tender, and not sour or fishy. This is also the reason why Dorn chose the fire-feathered duck to make braised roast duck. They are really suitable for being made into roast duck. After all 4 ducks were slaughtered, Dorn got into cooking mode. The so-called braised roast duck is actually one of the 2 schools divided under the famous Beijing roast duck in China, and it is named after its braised oven technique. The oven stewing technique can be roughly divided into several steps: billet making, baking, and slice making.
Then, let's start making the blank first.
Dorn recalled the roast duck craftsmanship he had learned during the photo shoot, and started to do it formally. First, make an incision on the neck of the monster duck that has removed the fire feathers, and cut off its trachea and esophagus. Then remove the duck tongue. Although duck tongue can be cooked into a unique dish in some areas of China, it is not used in the process of making roast duck in Dorn. After completing the above operations, Dorn took out Rui and turned Rui into a hollow iron pipe according to his own thoughts. Insert the iron pipe into the freshly pierced incision on the duck's neck and stab it under the skin. Blow. Then, a crescent-shaped incision of about 6 centimeters was made under the duck's right armpit. Eviscerate. Remove the internal organs. Then pour boiling water on the surface of the duck and scald it 3 times. When duck skin comes into contact with boiling water, it will naturally be scalded until it shrinks, and the protein on the surface will also solidify due to heat, making the whole skin look very slippery. In addition, because the duck's skin is inflated, if it is scalded by boiling water, it will immediately expand due to heat, stretching the whole duck, making the duck as a whole very plump and round. And the gas inflated under the skin will cause the skin and flesh to separate. When roasting, because the skin and meat are roasted separately, the heat is more even. The finished roast duck skin will be extremely crispy, and the meat will be extremely tender. Chapter 297 Nothing but familiarity. Lift the duck whose skin has been scalded with boiling water, and hang it in a vent to air dry for about 3 hours. This is why Dorn said before that it is not suitable to cook roast duck in the Tauren habitat, because the air flow in the ruins labyrinth is very weak. The air drying step will become extremely slow, but it's different in the story world. With just one word from Alice, you can get wind if you want wind, and rain if you want rain.
Alice, let there be a little wind in this area,
Dawn said to the air. Long Yang did not reply. However, after Dawn's words fell, a soft breeze began to flow in the area where the duck was hanging, carrying the scent of the forest outside. After hanging all 4 ducks in this windy area, Dorn left the kitchen. During this long waiting time, he had to find something to do for himself. And in the world of stories, what better way to pass the time than teasing the dragon lady? So Dawn went straight to the 2nd floor of the castle and found Alice, who was rarely in the form of a Shiba Inu or a dragon, resting on a pile of gold coins. However, the moment Alice saw Dorn, she immediately closed the lid of her gold-encrusted treasure chest. After a rustling movement of getting dressed, she turned into a little girl wearing a black and white silk suspender skirt with long dragon horns. There was no way. Alice really didn't want the 2 bodies to be displayed in front of Dorn in dragon form, because once this happens, Dawn can't help but look at himself with a look similar to looking at food from time to time. Scary. Dorn allowed Alice to change into human form. Then, he teased the cute white Alice, and then flirted with black Alice provocatively. Finally, he told Long Yang stories seriously to pass the time.
I'm thinking about what to talk about today. Let's do this. Let's tell a short section, the story of 105 men and 3 women. And then another section, the story of the bald man and his 4 food reserve humanoid monsters heading west. How about?
During the storytelling time that Dawn had agreed with Long Yang before going to bed recently, he would intermittently tell Water Margin and
Journey to the West
in the form of a series. However, it is naturally impossible for him to remember a long novel like this clearly. But that's not a big deal. It's enough to just remember some famous plot points. At worst, You can add more details and create them again. As for the transitional plot in the middle, if you can't remember it, just make it up to ensure that the development of the story can be justified. Anyway, Dragon Lady has never read the original work, and no one in the other world will come to Dorn to apologize. Dawn spent a pretty good 3 hours chatting and telling stories with Alice. At this time, the remains of the duck hanging outside the castle had been drained of water, and the skin was completely dry and slightly oily.
Well, the drying step went very smoothly.
After confirming the duck's condition, Dorn nodded with satisfaction. Dragon Lady is indeed versatile and very easy to use. After taking off the duck, Dawn began to make crispy sugar water. It is not complicated to prepare this thing. Just mix boiling water, sugar, white vinegar, and cooking wine in a certain proportion and stir evenly. Apply skin water evenly to the dried duck. Place it in the vin again, and let it air dry for about 3 hours. The crispy sugar water can color the duck. After roasting, the duck will show a nice maroon color. At the same time, this step can also make the duck skin become more crispy after roasting. After hanging up the duck, go find the Dragon Lady to kill some time. 3 hours later, the skin of the dried duck was no longer sticky, and its color turned rosy. At this time, brush the epidermis evenly with water again, and finally let it air dry for 3 hours. But this time, Dawn stopped teasing Alice and started preparing other ingredients for roast duck. The first thing is to wrap the roast duck in pancake. Knead the dough. Brush it with oil while rolling out the dough. The rolled out dough is piled together with a light sheen. Put all the oily dough into the steamer and steam for about 10 minutes. Take it out. After this treatment, the cooked noodle cake will become smooth and translucent, and as thin as a cicada's wings. It can even be light transmitted when you hold it in front of your eyes, giving it a nice smell of cooked noodles and wheat. Then prepare cold shredded green onions, cucumbers, and other small ingredients. Prepare the spicy onion shreds and cucumber shreds that are fragrant, and both are very fresh and tender. You can squeeze out the vegetable juices when you pick them up. Finally, boil some sweet noodle sauce. Mix in some honey, sesame oil, and some sesame sauce to make a salty and sweet roast duck sauce. After this busy work, wait for a while, and the roast duck, which has been air dried 3 times, is oily on the surface and has a sugary color, and is ready for roasting in the stew oven. But there is no need to worry at this time. First, follow the small incision made during evisceration and stuff in a few apple chunks and fresh orange peels. The duck roasted in this way will have a sweet and fruity flavor and taste fat but not greasy. The next step is to build a stew oven. At this time, it was naturally the turn of Dorn's favorite equipment, Rui, to appear. The traditional roast duck stew oven is actually not too difficult to build. It uses bricks to build the oven directly on the ground, which is about 1 cubic meter. However, this brick is made of a special material that can withstand fire and adjust temperature. But the problem of material is not a problem for Rui. According to Dawn's idea, it can be transformed into a weapon made of any material or a kitchen utensil. Moreover, Rui had changed the furnace several times under Dorn's operation before. For example, when baking pumpkin pie, it becomes a simple version of a small oven. There is only one word difference between the earth stew oven and the earth oven. In addition, they are both fire cooking equipment. The principles are basically the same, but there are many differences in the details. The oven can change, and so can the stew oven. Sure enough, in a short while, Rui quickly turned into the stewed furnace he needed according to Dorn's vision.
Well done! Wishful thinking.
Dorn patted the furnace body with great satisfaction. I don't know since when Rui has become completely irresistible to changing into kitchen utensils. It's really gratifying. Speaking of which, this magical weapon is now so accomplished in changing kitchen utensils, and can be so handy. To sum up, it is just nothing but familiarity. The more you do it, the more you will naturally get used to it. Since the structure of the stew oven is consistent with Dawn's vision, and the details are restored perfectly, it is also very convenient to use. Before Braised the duck, he first put dry firewood into the furnace to ignite it, raising the furnace to a certain temperature, and then put it out. Then he placed the duck billet on the iron cover in the furnace, closed the furnace door, and roasted it over a dark fire system. This is the key point of braised roast duck. There is no open flame throughout the roasting process. Only the radiant heat from the furnace wall and the radiant heat from the residual heat source in the center are used to slowly cook the duck. The duck in the stew oven has a light reddish sugar color in its original color. and after being inflated and blanched, it looks round and plump. During the high-temperature stewing process, the skin of the whole duck first sizzles with oil, and then the whole duck slowly swells and becomes golden in color. Continuing to simmer, the duck swells to the extreme fullness, and then slowly deflates. During this process, the duck skin loses its final elasticity, and is replaced by a crispy texture that is crispy to the bone. Eventually, the roast duck will take on a ripe maroon color and be shiny all over. The entire kitchen is filled with a strong aroma of fatty barbecue and a light, refreshing fruity aroma that relieves greasiness. Chapter 298 Torn like Sigh. The fire-feathered duck is roasted in the stew oven for about an hour, and it is almost ready to be taken out of the oven. Turn on the stove and get the duck. A whole maroon roast duck is plump, and the meat is full of flavor. At first glance, the skin of the roast duck has a bit of a hard texture. A curve on the duck breast shrinks slightly inward, creating a visual effect of a crispness that is difficult to describe. At this time, you can break open the duck belly. The apple and orange peel that were originally filled inside have been simmered at high temperatures, and the aromatic substances have dissipated and all penetrated into the duck meat. So, abandon it and eat meat. Then you can slice the duck. Slicing roast duck has always tested the chef's knife skills. Each piece of duck meat should be cut into thin slices and kept with the skin on so that the appearance is attractive. In addition, each piece of duck meat must be cut evenly, and the duck skin, fat, and duck meat must be distributed just right, so that it will be the best eating experience. However, the requirements of these knife skills are not too big a challenge for Dorn. Place the sliced roast duck on a plate. The crispy duck skin is shiny with oil, and the thin layer of fat underneath is translucent, connected to the tender and plump duck meat. Place the steamed lotus leaf cake and roast duck sauce. Top with thin shreds of green onion and cucumber. Live together. A delightful braised roast duck. Done! After the stewed duck was finished, Alice appeared in the spacious kitchen at the right time with a large golden-crested treasure box. In fact, she has been waiting for the meal to start for a long time.
Dawn! How should you eat this red-skinned duck?
Alice sat on top of the tall pile of gold coins, just enough to pat Dawn on the shoulder. When Long Yang saw the exquisitely presented roast duck, served with noodles and side dishes, she felt that there should be some advice on how to eat it. So she simply asked,
"It's quite interesting how to eat it."
Dawn smiled and started to demonstrate. First, take a thin piece of lotus leaf pancake. Then put a few slices of skin on roast duck meat with a hint of duck fat on it. Then add green cucumber shreds and white tender green onion shreds. Roll it into a roll, and fill it up. Take a bite. When you bite into it, the crispiness of the duck skin, the tenderness of the duck meat, the refreshingness of the cucumber, the spiciness of the shredded green onions, and the salty and sweet dipping sauce are all contained in this small piece of lotus leaf pancake. What's especially worth savoring is the skin on roast duck. The skin of roast duck is not only red and shiny in color, but also fragrant and crispy in taste. And it tastes a little oily and refreshing, which is the soft skin of the oven-roasted duck with a hint of duck fat. There is also the roast duck meat, which is extremely tender, with a small layer of duck fat, but tastes fat but not greasy, and has a faint fruity aroma. After chewing like this, the duck meat can even secrete fresh and salty gravy. The gravy will mix with the refreshing and spicy juice of cucumber and scallion in the mouth, and it will swirl into the depths of the stomach, leaving endless aftertaste. This small piece of roast duck pancake is really well deserved for its small size and big taste. It's SS level.
That's pretty much how you eat it.
Dorn swallowed the roast duck pancake with great pleasure.
Goo!
Alice's two bodies stared directly at Dawn's actions, and they both swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Then, the upright Bai Longyang was the first to take action. She leaned over to the kitchen table and rolled up a roast duck pancake for herself, following the example of Dorn. As the thin pancake filled with food entered the mouth, Long Yang's beautiful golden dragon eyes couldn't help but narrow slightly, and her body swayed rhythmically with happiness.
It's delicious. This is delicious. Dorn! It would be best if you like it.
Dawn smiled and patted the soft white hair on Bai Ai's head. Then he turned around again, casually wrapped a roast duck pancake, and handed it to the black dragon lady.
I can move on my own?
Black Alice bared her teeth at Dorn, but she still bit down the roast duck cake that was handed to her mouth. After spending some time with Alice in the world of the book, Dorn returned to the real Tauren ruins with several portions of braised roast duck. In the Tauren tent where Dorn lives these days, Bane, the calf, was hugging a pillow, lying on his back on his stiff-haired monster blanket, sleeping soundly, blowing snot bubbles from his nose. However, Bane, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly smelled a strong aroma of barbecue. So, his big nose twitched twice quickly. He stopped blowing the snot bubbles and sat up from the hard blanket in a daze. When the little Tauren opened his eyes, he saw Dorn placing a large plate of roast duck on the table.
Moo! Brother Dorn, are you back? Is the fire feather duck ready?
Calf Bane yawned and couldn't help but take a few more breaths of the scent of meat in the air. Dawn.
Yeah. Have a couple of bites while it's hot?
After Dorn called Mavericks to sit down at the table, there was a knock on the tent door. A loud voice came in.
Mr. Dorn? We came to find you as agreed. Before dawn, you can do whatever you want. Moo! What does this smell like? It smells so good.
Dawn stood up and opened the door.
Come in. You are here just in time.
As soon as the strong Kuba and the young Seti entered the tent, their eyes fell on the large plate of roast duck on the table, and they could no longer move an inch. That rich meaty aroma comes from that plate of gingerbread. Crystal clear barbecue. The two Tauren, an old man and a young man, had never seen Dorn cooking braised snapping turtle before, so this braised roast duck had a huge impact on them. Seti.
Grandma Lulupo's horn. What is that? Is it made of a duck that can shoot fireballs? I never thought it could be made into such a perfect shape.
Bowser is older and behaves a little more calmly. However, under the temptation of the roast duck's color and fragrance, this resolute old cow warrior couldn't help but feel a little excited.
Was this dish made by you? Mr. Dorn? You asked us to come to your tent in the middle of the night, and you said you wanted to give us a surprise. That is just... Yes, this is the surprise I have prepared for you tonight. Roast duck in the oven. Eat it while it's hot?
Dorn opened his palms and pointed to the roast duck on the table. With the addition of Bowser and Seti, everyone who had the opportunity to taste Dorn's braised duck tonight gathered together. At the dinner table, Dorn first showed several Tauren the most authentic way to eat roast duck. The Tauren learned it immediately, and started to pick the grilled meat slices that looked the shiniest and crispiest. The duck meat was the fattest and the tenderest. Dip them in the sweet and salty sauce, and place them on the thin mint leaf pancakes. Then add some cucumber shreds and scallion shreds. Quickly roll them up and stuff them into your mouth. The tenderness of duck meat, the crispness of duck skin, and the refreshingness of cucumber are a perfect match. Plus a little bit of scallion for a spicy kick. Wonderful.
Moo! Moo! Moo moo!
The three Minotaurs couldn't help but sigh like the Minotaurs. That expression and that cry seemed to say nothing, but they seemed to say everything. Chapter 299, I really didn't want to poach someone. Dorn brought back 4 big, fat fire-feathered ducks from the Tauren's monster farm. Therefore, this braised roast duck meal can satisfy everyone present. After eating the Calf Bane, he was no longer satisfied with the way of slowly wrapping the roast duck cake and savoring it carefully. He opened his mouth, held the pancake in front of his mouth, then took the roast duck with dipping sauce, cucumber shreds, and green onion shreds, and put them into his mouth. As soon as it is delivered like this, the thin pancake held in front of the mouth naturally wraps up various ingredients and goes into the mouth together. Using this unique way of eating, the Minotaur eats very quickly.
Good guy. How can you eat roast duck the fastest? I'll let Maverick figure it out.
Dorn looked at the calf and shrugged helplessly. After a meal of braised roast duck, the system prompt on his body finally sounded. System prompt, the predator effect is triggered, and the agility and mental attributes are enhanced. System prompt, the effect of synchronic stomach bag is triggered, and the skill, fire technique LV0, is obtained. Flame technique, derived from the flame control technique of Fire Feather Landlubber. Flame is one of the mage's favorite toys. It is every mage's romance to twist the flames into fireballs and hit people.
Is it a flame?
Dorn stared at his skill panel for a while. It seems that when I first entered this world, when I first chose the mage profession, I briefly mastered similar skills. At that time, I seem to have thought that it would be more convenient to make a fire and cook in the wild as a mage who could rub fireballs. But something went wrong and Dorn lost the opportunity to choose a career and ended up without a career. It just missed out on abilities like fire technique.
Now that I think about it, that was a long time ago. In the blink of an eye. I have been in this world for a long time, and a lot of things have happened.
Seeing the newly refreshed skills, Dorn couldn't help but think of some memories of when he first arrived in the Land of Miracles. However, After experiencing many things now, his state of mind has already become different from when he first arrived. Moreover, it seems that there is no need to rely on spells such as Fire Spell to make a fire in the wild. Rui transforms into Flame Weaver, so it is very convenient to use it directly as a lighter.
So, no matter what it is, the order of appearance is very important. If I miss the most suitable playing time,
it may lose its original meaning to me and become less important.
Because it was rare to fall into the emotion of memories. Don sighed inwardly, pretending to be profound. But in fact, after he acquired the skill, Fire Technique, he still felt happy. After all, for a chef, the skill of controlling flames is very practical.
Mr. Dorn, I remember you said that Seti and I should come to you at night. And if you have anything else to ask us, please tell me what it is about.
After the roast duck, noodle pancakes, and even shredded cucumbers and scallions were all cleaned up on the table, the old cow warrior Kuba finally remembered that there was such a thing and took the initiative to ask.
Oh, I was about to talk.
Dorn took over the other party's topic.
That's it. I don't know if Chief Kane and Tamara Shaman have told you that the purpose of my entering this ruins is in order to challenge the Cretan bull. Conquer the temple.
The three Tauren present, including Calf Bane, did not reply and nodded silently.
It seems that you know. So, you all know from the old chief that I have the ability to bring others into the temple.
Right? Dorn continued. The Tauren still nodded.
Then this is easy to say. My request is that after the Blood and Horns competition is over, as long as I obtain the qualifications to enter the temple, you two can accompany me into the temple and work together to defeat the bull.
Dawn tapped the table with her fingers and slowly spoke out the content of her request. In fact, if Dorn could gain the approval of the Minotaurs, he would be allowed to lead 50 Tauren warriors into the temple to defeat the bull. So who he can bring into the temple should actually be decided by the Tauren chief and shaman. As for Bowser and Sethi, as players who can reach the quarterfinals of the Blood and Horns competition, they are truly the elite among the elite Tauren. It is almost certain that they will be included in the number 50 Tauren warrior team. Therefore, Dorn's request seems to be a bit unnecessary. But this is not the case. There must be some difference in the effect between the Tauren follow the leader's orders and follow Dorn to fight the bull, and the Tauren are attracted by Dorn's personal charm and are convinced to follow him to fight the bull. In addition, as Kuba and Seti are the elites among the Tauren, so wooing them and enhancing their relationship will definitely have certain positive significance for the collaborative attack on the Cretan bulls at that time. It's not just these two bull warriors. For the other Tauren who entered the top 8 of the Blood and Horns competition, before entering the temple, Dorn hoped to spend some time to strengthen their relationship and get closer to each other. For Dorn now, what is most important in conquering Crete? Talent. Therefore, it is very necessary to attract talents.
Mr. Dorn.
2 warriors, one old and one young, stood up from their chairs with a whoosh after listening to Dorn's speech.
You have amazing fighting skills. And you are willing to generously share with us delicious food that we have never tasted in our lives. In addition, you also have a dazzling quality like a gem. To defeat the bull of Crete. Our tribe has always hoped to defeat the bull and to develop in the outside world. Challenging the temple was originally just a mission and a curse for us Minotaurs. And you, as an outsider, participated without hesitation. You also brought us hope. We are willing to follow you to conquer the bull, become your warhammer and axe, and charge into battle for you. Never retreat even a step.
While Bowser and Seti were talking like this, they beat their chests with their fists and solemnly swore to Dorn. Even the Calf Bane stood up at this moment and saluted Dorn with a chest beat. For the Minotaurs, who had always regarded challenging the Cretan bull as their ethnic mission and curse, Dorn, an outsider who emerged with hope, was really a great cross-racial humanitarian. As for the fact that he has his own selfish motives in challenging the temple, the Tauren may also be aware of it. But so what? This does not eliminate the glorious and majestic image of Dorn in their hearts. Don! Good guy. Originally,
I just wanted to have a meal and chat with each other to get closer to the 2 top Tauren. But judging from the final effect, it seems a bit too good? Now this doesn't seem like increasing the favorability level. What kind of fuss are these 2 bull warriors doing? As if they are ready to sacrifice their loyalty and lives for themselves? I really never thought about poaching the Minotaur. Chapter 300 So. Hit me. Every day in the Minotaur habitat begins with a morning trumpet. After the trumpet is blown, The towern will hang up the light feather nets that were put away the night before, so that the entire habitat will return to the same light as daytime. This afternoon is the most grand and important day that the Towern clan can face every 7 years. The final of the Blood and Horns competition. The final 2 contestants participating in the finals were Dorn and the heifer Benitha. Since the morning, the entire group of Towern have been discussing this matter enthusiastically.
Tell me, in this afternoon's competition, who has a greater chance of winning? Our Benitha or that Mr. Dorn? Of course Benitha. I will always love Benitha. Moo. I don't know whether to say it or not. I think Benitha is going to lose when she meets that alien Dorn. Think about it. That human can use the black energy that makes people sleep. It can extend the terrifying tentacle. It can also be divided into 2, leaving a clone to confuse the opponent. If you want to say it, Benisha will be his person tonight and obey his words. Stop talking. Benitha. My Benitha.
Muo. In addition, when mentioning Dorn, some topics about Towern went astray.
Let me tell you, the braised snapping turtle dish that Mr. Dorn made last time was really a masterpiece. The soup was thick, and the turtle meat was fresh and tender. It may take me a long time to eat it. There's no better food than Grandma Lou Lupo's cooking. What do you mean by that? The night before yesterday, I was invited by Mr. Dorn to his tent with Uncle Baku. The braised roast duck was extremely delicious. The duck meat with fine oil was not eaten. Take some shredded vegetables and roll them into something called a pancake. One bite will make you forget what your father's name is. Moo. Seti, you said Mr. Dorn invited you to eat his food? Why? Just because you lost to him in a competition? What's wrong with losing to Mr. Dorn? I'm very proud of losing to him. If you want to lose, you haven't had a chance yet.
The morning in the Minotaur habitat passed in such a chaotic and noisy atmosphere. It was not until the afternoon that the arena was opened again. The excited audience walked up to the stands, and the solemn and high-spirited horn sounded. The 2 finalists each walked out of the waiting area and came to the center of the arena where hundreds of pairs of eyes were staring at them.
Benitha! Benitha! Dorn! Dorn!
The 2 names were mentioned repeatedly by the Towern, and the 2 voices were equally enthusiastic. From this point alone, it can be seen that Dorn, as a human, is currently very popular among the Towern group, and he has fit in perfectly. Bang. Benitha, the heifer on the opposite side, hammered her axe with both hands on the ground, held it with one hand, and stared at Dorn with her red eyes.
Mr. Dorn, when I first met you, I would never have thought that the final opponent I would face in this Blood and Horns battle would be you. Your strength and your appearance, it's not consistent. Far beyond my imagination. Really? But to put it this way, Miss Benisha, your strength does not match your appearance. You see, each of those Towern are several times bigger than you. But you can kill them all. Beat him down.
Dawn responded.
Huh. What you said makes sense.
Since the battle was about to start, Benitha pulled up her 2-handed axe with her backhand.
By the way, Mr. Dorn, I have a request. If possible, I hope you won't tie me up with those tentacles. I don't want to be like Bowser.
Dawn, using smooth tentacles to tie up Benitha, who has white hair and red eyes, a bumpy figure, cool clothes, and looks just like a monster girl. This kind of thing. No, I can't think about it. I have a picture in my mind. Weird and angry. Seeing the subtle changes in the expression on Dawn's face, Benitha couldn't help but laugh. At this time, Minotaurs, the trumpeter in the audience, had already raised his trumpet to his mouth. The sound of the battle horn means that the duel of Blood and Horns has officially begun. This time Benitha straightened her expression.
It was just a joke. Mr. Dorn, I hope you won't hold back on me in the upcoming battle. I was just a spectator before, but this time I want to experience your power personally.
Dorn, who finally got rid of the strange fantasy from his mind, did not speak and just shrugged. But in my heart, I was thinking that if the heifer Benitha had such a need, I would not be unable to satisfy it. Moreover, we have already reached the finals before we know it. If we don't show off our ultimate move to the Towern Chief and Shaman, we probably won't have another chance to show off. Moo. The horn sounded, and the battle officially began. Benitha took the lead and charged towards Dorn with her axe in both hands. She is very fast and equally explosive. After rushing to Dorn in a few steps, Benitha's waist twisted and the big axe struck down hard with a strong wind. In addition, she did not attack with the blade of the axe. In this Blood and Horns competition. Beneatha kept hitting people with the back of the axe. This is a blow. A blow from the back of an axe. Dorn didn't panic much. He had already experienced many similar battle situations. Dexterity, activate. The movement speed and body coordination provided by level 5, dexterity, allowed him to dodge this attack without any hesitation. Bang! The two-handed giant axe hit the ground, and the metal collided with the masonry, making a tooth-breaking sound. Missing a hit, Beneatha rotated the giant axe continuously and quickly, also using her waist and abdomen to hit Dorn horizontally. This attack was successfully dodged by Dorn, who also used dexterity. If the second hit misses, there will be a third hit, a fourth hit. After the first round of contact in which Beneatha pressed forward step by step and Dorn gave in at every turn using dexterity, Heifer finally stopped its offensive actions. Huh? She raised the giant axe and exhaled a thick breath. After a full blow, the energy consumed was not small, and thin beads of sweat could be seen on the heifer's forehead and exposed flat belly. Beneatha glanced slightly over her head and looked at the calm-looking human man opposite.
Mr. Dorn, just avoiding without fighting back is not fighting. So, hit me!
Dawn, this request is made. However, in fact, after briefly testing the opponent, he was indeed ready to fight back at this time.
Then please be careful, Miss Beneatha.
Dorn said this, then flipped his right hand, and a purple poisonous mist filled the air from his side. However, what is very strange is that these poisonous fogs do not spread outwards, but continue to surge and gather together. In a short time, a huge monster with a height of 5 meters was formed. It was a huge poisonous frog condensed from purple mist. Chapter 301 Use fighting to bring a smile to your opponent. The huge poisonous frog inflates the air sacs in its chin, making a moo sound. The audience at the scene, as well as Beneatha on the scene, were shocked the moment they saw the poisonous frog, another ability that Mr. Dorn has never used before. Afterwards, the Tauren who supported Dorn shouted loudly,
"How many tricks does this man have that he hasn't used yet? It's scary, but I'm so excited. Mr. Don, I'm going to give you a calf. Moo moo."
In the front row of spectator seats, Chief Kane, Shaman Tamara, and a group of Tauren elders, the leaders of the Minotaur, looked at Dorn with no excitement at this time, but determined. It is a kind of determination that depends on the destiny of the family. As for Beneatha on the battlefield, she looked up at the huge poisonous frog and just silently clenched the two-handed giant axe in her hand. It's just that Dorn hasn't stopped yet, since Beneatha said that if you don't want to hold back, then go all out. The heifer must also be happy to see her request being generously met. This is fighting and bringing a smile to the opponent. Therefore, demonization level 3 is activated. The entire arena was filled with the smell of burning sulfur. The smell was strong, choking, and uncomfortable. In addition, amidst this choking smell, Dorn's body was also changing rapidly. He continued to expand and expand until he was more than 3 meters tall, until his body had grown several times. Barbed bat wings stretched out from his back, and curved goat horns curled out from the top of his head. The skin on his body became as dark and hard as obsidian, and a blazing red light could be seen in it. It was as if hot lava was surging inside his body. Along with the changes in his body, the set of clothes on Dorn's body instantly disappeared into ashes, turning into floating ashes that hung in the air. Currently, this skill developed from the black goat has reached level 3. After being transformed into a demon, Dorn has greatly improved in terms of physical fitness and combat effectiveness. Moreover, his demonic body became larger than before, and his skin became hotter and harder. There is still no solution to the side effect of using the skill to burst the clothes.
Dorn, sir?
Beneatha looked at the demon in front of her and clicked her tongue until she couldn't form a complete sentence. The Minotaurs in the audience also fell into silence. However, after a brief silence, there was a violent burst of joy.
Mr. Dorn! Dorn! Dorn!
The Tauren admire strength and are not particular about the intuitive beauty and ugliness of appearance. Dorn's demonic appearance is indeed a bit scary in their opinion, but the completely natural and impactful sense of power is undoubtedly fatal to the Tauren. As for whether the seemingly dangerous and evil demon will bring danger to those present, what a joke. That's what Mr. Dorn changed.
It's Mr. Don. Miss Beneatha, are you ready?
Dorn spoke in a hoarse and chaotic tone, looking eager to try. On the other hand, Heifer shook his head.
I surrender. Huh?
Dawn paused. I saw Beneatha calmly throwing the two-handed axe in her hand to the ground, and her long white hair, which was originally tied into braids for the convenience of fighting, was also untied by her.
The Minotaurs are fearless when encountering a strong enemy that cannot be defeated. Even if they risk their lives, they must smash the weapons in their hands on the enemy's forehead. This is the duty of our Minotaur warriors. Consistent style. But didn't I tell you? This is not necessary in the blood and horns competition. When encountering a situation that is absolutely unbeatable, the best way to deal with it is to surrender. So, I'd better save some energy and don't let myself get hurt. Stay in the best condition and go with you to the temple to defeat the Cretan bull in a few days. You win, Mr. Dorn. Besides, I will do your bidding tonight.
Benicia shook her waist-length hair, then reached out and clenched her fist, punching her elastic chest. She really looked like she didn't want to fight anymore. Dorn, who transformed into a giant demon, first scratched his head, then awkwardly crossed his arms and scratched his chin with his dark index finger. After demonization is turned on, there will be some negative emotions in the mind. For example, the desire to kill is rising or something like that. However, with Dorn's current willpower and mental strength, this negative emotion can be completely controlled. But, even though he has turned into a demon, if he doesn't fight this round, there is quite a kind of,
I have taken off my pants. You just show me this?
A sense of regret, but there is nothing that can be done about it. Benitha surrendered on the spot and chose to retain her own strength to accompany the team to conquer the bulls. It was a very correct choice. The completion of this duel meant that Dorn was the final winner of the Blood and Horns competition and became the only Minoan warrior in the history of the ruined Tauren who did not have Minotaur blood. At the same time, the matter of Dorn's crusade against the bull was also finalized. Chief Kane and Tamara Shaman would probably agree to lend 50 Tauren elites to accompany him to the temple. Everything is developing according to the expected rhythm.
That's good.
Dorn in his demonic state spread out his hands.
Also, Alice, help me. Alice's bedtime reading
and Rui are the only ones among Dorn's belongings that have not been affected by the blazing heat brought about by demonization. After hearing the call, the dragon lady in the story world understood it and tried to draw him in. Don did not resist the pull from Alice and quickly entered the world of the book. After transforming into a human form and fully dressed, he returned to the ruins of reality. At this time, the dragon lady in the book, Alice was blushing, spreading her fingers and covering her eyes with her hands. The black dragon lady bared her teeth and uttered angrily,
"This pervert is so exposed. Exposed? Crazy!"
After Blood and Horns officially came to an end, Dorn went to the chief's longhouse to meet with the Minotaur tribe stewards. When he arrived, there were already many people in the chief's room. Everyone had no differences of opinion this time. After a brief conversation, the chief spoke solemnly.
"Mr. Dorn, I leave this crusade against the Cretan bull to you. As for the manpower you need, you can freely choose from the adult warriors of our tribe. If you can't choose, we can also give you some. Suggestion: after this final battle, no matter what the outcome is, the Minotaurs will never forget your kindness."
The old chief Kane said this, stood up tremblingly, and clenched his fist towards Dorn and beat his chest. The older and younger Tauren in the longhouse also beat their chests in salute to Dorn. Chapter 302 Dorn with high emotional intelligence. After Alice empties the inventory of living creatures in the world in the book, she can probably hold 50 Minotaurs. With the recommendation and help of the Tauren chief and others, Dorn soon obtained a list of 50 elite Tauren, the Minotaur clan's elite combatants whose names were listed in the newspaper, such as the runner-up Benitha in the Blood and Horns competition, the top 4 Sethi, the top 8 Bowser, and others who had high hopes but fell in the first round. The names of Alistar and others were clearly written on it. In addition, when Dorn was selecting Tauren warriors, Old Kiz came to him specifically. What this old adventurer means is that after careful consideration, he wants to participate in the Cretan Bull Crusade, wants to fight with his daughter, and wants to contribute to the unfinished business of his Tauren companion Neg Rand. Make an effort.
I can still fight with my old bones. I still want to do something more for my late wife and daughter.
Old Kiz asked Dorn in an old-fashioned and high-spirited tone and manner. To be honest, his reason for eager to fight is quite touching. But for this touching request, Don refused without thinking. Although, when Old Kiz was in his prime, he was capable of reaching the top 8 of the Blood and Horns competition. But now he is too old. His physical fitness has declined drastically, and his overall combat ability is really not as good as that of the young and strong Tauren. However, the number of living animals that Alice's bedtime reading can carry is limited. A carrot and a pit. If Old Kiz occupies a quota and thereby excludes a Tauren whose fighting strength is stronger than him, it will be of no benefit to the entire team of conquering the bull. When deploying a plan to defeat the ruins boss, Dorn would not let his rational thinking influence his judgment. If you can fight, go for it. If you can't, don't go. However, when he rejected Old Kiz, he did not say so directly and mercilessly, as he did not want the old adventurer to occupy and waste a precious high-quality combat quota. Instead, he said with a high level of emotional intelligence, "Old comrades should leave more opportunities to young people." Finally, under Dorn's persuasion, Old Kiz gave up his plan of dragging his old body to fight with the young people. After finalizing the manpower with Chief Cain to jointly challenge the Cretan bull, all we have to do is wait silently for the temple to leave the portal on time. There is still about a week left until the temple opens. This week was the day that Dorn had planned to use to brush up on his skills. In addition, the time tonight cannot be wasted. In this Tauren's monster farm, there is still a kind of monster pigeon that has not been tasted yet. That night, because Dorn expressed his request for ingredients, with Chief Cain's permission, 50 warriors who participated in the Cretan Bull Crusade attended a dinner together. The Tauren have a custom that the night before the warriors of the clan go to challenge the temple, a banquet will be held for the warriors to practice. At present, it is just a matter of complying with Dorn's request and moving the dinner party forward. However, due to the limitation of food resources, the so-called banquet is actually just a sumptuous dinner, and according to usual practice, the number of people participating in the banquet will not be particularly large. But tonight's situation is different, because all 50 Tauren warriors participating in the Bull Crusade will be present, so the consumption of food resources will be much greater. However, Chief Cain did not care about this. Because of the consumption of today's dinner, Mr. Dorn will generously sponsor a large amount of snapping turtle frozen meat. In addition, as long as the team that defeats the bull successfully breaks through the temple, then, if the Minotaur group could survive outside the maze of ruins, they probably wouldn't need to count on quantity to consume food. And if the expedition team never returns, the food consumption of the group will be reduced by more than 50 people. At that time, what should be more worried about than food is the long-term security of the tribe. All in all, this grand dinner tonight is worth eating no matter from which angle you analyze it. Coo coo coo! Dozens of light-feathered pigeons were sent to the habitat where the chief's longhouse was located, along with a group of fire-feathered ducks. As for the monster snapping turtle, it was not sent from the farm because there was a lot of frozen meat here. Grandma Lulubo was usually in charge of the previous practice dinners, but this time, Don became the chef without any doubt. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. These pigeons are in good condition. Especially these two. They will taste delicious when used to make lawa soup. The newly promoted dinner chef looked at the batch of plump pigeons with shiny feathers that were delivered, and nodded with satisfaction. Then, magic surged through his body. Archid activates. A total of 10 squid tentacles extended from Dorn's back. Using this skill meant that Dorn planned to handle all the ingredients and dishes tonight by himself. The cooking begins. The magic tentacles on Dorn's back stretched straight to the pigeon cage and grabbed a few of the best-developed light-feathered pigeons and fire-feathered ducks. The two longest tentacles picked up Rui and started killing these birds and monsters. All the arms and legs are equivalent to extensions of Dorn's arms, and there is no difficulty in completing these movements. As for Dorn's own native body, he first asked the dragon lady to send some walking mushrooms from the story world. Sun-dried walking mushrooms do not contain any moisture and are hard on the outside, but the inside is still fibrous. Tear the walking mushrooms directly with your hands. Soak them in hot water and set aside. Then take some dried red dates and dried wolfberries from the story world. These dry goods are easy to store, and when Dorn was preparing to open a Cantonese restaurant, he collected a lot of similar nourishing ingredients. Now it comes in handy when making lawa soup. The same goes for red dates and wolfberry. Soak them in boiling water and set aside. After slaughtering the monster pigeons and ducks, remove their internal organs and rinse them thoroughly. Then, the pigeons were cut into pieces, and each duck's feet were chopped off for later use. Put the pigeon meat and duck feet into the pot together. Blanch them in water. Skim off the foam. Rinse them briefly, and put them into the soup pot. The dry goods soaked previously are almost soaked at this time, so wash them with clean water. After the dried mushrooms are soaked, they become like a sponge and easily absorb water. You need to press hard to get rid of the water. Put the walking mushrooms and red dates in the soup pot together. The nourishing effect of wolfberry will be lost if cooked for a long time. So save extra and add it last. The so-called lahua soup. You can think of it just by hearing the name. And the cooking time required is not short. Therefore, let these ingredients in the pot cook in one pot, so that the flavors can fully penetrate into the soup. This process takes almost 2 hours. During this time, Dorn can prepare other dishes for tonight. Chapter 303 Fried Pigeon Meat. Lao Jing Tang is a very distinctive dish in Cantonese cuisine. It is used to collectively refer to slow-cooked, nutritious soups. Therefore, there are many types of authentic Guangfu Lahua soup, and various soup ingredients and cooking methods can be used to create soups with different tastes and different effects. Among them, pigeons are considered to be good nourishing ingredients because of the saying, "1 pigeon is better than 9 chickens." So they have become a frequent visitor in Lahua soup, which pays attention to health preservation. When Dawn was planning to open a Cantonese restaurant in Eatontown, Lao Huitan cooked a lot of dishes and taught Amy, Aisha and others a lot. But among them, there is no pigeon soup. The reason is simple. There are no meat pigeons suitable for eating around Eton. Therefore, this time when you come to the Minotaur Labyrinth, you can find a monster pigeon like the Guangfeather pigeon, which has excellent meat and is suitable for cooking. It is really a surprise. If you can bring this light-feathered pigeon back to Eton and breed it on a large scale like the Tauren, then the richness of the dishes in your Cantonese restaurant will be raised to a new level. If the Lahua soup is cooked well, it will taste very fragrant, fresh and sweet. But the main thing is to taste the true taste of the ingredients. At this time, it should be paired with a rice with complex flavors, and it will be perfect. Dawn was talking to herself as she prepared the food. As for the most authentic and suitable rice to pair with Cantonese old fire soup, of course, it has to be clay pot rice. Take another pigeon with bare feathers that has been slaughtered and cleaned. Chop the pigeon meat into pieces. Then take out an earthen pot from the story world, and take out the best bristle boar sausage and bristle boar bacon. What follows is a clay pot rice cooking process that Dorn has tried many times before. The pigeon meat and Chinese sausage are spread on top of medium-cooked rice, and the heat is fierce. The plump bacon is soaked in fat, and the rice is steamed with fragrant heat. Before taking it out of the pan, pour a spoonful of the sauce made of light soy sauce, onion, ginger and garlic. A pot of cured pigeon clay pot rice with complex ingredients and diverse tastes is officially completed. Tonight's dinner will be eaten by 50 elite Tauren warriors, some of the elite elders in the tribe. So the supply of ingredients is very large. It is just used to make lahua soup and braised pigeon clay pot rice. Even if the quantity is large, it is far from enough to consume all the light-feathered pigeons provided by the Tauren. So, Dorn started waving his tentacles again and got busy. Let's make fried pigeon meat. I will eat pigeons today. Wash the slaughtered pigeons, drain them, and marinate them with seasonings. After the pigeon meat is completely flavored, blanch it in a pot, and then fill the pigeon's open abdominal cavity with some salt. Then the pigeons are blown up and dried. Here we need to use Alice's newly developed air dryer ability under Dorn's guidance. By the time the bunches of pigeons were sent back to reality from the story world by the dragon lady, the pigeon's skin had been quickly dried, and it also had a good effect of preserving freshness and locking in moisture. You did a great job, Alice. The wind force and temperature were controlled very well, and the tenderness and moisture of the pigeon meat were locked in. I can predict that the pigeons you dried will be fried after being fried. It will taste tender and juicy. Even Dorn couldn't help but praise it when he got the pigeon meat back from the dragon lady. Lift the oil pan and control the oil temperature in the pan to a high temperature of about 170 degrees. At this time, turn into a large colander to hold the pigeons. In addition, take a large spoon, scoop out the hot oil in the pot, and pour it on the surface of the pigeons one by one. The scalding hot oil drips from the pigeon meat and drips back into the pot through the holes in the colander. In this process, the rich flavor of oil and the pure sweetness of pigeon meat collide and blend violently. After the pigeons are evenly heated by being drizzled with oil, they are then completely lowered into the oil pan and fried until the outer skin is golden brown, and then taken out of the pan. A dish of fried pigeon meat is complete. In addition to pigeon meat, Dorn also obtained some pigeon eggs and cooked them tonight. Pigeon eggs are small, but they are concentrated essence. After boiling water, peel off the egg, ls. The small pigeon eggs have a transparent texture, as crystal clear as diamonds, and have a very elastic taste. At this time, just boil some soft and glutinous red bean paste. Mix it in a hot pot, and you will have a sweet soup with pigeon egg syrup that is very popular in Cantonese cuisine. Except for cooking bear pigeons and pigeon eggs. Those monster ducks and snapping turtles and frozen meat Dorn also didn't let go. The duck meat is added to the remaining barrel of draft beer to make beer duck. And the excess is made into spicy duck with sesame sauce and salted duck. Snapping turtle meat continues to be made into braised snapping turtle or stewed snapping turtle soup. Under Dorn's busy work and operation, a large amount of ingredients were cooked tonight. The Tauren who gathered in this small habitat, where the chief and others lived, were all gathered around Dorn's temporary kitchen. They all admired Dorn's cooking skills, while smelling the aroma and waiting eagerly. Eat together. The heifer Benitha was also among the waiting minotaurs. Before, she had heard some people in the tribe say that this foreign Mr. Dorn was not only strange and powerful in combat, but his cooking skills were also extraordinary. According to the description of the Tauren who were lucky enough to eat the cooked dishes, they were so delicious that even 100 Lalubo grandmas tied together couldn't compare. However, these are all hearsay. Tonight is the first time Benitha has the opportunity to actually see Mr. Dorn cooking.
Okay, I admit, Mr. Dorn is really good at cooking. Just seeing the way he cooks and smelling the food makes me feel that he is really good. Food in the outside world will look like this. I heard someone say before that even 100 people, Grandma Lu Lupo, couldn't compare to him. I thought I was just bragging. Now it seems I'm sorry. Grandma Lu Lupo.
Benitha sat in the middle of the crowd, waiting for the dinner to start like everyone else, while watching Dawn think about some random thoughts in her mind. After waiting for who knows how long, the dinner party can finally begin. Probably because it was relatively close to the temporary kitchen. Benitha was lucky enough to receive a plate of raw fried pigeon meat handed over by Dorn's tentacles. This freshly fried pigeon is still very hot right out of the pan, golden in color, and the skin looks crispy.
The fried pigeon meat smells so delicious.
Benitha took a deep breath. Then, she heard Dorn's greeting again, which seemed to be specifically addressed to her and the other Tauren who were among the first batch of fried pigeon meat.
Fresh fried pigeon meat. Eat it while it's hot. However, there's a lot of juice inside, so be careful when scalding it.
Chapter 304 Various Ways to Eat Pigeons. When you open the pigeon legs, the fragrant heat rises, and you can see that the tender and cooked pigeon meat is separated into pieces. And there are thin drops of fat and plump juice dripping between the skin and meat. This fried pigeon meat is so juicy that it can be seen with the naked eye.
It's hot, but it smells so good.
After the raw fried pigeon meat is torn open, the rich juice and fat inside are really hot to the touch. However, Benitha did not put the pigeon meat back on the plate. She first took a small and quick blow, then put the pigeon meat into her mouth regardless of the heat. Entrance. The pigeon meat is hot and scalding in your mouth. If you chew it casually, the rich meat juice mixed with a light oil will burst out.
Hiss.
Benitha took a few breaths, trying to reduce the hot feeling in her mouth. After a brief attempt to cool down, continue chewing. The pigeon skin is fried to an extremely crispy texture, while the texture of the meat itself is extremely tender and smooth. The bird meat has a sweet and well-cooked flavor, which is very delicious.
It's delicious.
Benitha swallowed the meat in her mouth and couldn't wait to take another bite of the fried pigeon in her hand. Chew, inhale and blow to cool down, and then swallow nicely. Just one bite after another. The whole fried pigeon in my hand was quickly eaten. Benitha ate until she had finished chewing the pigeon's crispy bones. And after sucking clean some of the broken bones and the grease on her fingers, she breathed out a breath of satisfaction. When the heifer put down the plate in his hand, there were only pigeon bones with no trace of meat left on the plate. At this time, Dorn's squid tentacles stretched out again.
This time it's mushroom, pigeon and duck foot soup, and preserved pigeon claypot rice. Also eat it while it's hot.
Tonight, the young human chef casually added a sizzling hot rice and a bowl of broth to the Tauren, including Benitha.
What a strange dinner party format.
Benitha thought this in her mind, but she still reached out and took the rice and soup handed over by Dorn. In that small bowl of claypot rice with cured pigeon, the sausage and bacon are sizzling and oily. The pigeon meat is golden and shiny, and you can still see the brown rice crust, dotted with tender green chopped green onions. At this time, sprinkle with the claypot rice sauce prepared by Dawn. The aroma of a whole pot of cooked meat and rice, mixed with the flavor of the sauce, squirts out along with the rising heat.
Goo!
Benitha, who had just eaten a whole fried pigeon, swallowed hard again, looking at the soup again. The soup is thick and white in color, and the taste is very rich and pure, and perhaps because of the luminous monster properties of the light-feathered pigeon. after it was made into soup by Dorn. It seemed to have a soft and bright luster. This is a well-deserved dish that will shine. Take a sip of the pigeon soup first. After entering your mouth, the taste is very strong. It is the earthy fragrance of monster mushrooms, and the wonderful taste that blends with the sweet and meaty taste of bird monsters. Although the taste is mellow, the aftertaste is particularly sweet. Delicious.
Mr. Dorn. He is really powerful. In every sense of the word.
Benita took a few more sips of the soup, and then raised her head to look at the man who brought her the taste pleasure she had never experienced before. At this time, Dorn was still waving his tentacles to share soup and rice with the Tauren. He even murmured to a few of the male Tauren while doing so.
Drink more soup. According to the saying in my hometown, pigeon soup strengthens the kidneys and replenishes yang. Drinking more of it is very beneficial. Mr. Dorn, tell me, what are the kidneys and what are the yang?
Soon, a fast-talking Tauren raised his own question based on what Dorn said.
To replenish the kidneys. Drinking too much is good for your cows. Well, it's very good for your male Tauren. Let's put it this way. I won't lie to you about this kind of thing. What bad intentions can I have? You just drink and that's it.
Dawn explained casually.
Mr. Dorn says whatever he says is what he says.
Several male Tauren didn't doubt his presence. Amid Dorn's urging, they all picked up the pigeon soup in their hands and drank it all.
It's delicious. Sir, have another bowl. I want to replenish my kidneys.
Benita looked at the love scene between Mr. Dorn and other Tauren, and shook her head with a smile. Then she lowered her head and scooped up a full spoonful of clay-pot rice. The crispy rice is golden brown. The rice grains are distinct. The preserved meat is oily, and the pigeon is soft and rotten. Every bite is a different and wonderful taste experience.
It tastes delicious.
Benita praised sincerely. Tonight's dinner will last for a long time, and there are still many dishes that Dorn handed to everyone, like the sweet and glutinous pigeon egg syrup, the beer-flavored duck with a rich aroma of wheat and meat, the incomparably delicious braised snapping turtle. There are also other pigeon dishes that are cooked separately and have different cooking and eating methods. This Tauren habitat looks completely happy and peaceful. During the entire pleasant Tauren dinner, Chef Dorn was not only responsible for cooking and serving the dishes to the Tauren on the spot. When he prepares various dishes, he will often take a bite himself. This wave cannot be called a cook stealing food. Can the thing about an excellent chef be called stealing? You can only ask for a tasting. Through repeated and uninterrupted food testing, Dawn not only grasped the best taste of each dish, but also gained many attribute points. System prompt, the Predator effect is triggered, and the agility and mental attributes are enhanced. System prompt, Predator effect is triggered. Physical and mental attributes are enhanced. He first triggered Predator several times, and then after trying to eat a whole raw and fried light-feathered pigeon. Synchronic stomach was also successfully activated. System prompt, Synchronic stomach bag effect is triggered, and the skill, Lighting LV0, is obtained. Illumination, the bright lighting ability from the light feather pigeon. After the skill is released, it can steadily light up an area, and can also apply lighting effects to an object or a creature.
Illumination? It seems to be an ordinary effect, but with this skill equipped, I seem to be more like a mage, which is not bad.
After Dorn briefly looked at the skill introduction, he closed his panel. Illumination seems to be nothing worth talking about compared to Dorn's skills that have amazing combat power or wonderful functions. But he won't completely sneer at illumination. After all, even a piece of toilet paper or a pair of underwear has its own use. Even skills like soft body, brushed out from slimes can be used in various ways. Lighting technique, if you develop it properly, it might work wonders.
For example, after the level increases, you can use it as a flash bomb to blast the enemy's eyes.
Dorn whispered to himself. Chapter 305, Strong on Paper. During the entire dinner, people like the chief, shaman, Benisha, Alistar and others made a special trip to see Dorn for a brief chat. Even Grandma Lulubo, the old Tauren cook who was honored to attend this dinner because she was very old, had talked to Dorn with a loving look on her face. These people talk about different topics. The chief was mainly talking about the future development plan of the ethnic group. The shaman wants to explore some dream or consciousness spells. Benita and Alistar mainly talked about fighting. Grandma Lulupo was very curious about how Dorn could make the ingredients she had cooked for decades so delicious. Although the topics are different, the ultimate goal of these people is the same. I just want to give the maximum attention to Dawn at this dinner party, Let him be the C position. Let him be the most handsome boy tonight. And salute him. After talking to each other in turn, the one who finally came to talk to Dorn and pay tribute was Bane, his little follower these days.
Brother Dorn, the dishes you cooked tonight are really delicious.
At this moment, Maverick was holding a bowl of pigeon egg sugar water in his whole hand, chewing the soft red bean paste and elastic pigeon eggs with a satisfied expression on his face, while blowing a rainbow fart at Dorn.
I know what I cook is delicious,
Dorn responded calmly, and at the same time, he patted the calf's forehead with a free tentacle. Hiss. After Bane finished drinking the bowl of pigeon egg sugar water, he began to lick the bowl. His flexible cow tongue licked the remaining soup and red bean grains in the bowl. While licking, he used his tongue to retract the gap in his mouth to speak.
Moo! It's delicious. Well, Brother Dorn, I told you. I've always wanted to see the outside world. Yes, I told you. Moo moo. So before I met you, eldest brother, I had always regarded Sister Benisha and Brother Alistar as my role models. I wanted to become a heroic fighter like them. One day in the future, I can defeat the bull and bring all the members of the tribe to the forefront. Everybody take it outside. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Dorn nodded.
Hee hee. Right. But I feel like, Brother Dorn, you will definitely be able to hit that bull this time. So, maybe I don't have to be a fighter?
After the Minotaur finished speaking, the wooden bowl in his hand was finally licked clean. Not even a trace of soup or half a red bean could be seen. After finishing, he smacked his lips with satisfaction.
So, if your tribe can live outside after the temple is open this time, what do you want to do?
Dorn asked, following the other person's words.
I never thought about it before. Not at all. But now I have thought about it. If I can go out, I want to be like Brother Dorn and become a person who can make food that makes people feel happy and satisfied. Awesome, chef.
Maverick replied almost without thinking. After he finished speaking, he looked at the tower around him. The expressions of happiness on the familiar faces were so real that it made Maverick's eyes become more determined and scorching.
Dawn.
Good guy. Because of his appearance. Has Maverick Bane's first choice changed? It's like originally wanting to go to a sports school. But now I want to go to New Oriental. However, there is nothing wrong with being a chef. So, Dorn just shrugged and simply responded.
It's also a very good idea. Maybe, if you want to learn cooking, I can teach you a half step. Moo. Let's just say it like this.
Bane nodded happily. And then the young calf's expression and tone became a little more serious.
Brother Dorn, you can take us away. Right. Bar? Well,
Dorn pondered for a moment, nodded firmly, and then patted the calf Bane's head again with his own hand.
I'll get you out of here.
The last days in the Tavern gathering place passed neither quickly nor slowly. Dorn carried out everything step by step according to his previous plan. On the one hand, he got to know the 50 Tavern warriors who had signed a list and got to know their combat characteristics. On the other hand, in the name of helping prepare meals, he helped Grandma Lulubo cook, and during the cooking process, he openly collected the meat pieces of the feathered pigeon and fire-feathered duck, and kept them for his own small stove. In this way, until the day before the opening of the temple, the fire technique and illumination technique that Dorn cast from these two bird monsters had all reached level 5. The attribute points that these two monsters can take have completely reached the upper limit. Therefore, from the perspective of utilitarianism and strength improvement, these two monsters are already the same as the giant snapping turtle, with little to gain. And wait until the time comes for the temple to open. On this extremely special day, the Tauren were still awakened by the sound of the morning trumpet. As for Dorn, he woke up a little earlier than the alarm clock sounded. He was sitting in his tent and checking his attribute panel. Name, Dawn. Level, LV 46. HP, 3287. Blue amount, 2741. Attack, 104. Defense, 116. Physique, 121. Agility, 167. Mental strength, 208. Title, Chinese player. Talent skills, intuition for food. Synchronic stomach. Predator. Lucky rabbit's foot. Active skills, poison frog. Dreamwalker. Pig turtle LV5. Silking LV5. Hardening LV5. Dexterity LV5. Corrosive acid LV5. Parasitic spore LV5. Sweetness LV5. Soft body LV5.
Bite LV5. Flame LV5. Illumination LV5. Stand LV4. Charm LV4. Demonization LV3. Eagle Eye LV2. Arm and Foot LV0. Dorn's current combat attributes can only be described as gorgeous compared to when he first entered the Land of Miracles. Moreover, each of the over 100 battle data is a true feedback increase on Dorn's physical strength, speed, physical mechanism tolerance, and mental willpower. At present, Dorn's strength and speed, mechanical tolerance and mental will have completely exceeded the normal upper limit of human beings. The physical condition has made initial progress. I am no longer a human being, the extraordinary realm. The other thing is Dorn's skills. Perhaps because he has too many skills. Dorn's skill bar was subdivided into two parts a long time ago. One is a passive skill, and the other is an active skill. Looking at the effects of these skills, the abilities of detection, control, combat, battlefield assistance, escape, etc. are all-encompassing and can be considered all-inclusive. Moreover, because I clicked on the technology tree for breeding ruined monsters, those skills that originated from the ruins and had no way to upgrade after almost clearing the ruins have all been upgraded to LV4 or LV5. In short, it greatly increases the upper limit of Dorn's overall strength and battlefield performance. On the other hand, the skills that come from non-relic monsters are a bit slower to upgrade. Eagle View from owlbear is okay. Although owlbears are rare, they are not completely unseen. With the help of Crick, a young master from a noble family and a monster scholar, he can still get some dried owlbear meat to brush up his skills and experience. As for the big squid that spawns, arm legs, because it was fished out of an unknown trench by Alice, Dorn has not yet found the same monster, so the upgrade has been put on hold. But no matter what, I am still very strong just looking at my strength on paper. Right. Dorn looked at his personal attribute panel and touched his chin seriously. Chapter 306 Labyrinth Temple. Preparations for the conquest of the Cretan bull are proceeding in an orderly manner. Dorn first asked the dragon lady to vomit out all the living creatures in the story world to accommodate as many Tauren as possible. Currently, the only things Alice keeps in the book are the monster seash, LS from the saltwater lake, and some seafood with high ingredient ratings. Send all these seafood to the ruins labyrinth, and then extract enough salt water for them to survive. And finally package them up and hand them over to the care of the breeders at the Minotaur Monster Farm. Although the Tauren live in the maze, it seems that they have never seen real seafood, let alone raising it. But there is currently no other better option. There are still about 6 hours until the temple opens. The Minotaur warriors who participated in the crusade against the bull began to say goodbye to their families and friends. At this time, there is always a lot to say between relatives and friends. Even Dorn, an outsider of the ethnic group, was talked about by the chief, Old Kiz, Maverick Bane, Grandma Rurupo, and others he knew before he said goodbye. There are still about 4 hours until the temple opens. Dorn, together with 50 elite Tauren warriors, began to move towards the location of the temple. The temple where the Cretan bull is located is not within the 3 gathering areas of the Minotaur. The specific location can only be reached by walking through a certain maze passage at the chief's settlement. There are no monsters or traps in this passage. Even if there are, they were cleared away by the Tauren ancestors, who knows how long ago. There are a lot of luminous light feather nets hanging in the passage, so it is very bright. Dorn and Tauren troops filed in. After entering the passage, you can see various totem poles of the Minotaur on the ground. Some of them have a sense of age. The paint on the pillars has fallen off and is mottled with age. Some totem poles are still brand new and colorful. Probably they were put in not long ago. The various totem poles here add a strong atmosphere of primitive belief and witchcraft to this passage. Going further inside, murals with rough lines began to appear on both walls of the passage. The contents of the murals are mostly the Minotaurs with human bodies and bull heads, as well as huge galloping bulls. The images of bulls among them are all the same. They are all fierce, strong, and a little evil. The Minotaurs painted them differently, although all the Tauren are portrayed as powerful and majestic. But the specific images include warriors holding battle axes and shamans holding witch staffs. There are also several murals in which the protagonists are more special, holding a battle axe or warhammer in one hand and a feathered witch's staff in the other. It belongs to cultivating both physical and law. Names are engraved above or below some murals. These names belong to the warriors who went to the temple to challenge the bull in the past generations and never came back. Kuba, the old bull warrior closest to Dorn, said in a low voice.
The names of these warriors are engraved from the depths of the passage outwards according to time and age. So on the outermost side, the first name that Dorn and his party saw was Nagrand. Benitha, who was walking at the end of the team, passed by this name and gently rubbed it with her fingertips.
Mother!
The walls of the passage reflected the touch of my fingertips. Cold and hard. There are still about 2 hours until the temple opens. Dorn and a group of Tauren walked through the long and quiet passage, and finally came to the front of the ruins temple. The temple is located in a maze clearing, and its style is similar to the 2 ruins temples Dorn had seen before. For example, at the entrance of the temple, there are huge stone pillars that cannot be hugged by several adults. Some of the stone pillars here are still standing, and some have fallen to the ground. On the pillars, marks of weapons and horns can be seen. They were probably all left by the Tauren who came here before during the warm-up activities before entering the temple. After arriving outside the temple, Dorn talked with several representatives of the Tauren team for a while, and asked everyone to bring out food and fresh water to replenish their physical strength in front of the temple. Finally, some necessary preparations are carried out, such as mobilization speeches in front of the station and confirmation of some early combat plans. After everything was ready, Dawn took out
Alice's bedtime reading,
and sent each of the 50 Minotaurs into the story world. The next thing to do is to wait. There is still about an hour before the temple opens. Dorn sat alone outside the temple door, looking at the collapsed stone pillars with traces of various weapons.
Those Tauren warriors who have entered the temple for generations, before entering the temple alone, are they sitting here like me? What will they think?
Dawn's thoughts wandered. Then he started thinking about something else. For example, it seems that the temple door in the ruins may open automatically.
The specific reason may be because of my appearance.
Dorn thought like this and couldn't help but look at the temple door in front of him. The door of the temple is tightly sealed and motionless, like a decoration. The temple in the single-player dungeon is opened by opening a teleportation array, which is different from the ordinary dungeon temple.
From this point of view, there should be no situation where the door of a single-player dungeon temple opens by itself. Right. And for now, there are still certain differences in the operating mechanism between ordinary temples and single-player temples. The difference.
Dawn was still thinking wildly. There is still the last half hour before the temple opens. There were sounds starting to come from inside the temple, which was dilapidated but still huge and magnificent in appearance. It was the sound of giant hooves galloping, and the dull, angry roar of a beast. The two sounds intertwined, like the combination of raging waves and thunder on the sea, full of momentum and deafening.
It seems that the bull has woken up.
Dorn looked up at the temple and spoke. The half-hour waiting time finally passed. During this period, the bulls in the temple seemed to become more and more violent and angry, and the noise they made became louder and louder. At this time, a faint blue light flashed between the collapsed stone pillars. A teleportation array with complex magic patterns unfolded silently. Sure enough, the single-player dungeon was quite friendly. Before the boss started, he didn't behave like a normal dungeon. The previous normal opening rules are still maintained.
You can end this adventure by entering here. Hee hee. I don't know how the Cretan bull, who is used to single-handedly fighting, will react when he sees me showing up with a large group of Tauren.
Dorn, who was sitting on the ground, stood up, checked some of the equipment on his body, and then communicated with Long Yang to confirm the status of the Tauren in the story world, and then stepped into the teleportation array. The blue light flashed again. Dorn's figure disappeared together with the teleportation array itself, leaving nothing behind. The restlessness of the bulls in the temple continued, and in the entire labyrinth empty space, there was only the huge dull thumping noise made by the Cretan bulls. Chapter 307 Cretan Bull. Inside the temple, there is an open scene of wild plains, and the surroundings remain as bright as dusk. There is no grass growing on the entire plain, only loess and slightly raised small mounds of loess. The outline of Dorn's body was outlined in the wasteland before he could fully see his surroundings. The dull sound of running hooves echoed beside him. There's no doubt about it. It's coming. Stand activates. Without even thinking about it, Dorn immediately activated the appropriate skills to save his life, while leaving the avatar behind to confuse the enemy. He selected the avatar skill and flashed at the farthest movable distance. The iron hooves are stampeding, and the thick horns are raised high. The substitute Dorn, who stayed in place, turned into black smoke, collapsed and dissipated the moment he was touched by the horns.
It's so dangerous.
Dorn, who was more than 10 meters away from the crime scene, breathed a sigh of relief, having narrowly escaped this sudden attack.
This is probably too unexpected. So we can't. Do you want to count down to 3 before officially starting a group with me?
At the same time, taking advantage of less than a few seconds after escaping the attack, Dorn was finally able to see the surrounding wilderness environment and the full view of the Cretan bull. The Cretan bull is all white, without any stray hairs, and its coat color is also unusually bright. But its huge horns are blood red. Its body is unusually large. It is obviously an ox, but it has a physique that is not inferior to that of a powerful war elephant. It's the kind of body that can feed the whole village for half a year if you kill one of them. It is worth mentioning that Ingredients Intuition rated the bull as SS, which is the second epic ingredient Dorn has seen to reach this rating after the boss bullfrog. Therefore, I have to make some corrections to my previous judgment. It should be that killing one head is enough for the whole village to eat well for the first half of the year. The other is the blood volume of the Cretan bull. The top of the huge white bull's head is the bright red blood volume, which has 20,080 points. After seeing the opponent's health clearly, Dorn's pressure increased sharply.
Is this the so-called single-player dungeon that is less difficult than a normal dungeon? Although the blood of the Cretan bull is a little less than that of the boss bullfrog, it is really only a little less.
However, now is clearly not the time to complain. Dawn quickly reached into his arms. Great.
Alice's bedtime reading
is still there. It seems that Long Yang also successfully deceived the teleportation array of the temple this time and completed a smuggling of more people.
Alice.
Without any hesitation, Dorn threw the dark red book he took out from his arms into the air just before the bull raised its hooves and launched its next charge. He skillfully activated a series of skills such as dexterity, pig rush, and hardening. By the way, he also triggered the effect of the mithril ring given by Vivian on his hand, and activated defense protection. Dorn, equipped with various buff enhancements, faced the bull charging towards him. The dragon lady in the story world had accepted Dorn's commission beforehand, so she was a part of this crusade and was fully aware of the battle plan. Her reward for accepting the commission was that after conquering the temple, she could order 2 large meals at will, and had the opportunity to tell stories all night long. Therefore, Alice directly understood Dawn's intention of this action. In the story world, the Tauren participating in the battle originally gathered in the kingdom's landscaping area. At this moment, all the Tauren in this area heard a clear, but emotionless female voice, like a narration in a drama. Dear Minotaurs who participated in the battle against the Cretan bull, within the temple, the battle between my master Dorn and the bull has begun. Next, I will follow the master's command and send you to the battlefield one after another. Please take your weapons with you and prepare for battle according to the previous battle plan. After this short narration ended, the Tauren in the kingdom's landscaping area picked up their weapons, beat their chests and roared, excitedly preparing to support Dorn's battle. And Alice is in the castle in the middle of the lake. The black and white dragon lady is cooperating to send the Tauren in the story world back to reality. She is operating and talking at the same time. Black dragon lady.
What, my master? What a shame! That guy is just a human. Damn it! Why did I agree to this request so quickly yesterday?
By Longyang.
Well, Dorn said that it is called this to maintain the image in front of the Tauren and to facilitate the battle command.
Black dragon lady.
No! The more I think about it, the more I feel something is wrong. I was cheated. I was definitely cheated. No. After this is over, I want that guy from Dorn to tell 2 whole nights of stories as compensation.
Because Dorn is very flexible with his double-wielding, pig thrust, and dexterity. And he also has a stand-in that can be used to save his life when necessary. Therefore, the bull that just charged at the corner was unable to hurt Dorn at all at first. Dorn dodged left and right, occasionally ducking down to dig into the cow's crotch. While dodging attacks, he will also find the right moment to launch his own counterattack. From time to time, use parasite spore, or simply summon a poisonous mist with corrosive acid to attack the bull, judging from the actual effect. Whether it is parasitism, poisoning, or corrosion, it will be effective on the Cretan bull. This huge bull's blood volume was slowly but continuously declining under Dorn's series of tentative blood-grinding skills. On the frontal battlefield, this man and an ox were originally chasing each other back and forth on the dusk battlefield, and the battle was in full swing. And
Alice's bedtime reading,
which was thrown into the air by Dawn, unfolded its pages. At this time, it was like a bird flapping its wings and soaring over the wasteland. At the same time, The geometric symbol on the book cover began to flash frequently. Every time it flashes, a high-spirited Tauren will appear on the wasteland with weapons and roaring.
Tauren are fearless. Fight! Kill the bull! Destroy the temple! Charge with Mr. Dorn!
With the activity of
Alice's bedtime reading
flying in midair, the number of minotaurs on the battlefield became more and more. The bull's galloping movements were slightly slow, and the boss in this temple was probably a little confused at this time. After being a boss in the temple for so long, the challenges I face have always been one-on-one duels that adhere to the rules of the world. And no one breaks the rules. What is it today? Why did a group fight suddenly break out? The Cretan bull stood on the spot, stamping on the ground with one hoof, spraying white mist from the tip of its nose, looking at the Minotaur team that had vaguely surrounded it. However, the Cretan bull's hesitation only lasted a few seconds. This angry giant beast is not good at or disdains to do such mental analysis. Its hooves stampede, raising yellow sand and dust, and once again charged towards Dorn, whom it had previously targeted. Chapter 308 Thunder Potion. The color of the light was like the color of blood at dusk, and yellow sand was flying across the entire wild plain. The huge white bull broke through the encirclement of the Minotaur warriors, who had not yet fully formed, and rushed towards Dorn with its horns pressed straight. Along with this angry, excited, and violent running movement, the bull, which was originally in the negative state of poisoning and parasitism, lost blood at a significantly accelerated rate. Originally, the blood loss rate was about 2 drops of blood in 5 seconds. When it was running angrily, and with the rush of adrenaline, it directly changed to about 3 drops of blood in 5 seconds. This is a full 1.5 times. It's so obvious. The white bull, which was losing blood at a rapid rate, originally had red eyes, and rushed straight towards the black-haired human who teased it when it first appeared. But just when it was about to rush in front of Dorn, a thunderous thunder suddenly sounded from behind its round but boom. The loud noise stopped the movement of the Cretan bull. Dorn, however, did not show any surprise at the sudden violent sound on the battlefield. Instead, he was holding the substitute skill ready to release at any time, and he was looking forward to observing the bull's reaction after hearing the violent noise. Perhaps due to the animal's instinct to be sensitive to environmental factors such as loud noises, the Cretan bull immediately turned around after stopping its hooves. Behind the bull, I saw Seti, the calf warrior who was defeated by Dorn in the semifinals in the Blood and Horns competition. Seti was leading 3 other young Tauren at this time. Each person in this 4-person group held a glass tube filled with silver liquid in their hands. It appears to be some kind of alchemical reagent.
Smash it for me!
Seti shouted when he saw the Cretan bull turning back. With this cry, their group of 4 once again threw out the silver potion in their hands. The glass pipe hit the bull's back and shattered when it hit the ground, making a deafening sound and simultaneously setting off a huge air wave. However, other than making a little noise, the silver potion did not have any substantial attack or damage. But even so, this thunderous sound still directly stimulated the Cretan bull.
Moo-ho!
This huge white bull raised its front off the ground and roared angrily. At the same time, he gave up Dorn as an attack target for the time being, turned around, and ran towards Seti and his party.
Disperse! Disperse quickly!
Seti quickly directed his group to retreat. Several towering groups closer to them also scattered to escape from the bull's attack path. The vast majority of the 50 Tauren who participated in the battle against the temple were genuine warriors of the Minotaur clan and had rich combat experience. On weekdays, these Tauren warriors work in small groups of 3 or 5 people to attack and eliminate monsters near their habitats. In this battle against the temple, this group-based combat mode was still maintained. This was finally decided during the early preparation and tactical arrangement stage, after discussions between Dorn, Chief Kane, warrior representative Alistar and others. After all, this is the battle mode that these Tauren warriors are most familiar with, and the most beneficial to their performance. On the battlefield, the Minotaurs in the path of the Cretan bull's attack were trying their best to throw off their hooves and flee. But the combat groups outside the attack path were not running away. They began to take the initiative to attack and cover their companions.
Tauren! Charge!
The Alistar fighting group closest to the Cretan bull was the first group of Tauren to start the attack. Under the leadership of team leader Alistar, they swarmed up, avoiding the direction of the white bull's unstoppable head, and started attacking from the side. Swish, swish, swish. First, the 2 throwers in the group predicted the position and slammed the bright flying axe at the high-speed moving Cretan bull. The bull's blood volume is reduced by 210. The bull's blood volume is reduced by 180. Then Alistar took the lead, dragging his battle axe nimbly close to the side of the white bull. This elite Tauren warrior rounded his battle axe, drew a sharp arc in the air, and slashed hard on the bull's back. One hit. The bull's blood volume is reduced by 392. Whether it was the throwing axe of the throwing hand, or the bold close-range slashing of the warrior Alistar, in Dorn's eyes, they all caused substantial damage to the Cretan bull. However, compared to the blood volume of 20,000, the damage is really not too high. In fact, this is exactly the case. The cuts of the flying axe and the tomahawk only slightly cut through the thick skin of the bull, leaving 3 flesh wounds that were not too deep, dyeing the pure white fur of this angry beast with a little bright red color. That's all. However, although the damage dealt by Alistar's team was not high, it was enough to annoy the bulls. This galloping beast angrily overcame the inertia of its charge and brought up a field of yellow sand. It turned around and prepared to step on Alistar beside it. That's when, smash! Several more silver potions were thrown at the side of the Cretan bull. Boom! The glass tube shattered at a touch and made a loud thundering sound. This time, it was not Seti and the others who threw the potion, but another potion-throwing team led by the old bull warrior Kuba. The white bull was once again slightly shocked by the huge noise, and Alistar next to it took the opportunity to escape from the trampling range of the bull's hooves.
The bull is afraid of this thunder. Mr. Dorn's arrangement is simply amazing. Fight like this. Fight like this.
The Tauren's first round of attack went extremely smoothly, which greatly improved their fighting spirit and morale. The silver potion that Seti and Bowser threw was an alchemical reagent called Thunder, provided by Dorn. It comes from the female alchemist Fabna of Golden Oak City. Previously, after Dorn went to Golden Oak City to meet Fabna, thanks to Greg Grew, he successfully established a long-term trade channel with the female alchemist. Later, when he was about to leave Golden Oak City, because he happened to have purchased
Alice's bedtime reading,
a magical and convenient portable warehouse, Dorn contacted Fabna and directly purchased a batch of potions. Thunder, the potion is on the shopping list. In addition, although the potions sold by Valrona are a bit high, for example, a tube of Thunder is worth 3 silver nails. However, Dorn is a master who is not bad with money, so the quantities of various potions purchased are not small. Based on this premise, during the negotiation process for the crusade against the bull a few days ago, these Thunder potions were distributed by Dorn to several specific groups of Tauren, and became an important part of the strategy for the crusade against the bull. Chapter 309 seems a bit too easy? This is what Dorn had in mind when he first incorporated the silver potion into his battle plan. Thunder, although it is not physically aggressive, it can make a loud noise. It was still a loud noise that shook the sky. Animals are more or less wary and fearful of loud noises. Although the Cretan bull is a monster, it is also a ruins boss. But Dorn chose to make a blind guess here, betting that it still retains more or less the characteristics of an animal. What's more important is that in Dorn's initial battle plan, he set the Cretan bull as an imaginary enemy with a bullfighting personality, arrogant, furious, and intolerant of the slightest provocation. This setting is very reasonable. It would be strange if the Cretan bull, as the boss in the ruins, had a hardworking, docile and peaceful personality like an old scalper. And if you think in this direction, as we all know, bullfighters in the bullring will shake the red cloth to attract the bull's attack. Therefore, there is also a saying that cows will become angry when they see red. However, from Don's understanding, this statement seems to be wrong. In fact, cows perceive different colors in the same way. What really touches the nerves of the bullfighting and makes it extremely angry is not the color of the red cloth in the matador's hand, but the action of the matador shaking the red cloth. This squeaking movement and the trembling cloth will make the proud and angry bullfight feel that he has been provoked and insulted, and then rush towards the red cloth regardless. Dorn introduced the Thunder potion into the battle layout because he wanted this silver potion to play a role like shaking red cloth. This alchemical potion, which can create huge noises and air waves, is thrown by a specific group of minotaurs to stimulate and provoke the Cretan bull, attracting its hatred, value, and attack. To make such an arrangement, Dorn admitted that he was gambling, but he was right. The Cretan bull will indeed be frightened by the loud noise made by Thunder to a certain extent. At the same time, it will be extremely hostile to the Tauren who throws potions, and will attack them regardless. The battle against the Cretan bull continues. More than a dozen groups of Tauren fighting groups were active on the battlefield. Those responsible for the main attack and those responsible for throwing thunder potions to attract hatred cooperated tacitly. From Dorn's perspective, the Tauren all have green friendly health bars on. This is the largest number of teammates he has ever seen with green heads in his current combat experience. To be honest, the scene was a bit spectacular. Most Tauren's blood volume is more than 2,000 points, but some exceed 3,000. For example, Binish's health volume is more than 3,200, and Alistair's health volume is more than 3,600. The friendly unit with the most health points is the veteran warrior Bowser, with more than 3,800 points. Among them, Alistar and Bidisha led the main attacking team, and their performance was extremely eye-catching. It always moves quickly to get close to the bull, and each attack is powerful and heavy, but it can be retracted and released freely. Moreover, they can easily get out of the bull's attack range with the cooperation of other teammates on the court. With such an excellent little leader, the other fighters in the two groups also perform top-notch. Almost half of the bright red blood stains on the white bull were left by the group led by the two of them. After the Tauren entered the battle with high spirits, Dorn was out of the center of the battlefield, only occasionally OB on the edge. While paddling in a team battle, he drove, eagle view, to observe the battlefield situation and the white bull's fighting style. Through observation, Dorn was almost certain that although the Cretan bull was huge, the destructive power of its charge was devastating. But it seems to only have a few monotonous attack methods: charging, using its horns, and stepping on its hooves. A dexterous player like Dorn, who has 2 acceleration skills and a stand-in skill, can easily dominate the rhythm of the battle after figuring out the bull's combat mode. As for the Tauren who fought as a team, although no one could match Dorn at full power in terms of individual speed, they were better because they had more people. They cooperated tacitly, and they had the restraint and assistance of the Thunder Potion. At present, it has gradually taken control of the initiative in the battle. The white bull dashed left and right in the encirclement formed by the Minotaurs, and from time to time was injured by the weapons thrown by the Minotaurs and personal attacks. And when it locks on a group of Tauren and charges regardless, there will be a specific combat group carrying Thunder Potion, and alchemy potions will be thrown around the Super Bull. During the huge roar, the Cretan bull will have a certain degree of hard time, and this gap in making the Thunder Potion is just enough for the team locked by the bull to evacuate its attack distance. It also facilitates other attack groups to launch another bloody attack on the bull from behind or from the side, rather than forming a team to fight against the Cretan bull. The current situation on the battlefield is more like the Minotaurs forming a team to hunt the bull. In short, the Cretan bull has probably never fought such a frustrating and useless battle in his life.
If that's the case, it seems that this Cretan bull is not very strong. It just has a little more blood.
Dorn touched his chin on the outside of the battlefield. If the Cretan bull really only has this kind of strength, then the comment in the email that the difficulty of the single-player dungeon is lower than that of the ordinary dungeon is absolutely correct.
But why do I always feel that things are not so easy? It seems a bit too easy.
Dorn frowned slightly.
Am I being a bit cheap? On the one hand, I hope that the boss can be defeated easily. But on the other hand, I seem to be dissatisfied with the current situation. The progress was too smooth.
Is the current progress a little too smooth? The answer is undoubtedly yes. Because the Cretan bull has 2 single attack method, coupled with the suppression of the Dornish side's numbers and tactical arrangements. Until now, nearly 1/3 of the boss bull's health has been worn away. But there has not been a single injury in the Tauren team. In fact, through objective observation from the outside, Dorn has come to the conclusion that if the Cretan bull fighting the trap beast has used its full strength, then there is no doubt that I can defeat this boss alone. Moreover, after mastering the bull's fighting style and controlling the fighting rhythm, it will be very easy.
Speaking of which, if I can easily kill the Cretan bull alone, well, hasn't the Minotaur family produced a warrior who successfully challenged the temple for thousands of years?
Thinking this, Don felt something was wrong for no reason. So, in a very short period of time, he thought of more. If the current top combat power of the Minotaur race, warriors like Alistar, Binisha, and Kuba, are allowed to fight the Cretan bull with all their strength, this fixed routine will be exhausted, and the fighting will have no spirituality. How much health does the boss have? The Minotaur tribe has continued in the maze for thousands of years. Even if the number of the tribe has been limited, within a long time, there must have been people who can fight better than Benitha and the others. right? Not to mention that within the Minotaur tribe, there were more than just macho warriors who only practice martial arts. They also have shamans like Tamara's shaman, who have inherited the ancient witchcraft of the tribe. If there could be a Tauren warrior who not only had strong physique and fighting skills, but also mastered the mysterious ancient witchcraft, the overall combat ability of a single target should be quite strong.
By the way, if in the history of the Tauren, there really were warriors with both physical and mental abilities, then is the Cretan bull really invincible?
Dorn recalled some of the murals he saw when he entered the passage leading to the temple. Chapter 310 Dorn leads the way.
No matter what, it's always right to be more careful,
Dorn warned himself in his heart. Although I think the fighting behavior of the Cretan bull is a bit strange. This is just speculation. In addition, Dorn must also go out to fight and deal damage at this time, and can no longer let this marginal OB go, because during the time he was analyzing the battle situation, the Cretan bull had already lost 1/3 of its health by a group of Tauren. In case Dorn is overthinking it, the bulls are really bad at team fights. It won't be long before the Tauren team can kill this monster that has been entrenched in the temple for thousands of years. When the time comes, it's hard to say who the MVP of this battle, the so-called object recognized by the ruins, will be. After all, Dorn came to challenge the temple with his own selfish motives. He wanted to obtain the special limited-time reward for conquering the single-player ruins. Therefore, he was not willing to give up the head of the Cretan bull so easily. Dorn reached into his arms and took out a delicate golden pocket watch. This special exclusive prop was taken out from the story world and carried with him before entering the temple.
Let me see what effect you can achieve in battle,
Dorn muttered silently. Inside the exquisite gold pocket watch, the delicate mechanical mechanism was working loudly. And first, a live, excited heart was beating. Since following Dorn, Hour of Chaos has been involved in the production of breeding and brewing industries. This is the first time it has participated in a frontal battlefield battle. Along with Dawn's hand, he held the watch chain and raised it, allowing the time of chaos to hang freely. The clicking sound inside this gold pocket watch becomes clearer and more rhythmic. Then, a virtual clock face with a circumference the same as a man's height was projected from Dorn's back. The effect of time of chaos is activated at up to twice the speed, disrupting and accelerating the target's life growth and aging. The target affected by the effect of the gold pocket watch is naturally the Cretan bull, in the center of the battlefield, on the back of the white bull that was surrounded and beaten by minotaurs. There was also a smaller virtual clock face appearing. On these two virtual clock faces, the minute hand and the hour hand are rotating at extremely fast speeds, chasing each other, round and round. At a certain moment, the 2 pointers caught up with each other countless times in a short period of time and crossed the 0 o'clock mark simultaneously. Clang. All the living creatures fighting on this wild plain seemed to hear a deep and distant bell at this moment. After the bell sounded, the two blurred clock faces collapsed and disappeared, and the double-speed metabolism and growth-accelerating effect of the time of chaos have been successfully embedded in the bull's body. This effect will remain permanent as long as Dorn is willing and the bull does not leave the area of influence of the time of chaos. Because of the growth acceleration effect, the poisoning and parasite effects on the bull began to work twice as hard. Double the damage. From the original 3 drops of blood every 5 seconds to 6 drops of blood every 5 seconds. At the time of chaos, retire after success. Dorn looked at the terrifyingly long health bar of the Cretan bull, and then looked at the -6 abnormal health loss prompt that popped up on top of its head every 5 seconds or so. With a subtle mood,
I said, in this time of chaos, why don't you just concentrate on production?
In times of chaos. In fact, the fact that the effect of
the time of engraving
is not good enough cannot be entirely blamed on the gold pocket watch itself. Mainly because the Cretan bull, the boss, has a somewhat high resistance to abnormal conditions. Time of chaos doubled the amount of continuous blood loss caused by the effects of poison and parasite, which is already considered as your best effort. If we encounter enemies that don't have such high resistance in the future, this combo of skills and prop effects will definitely be more effective.
Just reduce it by 6 points. No matter how small the mosquito is, it is still flesh. Moreover, I feel that the physical strength fed back by the parasitism effect now is double the weight. From this perspective, it is not bad.
Dorn took the Hour of Chaos back into his arms. Then, demonization activates. Accompanied by the choking smell of burning sulfur, Dorn's body expanded and transformed into a demonic form with goat's horns on his head and bat wings on his back. His huge bat wings flapped, and he slowly rose into the air, flying straight towards the Cretan bull in the center of the battlefield. Dorn, join the fight. When the Tauren on the battlefield saw the demonized Dorn entering the battlefield, they were all extremely excited, and their fighting spirit became even higher, because in their opinion, Mr. Dorn can just stay on the safer periphery of the battlefield and direct the battle. But he didn't do this. But he couldn't let go of the Tauren who were fighting together. That's why he rushed from the outermost edge of the battlefield to the center of the fiercest battle, protecting the safety of other Tauren at the expense of fighting the bull himself. This is called leading by example. This is the heroic spirit that the Minotaurs admire most. Charge with Mr. Dorn! Inspired and infected by Dorn's actions, Alistar was the first to roar, raised his hand axe, and charged forward to follow the humanoid demon in the air. Not only him, but Benisha, Kuba, Seti and others also felt the blood surge in their chests. That alien human man really has a personality that is more dazzling than gems. Hero. He is a great hero. Charge with Mr. Dorn! Kill the bull! Kill the bull! The Tauren roared loudly and bravely cooperated with Dorn to launch the next round of attacks. The morale of the entire team reached an unprecedented height, regardless of whether Dorn's purpose in entering the battlefield was really as noble and fearless as the Tauren thought. But anyway, the results he achieved after joining the war were very good. After being transformed into a demon, Dorn was much smaller than a bull, but he directly chose to fight head-on. And it was true. After the two got close, the angry bull wanted to topple Dorn with its sharp horns. With his demonized body and the increase in dexterity, Dorn's pair of pitch-black demonic claws grabbed the horns of the bull one step ahead. The next scene was even more spectacular. In his already inhuman demon form, Dorn activated additional arms and legs, and 8 ferocious tentacles extended from his back ribs. Moreover, probably because of maintaining the demonic state, the magic tentacles summoned this time also came with devil skin, also red and black. It is also as hard as obsidian on the outside, and the inside seems to flow like lava, with blazing high temperatures. Chapter 311. Its life is like a candle in the wind. Don had 2 horns in his hands, and was wrestling with the bull. The red and black tentacles that had just been summoned immediately clung to the bull's head. Arkid, this skill is still level 0. However, the physical strengthening effect brought about by demonization also works on these tentacles. In addition, there were 8 tentacles in total, so Dorn was able to successfully control the Cretan bull's head using his arm legs. With the help of the tentacle, Dorn withdrew his right hand holding the horn. Then, the round circle shines on the Cretan bull's head, and it's a powerful and exciting punch. Boom! With the loud sound of the fist and the hard minotaur colliding together, the bull's health was reduced by 697. After the first punch, Dorn raised his dark and fiery fist again and hit it hard again. The second punch. The third punch. The bull's blood volume is reduced by 542. The bull's blood volume is reduced by 631. A fist as big as a casserole fell on the face of the Cretan bull like a rain, leaving blood stains with every punch. At the same time, the high temperature of the fists and tentacles continued to burn the bull, burning its originally smooth and shiny white hair black and bald. Ho 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 ho! The bull writhed its massive body, angrily trying to free itself from Dorn's grasp. However, after exhausting his physical strength and suffering a lot of injuries in the battle with a large group of Tauren, the bull will not be able to break away from Dorn's shackles for a while, and can only be beaten passively. At this time, on the battlefield of the wild plains, the dusk light revealed a desolate atmosphere. In the center of the battlefield, on one side is a strong white bull covered in scars and blood, but still unyielding and struggling. On one side was a giant humanoid demon with horns, bat wings, and tentacles that was completely indescribable, as if it had just climbed out of HL. These two behemoths are fighting together, and at first glance it's hard to tell which one is the real monster. However, the Minotaur warriors at the scene would not care about this at this time. Mr. Dorn's current appearance is indeed a bit too ferocious and terrifying. But he is strong. Just be strong and that's it. The Tauren gathered around without any hesitation to support Dorn. They held various weapons in their hands and pointed at the bull's back, abdomen, and buttocks. There is still a small amount of thunder potion left, so there is no need to use it at this time. Taking advantage of Mr. Dorn's opportunity to control the bull, the best way to pursue him is to pursue him fiercely. It has to be said that Dorn's participation in the battle directly expanded his side's tactical advantage into overwhelming strength. This was a group fight that was not less harmful, but also extremely humiliating. Under Dorn's random punches and the consumption of blood by the Minotaur warriors, the bull's health quickly fell below 10,000 points, and then dropped precipitously to 8,000, and then to 5,000. The Cretan bull, which was originally covered in bright red blood, was now covered in blood even more. It starts to get weaker and weaker, and its strength to fight becomes less and less. The boss that has occupied the temple for thousands of years seems to be gone. Perhaps the bulls are really not good at dealing with one-to-many situations? Did I really think too much before? But you can always be careful. The battle was still going smoothly, and Dorn's previous doubts seemed to be dispelled a little bit. However, he still maintained his last vigilance. The unreasonable beating continued for a while, and this time, the Cretan bull's health dropped below 1,000. The killing line has arrived. At this time, Dorn had quick eyesight and quick hands, and with enough strength, he aimed at the bull's head and punched twice in a row. There is quite a sense of wanting to do more damage at the end. Seize the opportunity to kill, and win the MVP of this game. Come down with these two punches. The bull's blood volume is reduced by 649. The bull's blood volume is reduced by 233. I don't know if it was a coincidence or other reasons, but after these two punches, the bull's 20080 health volume was exactly 80 points left. However, this is already enough blood to be executed with just a slight touch. The bull's life is like a candle in the wind. But on the other hand, 80 points of health also means danger, because the Minotaur warriors, who attacked near the belly and buttocks of the cow, had a high probability of killing the Cretan bull. Judgments during the battle are all made in a split second. Dorn's body movements were faster than his brain thought. After seeing the amount of blood in the bull's wind, he tightened his tentacles and quickly punched. Whether it's the entanglement damage from the tentacles, the burning damage from the high temperature, or the damage from the fist swing at the next moment, or even the slow blood loss of 6 points every 5 seconds from poisoning and parasite. As long as the bull can be killed at this moment, the reward from this ruins is basically guaranteed. Just like that, Don's fist hit the bull's head. The next moment, the bull's blood volume was reduced by 0. No harm done. Even the feeling of hitting the bull's head with his fist was different from before. It seems harder and smoother? Behind the Cretan bull, a group of Minotaur warriors were still attacking tirelessly. At this moment, their weapons struck the bull's body, making a metallic sound like clang. In addition, the bull's blood volume remains unchanged. Still 80 points. Dorn, who maintained his last trace of vigilance, quickly realized that what he had been worried about before really existed. The Cretan bull is so powerful. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Get away from the bull! Dorn shouted to the Minotaur warriors in a low and hoarse voice. The first to understand Dorn's intentions were the elite Tauren warriors, such as Alistar and Benitha. In fact, they had just felt that the feeling of the axe hitting the Cretan bull suddenly became different at a certain moment. In addition, Mr. Dorn quickly gave an early warning. That means something big will happen soon. Run! Get out of the way! Retreat! Everyone retreat! The young warrior with the highest reputation among the two Minotaur groups shouted to his comrades around him. As for Dorn, from his perspective, the changes in the bull are very clear. The first is the blood volume. Just now it was locked at 80 points. But now it's like chicken blood. And it keeps rising. In the blink of an eye, the bull's blood volume rushed back to 20,080. And it didn't even stop. It continued to rise. In addition, the blood bar of the Cretan bull was originally an unhealthy dark red color due to factors such as poisoning. But now the dark red disappeared and turned into bright red. This means that there is a high probability that the negative buff on the bull will be completely removed. Along with a change in blood volume, the bull's appearance also changes rapidly. It is expanding rapidly, and its body has grown several times. And its white fur, which was stained with blood and was burnt and bald, was quickly disappearing at the moment. Instead, a metallic and shiny epidermis grew rapidly, covering its entire body. I understand. It's not a bloodlock. It's switching to the second level. The Cretan bull is a boss that will reveal its second form after hitting a certain amount of blood. Seeing the series of changes in the Cretan bull, Dorn finally came to his senses. Chapter 312, the second level bull. Along with the bull's second level transformation, its strength also doubled. The Cretan bull was vigorously swinging its head and twisting its body. During its huge struggle and twisting, 3 of the Dornish demon's arms and legs actually broke apart. Fortunately, the R foot skill summons tentacles condensed with magic power, although it is similar to a part of one's own body when used. If these tentacles break, they will not cause any real damage to Dorn's body. Not a drop of blood will be lost. At most I will feel a little psychological phantom limb pain. However, when this happens, there is a corresponding price. The moment his arms and legs break, Dorn's mana will be greatly depleted. At the same time, his own magic power will fluctuate, causing certain fluctuations in his mental power. No way. Dorn could only temporarily give up control of the Cretan bull and step aside. After gaining a distance, he could directly see the full appearance of the Cretan bull. This bull was originally the size of a giant war elephant. After entering its second form, it more than doubled in size and became like a galloping hill. In addition, its entire body was covered with a shiny metal SHL with no visible gaps. It's like putting on a metal battle suit that's full of technology, but has a slightly wild shape. Moreover, there is a pattern on the forehead of this metal bull that looks like a daisy blooming. When Dorn looked at it, he really couldn't understand what effect these strange lines had on the bull. Of course, it is also possible that the daisy pattern is just a decoration on the bull in the second level state. Dorn also discovered that his food intuition still maintained his original judgment of SS level food after the metallized bull. Based on this piece of information, he briefly analyzed the bull's current status.
That metal body is definitely inedible. However, since food intuition still determines the bull as SS level food, it means that the bull is not completely metallized. Under that metal armor, it is still edible. Excellent beef.
Dorn was still forcing himself to stay calm and analyze the situation at the scene. The bull, on the other hand, has completely completed the transformation into its second form, raising its hooves angrily and roaring. However, fortunately, Dorn's warning was relatively timely, and the tauren who had been surrounding it had dispersed, and they were not immediately injured by the stampede. Another thing worth paying attention to is the current blood volume of the bull. The blood volume of the second level bull has exceeded the original 20080 and is still rising, and finally settled at 35,400 points.
35,000 blood. I really believe the email saying that the difficulty of single-player dungeons is generally lower than that of ordinary dungeons.
Dorn looked at the blood volume of the second level bull and felt great pressure. Now he finally understood why no Minotaur warrior had breached the temple for thousands of years. This level of Cretan bull has nothing particularly commendable except for its rough skin and thick flesh. As previously guessed, among the Minotaurs who have challenged the temple in the past, those warriors with otherworldly strength and fighting skills had the possibility of brushing the first level bull alone. But after these people defeated the first level bull, they often had no time to celebrate and were caught off guard by the second level, larger and stronger metal giant bull. In this case, one can imagine what the result will be.
Moo ho ho ho!
The second level Cretan bull howled and roared, stepped on the metal hooves, and launched an attack against the horns. Its first target was naturally Dorn, who had just beaten it the hardest. When the second level bull charges, whether it is strength, speed or explosive power, it is incomparable to the first level form, with a terrifying momentum that shakes the earth and the mountains. With this kind of momentum, even Dorn after becoming a demon would not dare to confront him head-on. So, though stand-in activated, Dorn handed over the substitute skill, leaving a fake body for the bull to collide with, while he flashed to a relatively safe position. Then he flipped his palm and activated the poison frog skill. A thick purple poisonous mist swept out from around him, and quickly condensed into a 5-meter-tall poisonous frog in midair. On the bull's side, the substitute, who had just destroyed Dorn, was angry at Dorn's dirty tricks. It stepped on the metal hooves, shook its head, and glared at Dorn with an extremely strong sense of oppression, ready to launch the next charge at any time. The two briefly confront each other. A fierce battle is about to break out on the outskirts of Dorn and the second-order Cretan bull. It was the Minotaurs who had just obeyed the instructions and fled away from the bull. Most of the tauren are still stunned and completely at a loss. The previously high morale collapsed when the bull showed its second-level form. They really couldn't understand how the bull that was almost dying just now returned to such a bigger, stronger, and more energetic state. And looking at the bull now wearing iron armor and looking invincible, he looks like an impregnable and mobile metal fortress. The sense of disparity of being on the verge of victory, but being defeated by a desperate counterattack, as well as the overly fierce performance of the second-level bull, made many tauren warriors inevitably feel withdrawn and fearful in their hearts. Seriously? Is that thing really beatable? Among the team of tauren warriors, Strong men like Benitha and Alistar are relatively calm and sober individuals.
Listen, everyone. I don't know why the bull became like this. This is something that has never been mentioned in the documents of our ancestors.
Benitha spoke loudly, and at the same time struck the ground with her axe handle and pestle with both hands, trying to attract more people to listen to her.
But Mr. Dorn is still fighting, isn't he? Why are we just standing here in such a frightened state? Brothers and sisters, we are the proud Minotaurs. Even if we encounter a strong enemy that cannot be defeated, we will risk our lives and smash our weapons on the enemy's forehead. So, let's all move. Let's go to Mr. Dorn's side and be his axe and his shield. As long as Mr. Dorn hasn't lost, we haven't lost.
Heifer's words were impassioned and powerful. Moreover, she cleverly diverted the attention of the warriors, who were at a loss after seeing the metal bull for the first time to Dorn, who was still fighting. Dorn's wonderful performance in the blood and horns competition, coupled with the fighting spirit displayed in the temple attack, allowed him to create a very positive image in the minds of this group of Tauren who have worshipped the strong culture image of. And Benitha's words directly designated Dorn Sheen as a spiritual banner on the battlefield. As long as he does not fall, we still have hope. This feeling of having a firm role model and backbone on the battlefield calmed the Tauren's panic to a certain extent. Alistar, another relatively calm Tauren, after Benitha's words, he shouted the Minotaur's battle declaration at the right time.
Tauren! Fearless! Mu! Fearless!
The soldiers shouted in agreement, and their morale, which had collapsed, was finally regained. This is probably one of the reasons why Benitha and Alistar, as elite Tauren warriors, had the highest voices in the entire clan, while others were still stunned and at a loss. They could already begin to encourage and organize the warriors, preparing for the second support battle to assist Dorn. Chapter 313 Beware of the Mound.
Prepare to attack! Charge!
With the cooperation of Benitha and Alistar, the Tauren team rekindled the morale of the battle in a short period of time. They regrouped, spread out as they had before, and prepared to rush back to assist Dorn. At this moment, someone suddenly started shouting,
"Watch your feet! Those mounds! Avoid them! Quickly!"
This voice is deep and powerful, belonging to the most calm and powerful old warrior Kuba. After Benitha heard Kuba shout, out of trust in this reliable senior bull warrior, she immediately lowered her head quickly and looked at her feet. There happened to be a pile of loess at her feet, but it's unremarkable. It doesn't seem like there's anything to pay attention to. It's just a mound of dirt. There are many similar raised mounds on the wild plain inside the temple.
Is there something buried underneath?
Benitha suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart, but before she could take another look, the pile of loess at her feet began to tremble inexplicably, and the yellow sand on it was shaken to both sides. There seems to be something crawling under the mound, trying to break out. Next second, a pale hand bone suddenly poked out from the mound and grabbed Benitha's ankle. Bang! Due to some mental preparation in advance, Heifer reacted very quickly. The moment the white bone claws were revealed, she swung out the giant axe in her hand and chopped off the hand bones in the soil. Fall. However, the squirming under this small mound was far from over, but became more and more intense. First, the broken ulna and radius bones of the forearm protruded from the soil. Then another intact hand bone. And then a long skull with large curved horns protruded. The skull was clearly that of a cow, with the structure of palms and arms, and the head of a cow. It is obvious what is coming out from under this mound. The bones of the Minotaur. And there is a high probability that they are the bones of the Minotaur warriors who died in the temple in the past generations. Bang! Although she figured out what was crawling up from under the mound, Benitha didn't show mercy at all. The two-handed giant axe in her hand was swung out sharply again, hitting the skull of the Minotaur skeleton hard, smashing its pale head and sternum to pieces. After this blow, the Tauren skeleton finally stopped moving and could no longer continue to crawl out. At this time, due to the skeleton attack under the mound, the entire Tauren team was in chaos.
Get away! Get away from everyone! These are...
All the Tauren warriors are in different situations at this moment. Some of them didn't react at the beginning, and their ankles were scratched directly by the white bone claws protruding from the mound. Some people escaped the attack of hand bones, but when they saw a skeleton crawling out of the ground with horns, they were so confused that they were knocked down by the skeleton. Of course, more than half of the Tauren, like Benitha, unswervingly began to fight back after recognizing the strong attack intentions of those skeletons. However, some of these people are not very lucky. Take the Maverick warrior Seti. For example, he did avoid the hand bones protruding from the mound. And he did focus on fighting back. But when the skeletons launched their attack, he and his team were in a very poor location, with more than 20 large and small mounds surrounding them. After Seti led the team to defeat some of the skeletons crawling out, more than a dozen skeletons around him had crawled out of the ground completely. Some of these towering skeletons are pale in color, while others are withered and rotten, and even the bones on their bodies are badly damaged. Some of the skeletons were empty-handed, but some were holding various metal weapons, most of which were cast iron sticks or axes. All are weapons commonly used by the Minotaur tribe. This further confirms the identity of these skeletons during their lifetimes. They were the towering warriors who had conquered the bulls throughout the ages.
Fight! Fight! No matter what they are. As long as they attack us, we must smash them all.
Seti began to lead the team to fight back. The heavy weapon hit the bones, shattering each skeleton into pieces. These towering skeletons do not seem to be very strong in themselves, and cannot represent the strength of their original owners at all. They are just some moving bones, and they can only mechanically slash weapons to attack. But the problem is that there are too many towering skeletons. After all, hundreds of towering warriors have died in the ruins over the past thousands of years. On Seti's side, the wave of skeleton attacks just now scattered him and his team members. This Maverick warrior had to first deal with all the Minotaur skeletons around him alone, with great difficulty and embarrassment. And just when he was about to find his teammates to join him, when he turned around, he only saw a group of towering skeletons crawling out from other places. Oops! Seti tightened his grip on his cast iron club and gasped. After all, Seti is one of the top 4 in the Blood and Horns competition, possessing brute strength that cannot be underestimated. However, there were too many skeletons besieging him. This calf warrior had experienced the aggrieved feeling of the Cretan bull being beaten by them just now. Seti's defeat was caused by a skeleton that he smashed into 2 pieces. Although the Minotaur skeleton was smashed to pieces, its upper body could still keep crawling. Seti's attention at this time was mainly focused on those enemies who were still standing. So in the end, the claws of the half-skeleton unexpectedly penetrated Seti's right calf from bottom to top. This injury caused the body to become stiff, which caused more injuries to the Maverick's warrior. His left shoulder was struck directly by a hand axe with a notched blade, and his back and abdomen were scratched several times by the claws of other skeletons. After resisting for a while, Seti finally couldn't stand it any longer. He was breathing heavily, and his eyes fell on Dorn, who was still fighting fiercely with the second-level bull in the center of the battlefield.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Dorn.
Seti felt unwilling. Then, 2 Minotaur skeletons knocked him down. That's it for now. I can't hold on any longer. However, for a towering warrior, dying in the temple seems to be the best destination.
Mr. Dorn is still fighting, so we haven't lost yet,
Seti thought again.
If we can win, I really want to see the outside world.
After being knocked down by the skeleton, Seti's mind was about to run away. Just when the Maverick warrior was about to give up and close his eyes, a dark red book suddenly appeared in his sight. The book was unfolding its pages, hovering above his head like a bird flapping its wings. Chapter 314 Half-Destroyed Weapon. Seti knew this dark red book. Mr. Dorn seemed to have used this item to complete the access operation on their Minotaur warriors. In this book, there is a small world completely different from the ruins maze. However, Seti, who had just entered the world in the book, was completely immersed in the tension of the impending war, and had no time to pay attention to the scenery in the world in the book. Squeak squeak. The sound of the joints of a large group of skeletons rubbing together. After seeing
Alice's bedtime reading,
Seti didn't have time to think too much when a tide of bull-headed skeletons around him swarmed towards him, who was thrown to the ground, like a group of hungry wild dogs, scrambling to tear and snatch the food in their mouths. And just when these surrounding skeletons were about to encounter Seti, the symbol composed of geometric figures flashed on the cover of
Alice's bedtime reading.
Then, Seti, who was about to be torn apart by a group of skeletons, disappeared. His existence seemed to have been erased by an invisible eraser, without a trace, leaving nothing behind. In the story area, the royal capital landscaping area, the royal palace, the outline of Seti's body is outlined here, appearing on a soft chair. Beside him, there were other towering warriors who were injured and unable to fight. The palace in this story world has become a resettlement camp for wounded soldiers.
I'm not dead?
Seti exhaled heavily, then looked left and right with difficulty. Then, He and the other Tauren warriors present once again heard the clear, emotionless female voice narration that they had heard before.
Your physical condition is no longer suitable to continue fighting, so you should stay here. Well, there is a certain amount of wound medicine in this room. Those who are still able to move can try to stop the bleeding and bandage themselves and their companions first. As for the situation in the outside world, please don't worry. My master will take you all away from this temple alive. He will definitely do it.
After the narrator finished speaking, he stopped speaking. In the room where the injured were placed, the Tauren who were not seriously injured began to move around, searching for the wound medicine mentioned by the narrator, and making superficial hemostatic bandages for themselves and their companions. For this group of wounded, superficial hemostasis is still enough, because as long as they can survive until the end of the battle and leave the temple, they will definitely be sent to Tamara's shaman for treatment. Saving their lives will definitely not be a problem by then. Seti was one of the more seriously injured soldiers in the group, with several axe wounds and penetrating injuries from skeleton hands on his body. So he still lay on the soft chair and did not try to move his painful body. There was a female Tauren warrior who was slightly injured. She didn't even care about her own injuries and started busy giving priority to the seriously injured Seti to stop the bleeding and bandage. In the story world of the book, there is natural light. The level of light is similar to that of warm spring afternoon sunshine. Seti was lying on a soft chair, next to a huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking out onto the courtyard of the palace, with sunlight shining through the window onto his body.
Emo, it seems like I've been bleeding too much and my body is a little cold, but the light shining on my body feels good. It's completely different from the light Feather Network. I really didn't notice this when I entered the world in this book before.
Excessive blood loss made Seti's brain a little confused. Her thoughts were confused, and Nana started to ramble. However, compared to the nervousness of preparing for the battle when he first entered the story, Seti's mood was inexplicably lighter after he was injured and left the game.
Mr. Dorn, get out alive!
All he could do has been done. The rest of the work can only be left to the other brothers and sisters. And that extremely trustworthy gentleman, Alice by.
Oh no! Oops! Oops! Someone is injured over there! And over there! And over there!
Black Alice.
There are more and more injured Minotaur warriors. The skeletons emerging from the ground have only been reduced by half. And the big bull is still full of life. Can that idiot from Dorn do it?
On the battlefield,
Alice's bedtime reading
flew around and pulled the injured or trapped Tauren warriors away from the battlefield in time. Like an ambulance working at high speed, Alice's efforts achieved very good results, directly ensuring the survival of the Minotaurs who followed Dorn into the temple, preventing them from dying directly in the battle. However, as more and more Tauren were pulled into the story world, the number of combat units on the battlefield was greatly reduced. The situation is still not favorable for Dorn. Fortunately, the remaining Tauren who are still capable of fighting have reunited to help each other and jointly fight against the large number of skeletons. When attacking a single huge target like the Cretan bull, the group combat mode is very advantageous. But facing a group of bull-headed skeletons, it is obviously better to ensure safety if everyone sticks together. Among the remaining Tauren warriors, Benisha and Ali Star are still the most active. Under their leadership, the remaining Tauren team has slowly broken through the outer group of skeletons, advanced towards the center of the battlefield, and began to try to clear away the skeletons wandering around Dorn. A large number of skeletons suddenly appeared on the battlefield. In addition to attacking the Tauren, they also attacked Dorn. Although Dorn, after being transformed into a demon, is not afraid of these lifeless skeletons, if he is frequently harassed by mobs while fighting the boss, the combat experience will undoubtedly be extremely poor. Now the Tauren team can share the pressure on mobs for him, which will help him focus more on fighting the boss bull. Bang! The heavy two-handed axe was swung flexibly and swiftly, and the axe blade was mixed with strong wind, smashing a bull-headed skeleton holding a broken witch staff in its hand. This is the countless skeletons that Benitha has destroyed. When she first realized that the skeletons crawling out of the ground might be the remains of her ancestors, Benitha was more or less resistant to smashing them, but not anymore. After smashing dozens of skeletons, her heart was as cold as the axe in her hand.
I am helping the ancestors to escape,
Benitha told herself in her heart. She took a deep breath and continued moving forward with her axe on the ground. When she was about to continue fighting, she suddenly saw a special bull-headed skeleton. The skeleton's back is facing Benitha. The bones on its body are relatively new, and they are still pale in appearance. The bones and all parts are also complete, without any damage or missing parts. What attracted Benitha the most about this skeleton was the weapon it held. It was a hatchet. It's thick and simple, but the blade has an extraordinarily long and terrifying arc. It looks like a very dangerous weapon at first glance. However, at this time, the blade of the short axe was severely curled, and there were many large and small gaps. This weapon would be in its current semi-destroyed state, probably after an extremely fierce battle and being hit hard on hard objects many times. But even though the hatchet was badly damaged, Beneatha still recognized it at a glance. Yes, how could she forget this unique hatchet and its former owner? Beneatha's movements were stagnant, and after a second of daze, she muttered a vague word. Mom. Chapter 3:15 Mom. Why? Squeak squeak. The skeleton that Beneatha identified as the skeleton of her mother Nagran turned slowly, and the bones and joints on its body collided, making an uncomfortable friction sound. Beneatha didn't move, just stared at her mother's skeleton. Perhaps her current behavior cannot be regarded as looking at each other, because inside the two big holes in the eye sockets of Nagran's cow's skull, there was only darkness and nothingness. Nothing at all. Squeak squeak. The bones of Nagran come to life. The moment it noticed Beneatha, the skeleton had the intention to attack. It swung its half-destroyed hatchet and charged forward with mechanical steps. But Beneatha just kept her previous actions, dragging the huge axe and making no move. Her red pupils were dull and dull, reflecting the white bones rushing towards her, getting closer and closer. There seemed to be layers of words echoing in her ears. Mom, why do I look different from you and everyone else? Because you have a different father. Beneatha, being special is not a bad thing. You are unique here. In addition, no matter what you look like, you will always be my cutest and most proud daughter. Mom, why did Grandma Lulupo tell me that girls shouldn't fight all day long? Grandma Lulupo also said that I should learn to make leather, or learn to cook like her. But I don't like cooking. I want to be like my mother and have a beautiful axe of my own when I grow up. What Grandma Lulupo says is not necessarily right. Even sometimes, everyone else's opinion of you may not be right. But Benisha, you have to remember that you don't have to follow other people's opinions. In life, you can do whatever you want. Anything. Mom, why is Alista's father always by their side? Where is my father? Your father is in the outside world, and he also wants to be with you. As long as someone can defeat the bull in the temple in the future, you can always see your father. Also, Benisha, your father is very love you. I too. Squeak squeak. The sound of bones rubbing against each other was already close at hand. The skeleton of Nagran had already rushed in front of his daughter Benisha with a hatchet. It opened its jaws and revealed its empty mouth, as if it wanted to roar, but it could not make any sound. At this time, Beneatha, who had maintained a dull expression, finally started to move. She swung the axe handle without hesitation. The axe that was originally dragging on the ground rubbed violently on the yellow sand, and then was raised high. Bang! The back of the axe struck Nagran's head and chest bones cleanly, shattering the moving corpse and scattering it on the ground. And the short axe, with its curled blade and numerous gaps, flew far away under the powerful blow. The bones of Nagran will not move. Also, Beneatha, your dad loves you very much. And so do I. Huh? Beneatha inhaled and exhaled, trying her best to keep her expression unchanged, and just told herself, with a slightly trembling voice, I'm helping Mom get out. Then, the half-minotaur, half-human female warrior dragged her axe in both hands and turned around. She had to continue fighting. The light of the temple is as dark as dusk, and the attack battle here is far from over. We can't stop here yet. The center of the temple battlefield, the demonized Dorn controlled the giant poisonous frog and fought endlessly with the second-level metallized Cretan bull. After struggling for so long, Dorn finally realized how difficult the second-stage bull boss was. First of all, in terms of fighting methods, the bull in the second form is not much different from the physical state of the first form. It's just like the third child, pushing with horns, stepping on with hooves, and charging forward. However, the power of each of these attack methods has doubled compared to the first form, even if Dorn still has the skill, demonization, which has brutalized his body. He often does not dare to take the bull's damage head-on. The other thing is the bull's current blood volume and resistance. The second-level bull's blood tank has 35,400 points, which is a full 15,320 points more than the first level. And its current blood tank mechanism is also very interesting. There is a dividing line, with the blood volume of 20,080 as the boundary. The first half is bright red blood volume, and the back 15,320 points is silver white. According to the custom of the game, Dorn understood this silver section as the current armor value of the bull. This is probably the amount of damage the metal armor it wears can withstand. But now comes the problem. Dorn has been fighting the second level bull for quite some time. Not only has he not lost a single drop of real health, but even the opponent's armor has only been worn down by about 500 points. It really failed to penetrate the enemy's armor. There was no way. The bull's built-in metal armor was too hard, and the several attempts of the poisonous frog and Dorn himself had little effect. And what's even more terrible is that this armor also has magic resistance. No, this can't be considered magic resistance. It's magic immunity to a certain extent. Dorn tried to use parasite spores and toxins on the bull again. As a result, the spores could not be planted on the metal of the bull, and the toxins also failed to take effect. In addition, Dorn also tried skills such as Dreamwalker, Sweetness, plus Charm. The result is that as long as that metal SHL exists, these mental control skills have no way of affecting the bull. Dorn, who was used to being in control, hit a wall in his area of expertise for the first time. After trying many skills on the body, it seems that only corrosive acid has a certain corrosive effect on the armor of the bull and can deplete its armor value. But the specific results are not too optimistic.
No, we can't keep fighting like this.
After dodging another brutal collision of the bull, Dorn slightly slowed down his spellcasting frequency. During the fight with the second level bull, he had to maintain the existence of poison frog and demonization skills, while also frequently using other skills to test the bull's armor. The loss of blue energy is very large. If he keeps this style of play, I believe it won't be too long before his mana capacity bottoms out. When the time comes when mental strength begins to run low, he will definitely die miserably under the bull's horns and hooves.
You have to find a way to break the situation. There will always be a way.
While the bull was still preparing for its next attack, Dorn controlled the poison frog to contain it. He waved his wings and floated up slightly, appropriately shifting his attention to the entire battlefield. Then, he noticed a strange-looking short axe lying in an open space not too far away from him. It was thick and simple, but the blade had an extremely long and terrifying arc, and there was a broken white hand bone attached to the axe handle. This axe obviously belongs to the bull-headed skeleton. As for the identities of these bull-headed skeletons, after seeing their appearance, Dorn could reasonably associate them with them. However, this is not the point. The point is, the edge of this axe is very sharply curled, and it's full of large and small gaps. This is obviously the mark left after repeatedly slashing hard objects. Chapter 316 Daisy Pattern.
A certain warrior of the Minotaur who challenged the temple in the past used this short axe to hit hard objects hard during the battle. In this temple, it is considered a hard object.
Dawn thought so. The weapons of the Minotaur warriors were naturally used to attack Cretan bulls. However, although the bull in the first level form has rough skin and thick flesh, it is not a hard object. After all, when fighting against the bull's body, the Tauren had used all kinds of weapons on it. At that time, no one's weapon had such a serious gap in the curling blade.
So, the owner of this hatchet has definitely fought with a second-level metal bull.
Dorn made this judgment. Then he opened Eagle View and looked around the battlefield. Dorn discovered that most of the weapons held by the skeletons holding weapons had curled blades and gaps. In other words, among the Minotaur warriors who have stepped into the temple in the past, there may be many more people who have faced the second-level bull than he had previously guessed.
Weapon, gap!
Dorn looked at those weapons and suddenly recalled what he heard from Benitha when he faced him in the final of the Blood and Horns competition.
When encountering a strong enemy that cannot be defeated, even if it means risking one's life, one must smash the weapon in his hand into the enemy's forehead. This is the consistent style of our Minotaur warriors.
Dorn's mind seemed to be stirred, as if he had grasped some important information. While the Eagle View effect was still there, he glanced directly at the metallized bull from above. He set his sights on the Cretan bull's head, and used his enhanced vision to carefully examine the circle of unexplained lines that looked like daisies blooming.
It's really like this. It's fatal. I should have discovered it long ago. But it seems like it's not too late now.
Dawn's expression showed both understanding and self-deprecation. During the battle just now, he focused most of his energy and attention on screening skills. He concentrated on trying out his own skills to see which one could effectively damage the bull's metal SHL. Therefore, there is a lack of detailed observation and analysis of other detailed information. In addition, when I first saw the second-level bull, Dorn preconceived the idea that the strange pattern on the opponent's head might have a special function or be just a decorative pattern. Therefore, during the subsequent battle, he paid attention to the circle of patterns again. But more importantly, I was still wary of the bull using the circle's unknown meaning, but possibly magical patterns to launch some strange spells. Now it seems that this kind of thinking and caution is just a battle of wits and courage with the air. Because with the help of the eagle's eyes, after carefully looking at the bull's head, he finally understood. The circle of lines on the bull's forehead is not a daisy mark that activates magic or is just used for beautiful decoration. Instead, it is a ring-shaped damaged turtle crack composed of many small cracks.
Knock the weapon in your hand hard on the enemy's forehead. It turns out that this is not just a battle declaration to show the bravery of the Tauren warriors. It's not just words. They really do it.
Dorn immediately understood the relationship between the gaps in the curled blades of the weapons on the hands of the Minotaur warriors and the crack marks on the bull's forehead. The Minotaur warriors, who have set foot in the temple throughout the ages, have all followed the battle creed of
knock the weapon in your hand hard on the enemy's forehead, even if it means risking your life.
When facing the powerful second-level bull, even when facing the second-stage metal bull that could not be defeated, they still maintained an active and brave fighting state. They really used all their strength and possibility to hit the bull on the head with their weapons. In this way, generation after generation passed. Perhaps because of the life-saving blow of a certain Tauren warrior many years ago, or perhaps due to the active performance of the previous temple challenger Nigrand. A circle of small cracks appeared on the bull's forehead. This is the key gap left by those Minotaur warriors, who were not afraid of powerful enemies for thousands of years, overcoming long-time constraints, and working together to create a metal armor on the bull that seemed impossible to be physically damaged.
The damage suffered to the first-level body may be recovered during the second-stage transformation process and the 7 years of sleep. But the metal fatigue caused by the armor in the second form after being hit repeatedly cannot be repaired by time. Did the Cretan bull have this setting? It seems that without this small gap, the bull's armor value is estimated to be more than 15,320 points.
Dorn looked down at the bull from a mid-air position and had already made up his mind. It is obviously meaningless to continue to consume one's own mana to fight with the bull now. Trying to strike at the cracks on the bull's head seems to be the only way to break the predicament and tear the opponent's strong armor into pieces. After having the idea of fighting, Dorn immediately took action. He first controlled the poisonous frog, which was still fighting the bull. To retreat, the huge poison frog jumped behind the bull and quickly stuck out its tongue, using the front part of its dexterous tongue to quickly grab one of the bull's hind hoofs. However, the power gap between the poisonous frog and the bull is huge, and this pull cannot last long. The heart is racing. However, Dorn is not allowed to waste time. Every minute and second on the battlefield is precious, and it may be the key to turning the tide of the battle. He flapped his wings and swooped down towards the Cretan bull's head, the wind blowing away the heat from his body and making a whirring sound. Archid activates 8 tentacles, whose color and appearance were consistent with demonic transformation, once again extended from behind him. Dorn has 685 mana points left. Harden activate. The obsidian-like demonic skin on Dorn's front seems to be arranged more closely, smooth, and tightly fitted with the enhancement of this skill, with a hard feeling visible to the naked eye. Together with the 8 strip-shaped tentacles, they also became hard. Dorn has 625 mana points left.
Moo ho ho ho!
The furious bull saw Dorn's movement in the air and raised its front hooves. However, because its hind legs were temporarily pulled by the poison frog, it could not run and charge for a while. It could only choose to raise its horns to meet Dorn's blow from the sky. Boom! There was a dull sound of impact, and Dorn and the bull collided together. The strong impact and turbulence brought up overwhelming yellow sand and dust. Time on the battlefield seemed to have stopped for this violent collision. The Tauren who were clearing away the skeletons all around naturally noticed Dorn's sacrificial blow, so they focused all their attention on the center of the battlefield. When the smoke cleared, the Tauren could see that Mr. Dorn was still standing at the center of the battle. The right side of his chest was pierced by one of the bull's horns. However, at the cost of this, Dorn's hands used it to grab the pair of metallized horns. The 8 dark red tentacles on the back ribs were also successfully tied to the bull's head. The suction cups exerted force and squirmed and shrank, coupled with the pulling of the tongue tip of the poisonous frog on the back of the cow's buttocks. The two sides struggled to death and were locked in a stalemate for a while. Chapter 317 One must be broken. This time the attack from the sky did not reduce the bull's health to Dorn. On the contrary, Dorn himself lost more than 600 health points, equivalent to 1/5 of his total blood volume. Therefore, this kind of attack is cool, but it cannot be used many times. After all, if he does it a few more times, he himself may no longer be able to do it.
It hurts.
The right side of Dorn's chest was pierced by the sharp tip of an ox horn. The dark and hard demon skin collapsed, and thick blood as hot and dazzling as lava flowed out. Thanks to Dorn's hands and 8 tentacles, he controlled the bull's head in time, preventing the furious beast from exerting any further force. Otherwise, his right chest might be stabbed directly through now. All in all, at the cost of being injured, the tentacled Dorn was clinging to the bull's face like an oversized facehugger. It can be regarded as temporarily restraining the opponent. But you must know that when the second-level bull first transformed, the ancient power displayed could directly break the demonic arms and legs. Although the current 8 arms and legs have gone through another wave of hardening and become a bit tougher, they could only be used to restrain the bull's head, and the two sides were entangled too tightly. After Dorn's hands and 8 tentacles were firmly clamped on the bull's head, he didn't dare to let go. He was afraid that if he removed just a little bit of power, the second-level bull would be able to break free from his restraints. Therefore, at this moment, there is no time to hit the circle of daisy lines.
Kuba! Potion! As much as you have. Throw them all away!
Without wasting time in useless confrontation with the bull, Dorn made an immediate decision and shouted loudly to the Tauren present in a hoarse yet sinister tone. None of the Tauren actually understood what Dorn wanted to do at this time, but the instructions given by Mr. Dorn, whom they respected so much, should be completed meticulously. Therefore, the named strong old bull warrior Bowser quickly collected the last 21 tubes of thunder potions that everyone had left, tied them into a bundle with a leather belt on his body, and then headed closer to Dorn and the bull. Location ran. Beneatha, Alistar and others tacitly attacked him along the way, clearing away the bull-headed skeletons that tried to block him along the way. Wait until the distance is right. Taking advantage of the momentum of his recent sprint, the old bull warrior stepped on his right hoof, united his waist and horse, and threw a bundle of thunder potion at the bull. A bundle of thunder potion landed next to the bull's hind hooves. The fragile glass tube shattered in the collision. More than 20 doses of the silver potion vibrated and evaporated, creating a loud noise. Boom! This roar caused all living creatures with hearing present to have their ears ringing, and some people were even temporarily deafened. The air waves caused by the explosion of more than 20 tubes of thunder potion directly knocked the skeletons closest to the explosion point to the ground. Buzz! Dorn's ears were ringing because of the super large dose of explosions, and his consciousness was also a little confused. However, the impact point of this explosion was closer to the bull, and the metal beast was also affected, although this impact is actually very short-lived. It is currently known that after the Cretan bull enters its second-level form and puts on metal armor, its various resistances are significantly improved. If this bundle of thunder potion exploded next to a first-level physical bull, it would probably stun it for a while. But the bull in the second stage was only affected for a moment. About 2 seconds. However, 2 seconds is enough, because at a certain moment in these 2 seconds, Dorn could clearly feel that the bull's head had lost most of its resistance. Dorn, who was prepared in advance, saw the opportunity right. Even though his ears were still buzzing, he still took advantage of the moment when the bull was unloading its strength. And while firmly grasping the horns of the bull with both hands, he further wrapped and contracted the 8 tentacles. This violent contraction of the tentacles further narrowed the already small distance between Dorn and the bull. It was so close that his breath could blow directly on the bull's forehead while it was hot. Well, Dorn took the initiative to close the distance, causing the horn of the bull to pierce his right chest deeper, and a large amount of magma-like blood seeped out. Dorn's blood volume dropped by more than 300 points. But these are no longer important. What is important is, this is your chance. A unique opportunity to attack the crack on the bull's forehead. Even if Dorn's hands and tentacles are still not released from the bull's head, at this distance where he can kiss the bull's forehead, he still has other attack methods that he can use.
I recently learned a skill that can be activated with just one mouth. I want to activate it.
Bite activates Devil's Teeth, Devil's Jaws, and Devil's Maceter. Dorn's entire set of physiological equipment that matches the action of Bite has been strengthened by the skill of Demonization. Moreover, the skill introduction of Bite is still like this. Comes from the terrifying bite force of the monster snapping turtle that can break steel. When the skill is in effect, You will have good teeth that can easily chew through the enemy's defense. Although Dorn has not experimented with it before, this introduction seems to indicate that the bite skill has the effect of breaking through the enemy's defense. This skill is acquired from the monster snapping turtle in the ruins maze. The Cretan bull, which has strong defensive metal armor, happens to be the final boss of this ruins. This is inexplicably a bit like, there are hundreds of poisons in the world, and there must be an antidote within 5 steps. In short, it is now a bloody mouth after demon transformation, coupled with a level 5 bite skill that may also have a defense-breaking effect. This attack, the enhanced version may also break the devil's bite, is bound to be a blockbuster. Ah! The sharp devil's teeth hit the small crack on the bull's forehead. When Dorn was experimenting with the bite skill previously, he did it with black stones. After he gnawed open the stone as easily as an apple, he was still thinking about whether he should find something harder to further test the upper limit of this bite skill. But what I didn't expect was that this opportunity for testing would come now. The bull's forehead. Or rather this layer of metal on its forehead. What could be more suitable than this to test the mouth of your teeth? When the teeth touch this layer of metal, the first feeling is undoubtedly that it is hard and cannot be shaken. This feeling is dozens of times harder than black stone. So, Dawn continued to push her cheeks harder, harder, and harder. He could begin to feel the delicate texture of this layer of metal between his teeth. This feeling is not pure hardness, nor is it hardened into a piece of iron, but it is extremely hard, and at the same time has a trace of irregular fragility. There is no doubt that this fragile taste comes from that circle of tiny cracks. So Dawn continued to exert force on his lower jaw, trying hard to find and feel that hard yet fragile feeling, and then tried his best. This desperate effort to bite shows his determination at this moment. Today, one of his teeth and the bull's forehead must be broken. Chapter 318: The Victory That Bites Out. Creak. There was an obvious tactile feedback of something breaking in the mouth. Dawn knew very well that the thing broken in his mouth was either the bull's forehead or his own teeth. So his jaw worked harder. The feeling of teeth colliding came back clearly. This touch feels right. At the same time, it also shows that his good teeth won the final victory in the life and death game just now. The thing that shattered was the extremely hard metal on the bull's forehead. At this time, the bull's armor value is reduced by 3240 points. This is an extremely effective armor-piercing attack. And with this biting attack, the area where the small cracks existed on the bull's forehead was completely broken, exposing the white cow hair. Sure enough, under this hard metal SHL, the Cretan bull still retains a relatively fragile body. Moo ho ho ho! At this time, Bull had just recovered from the shock caused by the simultaneous explosion of more than 20 thunder potions. It was extremely angry at Dorn biting open the metal layer on his forehead. The giant metal beast desperately tried to shake its head, trying to get rid of Dorn, who was hugging its face. However, it was too late. Dorn spat out a mouthful of metal scraps, opened his big mouth at the same time, and struck another hard bite on the bull's exposed fleshy skull. Click, click, click. Very crisp feeling between teeth. After taking this bite, it can be said that it is like chewing hair, drinking blood, and even biting meat and bones. The bull's skull is much more fragile than the outer layer of metal. Moo! Ho! 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 The bull was still struggling. But this time, its strength and range of movements were much smaller than at the beginning, and it felt quite inadequate. The release of this beast means that Dorn can loosen a few of its tentacles on its face. As a result, the tentacles, which were dark and hard, and attached to the hot temperature, were raised, like sharp spears, and stirred into the bloody wound on the bull's head. At this moment, the Cretan bull's armor value is far from being cleared, but its blood volume has already dropped off a cliff. This is also an expected result. After all, Dorn is now directly targeting its brain, launching a brutal and bloody execution-style attack. Fortunately, the brave men of the Minotaur throughout the ages were accustomed to smashing their weapons on the enemy's forehead in desperate fights, knowing that nothing could be done if they were in the habit of attacking their enemies but or something. Even if Dorn succeeded in tearing apart the bull's SHL defense with the cracks and cracks they created, it would be absolutely impossible to kill him with one hit. However, in the face of the established facts, all hypotheses are feeble. With the collapse of the huge body of the Cretan bull, the victory of this temple crusade was decided. On the battlefield, the bull-headed skeletons that were still standing all collapsed at the moment the bull's blood volume returned to zero, and the bones fell and mixed into the yellow sand blown up by the wind. We won! The The Tauren stopped fighting and let go of the weapons in their hands. They looked at each other, and after a while of silence, the sound of joy could be heard.
We won! Win! Win! Liberation! Freedom! Long live the Minotaur! Long live Mr. Dawn!
Whether it was the calm Bowser, Benisha and Alistar who were very young leaders, or the other Tauren warriors who were still on the frontal battlefield, they all felt joy and excitement at this moment. They threw down their weapons, hugged their comrades around them, and cheered with chest beats toward where Dorn stood. The unfinished business of the Minotaur people for thousands of years was completed by their own hands in their generation. Is there anything more joyful, satisfying, and proud than this? In the story world at this time, there is a palace room where wounded soldiers are placed. Dragon Nyan's narration sounded again. Everyone. The Temple Crusade has officially ended. Under the leadership of my master, and with your active performance, the Cretan bull has been killed. After solemnly reporting the situation on the battlefield, Alice said to herself in a voice that the wounded could not hear,
I can actually win. That guy Dorn is quite powerful. Humph, it's almost enough to do this. Lady Alice can reluctantly admit that Dorn is a qualified follower.
Black Alice also added this sentence in a soliloquy tone. By Longyang.
Well, although Dorn is a good follower, I just called him master.
Black Dragon Lady. After killing the Cretan bull, Dorn first entered the story world, eliminated the maintenance of demonization, and put on clothes. Afterwards, he asked Longyang to get some wound medicine and roughly treated the wound on his chest. The Cretan bull still hit Dawn in hard on his right chest. However, because of the two skills, demonization and hardening, the damage was buffered. And Dorn also had 100 points of physical fitness boost. If you roughly treat the wound to stop the bleeding, and then go out to find the Tauren shaman for serious treatment, it won't be a big problem. In the process of treating the wound, Dorn took the opportunity to check the notification email after the ruined strategy was completed. Dorn also received similar emails after killing the boss in the previous strategy copy. So, it's no longer surprising. The limited-time single-player dungeon, the Great Labyrinth of the Minotaur, has been conquered. You who explored the ruins alone and won the battle with the final boss alone are the worthy attackers of this dungeon. Please collect special exclusive rewards in the boss room at the end of the level. Note, after this copy guide is completed, the internal structure of the level will undergo certain changes. Please leave the boss room and explore on your own.
It looks a little different from the previous email content after the normal copy ended.
After finishing the review, Dorn closed his system panel and returned to the real temple. On this wild plain inside the temple, there lay a body of a second-order Cretan bull the size of a hill. A group of Tauren who were still able to move were surrounding it and pointing. Beside the bull, there is also a teleportation array glowing with blue light that has been deployed. As long as you step on it, you can probably return to the temple gate. However, none of the Tauren took the initiative to step on it. They were smuggled in by Dawn using
Alice's bedtime reading,
and they should be taken out again in the same way. Seeing that the Tauren warriors were all so righteous, Dorn, who returned to the temple, didn't say anything more. He took out the dark red reading book and let the Dragon Lady pull them all in. After pulling the Minotaur, he asked Alice to pull the entire body of the Cretan bull into the story world.
Dawn, this is excellent SS-grade beef. Although some parts have been damaged by me, there are still many parts that are generally intact. It must be stored in a cold storage with a suitable temperature as soon as possible. Otherwise it will be ruined.
Even the special metal layer on the bull's body was not spared, because the bull is dead, according to the strange weight standard of the world in Alice's book, which uses vitality as a measure. The burden that the dead bull brings to the Dragon Lady is almost negligible. So, the process of pulling the bull was smooth. After the Cretan bull meat was put into the warehouse, Dorn smiled and nodded with satisfaction. He felt that everything he had done now was worth it. Even the wound on his chest no longer hurt so much. Then, he touched his chin and looked around.
By the way, where's my special exclusive reward?
Chapter 319 The Heart of the God of Cooking. While Dorn was wondering, he suddenly felt that the dust-colored light seemed to be gathering at a certain point in the sky across the entire wild plain. The light became more and more dazzling, condensing into a substance that made it impossible to look directly at it. It took about half a minute for the gathered light group to condense its light, leaving only a crystal that was roughly cylindrical in midair, but had many irregular and small facets. It seems that after this strange crystal was officially produced, the light of the entire temple became much dimmed. In addition, the color of this crystal is also dim like dusk. but it also has a warm feeling. Staring at it for a few seconds will give you an inexplicable feeling. It's like you are sitting at the dining table at home. It is evening. The light is warm and yellow, and the sound of chopping boards and kitchen knives, pans and spatulas can be heard in the kitchen, and the hot steam with the aroma of food comes out, warm and reassuring.
Is this the final reward for this single-player copy? It seems to be quite special.
Dorn looked up and down at the crystal floating in the air. According to the description in the previous single-player copy email notification, the final reward of this ruin seems to be special skills, special titles, special professions, and the like. Currently, it is not known what this crystal represents,
with reference to Rui and carving time of chaos. No matter what this crystal represents, it should be very powerful.
Don thought this while silently chanting Alice's name in his mind. The geometric symbols on the dark red reader flashed, and a leather glove with simple workmanship and a very pragmatic style appeared on his hand out of thin air. Old Steel Hammer's appraisal gloves. Putting on his leather gloves, Dorn was preparing to find a way to contact the dim yellow crystal in midair. However, he didn't wait for him to make any move. The warm yellow crystals in midair started to sway on their own, and fell straight towards him. Hold the crystal gently with your leather-gloved right hand. Immediately afterwards, an extremely brief message appeared in Dorn's mind, Heart of the God of Cooking. Apart from this, there is no other information available.
Heart of the God of Cooking. Is that the name of this thing?
Dorn held the crystal in his right hand, and the warm touch on it could be fed back to the palm of his hand through the leather gloves. At the same time, you can also feel the small, but not weak magic power beating inside the Heart of the God of Cooking. Dorn consumed some of the little remaining blue energy and channeled it into the interior of the crystal. And as the two magic powers inside and outside the crystal intertwined, the Heart of the God of Cooking quickly dissipated and turned into dots of peaceful and warm light, spinning and twinkling. In the end, all these star points poured into Dorn's body, turning into a flowing warm current that swept through his body. Wait until the warm feeling in your body completely fades. System prompts. The God of Cooking's heart is jumping for joy. Are you ready for a grand food party? Congratulations on getting the hidden profession, God of Cooking, and gaining professional skills. Fire element affinity, not upgradable. The ability to summon the fire element can achieve extremely precise control of high temperatures. The chef's cutting skill, not upgradable. You can use any bladed object to cut any food without scruple.
God of Cooking? Hidden profession? He seems very powerful. Moreover, just by hearing the name, I feel that he fits me 100%.
Speaking of which, when Dorn first came to the Land of Miracles, he did whatever he wanted and had a unique way of adding talent points. In addition, the novice monster pink jackalope was eaten by him into shredded and roasted rabbit meat, which resulted in him not even passing the novice combat tutorial level. In short, due to various mistakes, Dorn started without a career. Although his strength continued to grow in the future, his career was still vacant. After all, the system does not seem to provide career reimbursement services. And now the profession, God of Cooking, obtained after completing the single-player dungeon has completely filled this gap.
No wonder I looked through the occupation column during the novice tutorial, but I didn't see any occupations related to cooking. The only one that is slightly related is that, Battle Maid. Now it seems that it's not that there are no similar professions, but the level is a bit high. It's a hidden profession that can only be obtained after passing certain events. It's good. Hee hee.
While muttering to himself, Dorn carefully checked the introductions of the two newly acquired professional skills. Fire Elemental Affinity, as the name suggests, is a relatively easy to understand passive. The specific effect is to improve the control of the fire element, and the fire skills released will become more flexible and powerful. Dorn's fire spell skill can currently be amplified. Also, Fire Elemental Affinity allows Dorn to control the temperature more precisely and proactively, which is also a very practical ability for cooking.
I remember that Jishio seems to be someone with affinity to the wind element. Hey, I wonder if I can control and drive fire elves like Jishio if I develop this skill properly.
Dorn thought about the Holy Sea's unruly and always stinky-faced priest Jishio, and based on his abilities, he set good future expectations for the Fire Elemental Affinity skill. Then, there is the Pouting Jianyo skill. The text used in the system is Chinese characters, and this skill with idioms is also very easy for Dorn to understand.
Is it always about getting better at knife skills? And it seems that it can also be used during combat to use edged weapons to attack enemies judged to be food.
It just so happens that Dorn is not particularly good at using battlefield weapons right now. In a sense, Pao Dingzok's solving technique is an effective supplement to this area. At present, although the profession, God of Cooking, is not particularly amazing, it is still SOSO. It provides 2 practical professional skills. And after you have a profession, your attributes will seem to get a bonus every time you upgrade. The benefits of upgrading will be higher.
In the final analysis, it feels SOSO because I got this profession too late. If I got this profession earlier, I might be more excited and the early development would be smoother.
Just when Dawn was thinking this, and was about to calm down and close the system panel, the system prompt popped up again. System prompts. The hidden profession, God of Cooking, supporting, cooking power, mechanism has been updated and loaded. Please OK, to understand the detailed uses of cooking power.
Is there an unexpected gain?
Dorn looked at the system prompts and touched his chin.
But the cooking power mechanism? Is it the kind of cooking power that I understand?
Chapter 320 Kitchen Power Value. Considering what is mentioned in the system prompt, the cooking power mechanism needs to be
updated and loaded.
Therefore, it is very likely that among the benefits brought by the hidden profession of God of Cooking, professional skills and upgrade attribute point bonuses are just side dishes, while this so-called cooking power mechanism is the highlight.
Although the name is a bit weird and makes me think of other things, I hope this cooking power mechanism,
which I don't know yet, will not disappoint me.
With this thought, Dorn once again checked his personal dashboard. There is an extra small column on his current panel. Occupation, Chef God. And just below the career column, Dorn saw what he was looking for. Cooking power points. This cooking power value seems to be unlimited. Dorn's current points are 10,468.
Why do I have so many?
With confusion, Dorn carefully checked the description of cooking power value. Cooking power value, unique to the God of Cooking profession. The special power formed by the joy, satisfaction, happiness, and other positive emotional feedback generated by others after eating the dishes you made. Note, the cooking power points accumulated before acquiring the God of Cooking profession have been converted. Note, the stronger the magic surge, the higher the cooking power value fed back to the dish eater. Note, for the same eater, the cooking power fed back twice will decrease gradually. Please bring delicious food to more people to gain more cooking power.
Okay. It's not the kind of cooking power I understand, and the more than 10,000 cooking power points I have now seen to have been accumulated after cooking for everyone. The previous ones actually count. This cooking power mechanism feels inexplicably conscious.
Dorn stared at his cooking power value for a while. After a long time, the cooking power value of 10,468 jumped up a little. Although he didn't cook for others, but he was able to gain some cooking power while lying down. Dorn wasn't too surprised, because regarding this, there is also a clear explanation in the description of cooking power value. Note, your restaurant will receive additional cooking power value from diners at a lower rate. Refer to this comment. Currently, there are 3 main restaurants belonging to Dorn. Among them, the Wishing Restaurant and the Cantonese Restaurant. One is closed and the other has not yet fully opened. The only ones that remain open are hot pot restaurants. The increase in cooking power just now should come from hot pot restaurants. This mechanism for obtaining cooking power is just like the positive feedback that Don receives from cooking for others is a direct benefit. And the restaurant under his name will also provide additional idle income during the business period. Currently, the cooking power value fed back by hot pot restaurants does not have a fixed rate. Sometimes it rises a little every 7 or 8 minutes. And sometimes it only rises a little after half an hour. The probably reason is that cooking power value can only be obtained by the system after different diners in the restaurant have finished their meals. Moreover, some old diners, no matter how happy and satisfied they are with their food, can no longer generate cooking power points. However, Don is very open-minded about these things.
No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. Moreover, you can't be too demanding about the idle income. It is a steady flow and slowly accumulates. In addition, as long as I open a few more restaurants and make the food city bigger and stronger, won't the idle cooking points be doubled? Then I will really be able to earn the points while lying down.
After reading the explanation, Dorn finally understood the origin of cooking power and the related acquisition mechanism. However, the description of what the cooking power thing is used for is not mentioned.
Do I have to explore on my own?
Dorn said to himself. At present, Dorn is already able to skillfully control the magic element used to release magic and skills in the body, which is directly linked to mental power. After acquiring the God of Cooking skill, he felt as if there was another power system running in his body. This surge of power seems to be warmer and purer than magic power. It should be the so-called cooking power. Afterwards, Dorn began to try to mobilize this part of the power in his body. A soft warm current began to flow within the body. This feeling was very similar to the time when the heart of the God of Cooking broke apart and penetrated into the body. Similar to the surge of magic power, it can be channeled and embodied into reality. And it feels like this cooking power will be directly related to cooking at some point. Maybe I can use it when I cook beef. After Dorn briefly fumbled for a while, he stopped operating the kitchen power. I plan to save it for the next time I cook and experiment further. Anyway, now I feel that this cooking power system is far from simple. And maybe the uses of cooking power are also more extensive and diversified. God of Cooking is a hidden profession with the title of God. The cooking power value that comes with this package seems to be worth exploring and developing. In the great labyrinth of the Minotaur, outside the simple and model temple, a long time has passed since Dorn entered the temple. During this period, the Tauren chief Cain, the shaman Tamara, the old adventurer Kiz, the little Tauren Bane, as well as some famous elders in the tribe, all gathered outside the temple gate. The Tamara shaman even brought several of his apprentices with him, as well as witch medicine that was used by the witch doctor. Moreover, they simply decorated the outside of the temple, laid out soft straw mats, and hung more light feather nets, turning the place into a place where the wounded could be accommodated. This is in the hope that the wounded who emerge from the ruins can be treated as soon as possible. Everyone outside the temple was waiting, looking forward to the hero's return in triumph. Usually when the Minotaur warriors went to challenge the temple, the current chiefs and shamans would be waiting outside the temple. This time was a bit special. Dorn brought quite a lot of people in, so the waiting team grew a lot. However, the waiting and watching of chiefs and shamans throughout the ages have always been fruitless. In the end, they would stand numbly outside the temple, acquiescing to the fact that the brave man who stepped into it to challenge the bull would never come back. Cain and Tamara have had this kind of experience many times. However, the results may be different this time. The appearance of Mr. Dorn brought greater hope to the Minotaur tribe. Moreover, while everyone was waiting anxiously outside the temple, they didn't know how long it had passed or at what point in time it started. The angry and clear roar of the bull that came from the temple from time to time, as well as the muffled sound of hooves hitting the ground, all stopped.